Chapter 301. It was nearly noon when Xie Wu left school. No matter how busy you are, don't forget to eat. Xie Wu walked towards home. Before even entering the Xie family's gate, she could hear lively conversation coming from inside. Judging from the voices, Gao Hongji, Lu Jianan, and others were there. If she stayed a little longer, she could smell the aroma of food wafting from inside. Although she hadn't done anything physically demanding today, just attended a morning meeting, her stomach started rumbling as soon as she smelled the food. Entering the living room, she saw Gao Hongji and others sitting on the sofa. There were quite a few people. Besides Gao Hongji, Lu Jianan, and others, there were also Luo Feng and Gao Yu. Boss Xie is back. I knew you come home for lunch, Lu Jianan said. Xie Wu smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. I'm not home every mealtime. It seems you guys were deliberately waiting for me to return. Is there something you need? Nothing much, just something to tell you, Lu Jianan said. I need to take a few employees back to Blue Star. Before accepting your commission, I had several projects to finish. The employees I left on Blue Star seem a bit unreliable. I don't know what happened that requires my immediate return. I'm taking a ship back soon, so I came to let you know. Xie Wu had hired him at a high price to work on Xiangyang Star's construction, and now that he was leaving, he came to inform Xie Wu. After all, he was the boss. As long as the employees you left on Xiangyang Star can handle the design drawings, as long as they don't build me an ugly house, you can go anywhere, Blue Star or Xiangyang Star, Xie Wu said. Don't worry, the employees I left are quite skilled. Besides, your Xiangyang city is so big, there are many places to renovate. I can tell the difference between having enough to eat once and having enough to eat every day. I build you a good house. Xie Wu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Xiao Wu, come and look at this. After Lu Jianan finished speaking, Gao Hongji picked up a suitcase from the ground, placed it on the table, and opened it. Inside, it was filled with jade bracelets, diamonds, and other jewelry. The jade and diamonds, transformed from stones into jewelry, were so beautiful that they immediately caught the eye. Is this Mr. Luo Feng's work? Xie Wu asked. Luo Feng smiled somewhat shyly. Yes, this is the first batch, the rest are still being made. Xie Wu picked up a jade bracelet. This jade bracelet was close to icy jade, with beautiful color and a delicate texture. Previously, she didn't understand why people liked jade jewelry. And having so much jade in her possession, always just as stones, she couldn't appreciate its charm. Until these stones were transformed into exquisite jewelry, Xie Wu finally understood its beauty. Can this jade bracelet sell for 3 million? Xie Wu asked. Of course. Gao Hongji raised his voice. A jade bracelet of this quality should be at least 3 million. I'm even thinking of listing it for 5 million. Just a small jade bracelet. So expensive? Lu Jianan asked. He knew jade was expensive, but he never knew it could be this outrageously expensive. Judging by the quality, this jade bracelet is top tier. If my auction house hadn't been suppressed, the jade used to make this bracelet could have fetched tens of millions. Unfortunately, I don't know who's been messing with my auction house. The items I've been auctioning lately have all sold for very low prices. Xie Wu glanced at Gao Hongji upon hearing this. Gao Hongji met her gaze and quickly explained, it wasn't particularly low. It's just that the stone was originally priced at 5 million, the auction price was 6 million, and it ended up selling for 6.5 million. Think about it, before, we could have gotten at least 30 million for a stone like this. 6.5 million seems like a lot low. The key issue is that my auction items aren't fetching high prices, and lately, fewer people are consigning items for auction. I asked a friend if someone was sabotaging me. He said he wouldn't compete with the AI for stones, since he can't win anyway. He told me to just sell them pre-made jade ornaments from now on. Is that a joke? This is an auction house, not a marketplace. How can I sell them at roughly the same price? Gao Hongji became increasingly agitated. In the past, his auction house always had people willing to participate. After all, not all jade and diamonds are worth buying from the AI. Jade and diamonds already made into ornaments are something the AI wouldn't even touch, but because they drive up prices, these ornaments still find buyers and are resold. Now, the people Gao Hongji knows give him the impression that they never want to buy anything from an auction house again. Mr. Gao, you actually think a piece of jade can sell for tens of millions? Why didn't you set a higher starting price from the beginning? Lu Jianan asked, puzzled. Gao Hongji shook his head. If it were set at tens of millions from the start, it wouldn't be an auction house, it would be a market. Besides, a few million is the true price of a piece of jade. Tens of millions is inflated by competition. If it were set at tens of millions from the beginning, the auctioneer would curse me to death and say they never come again. So, auction houses rely on competition to drive up prices, I understand. Competition creates revenue. Lu Jianan, who knew nothing about auction houses, was beginning to understand them for the first time. Xie Wu knew why Gao Hongji's auction house was being targeted. She chose to remain silent and picked up a pair of jade earrings. She examined the texture of the two pieces of jewelry and asked, "Were these two taken from the same stone?" "Yes, this jadeite is truly beautiful, with very few inferior parts. Even this bracelet was taken from the same stone, but it has some inclusions, and the color is less vibrant. It'd be good if it sold for 30,000. These two bracelets look almost identical to me. How can there be such a big price difference?" Lu Jianan explained in surprise. That's how jade is. The best and worst parts of the same stone can have vastly different prices. If $1 million stone yields a $5 million bracelet, we already made a huge profit. Xie Wu looked at the other bracelets lying in the box, nestled in soft foam, including one worth $1 million. The two bracelets together are close to 10 million, and adding other small ornaments made from them, a quick calculation shows it would be more profitable than selling them at a suppressed auction. "Boss Gao, are you planning to sell these items on the StarNet?" Xie Wu asked. Gao Hongji smiled smugly. "Not for now. My wife knows quite a few ladies who like jade bracelets. She just took pictures of these bracelets and posted them in a group chat, and several have already been pre-ordered. So, we have to go back to Blue Star later to bring the products to them. However, I'd bring them to you for your review before we sell them. We agree on a price together, and we record the profit in the books and split the earnings at the end of the month." Chapter 302. This was the real reason Gao Hongji and the others were waiting for Xie Wu at her home. The products were ready to be sold. They wanted to set a price and see the total amount before returning to Blue Star to sell them. Xie Wu was taken aback. The online store wasn't set up, nor was the physical store. These were just products made from 3 stones. Because she knew many people, she could directly pick them up and find buyers. Xie Wu actually liked Gao Hongji's drive to make money. Don't waste a single second. Sell the goods as soon as they're ready. The wealthy women Suya associated with each had several million in pocket money a month. She only brought 5 products, and these were the most expensive ones. The lower quality ones would be kept for later sale in the physical store and online store. The 5 products were priced between 12 million and 11.5 million. After all, they were being sold to acquaintances. The price could fluctuate. If it was set too high, it could be lowered slightly. Xie Wu's requirement for these 5 products was a price no less than 10 million. Gao Hongji wouldn't sell them at a low price. After all, he had a share, and a higher price meant a larger cut. They carried the 10 million worth of goods back to Blue Star. Xie Wu was still quite worried. After lunch, Xie Wu arranged for 4 soldiers to escort them back to Blue Star. After seeing them off, Xie Wu prepared to go to his studio to finish his work. Just as he sat down, Li Xian knocked on the door. "Master, there are quite a few people outside demanding to see you." "Who are they?" "They're probably from other planets, saying they're here to discuss cooperation with you." Xie Wu lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment. "Have them fill out forms in the finance department. I'm busy and don't have time to discuss cooperation with them." "Okay." Xiangyang Star had recently made a small fortune by issuing passes and selling spaceship tickets. However, some small business owners felt Xie Wu was on equal footing with them and came directly to her demanding to discuss business. In the past, Xie Wu would have personally received these small business owners. Now it's different. She had to be mindful of her status as the ruler of a planet. Her authority and image needed to be established. Otherwise, if she appeared amiable, others would think she was a pushover, easy to bully. Then even insignificant people could cause her a lot of trouble. During this time, Xie Wu paid less attention to the Star Network. She didn't pay much attention to the latest developments on the Star Network. She opened a video platform. Perhaps because she always focused on things related to Xiangyang Star, the big data recommended a screen full of videos related to her and Xiangyang Star. It was terrifying. Without even clicking to read the content, the titles alone told you how harsh the criticism was. "Where are the filial sons of Xiangyang Star? Come out and confront us." Went to Xiangyang Star, told some truths, and got chased and bitten by a pack of mad dogs. This is the Xiangyang Star we know, more troublesome than cavities in your teeth, more disgusting than rats in a stinking ditch. These videos, though with different titles, are almost entirely copied and pasted with the language and phrases used to insult Xiangyang Star. A quick search reveals over 180,000 similar videos. Xiaowu glanced at the system data. Task progress, 1325/3000. Currently, only 1325 people have visited Xiangyang Star, but the videos insulting Xiangyang Star, along with entries from other platforms, total over 400,000. Xiaowu admitted that she had indeed ripped off people this time. She had deliberately ruined her reputation, simply to filter out how many of them were actually sent by tomorrow's society. Normal people, seeing the overwhelming barrage of insults, would already be deterred. Only those from tomorrow's society, who wanted to seize control of Xiangyang Star, would disregard the insults and come. After the first group of people who arrived on Xiangyang Star released videos full of insults, many who subsequently purchased passes and tickets canceled their bookings. Therefore, several days passed, and the task remained stuck at 1300, barely moving. Xiaowu had no intention of completing this task. She already felt that completing this system task within 6 months was already a miracle. After all, the system clearly distinguished everything. The 300 orcs hired from Oka Star were not included in the task's count. Only those who arrived on Xiangyang Star with tourist passes were counted as tourists. This means that hiring people won't work. It has to be tourists. Host, you seem to have misunderstood something. You're here. It's been a long time since I heard your voice. You seem quite unfamiliar. The system suddenly spoke, which didn't surprise Xiaowu at all. In fact, she deliberately thought of things to lure the system out. This system is a good boy/girl. It won't bother the host unless the host has any questions. It will only come out to answer them. So, you're here to answer my questions about the mission? Yes. Then tell me. Host, this system is called Diligence Leads to Wealth. The prerequisite for completing the mission is making money. The purpose of the tourist mission is also to make money. If you can hire 3,000 people to Xiangyang Star, that's going against the natural order, it's cheating. This system is a fair, just system. It does not allow the host to engage in any cheating. Xiaowu nodded in understanding. Although she had anticipated this, the system's explanation confirmed her suspicions. Host, you can be quite certain about things you guessed. I wouldn't dare be so certain. How can I be 100% sure if I guess something but didn't experiment and get results? I'm not some delusional person who just guesses and then thinks things are exactly as I guessed. Host, you have a point. System, do I really need to complete this task to get a chance to win a prize? Is there no other shortcut? Host, please don't try anything funny. Okay, then let me ask another question. What prizes are in the wheel? Will the prizes be repeated? This system doesn't know the prizes in the wheel. The system doesn't currently have permission to view the prizes, but this system knows there are thousands of prizes in the wheel, and the host hasn't even gotten a fraction of them yet. Xiaowu smiled. I feel like it'd be easy to get. Although I'm currently stuck on the tourist quest, my city is under construction, the tourist area is being developed, the farmland is being cultivated, and I have several jade warehouses. So once I complete the tourist quest, if any subsequent quests involve making money, planting, or building houses, won't I be able to complete them quickly? Host, what if your next quest is to build a new city? Or, increase the population of Xiangyang Star? If it's to increase the population, host, can you make the residents of Xiangyang Star have 108 children per birth? Xiaowu, okay, I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. Chapter 303. The system's words. Xiaowu instantly felt that this system was intelligent. It wouldn't randomly dump a bunch of tasks on him. It deliberately gave him tasks that required timed adjustments to gain rewards. It also felt like guidance. However, the fact that the system could communicate with him so smoothly meant that someone was watching him, and Xiaowu believed it. He spent 2 hours browsing the starnet. There was very little to see. After all, it was all about cursing Xiaowu. Perhaps because the cursing was excessive. Some of Xiaowu's fans, who had initially joined the Flame War, had all fallen silent. Even his platform account had lost over 1 million followers. Someone on the starnet was calling for Xiaowu to explain what was going on with Xiangyang Star's overcharging. Neither Xiaowu's personal account nor Xiangyang Star's official account responded at all, let alone offered any explanation or clarification. Xiaowu was too lazy to explain anything. Let them curse. She only wanted to focus on her current project and find out who would meet tomorrow. After sitting in front of the starnet for 2 hours, she felt tired. She got up and went out for a walk. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw a patrol of soldiers guarding her front door. Ling Han was at the head of the patrol. Several unfamiliar visitors stood before Ling Han. Miss Xiaowu, you finally come out. We have something to say to you. The woman at the head of the patrol excitedly approached. Ling Han raised his arm to block the woman. Madam, please speak in the safe zone. This is our Star Lord. He is not someone you can approach casually, Ling Han said expressionlessly and calmly. The other patrolmen also stepped forward, blocking the people trying to surround them. I knew it. What are we waiting for here? A lousy planet, and they think they're so important. The speaker was a young woman in a plaid skirt. We're volunteers, here to teach the orc cubs. People from other planets greet us with utmost respect and warmth. The Starnet says the Star Lord of Xiangyang only cares about money, and only does business with the wealthy. I think that's absolutely true. Madam, Xiangyang didn't beg you to come. You came without permission, so why should I accept you completely? What should I call you? My name is Lu Lixue. Are you trying to blacklist me? Yes. Xiaowu smiled brightly. How are you so clever? You guessed it right away. Ling Han, take Ms. Lu home later. Yes. Ling Han nodded in obedience. Xiaowu looked at the crowd and said, if there's nothing else, please go back. Xiangyang Star is capable of saving itself. It doesn't need your help. Wait. Miss Xiaowu, I genuinely want to help the beastmen. The leading woman exclaimed excitedly. Xiaowu looked at her and used hate sensitivity detection. The other woman's hostility was zero. Unlike her companions, the others harbored varying degrees of hostility towards Xiaowu. Orc Star is full of beastmen. With so many of you, you could pay to rent a spaceship and go to Orc Star to help them. You don't need to help the beastmen on my planet, they're doing just fine. The two little beastmen who were bullied that day were my husband's younger brother and sister. The woman's eyes reddened slightly. She blinked hard, trying to hold back her tears. My husband was a beastman slave who escaped from NS Pharmaceuticals. He was captured at NS Pharmaceuticals and used for various experiments. When I met him, he only had a year left to live. Last year, he didn't live to see this spring. My husband has always been thinking about his brothers and sisters on Orcs, but Orcs has been at war all along. I thought they were dead. The video released by Xiangyang Star that day showed a brother and sister who looked 9/10 like my husband. Judging by their ages, they are indeed his siblings. I came to Xiangyang Star just to take care of them in my husband's place. The woman blinked hard, trying to speak to Xiaowu with the calmest possible tone. Xiaowu hadn't expected to hear anything related to NS Pharmaceuticals here. Since being exposed, she had completely forgotten about NS Pharmaceuticals. The woman's appearance brought this heinous company back to her mind. Come in and talk to me. Send the rest back, Ling Han. Yes. Ling Han stepped aside to let the woman in. The woman wiped away tears from her eyes, bowed to Ling Han, and thanked him. Entering the living room, Xiaowu sat in the host's seat, glanced at the woman, and said, please sit. Thank you. Housekeeper Xiong, please bring the guest a cup of hot tea. Okay. Housekeeper Xiong turned and went to the kitchen to make tea. Xiaowu looked at the woman before him and asked, what's your name? My surname is Mei, and my given name is Ling. Ms. Mei Ling, what you just said, is it true? Xiaowu asked. Mei Ling nodded. Xiaowu frowned slightly. Why did the orc slaves used by NS Pharmaceuticals for drug testing escape? And why are you taking care of them? Do you have the power to resist their company? Although NS Pharmaceuticals has declined, before the incident was exposed, it was the #1 pharmaceutical manufacturer on Blue Star, and even had Tomorrow's Society protecting it. Looking at the woman before him, it was hard to believe she possessed the ability to contend with NS Pharmaceuticals and Tomorrow's Society. I don't have the power to contend with them, but there are areas where they need my help. After they found my husband, they asked me to do some things for them, to save him. Xiaowu's eyes narrowed slightly, her scrutiny of Mei Ling intensifying. What did you do for them? Drug research. You participated in their drug research? Xiaowu hadn't paid attention to the subsequent handling of the other NS Pharmaceuticals employees. After NS Pharmaceuticals fell, the Tomorrow's Society's affairs were enough to keep her busy. Besides, the Bai family wouldn't easily forgive NS Pharmaceuticals. Knowing the Bai family would handle it was her reason for not interfering. What I participated in was the research on a virus antidote. My husband was a victim of their drug research, and NS Pharmaceuticals is a company that makes money by spreading the virus and then selling the drugs. Once the virus was created, naturally an antidote needed to be created. The drug research I participated in was the antidote. Mei Ling looked at Xiaowu sincerely. In that instant, her eyes, clear and untainted, met Xiaowu's gaze, and she found herself somewhat believing her words. Ms. Mei Ling, you said you wanted to apply to be a teacher for the children, even if it's a volunteer position. Shouldn't you have prepared a resume? Xiaowu asked. I brought it, Mei Ling took a document from her bag and handed it to Xia Wu. As she took the document, Xia Wu felt its weight. This is a resume? It feels like holding a book. Xia Wu suppressed her surprise and calmly began reading from the first page of the resume. All her grades from elementary school to university. All first in the entire school? Chapter 304. Xia Wu glanced down incredulously. In Mei Ling's resume, it seemed there was only the number 1, 2 and 3 were nowhere to be seen. Really? Does such a top student really exist in this world? And this top student personally offered herself up? Free work? Xia Wu raised an eyebrow at Mei Ling. Used value appraisal. It would have been better not to use it. Once used, Mei Ling's value skyrocketed to hundreds of billions. Xia Wu pursed her lips. She had seen many talents worth tens of billions. Mei Ling was the first one worth hundreds of billions. Host, congratulations on encountering your first employee worth hundreds of billions. After you sign her, the system will reward you with a chance to spin the lucky wheel. The system's voice rang in her ears. Xia Wu calmed her excitement. Although Mei Ling was the first employee worth hundreds of billions, she was previously connected to NS Pharmaceuticals. NS Pharmaceuticals was connected to Tomorrow's Club. Who knew if Mei Ling was a core member of Tomorrow's Club? Xia Wu wasn't blinded by the value Mei Ling had created or the system's rewards. She continued reading Mei Ling's profile. She lacked experience working at NS Pharmaceuticals, but possessed experience as the head of surgery at the largest private hospital on Earth. While this world's medical level was highly advanced, there were still illnesses that machines couldn't treat. Machines, by their very nature, were superior to humans. Illnesses that machines couldn't cure required the help of doctors. This indirectly forced doctors to learn more and better medical knowledge. Mei Ling looked no more than 30, yet she had already risen to the position of head of surgery. What kind of genius was she? How could she achieve such a feat? Your resume doesn't mention working at NS Pharmaceuticals, Xia Wu said. Mei Ling smiled bitterly. I think any doctor who has worked at NS Pharmaceuticals wouldn't put that on their resume, even if I was involved in developing the antidote. Ms. Xia Wu, I'm so grateful to you and the Bai family for stopping NS Pharmaceuticals when they tried to trigger a second virus outbreak. Otherwise, I probably would have followed my husband. I only wanted to use their experience and materials to develop a medicine to prolong my husband's life. I never thought I'd help them develop an antidote so quickly. Mei Ling said, filled with self-reproach and anguish. Xia Wu closed her mouth, which had been agape in astonishment. She seemed to have overheard something incredible. Ms. Mei Ling, you don't need to blame yourself too much. Your intentions were good. My intentions were good, but the result was bad. The antidote being developed means their virus research can be released to the market sooner. Without the antidote, they won't dare to act recklessly. The result is good. NS Pharmaceuticals has been shut down. Yes, it's been shut down. My nightmare is over. Now I just want to be with my husband's siblings. She looked at Xia Wu. Ms. Xia Wu, although many people on the Starnet say you're bad, you exposed NS Pharmaceuticals scandals, saved many people, and prevented me from becoming the culprit in the second virus incident. Now you also protected my husband's siblings. To me, you're a good person. So can you grant my request? Xia Wu lowered her eyes in thought. Ms. Mei Ling, taking care of those 2 children and being a teacher to the Cubs is a waste of your talents. Why don't you continue being a doctor on Xiangyang Star? Medicine is your familiar field, and you can treat sick children in the hospital, which is also a form of protection and care. To be honest, there's only 1 attending physician on Xiangyang Star, plus 1 treatment robot and 2 assistants. If you join Xiangyang Star's medical system, I pay you a certain salary and various other benefits. Mei Ling didn't immediately agree. She asked, Ms. Xia Wu, will you need me to do anything beyond being a doctor? No, I only need you to be responsible for the health of Xiangyang Star's residents. Mei Ling had been threatened by NS Pharmaceuticals to produce a drug for a virus, and given her talent, many people wanted to exploit her. Xia Wu understood Mei Ling's concerns. But Xia Wu didn't have the same ambition as NS Pharmaceuticals. Ms. Xia Wu, I accept your offer. I hope you won't change your mind at some point in the future. Ms. Mei Ling, I'm a person of principle. Welcome to the Xiangyang Star family. Xia Wu didn't want to explain anymore and stood up, extending her hand to Mei Ling. Mei Ling also stood up and shook Xia Wu's hand. Thank you. At this moment, Ling Han walked in. Seeing the 2 shaking hands, he said, Master, I already sent those people home by boat. Okay, Ling Han, take Ms. Mei Ling to Minister Tan and have him give her a labor contract. After that, arrange housing for her. Yes. Ling Han gestured for Mei Ling to enter. Mei Ling said goodbye to Xie Wu before leaving. As soon as she left, Xie Wu, while reviewing resumes, called Lei Jun. Lei Jun answered quickly. Boss Xie, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How can I help you today? Lei Jun's joyful voice came through the phone. Lei Jun, help me investigate Mei Ling. Mei Ling? Mr. Xie, you're not talking about Ms. Mei Ling, the renowned surgical expert on Blue Star, are you? It should be her. Mr. Xie, why are you suddenly asking about this academic star? She has nothing to do with tomorrow's society. You already investigated her? Yes, you've given us so much money, we should at least investigate anything related to tomorrow's society for you. But the core members of tomorrow's society are very well hidden. We haven't found a clue, so we investigated some big shots on Blue Star. Lei Jun said, Mei Ling is a woman of excellent character and virtue. Although she doesn't have hundreds of millions in wealth, her life is like a cheat code. She's always number one in everything she studies, skipping grades like a high jumper, and at a young age became a surgeon at Blue Star's top private hospital. Department head. She's so talented, and her salary isn't low, but because she was abandoned by her parents and grew up in an orphanage, she has a deep love for it. She only keeps 3,000 yuan of her monthly salary and donates the rest to the orphanage. Therefore, people on Blue Star have a very high opinion of her. However, we don't know what happened, but last March she suddenly resigned from her job and disappeared. Although some people say they've seen her, we heard she's lost her former confidence and optimism, and we don't know what happened to her. There are rumors on the Starnet that she was heartbroken, and we can't find any more information about her here. Oh, my darling said, she just found out Mei Ling's latest whereabouts. She'd boarded a spaceship to Xiangyang Star this morning on Blue Star? Chapter 305. Lei Jun looked at the information Luna had found with surprise. Boss, yeah, this person has already gone to your side. Can you come here to confirm her identity? Yes. The value Mei Ling displayed was truly tempting. Xie Wu wanted to possess her, yet feared she was a poisonous lily of the valley. He needed to ask Lei Jun for clarification to feel more at ease. Why would Mei Ling go to your side? Lei Jun asked, full of doubt. He glanced at the more information Luna had gathered. 3 days ago, Mei Ling joined a Beastman Protection Association as a volunteer. Did she go to your side to help the Beastmen? Yes. Shouldn't she go to orcs to help the Beastmen? Since the charity organization founded by the Bai family helped orcs, everyone has food and they stopped fighting. It's much more peaceful than before, and many volunteers have gone to orcs to help the Beastmen. Did she have another purpose in going to your planet? Lei Jun said doubtfully, watching Luna quickly search for more information related to Mei Ling. Anyone else would have wondered why Mei Ling had come to Xiangyang Star at this time. But during their conversation, Xie Wu learned her reason for being there. Furthermore, what she said matched the information Lei Jun had gathered. Her sudden disappearance, and her reappearance as a zombie. However, one more thing needed confirmation. Lei Jun, can you check if Mei Ling was ever married? That's easy. I found out. Mei Ling was indeed married. Her husband was a beast man, but their marriage only lasted 8 months. A little over a month ago, she sent her husband's body to be cremated. Huh? Mei Ling is quite famous on Blue Star. How come no one knows about her marriage? If Mei Ling hadn't gone to Xiangyang Star, Lei Jun would have found this information perfectly normal. But since she went to Xiangyang Star, all her seemingly normal actions became inexplicable. The information Lei Jun provided matched what Mei Ling had said. Xie Wu completely believed that Mei Ling hadn't come to Xiangyang Star with any ill intentions. I understand. Lei Jun, the usual procedure applies. Put this intelligence fee on the tab first. I settle it monthly. Okay. Xie Wu hung up the phone. Lei Jun put down his communication bracelet. Since cooperating with Xie Wu, it's been comfortable. He can earn money without having to go in person. He glanced at Luna, whose hands were rapidly moving across the keyboard. Strings of numbers appeared on the screen in front of Luna. Lei Jun couldn't understand them, and didn't ask any questions. Why was Luna's screen filled with strings of data lately? Perhaps she was battling with some hacker? Not long after Xie Wu hung up the phone, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Mei Ling has signed an employment contract with Xiangyang Star. From today onwards, she is an employee of Xiangyang Star. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first employee with the potential to create billions in value. You are rewarded with 1 chance to spin the lucky wheel. Hearing about the chance to spin the wheel, Xie Wu rubbed his hands together eagerly. He originally thought he could only spin the wheel after completing the mission. Who knew he would get a $1 billion employee and a chance to spin the wheel? This is double happiness. Sia Wu opened the wheel and clicked to spin without hesitation. The items in the lucky wheel were strange and unusual. He wondered what he would get today. Just then, the wheel stopped. A white light appeared before his eyes. That familiar white light. It's a mechanical pet. The white light slowly dimmed, revealing a tall, elegant black wolf standing before Sia Wu. The black wolf wore a short-sleeved suit, stood on its hind legs, and had bright, intelligent eyes, looking remarkably similar to the character Fury from certain comics. Wealth exceeding 100 million? No worries about food or clothing. But without a healthy body, how can one maintain their assets and continue to make big money? Congratulations on drawing an SS-level pet. Wolf Bodyguard. Pet information name, Wolf Bodyguard. Skills. As the most advanced mechanical bodyguard of this century, it possesses various martial arts skills and the ability to use 108 different weapons. Its sensitive nose and bright eyes can detect danger 50 meters away. With Wolf Bodyguard, no danger can approach you. Sia Wu finished reading the description. Wolf Bodyguard met Sia Wu's gaze and bowed with a standard, elegant posture. Protective mechanical pet. Sia Wu smiled wryly. Tomorrow's meeting is really in trouble now. With the miners and hamsters around, Sia Wu knew how powerful the pet mechanics she'd drawn from the system were. With such a pet mechanic, could tomorrow's meeting still threaten her with bombs like before? Little bodyguard, welcome. May I test your performance? Sia Wu asked. The Wolf Bodyguard nodded, indicating it was okay. Sia Wu called Lei Tuesday Captain Lei Tu, take 3 bombs, and bury them anywhere in the city. Oh, I just bought a Wolf Bodyguard and want to test its performance. Lei Tu agreed. After hanging up, Lei Tu vaguely sensed something was wrong and muttered, why did the Star Lord buy another discontinued mechanical pet? Wasn't it said that the Wolf Bodyguard was discontinued after its release because it indiscriminately attacked passers-by and consumed too much power? Despite her doubts, Lei Tu followed Sia Wu's instructions and planted bombs in 3 locations throughout the city. After learning the bombs were planted, Sia Wu went out with her Wolf Bodyguard. It was a busy day. Running around busily, by the time she left the gate, dusk was approaching. Sia Wu didn't ask Lei Tu to reveal the bomb locations. Before leaving, she used all the points she had saved to upgrade her Wolf Bodyguard skills. She wanted to see how strong this mechanical pet was. If it was strong enough, she wouldn't have to fear being threatened by tomorrow's society when she went to Blue Star. Many tourists who had come to Xiangyang Star had already returned home. The once bustling Xiangyang city had returned to its tranquility. It was the time for people to leave work and school, and the long streets were filled with the figures of cubs chasing each other. Sia Wu and her Wolf Bodyguard wandered aimlessly. Reaching the park, the black wolf stopped, its sharp, piercing eyes fixed on a spot in the jungle. Danger detected, master. Please remain in the safe zone, the Wolf Bodyguard stated completely. Sia Wu froze. The mechanical pets he had previously acquired could only utter a single interjection, but the Wolf Bodyguard could speak a complete sentence. Is this an SS-rank mechanical pet? Sia Wu stood rooted to the spot. The Wolf Bodyguard walked towards the location of the bomb. Reaching the bushes, he bent down and retrieved a recently buried bomb from the soil. It's a small bomb called Potato R3. If thrown into a crowd and not aimed at vital organs, it will likely only sever the limbs of 3 to 5 people. Its danger is the lowest among bombs. Master, what should we do with this bomb? Should I destroy it on the spot? The Wolf Bodyguard asked calmly from within the bushes. Chapter 306. Although the bombs had low destructive power, they were still purchased with real money. Sia Wu, of course, refused to let him destroy them. The 3 bombs buried in the city were easily found. Lei Tu had his soldiers hide near the bomb sites. Once the Wolf Bodyguards had found all the bombs, Lei Tu led his soldiers out from the shadows. Star-Lord, your new mechanical pet is quite powerful. Is it the latest model of a bodyguard robot from the AI? Sort of. Captain Lei Tu, how about you spar with the Wolf Bodyguards? Sia Wu asked. Lei Tu shook his head. Mechanical pets have powerful digital attributes. Fighting them isn't worthwhile. After all, they're made of iron. A punch from them still hurts. Only a fool would want to fight a machine. Whether you win or lose, you're the one who suffer. Let's try just a fight, Sia Wu said. Lei Tu still refused. The Wolf Bodyguard bowed slightly and said, my bones are covered by a layer of fur, which has a soft touch. As long as your strength isn't too great, you won't be able to damage my internal bones. But I'm not underestimating anyone. None of you here should be able to touch a single hair on my head. The Wolf Bodyguard's seemingly respectful and polite attitude, his calm and unhurried demeanor, made him appear like a kind old man. But his words instantly raised the blood pressure of the soldiers present. Brother, although you are a machine with all sorts of data, we are living people, far more experienced than you in dealing with all kinds of situations. Do you really think we can't beat you? Lei Tu asked excitedly. Black Wolf nodded. We can't win. Then I spar with you. Lei Tu rolled up his sleeves. While Lei Tu wasn't the strongest in close combat, he was still the captain, stronger than many soldiers. However, during his fight with Black Wolf, he couldn't even land a blow. Black Wolf seemed to be playing a cat-and-mouse game, whittling down his opponent before delivering a fatal strike. Captain Lei Tu was easily knocked to the ground by the wolf bodyguard. As he lay there, his eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to accept his defeat. Anyone else who's not satisfied? Come at me all at once, the wolf bodyguard said. He spoke these infuriating words with a calm expression, making everyone grit their teeth in anger. Although they knew they couldn't beat the wolf bodyguard, they still stepped forward one by one to spar with him, only to be completely defeated. Master, what are you doing? Ling Han's voice rang out. The wolf bodyguard, having just finished off the soldiers, returned to Xia Wu's side and bowed respectfully. Master, is there anything else? Master? What is he? This was Ling Han's first time seeing the wolf bodyguard. Although the wolf bodyguard looked similar to the beastman, as a beastman himself, he could tell at a glance that the wolf bodyguard wasn't a beastman. He smelled of machine oil, similar to that of the androids. My newly purchased mechanical bodyguard. Master, you relieved me of my bodyguard duties and transferred me to the Defense Department, but now you spent money to buy a mechanical bodyguard? A hint of jealousy flickered across Ling Han's usually expressionless face. He really wanted to ask if he was dismissed from his bodyguard position, because he was a lion beastman. If he liked wolves, he'd be a wild wolf too. It didn't cost much, practically free, Xia Wu said. Besides, the wolf bodyguard is very powerful. It's a waste to keep him by my side. I'm going to send him to protect Mei Ling. Mei Ling? Star-Lord, are you referring to Mei Ling, the renowned genius surgeon in the medical field? Lei Tu asked. Xia Wu nodded. Xiangyang City has been quite turbulent lately. Mei Ling is a doctor who saves lives, but a doctor cannot heal himself. To allow Mei Ling to treat more injured people, she needs to be healthy. Ling Han and Lei Tu wanted to say, your health and safety are more important than anyone else's. But Xia Wu wouldn't easily listen to advice. Besides, Mei Ling's reputation was immense. Even people on Xiangyang Star had heard of her deeds. Protecting her safety didn't seem impossible. The news of Mei Ling's arrival on Xiangyang Star. In fact, within 2 hours of Mei Ling's arrival, it was already trending on the Star Network. After Mei Ling signed her employment contract, Tanling paid the medical fund and other insurance premiums that should be purchased for employees for Mei Ling on the Star Network. That evening, the news of Mei Ling working on Xiangyang Star immediately went viral online. Netizens were asking why Mei Ling would go to work on Xiangyang Star. What benefits did Xia Wu give Mei Ling to make her willingly lower herself to work on Xiangyang Star? Frankly speaking, given Mei Ling's reputation, many people wanting medical treatment wouldn't care how expensive the spaceship tickets or meals were on Xiangyang Star. Mei Ling was a living advertisement. Even if Xiangyang Star was a rip-off, people wanting treatment from her would be willing to travel there to find her. Soon, a video surfaced showing that Mei Ling went to work on Xiangyang Star voluntarily. To prepare for her trip, Mei Ling stood in the sun for almost 3 hours in front of Xia's house. That very night, the number of people booking appointments to go to Xiangyang Star online reached 1,000. They weren't even sure if Mei Ling would actually continue working as a doctor on Xiangyang Star. They just wanted to go. The Tomorrow's Club members, who were constantly monitoring Xia Wu, quickly received the news as well. Xia Wu has found another cash cow, Yvette said to everyone. If only we had blown her up with a bomb before the Security Council, we wouldn't have so much trouble. Trying to kill Xia Wu time and time again, we not only lost money ourselves, but she's also getting fatter and fatter. Having suffered repeated setbacks with Xia Wu, Yvette's patience had run out. 99. When will your hacking skills be of any use? If you could monitor Xia Wu's communication channels, we know immediately what she's doing. Why are we being so passive? Luther asked, looking at the girl, who was curled up cross-legged on the sofa. 99 snorted, you bunch of adults, don't even think about relying on a kid like me. You couldn't even kill her, so why do you think I can? Aren't you a hacker? Eavesdropping on someone's communication channel shouldn't be a problem for you, right? But how come you haven't been able to eavesdrop on Xia Wu's communication channel for so long? 99 pouted, her little face puffed up with anger, refusing to say a word. Wilmer asked. 99. Why haven't I heard anything from you for so long? You were quick to hack Xie Wu's online store before, weren't you? That was that time. Everything was fine before. But after I hacked Xie Wu's store, somehow someone set up a firewall on Xie Wu's communication channel. It took me a long time to find out that it was those AI guys who set up the firewall. I finally managed to crack the AI's firewall, but then another one appeared. That firewall wasn't set up by the AI, but it's even harder to deal with. Every time I create a vulnerability, it's immediately patched. I've been fighting for 13 days, and still can't beat them. I'm tired. I don't want to do it anymore. Chapter 307. 99 was among the top hackers on the Starnet, but not the absolute elite. There was a website on the Starnet privately run by hackers. It contained a leaderboard. It primarily determined the hacker's skill levels. Anyone who considered themselves number 1 would fight every other hacker who also considered themselves number 1. The winner remained number 1, the loser was dethroned. The Starnet world was virtual. Logically, no one could see a hacker's duel. However, skilled hackers could pinpoint their opponent's location during the fight, and sift through a pile of fake information to find the hacker's real name and identity. If the winner didn't admit it and revealed their information, they could face imprisonment. Hackers were called hackers, and aside from those recruited, most hackers would be sentenced if they crossed the line. Some hackers preferred to operate anonymously on the Starnet, so if they lost a fight, they would readily and honestly admit defeat. After all, during their battles, one hacker had already cheated and refused to admit defeat, resulting in his personal information being exposed and him being arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Thanks to that example, the hackers became very disciplined in their battles. 99 is very young, just turned 18 this year. She relied on her talent to squeeze into 5th place here. But the 4 above her are all monsters, especially the 1st place Meow. His codename sounds harmless, but his hacking skills surpass those of Onyx. While Onyx are considered top tier in various fields, hacking is a data war. Onyx can act like humans because of their vast data capabilities. However, the AI also has a drawback. It needs to update its database regularly. If it doesn't update, its data becomes stagnant, making it easy for hackers to find vulnerabilities and gain control. 99 has clashed with the hacker AI several times. She suffered a crushing defeat the first time, but found a trick the second time. But the third time, she discovered the hacker AI had updated. 99 had some understanding of AIs, but she thought the hacker AI was definitely the one that updated most frequently. As soon as it detected any sign of being compromised, it would immediately update its data and upgrade its memory. The hacker AI can be considered the soldiers of the AIs, protecting all AIs from hacker attacks and manipulation. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranked AIs on the leaderboard are all hacker AIs. Meow's record against the hacker AI is 6 wins and 3 losses. In 9 battles, Meow won 6, demonstrating its formidable strength. 99 had also challenged Meow, but after 10 minutes of fighting, she realized her opponent was attacking her like a raging flood. To prevent the leakage of too much information, she immediately cut off and destroyed all information related to herself. She dared not challenge Meow again. After all, she was a core member of tomorrow's society. If she exposed tomorrow's society's affairs, even core members would be eliminated immediately. She knew all too well how they acted. She was unwilling to risk her life. Wilmer had ordered her to monitor Xie Wu's communication channel. She knew from the first exchange that her opponent was an android. It wasn't surprising that she was an android. To ensure the confidentiality of personal communications, androids offered secure communication packages. They would guarantee that all users' communications would not be heard by outsiders. 99 knew the limits of the androids. As long as she could break into Xie Wu's communication channel before the opponent upgraded their system, it would be her victory. But just when she thought she was about to win, Meow arrived. Having fought Meow before, 99 immediately recognized her opponent and withdrew. Continuing the attack might allow Meow to track her down. 99 didn't dare say that Meow was protecting Xie Wu. If she revealed that she had almost been exposed by Meow, anyone in the room might strangle her on the spot. She wasn't without a plan. She had intended to monitor the communications of Tan Lang and other important figures on Xiangyang Star to investigate Xie Wu's movements. However, Meow had protected them as well. Both the hacker AI and Meow were protecting the communications channels of everyone on Xiangyang Star. Even if 99 was the top hacker, it would be difficult to deal with 4 top hackers. She genuinely didn't want to continue the mission. However, the young 99, out of pride, didn't tell the others in the room. Wilmert spoke up. 99, monitoring Xie Wu's communication channel is crucial to us. It concerns the establishment of our divine land. Don't be childish. 99, you're a hacker we've been grooming. If you can't even do something this simple, aren't you letting us down? Luther asked with a smile. 99, hearing this, puffed up her cheeks in anger. If you think it's so simple, why haven't you killed Xie Wu yet? You each have tens of thousands of followers and elite troops. I'm just a hacker. The communication channel is currently being monitored and protected by Onyx. 3 hacker Onyx, no less. Can I handle that alone? 99's task is indeed much more demanding than ours, Luther. If you did your job better, we wouldn't have so much trouble, Yvette said. Luther scoffed. I'm in charge of the StarNet information department. There are over 1 million negative posts about Xiangyang Star and Xie Wu on the StarNet right now, and that number is still increasing. You think I haven't done enough? Find some dirt on the Bai family. Xie Wu ignores the negative information on the StarNet because the Bai family is backing him. Drag the Bai family down with him, Wilmert said. Luther looked at Yvette again. Speaking of the Bai family, Yvette, why are your men so slow? They only managed to injure Bai Heng. The rest of the Bai family members are still standing. Yvette was speechless. She couldn't refute it. The assassination plot against Bai Tsuan and Bai Heng failed. The Bai family's movements are now more secretive than a safe. Sometimes, they even arrange for decoys to lead them away first. The Bai family is the richest family on Blue Star. They have money to burn. Security can be as tight as they want. It's impossible to get close. Tomorrow's society has really bitten off more than they can chew this time. And it's 2 pieces of meat. Just Xie Wu. Wilmert frowned slightly. Yvette sighed. Yes, just Xie Wu. We never suffered such a loss in all our years of existence. If we can't destroy the Bai family, we can try another method. An unexpected voice came from the darkness. The group, who had been relaxed, immediately stood up, bowed respectfully towards the darkness, and said in unison, We greet the divine child. The Bai family are businessmen. To bring them down, just cut off their cash flow. Gather a group of believers to cooperate with the Bai family, get the money, and then disappear. Even if the Bai family is wealthy, they can't afford to be ripped off so many times. Also, spread rumors about various Bai family products. If we can't destroy them, we should at least dethrone them from their position as the richest family. Once they're weaker, the ways to destroy them will naturally increase. Chapter 308. Upon hearing this, Yvette's red lips curved slightly upward. Master, this is truly a brilliant idea. Although it might take a while, the feeling of dragging the number 1 down from the throne is fantastic, Yvette said, looking into the darkness. However, the person in the darkness remained silent and had already departed. Confirming his departure, the respectful expressions of the crowd relaxed once more. Just as the divine child said, let our followers find a way to extract money from the White family, Wilmert said. The White family is a tough nut to crack. A war of words with them might not be easy to win, Luther said. We must do it. Even if we can't, it's Master's order, Yvette said firmly. Luther shrugged. Fine, it's because the god didn't favor me. If the god did, I would have dealt with the Bai family and Xie Wu in a simpler, more brutal way. A simpler, more brutal way would just land you in jail, 99 retorted sarcastically. Don't treat interstellar laws like they're nothing. Triggering 1 law, and we'd be wiped out tomorrow. It's probably because you're so stupid, Luther, that the god didn't favor you. Stop arguing pointlessly. Focus all your efforts on the Bai family now, 99. Since you can't monitor Xie Wu's communications, switch to dealing with the Bai family first, Wilmert said. 99's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Don't worry, Wilmert, I definitely complete the mission this time. As long as they didn't attack Xie Wu, 99 felt certain of victory, spending the night on Xiangyang Star. 7:45 a.m. Mei Ling dressed and went to the clinic. Xiangyang Star didn't have any hospitals, just a small clinic. Although the clinic was small, it had all the necessary equipment and a full range of medicines. It was clear that Xie Wu cared deeply about the health of the residents. Although the small clinic was very different from her previous work environment, Mei Ling, having survived a great ordeal, was indifferent to everything. She arrived at the clinic. The clinic door was already open. 2 orc nurses were cleaning. They greeted her politely upon her arrival. Mei Ling nodded slightly and responded with a curt reply. She pushed open the door and entered the studio that Isaac had arranged for her. As soon as the door opened, Xie Wu was sitting in a chair, with a black wolf standing behind him. Good morning, Dr. Mei Ling. Boss, yeah, are you feeling unwell? No, I just came here to deliver a bodyguard to you. A bodyguard? Mei Ling looked at the black wolf. Is it him? Yes, Xie Wu readily admitted. Mei Ling didn't speak, but her eyes held a hint of resistance as she looked at the wolf bodyguard. With just a glance, Xie Wu knew what she was thinking. Yesterday, a thorough investigation of Mei Ling's personal information confirmed that she had absolutely no connection to the Tomorrow Society, and could even be considered a victim of their scheme. Dr. Mei Ling, I brought Little Wolf to you to protect you, Xie Wu said, not to spy on you. Boss Xie, as long as you're willing to let me stay on Xiangyang Star, and not let me do anything against my personal ethics, that's enough. I have nothing to fear, and I'm not afraid of any surveillance. But I don't want you to harbor resentment towards me, Dr. Mei Ling. As the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, Ms. Mei Ling, I hope to keep you here forever. For this to last, sincerity and honesty are indispensable. Therefore, I will inform you of some of the current difficulties facing Xiangyang Star. Mei Ling raised an eyebrow at Xie Wu and asked, I know Xiangyang Star isn't well regarded on other planets. Besides that, are there any other difficulties? Dr. Mei Ling, with your abilities, surely members of the Tomorrow Society have contacted you? Xie Wu asked confidently. Mei Ling lowered her gaze and thought for a moment. I have heard of them. Many people sponsored me when I was studying, including a cult called the Tomorrow Society. I also heard of them at work, but what happened to them? Didn't they invite you to join? I'm a doctor. I don't believe in religion, God, or Buddha. I only believe in my own hands. As long as I correctly remove the tumor during surgery, and don't cause secondary harm to the patient, that's the meaning of my work. Belief in God or Buddha can't save my patients. Saying this, Mei Ling looked at Xie Wu questioningly. Boss Xie, do you want me to join the Tomorrow Society? No, Dr. Mei Ling, you're not a member of the Tomorrow Society, so I can trust you completely, because my enemy is the Tomorrow Society. Besides, the boss of NS Pharmaceuticals was also a member of the Tomorrow Society. Mei Ling's body stiffened slightly. Rather than talking, Xie Wu believed that it would be better for Mei Ling to see for herself. She handed Mei Ling the organized documents. Of course, these documents didn't reveal all the information about the Tomorrow Society. Xie Wu only wanted to use this document to let Mei Ling know that Tomorrow Society was an enemy of Xiangyang Star. Mei Ling took the document and began to read it carefully. What she read ignited a surge of anger within her. Boss Xie, you collected so much evidence related to Tomorrow Society? Why don't you just report them? Let the Interstellar Police arrest them, and they won't be able to pose any threat to your planet anymore. Dr. Mei Ling, calm down, Xie Wu said. The Tomorrow Society is like a rat lurking in the shadows. This evidence alone proves they're a toxic cult. But who's their leader? Who's directing them to do these things? Releasing the evidence might scare some who haven't joined yet. But they're already members of the Tomorrow Society. They can't live without it because it's making money for them. Reporting them would ruin their lives. Besides, if a core member comes forward and says this is fabricated evidence, do you think his members will believe him or me? Releasing the news will only alert them. What I need to do now is resist their invasion, strengthen my own power, and only when I'm strong enough can I uproot them completely. Xie Wu spoke calmly to Mei Ling. Mei Ling stared at the document Xie Wu had given her, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. NS Pharmaceuticals is connected to the Tomorrow Society. Does that mean the virus incident is also related to them? I can't be sure about that. I only know that I'm an enemy of the Tomorrow Society, and they won't let me have such a top talent as you without worry. Perhaps they're already plotting to assassinate you. Dr. Mei Ling, if you check the Starnet news, you know that Bai Hung of the Bai family almost died in a car accident because he did business with me, and the person who hit him was a member of the Tomorrow Society. The Tomorrow Society wants to kill even those who do business with me. They won't let you go. After all, with you here, the lives of the residents of Xiangyang Star can be guaranteed. Mei Ling wasn't just a surgical genius, she could also develop an antidote for the virus. Would the Tomorrow Society just hand over such a talent to Xie Wu? Chapter 309. Having dealt with Tomorrow Society several times, Xie Wu had begun to predict their actions. Her words, combined with the existing information, suggested she wasn't lying. But Mei Ling had already been threatened once by NS Pharmaceuticals. She wasn't stupid. She had excelled since childhood, and those close to her were all wealthy and powerful. Mei Ling saw through other schemes, and because of this, she wouldn't easily trust any capitalist completely. Xie Wu was the owner of Xiangyang Star, and also a capitalist. Although Mei Ling was indifferent to many things now, she didn't want to be fooled. She maintained a degree of suspicion towards Tomorrow's society. Boss Xie, as long as my husband's family lives on your planet, I will not leave Xiangyang Star. Similarly, if anything harms them, You don't need to tell me, I will stand up to protect them. This statement reassured Xia Wu. Even if it were tomorrow's society, if they harmed her husband's family, she would be their enemy. Xia Wu nodded slightly. As the master of Xiangyang Star, I will protect you. Black Wolf, you will stay with Dr. Mei Ling for the time being. Yes, master. The wolf bodyguard bowed slightly. Xia Wu stood up and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I take my leave. I won't disturb you any longer. Take care. Mei Ling rose to see Xia Wu out of the clinic. When Mei Ling entered the clinic, which was still empty, she came out again to find it packed with people. Their attire differed slightly from that of the residents of Xiangyang Star. They looked like tourists from another planet. They saw Mei Ling and excitedly surrounded her. Dr. Mei Ling, are you really working as a doctor here? Dr. Mei Ling, have you become a doctor again? Can you treat me? I had a tightness in my chest. It's very uncomfortable. Dr. Mei Ling, please treat me first. Dr. Mei Ling, why are you working as a doctor on Xiangyang Star? Did someone find something on you? Or did Xia Wu of Xiangyang Star pay a high price to hire you as a doctor here? Miss Xia Wu, what methods did you use to threaten Dr. Mei Ling into working for you? Xia Wu glanced at the system. The number of new tourist mission participants increased from over 1,200 to 1,421. The news of Mei Ling working as a doctor on Xiangyang Star was spread on the Star Network by someone with ulterior motives, and those who didn't want to come to Xiangyang Star came again. Everyone, this is a hospital, a place for medical treatment. If you want to see a doctor, please register with the nurses and wait. Anyone who violates the rules will be carried out by Black Wolf. Xia Wu said grimly. The wolf-like bodyguard stepped forward, blocking Xia Wu and Mei Ling's path. Please line up. Miss Xia Wu, why are you afraid to answer my question? Are you feeling guilty? Did you use some malicious trick to frame Ms. Mei Ling? The reporter continued to question Xia Wu. Upon hearing this, Mei Ling stepped forward and said, I work on Xiangyang Star. Before she could finish, Xia Wu raised her hand to stop her from speaking further. Mei Ling looked at Xia Wu in confusion. Xia Wu's fair and beautiful face was full of seriousness and authority, completely different from his friendly attitude in the office earlier. Sir, which newspaper are you a reporter from? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bart, a reporter from tomorrow's news media. Miss Xia Wu, could you answer my question? He pointed the microphone and camera at Xia Wu. Xia Wu smiled coldly, grabbed the camera, and slammed it to the ground. Do you know the rules? Bart was taken aback. The oppressive aura emanating from Xia Wu made him panic instantly. Miss Xia Wu, are you refusing my interview? Tomorrow's News is a newspaper with a certain authority on Blue Star. Your attitude might leave a bad impression. Xia Wu scoffed. Who do you think you are? A proper reporter would send an invitation to the person they want to interview first. You came uninvited and started interviewing me without permission. Do you think I'm some stray cat or dog? Xia Wu's cold gaze swept over him. Miss Xia Wu, are you feeling guilty? If you weren't, you would have accepted my interview regardless of whether I sent an invitation or not. Miss Xia Wu, what shady things have you done to be so afraid of being interviewed by reporters? Bart was shameless. He knew all too well how to distort the truth and provoke others. But Xia Wu looked at him with no anger, only disdain for trash. Master, what happened? Ling Han's voice rang out. He led his soldiers into the clinic. Xia Wu saw Ling Han, her cold, authoritative eyes undiminished. Ling Han, take this reporter to the aviation building and let him board the spaceship back to Blue Star. Miss Xia Wu, is this an expulsion? So Xiangyang Star is indeed hiding some secret? Bart accused again. Xia Wu ignored him and made a phone call to Liang Xian. Minister Liang, add Tomorrow News Media Agency to Xiangyang Star's blacklist. All current employees are banned from entering Xiangyang Star. Today, a man named Bart was added to the blacklist. He will never be allowed to set foot in Xiangyang Star again. During Xia Wu's call with Liang Xian, Bart seemed to have found a weakness. Pointing the camera at Xia Wu, he excitedly said, Miss Xia Wu, you're just acting out of guilt. You think you can prevent Xiangyang Star's scandals from spreading by banning any media from entering? You? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Xia Wu smashed the camera to pieces. Looking at the camera shattered into several pieces on the ground, Bart's eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. My camera! This equipment cost me 3 months' salary. You actually smashed it. Pay me back. Xia Wu, you owe me. Pay back? Xia Wu sneered. According to Article 2 of the Xiangyang Star Law, anyone who films another person without their consent has the right to dispose of the equipment carried by the perpetrator. What law? Xia Wu, when did Xiangyang Star publish this law? Hasn't it been published now? Xia Wu retorted defiantly. Bart clenched his fists in anger. Xia Wu, you're abusing your power to deliberately damage other people's property. You just wait, I definitely sue you. Ling Han, what are you standing there for? There's a dog that won't bite but keeps barking. How long do you want it to keep bothering me? Xia Wu asked coldly and authoritatively. Ling Han reacted and quickly agreed. He stepped forward and grabbed Bart, saying authoritatively, behave yourself. Xia Wu, you just wait. Even without the equipment, I can still write articles to criticize you when we get back. Are you waiting to be criticized? Bart said. Xia Wu smiled. Is that so? Then you better make good use of your talents. I've been worried about not finding anyone to sue for slandering and spreading rumors about me. I'm a little short on cash lately. Chapter 310. Bart was stunned. He was truly speechless now. Many people were spreading rumors about Xia Wu on the Starnet. However, many of these rumors were posted using virtual IDs. These virtual IDs were temporarily created by hackers. They didn't have real names. Even if someone filed a lawsuit, the cyber police would see it was a virtual network. They wouldn't be able to arrest them. But someone like Bart, with a clear job and a real name, would be quickly found spreading rumors on the Starnet. The key was that Xia Wu had the backing of Moore, the top lawyer in the Interstellar realm. If she filed a lawsuit, she might actually win. Threatened by Xia Wu, he dared not shout anymore. He left, and the noisy clinic became quiet. Most of the people remaining in the clinic were middle-aged and elderly. Seeing Xia Wu's arrogance just now, they didn't know if it was right or wrong. They all stared at Xia Wu, unsure what to say. Xia Wu was used to these things, his expression remaining calm. Everyone, didn't you come to see Dr. Mei Ling? If you want to see a doctor, go register. If not, don't crowd here. These people were genuinely there for treatment. Seeing Xia Wu's words, they obediently went to queue up and stopped causing trouble. The noise finally subsided, and Mei Ling asked, Mr. Xia, do you always deal with reporters with this attitude? I used to explain, but after encountering this so many times, I understand they just want to force you to admit they're right. So why shouldn't I give them a taste of their own medicine? Let them see what I'm made of. Xia Wu smiled. Regarding his question just now, Dr. Mei Ling, do you think I need to answer it? Indeed, no. Thinking about it carefully, the reporters you encountered, Boss Xia, are far more outrageous than any I ever met before. Xia Wu raised his hand and activated his communication bracelet. Dr. Mei Ling, I don't have your contact number yet. Let's exchange numbers. Okay. The two exchanged numbers. Xia Wu then pushed the contact numbers of Tan Ling and the others to her. These are the contact numbers of Xiangyang Star's core personnel. If anything happens in the future, and I'm not in Xiangyang Star, you can ask them for help. I instruct them to take care of you. Mei Ling had received similar preferential treatment from Xia Wu back on Blue Star. Faced with such preferential treatment, Mei Ling nodded without surprise or politeness. Xia Wu glanced at the patients. Dr. Mei Ling, I'm very lenient with my staff. Normally, you only need to work 6 hours a day. After 6 hours, you don't have to work overtime if you want. Xiangyang Star isn't short of money right now. The clinic is so small, and there aren't many employees. Xia Wu was worried that these patients would overwork her genius doctor. Mei Ling nodded, saying nothing more. After parting ways with Xia Wu, she returned to her office. The wolf bodyguard followed her in, standing behind her. He suddenly spoke, You better follow the working hours assigned by your master. According to my examination, your body is extremely weak and needs some time to recuperate. As a bodyguard, I can only protect you from the dangers around you, not from the threats to your unborn child caused by your weakness. Mei Ling was stunned. She looked up at the wolf bodyguard in surprise. You? What did you say? I'm pregnant? The person requiring protection has been identified. She's pregnant, making protection more difficult, the wolf bodyguard said. Mei Ling's nose stung, her eyes reddened, and she tried hard to calm herself, but ultimately couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. Xia Wu had just left the clinic and hadn't gone far. He saw Lin Yuyu in the distance. Lin Yuyu was excited to see Xia Wu and ran over first. Xiao Wu, I knew I didn't need to go to the Xia family. I could just walk around the city and run into you. Did you need something? Yes. Lin Yuyu nodded. Let's go to our studio. My brother needs to talk to you. Okay. Xia Wu followed Lin Yuyu to the studio. Lin Xin and the others were sitting in the conference room, lost in thought. As soon as Xia Wu walked in, they snapped back to reality. Boss Xia, you're here. What's up? Xiaowu asked, sitting down. Lin Sin's expression was grave. Boss Xia, take a look at this report. Xiaowu took the tablet from him. The first thing that caught his eye was a report about a game that claimed to have an investment of 300 million yuan, which had launched but encountered various problems, and was being heavily criticized by players. Tianyu Entertainment Company Limited is a veteran in the game industry. They release many popular single-player and online games, which have always been loved by players. However, the game they released today is an online game of the same type as ours, featuring open-world exploration and role-playing elements. Unfortunately, it failed. Players are criticizing them for spending 300 million yuan to make a pile of crap, saying that this type of game isn't fun and has few gameplay options. In short, everyone in the gaming industry has been criticizing this game all day. Xiaowu hadn't played the game, but after reading the reports, he felt it was really bad. Are you worried that our game, with its similar theme, might flop even worse, or even be a complete flop? Xiaowu asked. Lin Sin nodded. Our game project was started 3 years ago, and thanks to your investment, we've finally been able to bring it to physical release. However, people's tastes change with what they encounter, and games are no exception. Our game started early, and it will still take another year to complete. Mr. Xia, I don't know if our game can secure a place on the market after its release, and... Lin Sin hesitated. Xiaowu asked, what else? Mr. Xia, we all know you're a good person, but when will things regarding Xiangyang Star, and you improve on the StarNet? Lin Sin's concerns weren't unfounded. Now that people can eat and drink well, they pay attention to things unrelated to basic survival, especially with the high frequency of StarNet usage. If a company runs into trouble, netizens will immediately boycott it. Judging from the current state of the StarNet, it seems like everyone in the entire galaxy hates Xiaowu and Xiangyang Star. There are already predecessors who have stumbled and fallen in this genre of game, and since this is a game invested in by Xiaowu, if others find out, the combined effect of boycotts and the perception that it's not fun, Lin Sin wonders if this game will be a complete flop. Have you tried out this game? Xiaowu asked. Lin Sin nodded. I've been playing for 6 hours already. How does it feel? It's a reskin cash grab. It feels a bit like the other game. They released an unfinished product to make a quick buck and run. But they're a big company. Although I heard from a friend that they've been having internal power struggles lately, with executives fighting over something, which is why they released a game that wasn't fully polished. Compared to that game, how does your own game compare? Better. That's good. You guys work on more content this week. Next Monday, create an official account on the StarNet to find beta testers. See what they think, compile their feedback, and decide where the game needs to be changed. We already invested a lot of money in the game. Even if we have to invest hundreds of millions more, it doesn't matter. I just need you to do it well, put your heart into it, and don't give up halfway. Chapter 311. Xiaowu's words immediately invigorated Lin Sin and the others, who had been feeling dejected. Their lifeless eyes regained their sparkle with excitement. Boss Xia, as long as you support us, we will definitely work hard. Lin Sin had been traumatized by his previous investor. A project they were working on was going well, but then the investor saw a trending theme and demanded they work overtime to create a similar one. They would pursue whatever theme was profitable. Like this time, a large company had a game of the same genre that flopped. If it were their previous investor, they would have threatened to withdraw their investment and switch to another project, or rush to launch the game and rake in as much money as possible. After recouping their costs and making a little more profit, they would shut down the game and remove it from the market. Having spent some time with Xiaowu, Lin Sin knew that Xiaowu had genuinely given them a lot of support, not interfering with internal decisions, only providing funding. But after all, this game had already invested over 100 million, and recently, development was happening all over Xiangyang City. Lin Sin was genuinely worried that Xiaowu might withdraw funding for their project due to lack of funds elsewhere, demanding that they launch the game to generate revenue. With Xiaowu's assurance of focusing intently and diligently, and promising to provide funding if needed, the initial promise of 1 billion yuan for the game remained unchanged. Xiaowu nodded slightly at Lin Sin's promise. Stop watching the online attacks against me and Xiangyang Star. I'm not afraid to tell you, someone is targeting Xiangyang Star and trying to destroy them. During this period, the access system was opened, and quite a few people came to Xiangyang Star, but the total number is less than 2,000. There are millions of videos online attacking me and Xiangyang Star, and various paid trolls are relentlessly piling up insults in the comments section. But online trolls are just that, trolls. They're only a few thousand, or even tens of thousands, out of hundreds of billions of people. It's just that the more they talk, the more it creates the illusion that hundreds of billions are criticizing us. You got me on your side. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Because I already foreseen that when people find out I invested in your game, you become a target. Xiaowu looked up at Lin Senator. I don't ask anything of you, just that you make a good game. As long as the game is good and you're satisfied, don't be afraid of unwarranted criticism. Linson, you told me that this game has always been the goal and wish of your studio, so consider it fulfilling your own wish. Treat this game as a gift to yourself, to draw a perfect conclusion to your years-long dream. Don't be afraid of any storms, you're almost there. Xiaowu's last sentence, you're almost there, made Lin Sin's eyes slightly redden. Host, congratulations. The loyalty of Lin Sin's studio employees to you reached 101 seconds ago. Xiaowu smiled slightly. She hadn't interacted much with Lin Sin and his team before, only briefly discussing things after bringing them to Xiangyang Star for a 2-hour game experience. This was their third interaction. Xiaowu didn't understand game development, so she couldn't offer Lin Sin and his team much advice, only providing full support. As a result, the studio employees didn't really feel connected to her as their benefactor. She came over and gave them some pep talks. 1 or 2 of them, and their loyalty instantly reached 100%. They were a group of simple-minded people. A single pep talk was enough to achieve 100% loyalty. Boss Xia, from today onwards, we will dedicate ourselves to researching and developing this game, and we won't pay too much attention to negative news. Here, I thank you for giving us the opportunity to put a period to a long-held wish of ours. We will definitely draw a beautiful conclusion. Lin Sen's gaze hardened again. Xiaowu nodded. Of the 1 billion budget I gave you, half hasn't been used yet. You can work with peace of mind. Don't worry about a funding shortage. Minister Tan has a special card. The money in it is for your use. This further reassured the studio staff. Boss Xia, our game is designed for long-term operation. If we open a first test for players to experience, the subsequent work will increase dramatically, so the studio needs to expand its staff. Xiaowu nodded. You're in this industry, you should know quite a few people, so I leave the recruitment to you. However, let me personally inspect the recruits. If they're satisfactory after I interview them, they can go to Minister Tan to get contracts and sign them. Tomorrow, Xia will still be monitoring Xiangyang Star. He only felt comfortable keeping an eye on the new recruits after personally inspecting them. Lin Sin nodded in agreement. Xiaowu's quick agreement to recruit new talent showed how much Xiaowu truly favored their studio. With Lin Sin's studio matter resolved, Xiaowu returned home and went to StarNet to try out the newly released game that Lin Sin had mentioned, which had received extremely negative reviews. The game was called Blade. It was an open-world action game. The art style was close to 3D, although the protagonist was born in a lush green grassland. The color scheme was dark, and the scenery seemed shrouded in a thin mist, making everything appear gray and hazy. Encountering monsters, the combat felt stiff, and the constant clanging of attack sounds assaulted Xiaowu's eardrums, giving him a headache. In games like this, wearing virtual reality glasses meant you were truly immersed in the world. Good games offer such strong immersion that players can find themselves in a bizarre and fantastical world to explore and play in. But in this game, players couldn't immerse themselves. The cacophony of sound effects constantly tried to drive players away, threatening to drive them crazy. It was supposedly an action game, but it consisted of only 3 repetitive moves. It was difficult to execute even a few more. There was no need for any skill input. The monsters were like wooden blocks, standing still and taking hits. And the player character was just like a block of wood, standing still and casting spells. This game seemed desperate to blur the lines between reality and the game. Everything about it was shoddy. Xiaowu had previously tried a game made by Lin Sin, and even that was only the first 2 hours of gameplay, which was better than this already released game. This game reeked of cheapness, as if it were only half finished. It's hard to believe this game was made in an era of advanced artificial intelligence. Lin Sin and his team played it for 6 hours straight to find its merits. Xiaowu was even more convinced of their determination. She couldn't even last 30 minutes on such a lousy game. Time was precious. Xiaowu didn't want to waste any more time on this boring game, so she took off her virtual reality glasses. She opened her notes, apt to see what she could do that day. Halfway through her notes, her communication bracelet rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Bai Yuyan calling. Xiaowu's notes app also showed Bai Yuyan's message. She answered the call. Chapter 312. Bai Yuyan's voice came through the phone. Miss Xia, this is Bai Yuyan. Do you have time now? Yes, Mr. Yan. What can I do for you? I arrived in Xiangyang City with the contract. Okay, I come pick you up. Xiaowu stood up, hung up by Yuyan's call, and then called Tan Lung, asking him to prepare the documents. They would be meeting in the conference room to discuss Bai Yuyan's collaborative project. After receiving the call, Tan Lung immediately had Winnie and Juliana prepare the documents, and went to the conference room first. Xiaowu went to the aviation building to meet Bai Yuyan. Bai Yuyan called Xiaowu after the spaceship landed, and while on the phone, he was walking towards the Xia family's residence. They met not long after. Of course, there was also someone unexpected. Bai Jingyu. Mr. Bai, are you here to transport insects? No, I came with Ian to Xiangyang Star for a stroll. There's been a lot of negative news about Xiangyang City on the Starnet lately. I wanted to see if you're holding up. Mentioning the negative news on the Starnet, Xiaowu laughed. I don't have that much time to go on the Starnet every day to read all sorts of fabricated negative news. There are many things I can learn on the Starnet. Spending time reading meaningless things is just wasting my life. That's a good way to think. Stay close to life and stay away from pointless negative comments, Bai Jingyu nodded. Xiaowu smiled and said, Mr. Yin, let's go to the conference room to discuss the cooperation. I already had my employees waiting there. Mr. Yin? Bai Jingyu looked at Bai Yuyan. Xiaowu, why do you call him that? You're all surnamed Bai. If you all call each other Mr. Bai, it'd be hard to tell who's calling whom. But it sounds like, Xiaowu, of all the Bai family members, you're the most distant from me. You call a Heng by his name, you call my dad Uncle One, and you call this guy Mr. Yin. Titles are for distinguishing people. If you like, I can call you Mr. Yu. Then you call me Mr. Yu. It sounds less distant than Mr. Bai. Okay, then I call you Mr. Yu. Bai Jingyu nodded slightly in satisfaction, about to say something, when his communication bracelet rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Bai Jingyu walked aside to answer the phone. Xiaowu led the two of them to the conference room in the council building. In the short 8-minute walk, Bai Jingyu received 5 calls. Brother Yu, are you very busy lately? Compared to Bai Yuyan, who only received 1 call along the way, Bai Jingyu's phone calls were numerous. Yes, recently quite a few partners have wanted to buy large quantities of medicine from my factory, many of which are expensive medicines made from insects. Bai Yuyan frowned slightly. Why buy so many medicines? I haven't heard of any epidemics or seasonal diseases lately. Mr. Yu, have you sold them any? Xiaowu asked. Bai Jingyu shook his head. No, just like Ian said, there haven't been any epidemics or seasonal diseases recently. Medicines made from insects are already rare and expensive. A sudden surge in sales could cause a market famine if they hoard them. To avoid that situation, even if they offer a high price, I won't sell them large quantities of medicine. The Bai family has been merchants for generations, having witnessed too much business scheming. The sudden influx of people buying medicine would deter even former business partners from selling to them out of loyalty. Mr. Yu, actually, I was planning to buy a large quantity of medicine from you, Xiaowu said. Dr. Mei Ling, the top surgeon on Blue Star, is now a doctor on Xiangyang Star. Have you heard the news? I saw it first thing this morning, Miss Xie. Why would such a prominent figure come to Xiangyang Star? Bai Yuyan asked. Xiaowu smiled mysteriously. Would you believe me if I said she came voluntarily? I believe you, Bai Yuyan nodded. Although the internet portrays you as cunning, greedy, and scheming, those of us doing business with you consider you a good partner. Besides, there are many people who smear the Bai family. We know the tricks of the trade. To destroy a competitor, all sorts of rumors are spread. Bai Yuyan has seen plenty. However, it seems like quite a few people have been trying to do business with us lately. While it's always been busy, this recent surge is a bit outrageous. Everyone's asking to buy huge quantities of goods. Is something about to change on Blue Star? Bai Yuyan looked at Bai Jingyu, seeking an answer. Bai Jingyu replied, nothing special. The intelligence department hasn't detected anything major happening recently. Everything's calm. Yuyan, pay close attention to the financial reports lately. Sometimes business is good, but if it suddenly becomes much better, be careful, maybe someone's trying to sabotage you. Bai Yuyan is in charge of the grain industry. Although his industry is currently the least profitable for the Bai family, not abandoning it is to ensure the Bai family has surplus grain in case of a food crisis. Brother Yu, I know. However, my company's main project is the seafood industry collaboration with Xiaowu. We don't have any other projects. Let's focus on this one first. Mr. Yin, you're only working on this project now. Doesn't that mean you do everything you can to speed it up? Xiaowu asked. Bai Yuyan replied, yes, I'm the type to finish one thing before moving on to the next. After signing this contract, I arranged for 2 construction teams to start work tomorrow. Once the warehouse, employee rest area, and transfer station are ready, we can arrange for fishing boats to go out to sea. Bai Yuyan's work speed was even faster than Xia Wu had expected. She lowered her head in thought. Xiao Wu, are you not satisfied with this arrangement? Seeing Xia Wu's brows furrow slightly, Bai Yuyan thought his plan was unreliable and quickly asked for Xia Wu's opinion. I'm not dissatisfied. I was just thinking that you arranged things so quickly, but I haven't found a place to build my new power plant and waterworks yet. Without new power plants and waterworks, your construction teams might encounter problems working there. Xia Wu opened his memo and wrote down the details of the power plant and waterworks. Just have Ian's construction team build the power plant and waterworks first, Bai Jingyu said. Building the power plant and waterworks isn't difficult, they can be completed in a week at most. Given the speed of the construction teams we arranged, a week is indeed enough. Both plants can be operational within a week, Bai Yuyan nodded. Xia Wu said, then please help build the power plant and waterworks. I cover the costs. Bai Yuyan waved his hand. It won't cost much, and besides, it's part of the cooperation. Let's split the costs. Chapter 313. Upon hearing the word split equally, Bai Jingyu's handsome brows furrowed slightly, his dark eyes showing a hint of dissatisfaction. You even have to split this little bit of money? He said. Bai Yuyan nodded. It's a cooperative relationship. Splitting the expenses incurred during the cooperation period ensures that no one feels like they're losing out. He explained earnestly. Bai Jingyu couldn't find a point to refute him for a moment. They walked and talked until they reached the conference room. Tan Lang and the others were already in the conference room, preparing tea and documents, waiting for their arrival. They had already discussed quite a bit on the way there. After Xia Wu glanced at the contract Bai Yuyan brought, she revised 2 points of discussion before signing the contract. With the contract signed, Bai Yuyan suggested going to the beach again. The group went to the aviation building, boarded a spaceship, and arrived at the beach. This time at the beach, Xia Wu had done her homework thoroughly. She brought a fully automatic mechanical umbrella. With the press of a button, the mechanical umbrella automatically flew above everyone's heads, and it even had a built-in solar-powered fan. Under this robotic umbrella, the summer heat was completely unbearable. Bai Jingyu wasn't entirely satisfied with such a high-performance umbrella, but being a sensible adult, he didn't voice his dissatisfaction. Xiao Wu, no matter how many times I visit your beach, I always think it's beautiful, much more beautiful than on Pelim. Mentioning Pelim, Xia Wu asked, Pelim is probably our biggest rival. That planet is almost entirely ocean, with a small land area and abundant marine resources. Once our seafood hits the market, we likely face their attacks. Pelim isn't what it used to be. In the past, Pelim had plenty of seafood, but now, due to overfishing, many sea fish, while not extinct, are mostly gone, and the smaller ones still need time to grow. To protect the fish species, they can't fish indiscriminately like before. They stopped fishing in shallow waters, and are now catching deep-sea fish. But the cost of catching deep-sea fish has increased, and naturally, the price is much higher. Recently, seafood at the market has become at least half the price it used to be, with deep-sea fish tripling in price. If the seafood from Pelim Star wanted to compete with us, they have to offer prices at least half or 2 times lower than before, which would mean huge losses for them. Therefore, I don't think they have the ability to take market share from us. Bai Yuyan was very familiar with the seafood market. He believed that even though Xiangyang Star's reputation on the interplanetary network was currently poor, fish caught on Xiangyang Star could still be sold in markets on other planets for a slight discount of $1 or $2, and people would still buy them. After all, not every interplanetary resident enjoys surfing the internet and watching those kinds of dramas. As long as the price is right and the ingredients are fresh, there will be customers. Bai Yuyan had great confidence in Xia Wu's ocean. With Pelim Star as a cautionary tale, we must fish responsibly and avoid overexploitation, Xia Wu said. Bai Yuyan smiled slyly. Xiao Wu, just hand over all the seafood from Xiangyang Star to me. Since I'm the only one fishing, there won't be overfishing. Mr. Yin, your scheme is getting too obvious. Her intentions were all too clear. Bai Yuyan frankly admitted, Xiao Wu, if you cooperate with me, I guarantee you make a fortune. Let's see how much we can earn this time. If we make enough, I consider giving you the entire ocean of Xiangyang Star. Bai Yuyan's eyes lit up. Contracting the ocean of an entire planet, wouldn't that make the Bai family's grain industry instantly become their most profitable project? Xiao Wu, don't worry about me. I definitely make you a fortune, and without any hassle. They strolled along the beach, caught a few fish from the rocks, and ate them raw. The sea around Xiangyang Star was unpolluted by any metals or other contaminants. The fish meat almost always had a sweet, clean flavor. Fish of this quality, even if not cheap, would be very popular. After confirming their fishing spot again, they returned to Xiangyang City. They disembarked from the spaceship. Bai Yuyan said contentedly, "Brother Yu, thank you for accompanying me on this trip. Let's go back." They had just come down from the space terminal, and were about to board another spaceship to return to Blue Star. The timing was perfect. Bai Jingyu glanced at him indifferently. "I didn't come to Xiangyang Star to accompany you, Xiao Wu. Take me to see the project you and Aheng are working on. Aheng still needs to recuperate for a while. I want to check on how your tourist area development is going. I have someone prepare a car, we go in a bit." Xia Wu nodded. Upon hearing that there were other places to go, Bai Yuyan said, "I go take a look too." "Aren't you going back?" Bai Jingyu asked. Bai Yuyan, "A little later is fine. The project I'm in charge of is very easy, even easier than yours, brother Yu." Bai Jingyu thought about what Bai Yuyan had to do every day, and suddenly felt envious. The three of them drove to the waterworks. Several construction teams were working in the tourist area, which was changing every day. Wherever roads could be paved, they were paved. And since this was a mountain, there were also trails for tourists to hike. They got out of the car. Bai Yuyan looked at the winding roads and mountains and said, "Xiao Wu, this place would be great for racing." Racing? This was the first time Xia Wu had heard this term. She had never been exposed to racing culture before. Your mountain road has many curves and is long enough. If it were used for racing, someone would definitely be willing to pay to buy the track and try it out, Bai Yuyan said. Xia Wu had more questions in her mind. Do people like racing now? There have always been. Although many cars nowadays are self-driving, young people like to seek thrills, and will specifically buy manually operated cars for racing. I know many friends who love racing. Sometimes they book a track and rent it out for one night, which costs 500,000 yuan. For racing enthusiasts, 500,000 yuan is quite cheap. Xiao Wu, you have such a suitable racing track here. Why not rent it out for people to race at night? Bai Yuyan suggested. Xia Wu shook her head. Let's focus on developing the tourism area first before considering other issues. Getting 500,000 yuan for renting out the track for one night sounds like a good deal, but since it's for racing, where will the cars come from? Just thinking about it is a hassle. Xia Wu decided to focus on the tourism industry first. Speaking of tourism, Xiao Wu, the scenery here is quite beautiful. It's been so long since I've seen such a vast expanse of lush green forest and distant mountains, and I can even see insects. Bai Yuyan stood on the railing, gazing into the distance. Xia Wu followed his gaze, and also saw insects on the flat ground not far away. Chapter 314. Xiao Wu, the tourist area is so close to the insects. How can the construction team work so calmly? Aren't they afraid the insects will come? Bai Yuyan's questions came one after another. Xia Wu pondered which question to answer first. Mo Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Miss Xia Wu, good afternoon. Are you here to enjoy the scenery? Ms. Mo Lin. Xia Wu looked at Mo Lin, who was holding a bunch of wildflowers, somewhat surprised. She replied, I brought my business partner here to see how the tourist attractions are being built. Ms. Mo Lin, are you picking flowers? I found these wildflowers on my way to plant them. They look like wildflowers only found on Sunrise Star. They smell very fragrant. Smell them. Mo Lin picked a wildflower and gave it to Xia Wu. Xia Wu gently inhaled the fragrance of the wildflower. The refreshing scent instantly made her feel relaxed and happy. It really has a very nice fragrance. The flower shape is nice, and the fragrance is pleasant. I tested it, and the scent is non-toxic. The flowers also have heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. Miss Xia Wu, would you like to pick some flowers to take home and try making some pastries? Upon hearing this, Xia Wu's gaze towards the wildflowers instantly changed. Okay, I pick some later, and have the housekeeper bear make some pastries. The flowers are over there, everywhere, lots of them. Mo Lin pointed in a direction and then added, I need to go back and adjust the fragrance, I be going now. Xia Wu nodded, not trying to stop Mo Lin. These flowers can be used to make pastries? I try. Bai Yuyan picked a wildflower from Xia Wu's hand and put it in his mouth. After tasting it, his eyes widened. It's alright, a little sour, but you can taste the sweetness in the middle. I think it would be delicious as a pastry. Xiao Wu, I pick some of these wildflowers and take them back to the product development department to see if they can be used to make drinks or pastries. If they're edible, I buy them from you in the future. Bai Yuyan looked at Xie Wu expectantly. Bai Jingyu couldn't help but complain, you never give anyone a chance to speak when it comes to food. Where are you going to find so many flowers for me to develop into a product? Can't we convert wild plants into cultivated ones, right, Xiao Wu? Seeing Bai Yuyan's expectant eyes, Xie Wu replied, Mr. Yin, in your eyes, Xiangyang Star seems to be a treasure, you can make money off anything. Bai Yuyan suddenly became proud, I'm in charge of the food industry. In my eyes, things are only categorized as delicious, inedible, and poisonous. Anything edible is a commodity in my eyes. So, would you like to work with me to develop a product from this flower? Sure, Xie Wu agreed. You pick some flowers to take back and do research. Once you figure out a delicious way to cook them, I have my employees cultivate them in large quantities. Then, you can have as many flowers as you want. With Liiji leading the cultivation team, plus the 2 cultivation androids, Dortaku, growing things on Xiangyang Star was no longer a problem. The only problem was finding a place to plant them. But these were wildflowers, meaning they weren't picky about soil, they could be planted anywhere. Since it was so convenient, Xie Wu was willing to do this business. Then let's go pick flowers. Pick a lot to take back to the R&D department to research new products. Bai Yu said, and they did it immediately. Soon, they arrived at the flower picking spot Mo Lin had mentioned. These wildflowers were very beautiful, small and delicate, with red petals and white buds inside. They were also creeping, growing in large swathes, looking from a distance like a red path paving the mountainside. Xie Wu, curious about the flowers' taste, picked a few and ate them. The flowers did indeed taste good. They were slightly sour, somewhat like hawthorn, but sweet in the middle. First sour, then sweet. Not particularly amazing, but still delicious. At least this sweet and sour flavor would definitely appeal to some. Not too few for Bai Yuyan to develop. Xie Wu had soldiers bring 3 large boxes, filled them to the brim, and then sent them onto the spaceship. On the spaceship, Bai Yuyan held a bunch of flowers, eating them one by one, his mind racing with ideas on what would best complement these wildflowers. Eating and thinking, he quickly finished the flower. He reached into the box, intending to eat another flower and continue brainstorming products that would be popular. As he looked up, he saw his older brother staring intently out the window. Brother Yu, why do you look so preoccupied? Bai Yuyan asked, puzzled. Weren't we having a great chat with Xiao Wu just now? Your project, my project, and Heng's project. Xiao Wu's been working hard on them, isn't she? Bai Jingyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, recalling Bai Yuyan's behavior today, and said, Ian, I didn't know you were such a talkative person. Huh? Brother Yu, what do you mean? Haven't I always been like this? Bai Jingyu sighed, thinking to himself, why are all my younger brothers so oblivious and slow to react? The family business is still profitable under their management. It seems to be all thanks to the employees. How much more do you want to eat? Seeing him still eating flowers, Bai Jingyu couldn't help but complain. Bai Yuyan said, I try a few more. I just need to figure out what kind of pastries these flowers are suitable for, and how much sugar and flour to use. Working so hard? Brother Yu, I always work this hard, okay? Besides, doing business with Xiao Wu requires seriousness. Look how busy Xiao Wu is. She's such a young girl, managing an entire planet, managing this and that. If we, as her older brothers, work harder, she can have less to do. Hearing Bai Yu mention Xia Wu, Bai Jingyu asked, what do you think of Xiao Wu? Very hardworking. I can see that. She prioritizes changing Xiangyang Star. Her mind is entirely focused on how to make Xiangyang Star rich. Come to think of it, I met many girls her age, and most of them are thinking about having a beautiful, pampered romance. But Xiao Wu, she seems to have never even considered romance. Bai Yu? Yin shook the flowers in his hand, seemingly lost in thought, and said, Xiao Wu probably doesn't have time for dating, right? The things she needs to resolve on Xiangyang Star will likely reduce her sleep time to 4 or 5 hours. Brother Yu, think about it, we only manage a family business. When things get busy, getting 3 hours of sleep a day is a luxury. Xiao Wu manages a whole planet. Doesn't she work even longer than us every day? Work steals all her time. She doesn't care about anything else, not even marriage. You're not married yet. Isn't it because you're so busy with work? Hearing this, Bai Jingyu frowned. Your job is relatively easy. Have you found a girlfriend? No. Why not? To make money. I want to make a lot of money. Bai Jingyu, Chapter 315. After sending Bai Yuyan and Bai Jingyu onto the spaceship, Xie Wu went to the Defense Department to find Lei Tu. The project with Bai Yuyan would proceed tomorrow, and the security issues in that area needed to be taken seriously. Although the fragrance of pink pine trees could currently ensure that the workers were not threatened by insects, merely driving them away wouldn't solve the problem. Their numbers would increase. Therefore, Xiao Wu found Lei Tu and requested that he deploy more soldiers to eradicate the insects in the vicinity, increasing the intensity of insect eradication efforts. This also meant that weapons needed to keep up. After discussing this, Xiao Wu went home and searched for the latest weapons on the Star Network. Although the Alliance Security Council had consistently refused to approve Xiao Wu's application to purchase highly lethal weapons, many firearms and low-risk bombs were permitted for purchase. However, the quantity purchased was strictly limited. On a national basis, a country could only purchase 3,000 guns and 60,000 rounds of ammunition every 3 months. Today, when Xiao Wu went to purchase weapons, he discovered that this quantity had been reduced. Only 1,000 guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition can be purchased over 3 months. The availability of other weapons has also been reduced. Xiao Wu checked the StarNet and finally found on a military news website that a month ago, various countries held a meeting and reduced arms sales, intending to protect peace. Other planets are no longer threatened by insects, and everyone is living in peace. Allowing large-scale weapon purchases could potentially trigger war. Therefore, for the sake of peace, the number of weapons available for purchase on the StarNet has been reduced. This treaty is clearly designed to target Xiao Wu. The people on other planets have the ability to manufacture their own weapons, and would not purchase them from the StarNet in the first place. Purchasing weapons on the StarNet also requires filling out an application and identity verification. It's not like just any cat or dog can buy weapons. Xiao Wu purchased weapons on the StarNet under the identity of the Star Lord of Xiangyang. Less than 3 months had passed since her last weapon purchase. Therefore, the weapons she was currently buying were subject to restrictions. Restricted from purchasing weapons, Xiao Wu generously bought up every weapon she could get her hands on. The weapons purchase was completed immediately. She received a call from someone claiming to be an Interstellar police officer. After confirming Xiao Wu's identity, the caller asked to see her personal information before hanging up. Tomorrow, they would continue to set traps and cause trouble for Xiao Wu, controlling her access to stronger and more numerous weapons. Seeing this suppression, Xiao Wu thought she had to go to the island tomorrow to check the situation. She called Lei Tu to send soldiers to transport the weapons. After finishing all this, it was already evening. Xiao Wu sat at her desk, continuing with other tasks, when there was a knock on the door. She looked up. The visitors were Dr. Isaac and Lilisa. "Come in," Xiao Wu said, looking at them. "You two have something to discuss. Star-Lord, will Dr. Mei Ling continue to work as a doctor on our planet?" Isaac was the older one. Lilisa, being the younger one, waited for him to finish his business before speaking. "Dr. Mei Ling should continue to work as a doctor on our planet, Dr. Isaac. Is the sudden increase in workload a bit difficult for you?" Xiao Wu asked. Isaac's expression was complicated. "Star-Lord, I know Dr. Mei Ling is extremely talented, a rare genius doctor in this world. However, among the patients who came today, some clearly had minor ailments and still requested treatment from Dr. Mei Ling. I am a doctor, and even without Mary telling me, I can see that Dr. Mei Ling's health is not good. With so many patients, her body will be overwhelmed." "Is that so?" Xiao Wu lowered his head in deep thought. Isaac continued, "Also, our clinic is too small. We only have 30 beds in total, big and small. What will happen to our patients if they're taken by outsiders?" Xiao Wu frowned deeply. He had temporarily arranged a job for Mei Ling to treat the residents of Xiangyang City. After learning that Mei Ling was working on Xiangyang Star tomorrow, he would immediately release the news. He had originally planned to use Mei Ling's identity to spread some conspiracy theories. Who knew they would inadvertently advertise for Mei Ling? It made people who were originally unwilling to come to Xiangyang Star come specifically for Mei Ling. Xiao Wu hadn't expected Mei Ling to cause such a sensation. "Dr. Isaac, isn't medical technology very advanced now? Why are so many people wanting Dr. Mei Ling to treat them?" Lily asked. Isaac sighed. "Dr. Mei Ling has a great reputation. Even if other hospitals have more advanced medical technology, people still want to see Dr. Mei Ling. Besides, our medical fees are cheap." Then, Isaac remembered something and looked at Xiao Wu. "Star-Lord, the previous 2 Star-Lords offered exceptionally low medical fees to thank the residents for their support. Today, many patients from other planets came, and we charged them the same prices as before. I heard many people saying that our medical care is cheap. With so many patients coming in at once, medical resources are suddenly strained, and medicine is being used up quickly. If this continues, it will be detrimental to the residents of our city. Siewu understood the situation. She nodded. Dr. Isaac, don't accept new patients tomorrow. Treat the patients you already treated today. Don't open the clinic tomorrow either. I have someone make an appointment list, so you can only treat patients with appointments. Okay. Isaac glanced at Lilisa beside him and said, You two chat, I'd be going now. Isaac left the room. Siewu looked at Lilisa and asked, Did you come to tell me about the progress of the film's preparation? Miss, you're so smart, you guessed it so quickly. Fuyu and I have prepared the script, bought the equipment, and even found all the staff. We can start filming tomorrow. Lilisa had come to tell Siewu the good news. Upon hearing this, Siewu laughed. The script is so easy to write. I didn't realize Lilisa could be a director and screenwriter too. That's all thanks to Fuyu. Lilisa unceremoniously pulled up a chair next to Siewu, took out her tablet, and showed Siewu the script as she spoke. Fuyu is an actor machine with 300 years of acting experience. She's handled countless scripts, playing everything from lead to supporting roles, from heroines to villains. After I told her what kind of drama I wanted to make, she produced a script for me in 30 minutes. Then, the two of us spent a day revising and polishing it. This is the final version. Miss, please take a look and see if the plot is acceptable. Siewu carefully read the script on the tablet. The plot had both lighthearted and heart-wrenching moments, and the story was coherent. It was a pretty good script. Was the script written by Ms. Fuyu based on her own experience? Are there any plot points similar to other movies? Siewu asked. Chapter 316. Fuyu is an AI. If the script was written by her based on her previous acting experience, it might be a fusion of scenes from various movies. That's really the case. Even if the movie has a good plot and a decent response, once it's released, audiences might find many movie scenes and give it the title of Best Tailor. Siewu has never seen movies from this world and knows nothing about film. She doesn't know if this good script, like an AI scriptwriter, has extracted scenes from other movies and combined them into its own. Miss, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I watched all the films and television shows on Earth since I was a child. I've seen every movie with a bit of fame from the past 70 years to now. Besides, I know the plots of some movies that haven't been released yet. So, I can assure you that the plot of this script is unique and completely different. Miss, you have to trust the intelligence of the AIs. They respect humans so much, they wouldn't do something like tailoring. Lilisa patted her chest and said. Siewu nodded. You're right. Intelligent machines aren't immature AIs. Their computational and creative capabilities are very powerful. Creating a completely new script isn't difficult for them. Yes. Besides, very few directors have made films about intelligent machines. When Fuyu heard my script, she even asked me why I wanted to make such a movie. Ms. Fuyu was surprised by our subject matter? Lilisa nodded. Intelligent machines have never really been accepted by people. The year they first appeared, some people used the slogan "Intelligent machines will ruin our lives" to launch an attack on the few existing intelligent machines, saying they wanted to destroy them. Fortunately, the planets inhabited by the Onyx back then were unsuitable for long-term human habitation. Technology at that time also couldn't support humans attacking these machine planets. However, there were still armies attempting to eliminate them, so they developed weapons and other protective measures on their own planets and promoted peace. Now, although people seem to coexist peacefully with the Onyx, many still dislike them, and recently, anti-Onyx sentiments have resurfaced on the Starnet. These sentiments say that the Onyx steal 40% of people's money, but they don't have to worry about food, sleep, or water, so they only earn money and don't spend it. Therefore, people are cursing them, saying that the Onyx have taken all of humanity's money but can't provide jobs. This has caused most of humanity to become impoverished and unable to survive. Recently, such comments have become incredibly prevalent. There are already people on the Starnet boycotting products developed by the AIs, and the situation is showing signs of escalating. Miss, the movie you asked me to make, although it's a romance, will focus on the AI's self-deletion from its memory, its love for the male lead, and its repeated forgetting of him. In short, the female lead is an AI, which some anti-AI individuals see as glorifying AIs. Recently, our Xiangyang star's reputation has suffered, and anti-AI sentiment has suddenly surged. Fuyu is quite worried that the movie will attract a lot of negative reviews and abuse. Lily's brows furrowed even more as she spoke. Siewu smiled upon hearing this. My children, why are you always so concerned about gossip on the Starnet? Children? Lily was captivated by this address, looking at Siewu's gentle smile. They're also worried lately that Starnet's reviews will affect their games, but you guys are worried about a game before it's even finished, And you're worried about a movie while it's still in the preparation stage. Haven't I given you enough reassurance? Sia would cross her arms and looked at Lilisa seriously. Miss, I'm just worried that the movie won't make you any money. Don't worry, it's a romance movie. I give you 100 million, and you can even save me 50 million. Are you worried about not being able to come up with that much money? Besides, Ms. Fu, you only want the stones, not the money. You don't even need to hire a screenwriter. With so much money saved, are you still worried I lose money? Lilisa suppressed the urge to applaud Sia Wu. Miss, you talk about tens of millions like it's just a few thousand. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Expanding into new businesses always carries the risk of loss. But if you're afraid of losing money before even starting, how can you do business in the future? Go ahead and make it. Even if people on other planets don't like your movie, I let the residents of Xiangyang Star watch it. You can gain experience and try to make money with the next one. Miss, if this one flops, you want to invest in my next film? Although I will still invest, you must do your best to make each one a success. My money is only used for those who work hard and are dedicated. If you show even the slightest sign of slacking off or giving up, I fire you. Lily smiled brightly. Miss, I will definitely do my best. You gave me this opportunity, and even if not for you, I will work hard for myself. I want to become a famous female director with countless representative works. Xiaowu smiled indulgently. Then I'd be waiting for the day you walk up to me with the Best Director award. Okay. Lily stood up, and just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stretched out her hands. Miss, let's hug. What for? Xiaowu asked, already standing up. Lily Shaw hugged her, her expression and eyes becoming serious. Miss, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for supporting me, allowing me to make movies without any worries. Thank you so much. Without Xiaowu's support, with her current savings, she probably wouldn't have saved enough to make a movie until she was in her 40s or 50s. Xiaowu's support saved her over 20 years of hard work. How fortunate she was to be able to fulfill her dream at such a young age. Xiaowu patted her back. Keep it up. Okay. After Lily Shaw left, Xiaowu remembered Isaac's words, tidied her desk, and left the Xia family to find Mei Ling. Mei Ling wasn't home. Xiaowu found her in a park in the city. Mei Ling was sitting alone on a park bench. The streetlights were dim, so no one could see the expression on her face. The wolf bodyguard stood a meter away from her, silent as a pillar. Xiaowu walked to Mei Ling's side. Mei Ling sensed someone approaching and slowly raised her head. Boss Xia? Have you had dinner? Yes. Xiaowu sat down beside her and said, Dr. Isaac came to see me earlier, saying that many patients from other planets came to the clinic to see you today. Xiaowu looked ahead and saw cubs playing not far away, including the two cubs Mei Ling cared about. Yes. Mei Ling replied calmly. I've spoken with Dr. Isaac, and the clinic won't be open tomorrow. We treat the patients you already seen today first. After all, if you taken their money, you should provide good service. Xiaowu then turned to Mei Ling and said, Dr. Mei Ling, I invited you to work on Xiangyang Star to extend the lifespan of its inhabitants. I'm not that concerned about the health of patients from other planets. So, if you don't want to treat patients from outside Xiangyang Star, you can refuse to treat them. Chapter 317. Upon hearing this, Mei Ling's drooping eyelids lifted slightly, her tired eyes now showing a hint of surprise. Faced with her slight surprise, Xiaowu felt a little embarrassed. There were so many people this morning, and then that reporter stirred things up. I was so focused on how to deal with him that I forgot about the promise I made to you. Dr. Isaac reminded me, and that's when I remembered. I rushed out to apologize to you personally. I'm sorry, Dr. Mei Ling. Boss, yeah, you're a good person. Someone of your rank would actually apologize to someone as insignificant as me. What kind of rank am I? Xiaowu smiled self-deprecatingly. She met Mei Ling's gaze and said, Okay, even if I am a rank, I wouldn't dare to be arrogant towards those who work for me. Right now, there are only a few talented people on Xiangyang Star. If they leave, my planet won't be able to develop. Don't ask me why I don't recruit talent from other planets. Tomorrow we'll be keeping an eye on me. Who knows when they might plant a spy in my camp? Then I'd be constantly on guard against them, and won't be able to do anything. So, I won't tell my employees. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who will. As long as they are employees, who can help me improve Xianjiangsing, I will treat them sincerely. At least we can be like friends and get along honestly. Mei Ling looked at Xiaowu's honesty and said, I remember when we met the day before yesterday, you were so cold and stern. You are so different now. The situation was different then. Many of the people who came with you were hostile to me. If I were weak, they would take advantage of me. I could only avoid being at a disadvantage by being arrogant. But I will do my best to protect those who are willing to stand by me, and my attitude will naturally be much better. At this point, Xie Wu smiled. Xie Wu's double standards, you deserve them. This brought a faint smile to Mei Ling's sullen face. Dr. Mei Ling, what do you think of what I just said? Are you willing to treat patients from other planets, who come to you for treatment, or not? My purpose in studying medicine is to help people escape the torment of illness, and return to their proper roles. Of course, I'm willing to continue treating others. However, my current physical condition isn't suitable for long hours of work. Xie Wu nodded understandingly. With the current medical system on Xiangyang Star, it can't accept too many patients from other planets at once. To ensure that the residents of Xiangyang City receive treatment when they are sick, I plan to implement an appointment system. You only need to receive and treat patients who have made appointments, and only accept the next patient after treating one. Of course, appointment patients will also be screened. If it's just a common illness that can be treated elsewhere, the clinic won't accept the patient. Do you think this will work? Xie Wu wasn't a doctor, and didn't know if his proposal would be feasible. Mei Ling lowered her eyes, and thought for a moment, Boss Xie, the appointment system is feasible, but wouldn't the clinic's income be low if we only treated one patient before seeing the next? It's alright. I haven't thought about making money from the clinic yet. After all, residents of Xiangyang City get free medical care at the clinic. Now, seeing patients from other planets, we're lucky if the clinic doesn't always lose money. Xiangyang Star doesn't have many people. Xie Wu is currently supporting them in terms of medical care and accommodation. I don't charge a single penny. As long as you can accept it, I don't mind, Mei Ling said, her gaze shifting to the cubs playing on the grass. Xie Wu followed her gaze. Are you helping to look after the children? No, I'm just watching from here. Why? Haven't you talked to them? I don't know how to tell them. I'm afraid to say it. Their son is dead. Mei Ling's voice trembled as she said the word dead, a chill running down her spine. Even though more than a month had passed, it was still a painful topic she didn't want to discuss. Xie Wu didn't know how to comfort her. Some sorrows need to heal themselves. Should I go and sound out their family for you? Xie Wu asked. Mei Ling shook her head. I do it myself. I go find them after I'm mentally prepared. Since she said that, Xie Wu didn't interfere further. She sat there chatting with Mei Ling for a while longer. Mei Ling was a kind and upright person, but her husband's death had left her feeling like a walking corpse. She had no friends to confide in, but after talking with Xie Wu for a while, her spirits seemed to improve considerably. As night deepened, Mei Ling gradually grew tired. Xie Wu took her home and then went home to rest. The next day, before dawn, Xie Wu had the staff at the aerospace building arrange a spaceship for him, and he flew to the island where Parker was. He had only been on the island for a few days. Parker was leading his soldiers in building houses and a research base. When Xie Wu arrived, many trees and weeds on the island had been cleared, and rows of houses, only about 2 stories high, were under construction. Just building these houses would take Parker's team a month. Xie Wu had been wondering why Parker hadn't called to ask for materials to make bullets. It turned out it was because they didn't have enough houses to shelter them from the wind and rain. If possible, Xie Wu would love to transfer another batch of personnel to Parker. Unfortunately, the work assignments on Xiangyang Star were already full, making it difficult to find more people for Parker. After chatting with Parker for a while, Xie Wu returned to Xiangyang City. Emerging from the passage, Xie Wu headed straight for the entrance to the aviation building. As she reached the lobby, she suddenly heard someone call out, Xie girl. Xie Wu paused, instinctively looking in that direction. The person who called her was the still charming Kriana. Xie Wu's eyes widened abruptly. Miss Kriana, long time no see. How have you been? This was the first time Xie Wu had seen Kriana since the Bai family's incident. Kriana's expression had regained its previous strength and confidence. There was none of the disorientation and unease she had shown when frightened by the assassin. Very good. During your break, my rascal has finally shown some promise. He's taken over the company's business for me, and seeing that he's doing a decent job, I let him continue. Xie Wu smiled. Is Larkin managing? Last time he came to sign the contract with me, I saw your company's employees were all so nervous, afraid that Larkin would sell the company to me right under their noses. I was worried about that afterward too. I reviewed the contract with you 3 times to make sure I hadn't sold the company to you for a pittance before I felt relieved. Do you have time? If you do, come with me to see the hotel and restaurant my family is building. Chapter 318. Of course, let's go. Sia Wu readily agreed to her partner's request. The two walked out of the aviation building together. Kriana looked at the hotel next to the building, whose renovations were almost complete, and said, "Girl, your hotel is built faster than mine. Won't you steal all the business?" "One hotel isn't enough, Miss Kriana. Have you been paying much attention to Xiangyang Star lately? It's hard not to care. What did you do to deserve this? So many people are badmouthing you. The negative news about Sia Wu on the Starnet is so bad that even a passing dog would be caught listening." Kriana wanted to relax and browse some videos. She opened the Starnet. 9 out of 10 videos were criticizing Xiangyang Star. Even watching a drama, you could see people criticizing Xiangyang Star. Kriana had also encountered situations where everyone was attacking her when she was doing business, but compared to Sia Wu, she had fared much better. There's a sense of impending doom looming over Xiangyang Star on the Starnet. Partnering with the first and second richest people on Earth will inevitably attract jealousy. But let them smear us, the most important thing now is to get the planet's infrastructure and projects running smoothly. You should have that mindset. If you get things done, those rumors will naturally be dispelled. By the way, I heard Mei Ling works on your planet. Sia Wu nodded, yes. How did you manage to get her here? She came voluntarily. Sia Wu smiled. To help the beast men on my planet. Really? Mei Ling suddenly resigned and disappeared, then suddenly reappeared. Now, many streamers on the Starnet are posting videos, spouting various conspiracy theories. Xiangyang Star is practically a villain on the Starnet now. Even the smallest thing can be attributed to various conspiracies. Miss Claire, I'm your partner. Would I lie to you? We've known each other for a while now. You should know a thing or two about me, right? That's precisely why I think Dr. Mei Ling's trip to your sunrise star isn't as simple as you make it out to be. There must be a deeper reason, Claire said. Dr. Mei Ling is a genius doctor, incredibly intelligent. If she didn't have some vested interest, why would she choose to do good deeds on a tiny planet like Sunrise Star, with so many other places to go? Miss Claire, even if there is a deeper reason, I can't say it. Sia Wu gave Claire a knowing look. Kriana understood the meaning in her eyes and said, Girl, it's not that I'm being nosy, but I invested in a hotel and a restaurant on your planet, and we also have a collaboration in the clothing industry. If your reputation gets too bad, I lose money too. I'm asking you a few more questions because I want to find a way to help you clear up the rumors and attract more tourists to Xiangyang Star. Afraid that Sia Wu would misunderstand her probing intentions, Kriana quickly explained her purpose. Sia Wu said, I know, but aren't we still under construction? Once this is finished, I find a way to attract tourists and clear up the rumors. So you thought about clearing up the rumors. There are all sorts of videos online, and you haven't responded. I thought you didn't have enough public relations funds, and was planning to lend you a PR team for free. Sai, it's not all just rumors spread by others. Xiangyang Star does have many shortcomings right now. We should just stand there, and take the criticism, then sit down and sit tight. Once we're settled, we can fight back. Speaking of which, there's been a lot of negative press about Xiangyang Star this time, but it's not as serious as the Orc incident, right? Sia Wu, yeah, the Orc incident involved the lives of millions. If we hadn't stood up then, Xiangyang Star would have reverted to the Stone Age. This time, at most, they criticized Xiangyang Star for being poor, backward, and having high prices. These problems will be solved once it's fully opened up. This is why Sia Wu isn't in a hurry. No matter how much the Starnet criticizes them, it won't be like the Orc incident, where all businesses boycotted them, refusing to sell them even a pack of tissues. Now, you can buy whatever you want. Sia Wu doesn't need to get angry with them. You're a girl destined for great things. If it were anyone else receiving so much abuse, they'd probably be depressed. You're still so lively and carefree. Haha, it's mainly because I haven't been able to check it out much. I don't have that much time. I have too many things to do. Miss Kriana, what do you think of your hotel? During their casual conversation, the two had already arrived at the hotel and restaurant that Kriana had invested in Xiangyang City. The construction team hired by Klana worked quickly. It was already showing signs of becoming a building. Klana was very satisfied with the hotel's construction. She looked around and said, Girl, my hotel is finished, but what about the surrounding houses? When do you plan to renovate them? Sia Wu's gaze also fell on the surrounding area. The location Klana had chosen for the hotel wasn't in the area currently undergoing urban redevelopment on Xiangyang Star. Renovating this area would take at least 6 months. Miss Klana, this isn't something I can just renovate on a whim. Labor and material costs are expensive. I don't have that much money to renovate the entire city. Why aren't you letting sure you continue designing clothes to sell? The 3 outfits you tested before received a very good response. Based on that, you should continue production and release them to the market, but why did you stop? I heard from my employees that sure you has been designing clothes recently, but only making 10 sets, and those aren't even for sale. What are you doing? Oh, that's because I plan to add more attractions to the tourist area of Xiangyang Star. I had Xiaoyu design some special outfits for photo shoots. Once they're made, tourists can wear them to take photos at the scenic spots. We want to create something unique, so selling online. But isn't Xiaoyu preparing for the Autumn Fashion Week you mentioned? She's already designed 5 pieces for the Autumn Fashion Week competition, and they even been made. Xiaoyu doesn't seem very satisfied with these 5 pieces, so she makes some modifications every day. But this kid is truly a genius fashion designer. She's making clothes for you, while also making clothes for Fashion Week. My designers, seeing her talent, are afraid of losing their positions, and they started working harder lately. Most of the designers working at Kriana's clothing company are famous and wealthy. Even if they casually design some clothes, customers will buy them. Because of this, they become complacent. Xiaoyu's relentless work ethic makes them feel their positions are insecure. I didn't know Xiaoyu was so amazing lately, Xiaoyu said. Kriana, so unconcerned about our collaboration? Fashion Week is such an important event, and you don't even bother to check on it? Chapter 319. Accused of being indifferent to Xiaoyu's affairs, Xiaoyu could only feign ignorance and offer a forced smile. While Kriana verbally criticized Xiaoyu, she was well aware of the heavy burden Xiaoyu carried on her small shoulders. Although the current population of Xiangyang Star is only a little over 2,000, and even with those currently working there, it's at most around 3,000. That's not even a fraction of Kriana's company, which has over 80,000 employees. Although she has many employees, each level has its own managers. Kriana, as the final decision maker, only needs to review the final report when things are going badly. She doesn't need to be hands-on. Xiaoyu is different. She manages over 2,000 people, with very few capable managers, requiring her to handle many things personally. And as the Star Lord, she manages not only project collaborations but also the lives of the residents, education, planetary security, and the potential pressure from the Alliance Council. She has many responsibilities, but few people who can help. So, although Xiaoyu manages a small number of people now, it's enough to keep her incredibly busy. Girl, do you want to hire some people? I can introduce you to some reliable ones, Kriana asked. Just as Xiaoyu was about to answer, her communication bracelet rang. It was Bai Yuyan calling. The construction team building a fishing farm on the beach would arrive after 10 p.m., bringing various construction tools and building materials. Currently, Xiangyang Star's spaceships only consist of passenger planes, which can carry limited equipment. To avoid disrupting the normal operation of Xiangyang Star's passenger planes, Bai Yuyan arranged for a spaceship to land directly on the beach. Xiaoyu granted him permission to land. After hanging up, she called Liang Xian and then informed Lei Tu. She instructed Lei Tu to send a team of soldiers to the coast, equipped with various detection devices, in case the other side brought in bombs or something similar. The Bai family was trustworthy. However, the people the Bai family brought might not be so trustworthy. For the safety of Xiangyang Star, Xiaoyu wouldn't let her guard down. After arranging things here, Xiaoyu returned to Kriana's side. Kriana didn't object to Xiaoyu's sudden departure. Seeing him return, she asked, if you're busy, I can go for a stroll in the city. Not busy at all. My work comes in waves. I'm busy when people come looking for me, and not busy when no one comes. Miss Kriana, we've been chatting for so long, and I haven't asked you yet, did you come here on your own? I came with my unfilial son. They went to your clothing company. He's been working very hard lately, so I let him continue. If he doesn't do well, I change my will, and give you 10% of Kriana's clothing company. The company might continue under your leadership, but it will only go bankrupt under his. Xiaoyu smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. After all, 10% of the shares were worth tens of billions. Miss Claire, I think Larkin is quite capable. His own restaurant makes $1 million a year, doesn't it? Small companies are different from big companies. Someone who can manage a small company well might not be able to manage a big one. Everyone's abilities are limited. What if a small company is the limit of what an unfilial son can achieve? Xiaoyu wasn't very familiar with Larkin and didn't dare to offer too much comment. She didn't want to answer Claire's question either. After all that, there's still one question I haven't asked. Girl, you really didn't offend anyone. Once they were in a secluded spot, Kriana's expression turned serious. The playful banter subsided, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Xiaowu asked, Miss Kriana, why are you asking this again? There were many people in the aviation building earlier, so I just treated it as a joke. Now that we're alone, I want to get to the bottom of this. Xiaowu, what exactly did you do to offend anyone? Why would someone dare to plant a bomb in your car in front of the Alliance Security Council? Kriana hadn't brought this up before, but that didn't mean she didn't have her doubts. Xiaowu pursed her lips, not answering immediately. Kriana could tell she didn't want to answer, and said, Girl, you can't imagine how surprised I was when I heard you'd been attacked by a bomb. My surprise wasn't because I was worried our cooperation would fall through. If you were really dead, I could just snatch you and make her a designer at Kriana's clothing company. But because I was shocked at who you offended to have someone use a bomb to kill you. Before, you were boycotted because of the orcs, and I thought that was normal then, but the bomb is strange. I had my people investigate, and that's when I discovered you were being ostracized and boycotted everywhere. Girl, logically speaking, you're the ruler of a planet. Your planet has gems, land, insects. In the eyes of merchants, you're a piece of meat. Furthermore, the gems on your planet also convey to us. Your hand is in the Omnic wallet. The information suggests that the intelligent machines are the wealthiest people in the Hyen galaxy, willing to spend hundreds of billions for a single stone. Any shrewd businessman understands that you have a lot of money to make. Therefore, you are a piece of meat everyone wants to please, not a competitor your peers dislike. But based on my investigation of you lately, what powerful figure have you offended to keep getting into trouble? Besides, judging from your expression, you seem to already know who's behind this, which is why you're acting so nonchalant. All of Kriana's previous conversation with Xiaowu was just a prelude. These words were the real reason she came to Xiangyang Star to find Xiaowu. Xiaowu didn't know how to explain it to Kriana, and she couldn't tell too many people about tomorrow's meeting. Kriana noticed her hesitation. Xiaowu, after investigating your bombing incident, we learned that a week ago, Kriana Clothing Company suffered a supplier absconding with our money. That supplier was one of our longtime clients. He said he was having financial problems, and asked us to pay for the latest batch of fabric in advance. Because he was a longtime client, we trusted him, so in addition to the fabric payment, we lent him an extra 50 million. As a result, he ran away with my 80 million and died. The police can't return the 80 million he took because he transferred it before he died. It went into the black market and can't be recovered. Of course, this 80 million. 10,000 wouldn't have been a big deal for us. The key issue is that his fabric delivery was overdue, preventing us from supplying the goods to our customers. Kriana Apparel operates on the principle of integrity. If we delay delivery, we have to compensate our customers with 10% of the product's value as a penalty for each day. I have confidence in my employees, which is why I dare to quote such a high penalty. We already been 1 day late, and for that 1 day, I lost 3 billion. But most importantly, I discovered that Xiaowu, you also encountered a similar situation. Projects that should have brought in payment ended up with the other party disappearing without a trace. Chapter 320. With Larkin Management Company involved, Kriana cared for Xiaowu even more than before. The main reason was the bomb attack Xiaowu had suffered. This made Kriana feel that something was amiss. It would have been better if she hadn't investigated. Once she did, she discovered that someone was also secretly plotting against her. Miss Kriana, have you discovered any dangerous people around you recently? Xiaowu asked. Kriana's expression became even more serious, her eyebrows furrowing deeply. Was Bai Tsuwen's attack at the banquet also related to you? Now that the matter was out in the open, Xiaowu no longer concealed anything. She nodded slightly. Miss Kriana, your analysis is actually quite reasonable. Sunrise is a tempting target for many. To make money, they should curry favor with me and do business on my territory. So think about it, who would consider me a competitor? Kriana frowned in thought. According to the theory of hostility, competition arises only when there are shared interests. But you are the master of a planet, you possess power and status that no one can take away. Logically, you shouldn't have competitors. Miss Kriana, I own an entire planet. If you destroy me, wouldn't they be able to seize my planet? Take away your planet? Only a madman would have such ambition. Even if you die, they might not be able to get your planet. According to interstellar law, once the Star Lord dies, no other planet can intervene to become the new Star Lord of Sunrise. This is decided by the planet's native inhabitants, unless all the natives die and the interstellar court auctions off the planet. Kriana understood these things. As far as she was concerned, even the wealthiest AI couldn't buy Sunrise Star. The fact that they could plant a bomb in front of the Alliance Security Council shows how powerful they are. Once I'm dead, they have plenty of ways to get Sunrise Star. And to destroy Sunrise Star, they're also trying to get rid of my partner, Miss Claire. I thought they were only targeting the Bai family, but I didn't expect you to lose 3 billion as well. To be precise, it's 3,080 million, but it could be more. After they ran away, I contacted other fabric suppliers to urgently deliver fabric. Right now, we're just trying to make up for what we can. I truly never imagined that my family's company would one day lose so much because of a small fabric supplier. Claire frowned, slightly angry. A supplier she worked with for over 10 years, who had never made a mistake in all that time, always delivering fabric on time. What could possibly cause such a long-term partner to betray her like this? Claire couldn't understand. Miss Kriana, those who are after me won't stop. You need to be extra careful lately, as is Mr. Larkin. There are only the two of you left in the Brown family. You need to hold on. If the Bai family's assassination attempt is related to you, I do need to be careful about the safety of those around me. But girl, are you really not going to tell me who's trying to see Sunrise Star? Kriana asked again. Xiaowu looked up into her eyes and said, Tomorrow's Society. There was no point in hiding it now. Tomorrow's Society had repeatedly come to her and made threats, which meant they weren't afraid of being exposed in front of her. Regardless of whether Kriana was acting, she genuinely wouldn't know about the Tomorrow Society's existence. There was no need to hide the name Tomorrow Society from Kriana. Tomorrow Society? Kriana repeated the term in confusion. Is there such a country on Blue Star? Not a country, a religious group. What? A religious group? But I never heard of this religion. Kriana was even more confused. A religion with such power? The Tomorrow Society is a large merchant group disguised as a religion. They promise that anyone who joins will become incredibly wealthy and live the life of the rich. They indoctrinate you with religious beliefs and indeed possess vast amounts of wealth. If I were in their shoes, I'd be willing to believe in them and join this religion. After all, as long as you obey, you have endless money. How wonderful. Xiaowu raised his arm, made a few gestures on his communication bracelet, and sent the Tomorrow Society's identifier to Kriana. Take a look. Does the supplier who betrayed you have this mark on his person, or at home? Claire looked at the mark and frowned. There really is. I've seen this mark on his tie clip many times. I even asked him what it meant, and he said he just wore it because he liked it. The Tomorrow Society has really gone to great lengths to deal with you. Your supplier, who has been working with you for over a decade, should be considered a loyal longtime member of the Tomorrow Society. Claire clenched her fist angrily. They trade a life for billions in losses for me. They're truly ruthless. The ruthlessness doesn't end there, Miss Claire. Be careful about your personal safety. I'm not joking, Xiaowu said. Of course, Miss Claire, you can choose to terminate the contract with me, then they won't target you. Stop what? They made me lose billions, and they want me to do nothing? I find those bastards. By the way, do you have any spare rooms? I have Larkin stay with you for a few days, until Fashion Week ends. Xiaowu understood Kriana's intention and nodded, indicating her willingness to take Larkin in for a while. Kriana knew who was behind her company's downfall, so she didn't talk to Xiaowu much and went straight back to Blue Star on her spaceship. Xiaowu took her to the aviation building. Just as he saw the spaceship take off, his communication bracelet showed an incoming call. He answered the phone, and Lei Jun's voice came through. Boss, yeah, I have some news to tell you, but I don't know if it's good news or bad news. Tell me, and I decide. Yvette is dead. Xiaowu was stunned. Yvette was a member of the Tomorrow Club whom she had met many times. She always acted arrogantly, as if the world belonged to her. Was the prediction that she was a core member wrong? How did she die? She got into an argument with a customer, Lei Jun said. My men saw it with their own eyes. While she was entertaining a customer, she said something, and the customer suddenly flew into a rage, smashing a bottle over her head, and then frantically stabbing Yvette with it. After venting his anger, the customer suddenly realized what was happening and ran away in fear. My men went in and checked Yvette's pulse. She was really dead, completely dead. Xiaowu lowered her head, remaining silent. Yvette was dead. Dead for such an absurd and laughable reason. Yvette was a core member of the Tomorrow Society in her eyes. Didn't her death mean she could break the chain of control over the Tomorrow Society's core members? Lei Jun, your men have been monitoring Yvette for so long, haven't they found anything? Chapter 321. Boss, yeah, I also wish I could find out some information for you, but Yvette's life is too normal. Normal? Xiaowu recalled the arrogant and domineering Yvette, and found it hard to imagine that this person could be normal. Yvette is just like any other person, going to work and coming home at the same time every day. She spends her time at the bar during work hours and stays home after get off work. She doesn't go out during her days off, just stays home and doesn't go anywhere. I had Luna investigate her personal information. It's confirmed that Yvette is a core member of the Tomorrow Society, because all her social traces before the age of 18 were destroyed. Which hospital she was born in. Which school she attended. There are no records. She appeared out of nowhere, like a stone popping out of the ground, and no one noticed anything unusual about her. That's terrifying. Earth's census is so strict, yet Yvette can move around like a normal resident. And the bar she inherited was given to her by the previous owner. That owner had a similar experience, suddenly appearing and suddenly inheriting the bar. It was a rare phone call. Lei Jun told Xie Wu all the information he had gathered about Yvette during this period. Xie Wu's expression calmed upon hearing this. So, that bar is an inherent asset of the Tomorrow Society, established from the very beginning for the Tomorrow Society's benefit. That's fair to say, Lei Jun said. We found the bar's registration date. The first registration was 300 years ago. Xie Wu, a century-old establishment. Can we still find the original owner who registered the bar? Lei Jun, we can't find it. It's been too long. Besides, 300 years ago was the worst year for the relationship between humans and the newly emerged AI. During that time, people feared the AI's emergence would threaten their survival, and many hackers waged an electronic war against the AI on the StarNet, attempting to kill them. However, that electronic war didn't kill the AI. Instead, it affected and altered the data and information of other StarNet users. Data stored by agencies, like the police and the Population Management Bureau, was completely deleted, resulting in the loss of a large amount of data, forcing them to return to the era of pen and paper. As for the Yvette bar, not only the first-generation owner, but even the third generation before them didn't know if the other person was male or female. Nobody knew anymore. Boss, yeah, I think there must be top-tier hackers behind tomorrow's club, and more than one. They made all the information too clean. Even Yvette's information is difficult to investigate, let alone the previous owners. Xie Wu frowned in deep thought. Lei Jun, after a long silence, asked, Boss, yeah, are you still there? I'm here. Why aren't you saying anything? I don't know what to say. Xie Wu's face darkened. The StarNet is mostly controlled by AI these days. The fact that AIs are still neutral means their technology is still ahead. But who has technology superior to AIs, and has concealed Yvette's information? Boss, yeah, Yvette gives me the feeling of a secret agent secretly training an assassin in a movie, raised from childhood in a desolate place, given an identity when she turns 18 to carry out her duties. So, I don't think it's about concealing information, it's that they gave Yvette an identity along the way. Giving her an identity is much simpler than concealing it. Let's abandon the investigation into Yvette, Xie Wu said helplessly. If you can't investigate her while she's alive, you find even less to investigate now that she's dead. Xie Wu didn't want to waste any more money on Yvette. Okay, then I give up the investigation. Lei Jun hung up after reporting. Xie Wu returned home. He opened the StarNet and went to the official website of the Blue Star Police. On this website, he could see official reports immediately, who had been murdered, who had been attacked. To receive news of Yvette's death as soon as possible, Xie Wu even specifically found the official website of the city where Yvette lived. However, half an hour passed. The website was completely silent. Just when Xie Wu thought he had found a fake website, a message popped up. 10 minutes ago, a 42-year-old man had drowned in the river after driving under the influence of alcohol. The news came out 10 minutes ago, but Yvette's news, which was almost an hour ago, hasn't been released yet? Is it because they're catching the murderer, so there's no announcement? Xie Wu tapped her communication bracelet. This time, she dialed Bai Tsuwen's number. Uncle One, this is Xie Wu. Xiao Wu, what's up? Uncle One, how much have you found out about Yvette? It's her. Bai Tsuen suddenly realized, this woman is no simpleton. They couldn't find any information about her before she was 18. My people told me she was adopted by the owner of the Paradise Bar when she was 18, and she even helped her get her Interstellar citizenship. However, her identity is too strange. I already reported her to the Census Bureau, and just now my informant told me that the Census Bureau has taken her away for questioning. What? She was taken away by the Census Bureau? Uncle One, what was the exact time? Xie Wu asked seriously. Bai Tsuen checked the time, just 10 minutes ago. I arranged for someone I know to interrogate her. He's very efficient. He went to arrest her as soon as he got the call. But Uncle One, I received a call 40 minutes ago. He told me that Yvette was stabbed to death with a broken bottle by a customer after an argument. Bai Tuan paused, questioning the information Xia Wu provided. Xiao Wu, are you telling the truth? My people even sent me photos of Yvette being arrested and interrogated, including photos of the interrogation room. Wait a minute, I had them send you the video of Yvette in the interrogation room. No need, Uncle One, I trust you. It might be a problem with my people. I go check over there, and call you back later. Okay. After hanging up, Xia Wu turned and called Lei Jun. Lei Jun, seeing Xia Wu calling so frequently, assumed it was another job. But when Xia Wu told him that the Bai family had reported Yvette, and that she had been taken in for questioning by the Census Bureau, he froze for a few seconds before recovering. Boss, yeah, my brother has been with me for years, he wouldn't lie to me. Wait a minute, let me see what's going on. Lei Jun quickly hung up. Just as he hung up, Xia Wu received a message from Bai Tsiwen. It was a video of Yvette being questioned at the police station. The Yvette in the video was unmistakably the Yvette Xia Wu knew. Beautiful, arrogant, and confident. Not long after, Lei Jun also sent Xia Wu a photo. It was a photo of Yvette lying on the ground covered in blood. Chapter 322. The shock of the bloody photos made Xia Wu feel incredibly nauseous and uncomfortable. But she had dealt with space pirates before, and had seen many gory scenes. Although it was hard to get used to, she still forced herself to endure the discomfort. She stared intently at the photo of Yvette's death. Then she looked at the video sent by Bai Tsiwen. Two identical faces. But the feeling they gave was completely different. At this moment, Xia Wu noticed that the dead Yvette had a black mole on her right earlobe. Looking at Yvette's photo, her right ear was clean and smooth, without the mole. The strangeness of the two photos gave Xia Wu a bold idea. The dead person wasn't Yvette at all, but a double. This would also explain why Yvette, as a core member of the Tomorrow Society, went to work and left work without any sign of going out for entertainment. The reason was simple. The Yvette who didn't like going out was a fake. The real Yvette came, and went freely through other means. Xia Wu sent messages to Bai Tsiwen and Lei Jun respectively, informing them that Yvette had a double, the one who died was Yvette's double, and the real Yvette was currently being investigated at the police station. Bai Tsiwen was surprised to receive this message. A double? This kind of thing that only happens in TV dramas can actually happen in reality? What message did Xiao Wu send? Bai Jingyu asked. He had been chatting with Bai Tsiwen in the study. He had also heard Xia Wu's phone call earlier. Xiao Wu said that Yvette has a double, and the Yvette she saw who died was a fake. The real one is being investigated at the police station. This news should be true. I dealt with Yvette a few times before, and she definitely gives me the feeling that she's not alone. Moreover, Yvette shouldn't only have one double. She should have at least two, Bai Jingyu said. Bai Tsiwen frowned. She has 3 doubles? Why is she hiding herself so well? What kind of shady organization is Tomorrow's Society? Bai Tsiwen racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. According to our investigations, Tomorrow's Society is an organization that uses money to support people, and then reaps the rewards. Based on the businessmen we know they exploited, Tomorrow's Society's assets are at least hundreds of billions. They already have so much money, why are they still secretly exploiting others? And why are they doing all sorts of bad things to steal Xiaowu's Xiangyang star? Why? What do they need so much money and a planet for? They can't possibly be trying to start a world war, can they? After thinking it over, Bai Tsiwen concluded that their goal wasn't to become the richest person in the Haiyang star system, but rather to start a world war. After all, they were too ruthless. They killed those they didn't need without hesitation. They're ruthless to the point of being inhuman. Dad, you might be right. They might really be planning to start a world war, Bai Jingyu said. Bai Tsiwen looked at him, gesturing for him to continue. The Tomorrow Society has been around for a long time, and has many followers. Moreover, they're ruthless in ripping off their members. Normally, if the Tomorrow Society wanted to make more money, they could have made it public, and let more people follow them willingly, instead of secretly recruiting. The fact that they haven't openly come forward means their plan isn't yet complete. Exposure would be detrimental to them, so they've been hiding it. Dad, the Tomorrow Society is hiding so well, they might want more than just Xiaowu's sunrise star. Bai Tsiwen lowered his head in thought. If one planet isn't enough for them, then their ambition might be the entire Haiyang star system. Where does their ambition come from? Just wanting to seize other people's planets is already quite ambitious, but now they want more than just one planet. What exactly is supporting their ambition? He felt he understood the Tomorrow Society quite well, but the more he investigated, the more he realized. The Tomorrow Society's ambitions went far beyond this. Bai Jingyu lowered his gaze in thought. Just then, Bai Tsuwen's communication bracelet rang. He answered. Hello, it's me, is that right? Okay, I understand. The call ended quickly. Bai Jingyu asked, Dad, who called? It's the Census Bureau. Yvette provided a treatment certificate for brain damage, so they couldn't continue the investigation and had to release her. A treatment certificate for brain damage? A small question mark appeared above Bai Jingyu's head. Bai Tsuwen said she was in a car accident when she was 18 and lost her memory. She doesn't remember her past. Given that she hasn't committed any crimes and has a good record in charity work, and her defense lawyer was present, they had no choice but to let her go. Tomorrow's society might be even more capable than us, Bai Jingyu said. Bai Tsuwen didn't want to admit it, but they and Xia Wu had been investigating Yvette's information for many days, and all they had learned was that Yvette had a body double. Yvette's body double is dead. Immediately call the police to investigate her bar. If it leads to a murder case, they should be able to lock her up for a few days. With that, Bai Tsuwen prepared to give his orders. Bai Jingyu frowned and refused. It's too late. Xiao Wu said she received news of Yvette's double's death 40 minutes ago. Now, another 10 minutes have been wasted. The other party may have already disposed of the body. Perhaps the client who killed the double has already been dealt with by Tomorrow's Society. Bai Jingyu's guess was correct. A follow-up investigation revealed that the middle-aged man who drowned after falling into the river while driving drunk was indeed the client who killed Yvette's double. They sent the collected information to Xia Wu. When Xia Wu saw Bai Jingyu's guess that Tomorrow Society's ambitions extended beyond Xianyang Star, possibly encompassing the entire Haiyang system, she also felt this was possible. However, before she could reply to Bai Tsuwen, an unfamiliar number called. Xia Wu answered the phone without hesitation. It's me, Xia Wu. Yvette. Xia Wu's brows furrowed, and she remained silent. Aren't you a little surprised that I call you at this time? It is quite surprising. How can I not be surprised when this leech can talk? Yvette chuckled. Xia Wu, you only managed to save your own life for a few days, and you really think you're so capable? You wanted to investigate me? No matter how many people you arranged, you couldn't dig up any more information about me. Xia Wu smiled disdainfully. Yes, you guys are quite impressive, hiding all the information so well. But with so many people and enough material, how come you haven't killed me yet? Am I too strong? Or are you incompetent? Faced with provocation, Xia Wu wasn't afraid at all. What can you do now besides barking in my ear every now and then? If you can't kill me, you always be the losers. Chapter 323. Xia Wu and the Tomorrow Society are currently locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. The Tomorrow Society has concealed itself perfectly, making it virtually impossible for Xia Wu to gather information and apprehend them. Xia Wu is staying on Xianyang Star, not going anywhere, and conducting thorough checks on people from other planets. He can't even threaten them with bombs. At most, the two are exchanging harsh words. But in a war of words, Xia Wu is the clear winner. This young man, who has only been in charge of the planet for a few months, has faced attacks from space pirates and bombs, yet he's still standing strong, and importantly, still making money. The Tomorrow Society, with its vast assets and over 100,000 followers, can't even defeat a small planet with just over 2,000 people. They have no right to boast. Yvette originally intended to annoy Xia Wu. To tell him, you won't find any information about me. Xia Wu's attitude was, if you can't find out, you can't find out. You can't kill me anyway. A draw with Tomorrow's Society means Sunrise Star has won. Xia Wu waited for Yvette to spew more trash talk, but Yvette was too angry to speak. Why aren't you saying anything? You called me, and we haven't even talked for a minute yet. Is this all you got? The owner of Paradise Bar has seen countless customers, and everyone praises your eloquence and sweet tongue. You ran out of things to say after less than a minute with me? Where's your professionalism? Xia Wu retorted provocatively. Yvette smiled blankly. Xia Wu, what's there to be so arrogant about? We just let you have some peace and quiet lately. If you really think we can't do anything to you, you just wait until the gods' cleanup plan is finished. Even if you hide on Sunrise Star, you're doomed. So, you really do have a bigger plan, Xia Wu exclaimed, suddenly realizing. I knew it. You have money and manpower, so why are you unaffected by my tactics? Let me think, Xia Wu asked, speculating. You've been vying for Xianyang Star. Are you planning to establish a military presence here? Then attack other planets, and become the overlord of the Hyang system? Yvette didn't answer, hanging up the phone directly. As soon as she hung up, Xia Wu suddenly felt that his guess might be correct. If their ultimate goal is to become the overlord of the Hyang system, then why have they been forcing me to compromise? The car bomb incident, while meant to threaten me into opening Xiangyang Star, wouldn't it have been better to kill me first and then send people in? Not killing me, is it because I still have something on me? Xia Wu muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in City A of Blue Star, Yvette, just released from the police station, was waiting by the roadside for a car to pick her up. Not long after, a car stopped in front of her, and the door opened automatically. Once inside the car, 99 sat cross-legged on the other side, playing a game. After getting in, 99 casually said, "I told you not to show your face in front of Xia Wu. Do you know how many people are watching you? So what if they're watching me? They can't get any information about me. But they can cause you trouble. Today, something terrible almost happened. Your double was killed. If someone from the police station had stormed in, how would you have explained having a dead body with the same face as you? That's simple. They were jealous of my beauty, and went to a plastic surgery clinic to get a face just like mine. I'm generous and gentle, I won't sue them for copyright infringement, right?" Yvette smiled deliberately, took out her lipstick, and touched up her makeup. Showing off. Was the man dealt with? Drunk driving and falling into the river, his body is already cold. He died a little too easily. It wasn't easy for me to train a double. She was devoted to me, doing all the dirty work, promising them a good life in the future, and then some blind pig came and killed her. A hint of resentment flashed in Yvette's eyes as she said this. If she hadn't been arrested for investigation, she would have dealt with that man herself. Alright, keep quiet for now. If you cause too much trouble, the Supreme God might wipe you out. The Supreme God's plan, prepared for many years, cannot tolerate any mistakes. Yvette thought quietly for a few seconds, then replied, "Understood." Strive to see Xiangyang Star, for the Supreme God, 99 said. A cold glint flashed in Yvette's eyes. For the sake of the Supreme God, plunder everything. Although they knew Yvette had a double, the Bai family and Lei Jun still couldn't find out more about her. Lei Jun suspected there was an underground passage in Yvette's house. Upon returning home, he had the double guard the house. The real Yvette left through the underground passage. The Bai family was currently investigating the passages near Yvette's house, hoping to find some information there. Xia Wu was far away on Xiangyang Star, unable to investigate anything about Blue Star, and could only leave it to the Bai family and Lei Jun. The next day, upon waking up, something had happened to the Bai family. The Bai family's most representative hotel, Emperor's Palace, had experienced a massive explosion. Someone had planted a bomb in the kitchen. The bomb exploded, shattering the kitchen and setting it ablaze. There was only one explosion site. The guests escaped in time, but 23 chefs and 2 waiters working in the kitchen perished in the blast. Putting a bomb is no small matter. The world had been peaceful for decades, and City A, where the Bai family lived, was known for its peace. People could walk the streets at dawn without fear of being robbed. The appearance of the bomb was inexplicable in itself, and the fact that 25 people died immediately drew attention across the entire planet. When Xia Wu learned of this, the explosion had already occurred 6 hours earlier. She called Bai Xiwen. The call was busy. The same was true for Bai Jingyu and Bai Yuyin. They were both busy and unreachable. Xia Wu finally called Bai Heng. Bai Heng was still recuperating. He and the old lady of the Bai family were currently the most idle members. The call was answered within seconds. Bai Heng saw Xia Wu's call and assumed it was about the hotel. Sure enough, Xia Wu's first question was about the hotel. Bai Heng was deeply upset by the major incident at his family's hotel. He said, "This is tomorrow's revenge. Last night we reported that Yvette's identity information was incorrect, and today my dad received a warning letter telling us to behave ourselves and stop investigating Yvette. How dare they be so blatant?" Xia Wu said, slightly angry. "Our surveillance footage shows that the bomb was brought in by the chef, and that chef died in the explosion. Xia Wu, tomorrow's group is far more powerful than we thought, because that chef worked at our hotel for 13 years, he was retiring this year. When my dad saw the surveillance footage, he refused to believe it was him." Chapter 324. Kriana was also betrayed by a long-time customer. The Bai family was also betrayed by a long-time employee. Xia Wu frowned deeply. "Did you investigate the old chef who planted the bomb?" "No, but we all know that his daughter passed away from illness a month ago. Afterwards, employees reported that he had been very depressed. Since he was a long-time employee, we originally allowed him to take leave until his retirement, But he returned to work after only half a month of rest. We've been more than fair to him. It's just that there are comments on the Starnet saying that the Bai family is exploiting him, and that some people are ostracizing him. Thinking of the comments on the Starnet, Bai Hung felt angry. Tomorrow Club planned this step long ago. Less than an hour after the explosion, the Starnet was filled with such comments. Because of the hotel explosion, the Bai family's stock is currently plummeting, estimated to have lost over 30 billion. The Bai family has a large core business. When something happens, the stock drops several times faster than other companies. Xie Wu knew that the Bai family's losses were not limited to this. The hotel renovations and employee compensation will likely cost over 100 million. Bai Hung, given how badly the Tomorrow Society is behaving, shouldn't you expose them? Xie Wu asked. Bai Hung, we can't expose them. The threatening letter said that if we dare to expose them, we receive even more bombs. Those bastards from the Tomorrow Society love to use this to threaten people. Even longtime employees of over 10 years are on their side. We don't know how many of their people are still in the Bai family's company, but we know that if just one more employee plants a bomb in the Bai family's company, it will be enough to cause us significant losses. Threatening people with bombs is what the Tomorrow Society excels at. Xie Wu frowned deeply. She was very worried that Tomorrow Society would threaten the Bai family with bombs, forbidding them from cooperating with her. What if that happened? Xie Wu, we really don't know what to do with Tomorrow Society, Bai Hung said. Xie Wu pursed her lips. You guys have been strengthening the company's defenses lately. Let me think, is there any other way to deal with Tomorrow Society? Alright. Bai Hang's voice was tinged with helplessness. He really didn't know what method Xie Wu could use to deal with Tomorrow Society. Yvette was right in front of them, and they couldn't even find out anything about her. That alone showed that Tomorrow Society was far more powerful than them. Continuing would only lead to them being targeted in various ways by Tomorrow Society. After hanging up the phone with Bai Hung, Xie Wu sat at her desk, deep in thought. She thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Finally, she gave up thinking, looked up at the electronic display panel in front of her, and suddenly her eyes lit up. At this moment, in the office of the President of the Alliance Security Council, Shen Pan was dealing with a mountain of documents when there was a knock on the office door. Come in. President, Xie Wu from Xiangyang Star requests to see you. Xie Wu? This name wasn't unfamiliar to Shen Pan. But hearing it, she was somewhat surprised. Let her in. Yes. Shen Pan tidied up the messy desk, and the office door opened again. Wearing a smart suit, the elegant and beautiful Xie Wu walked in. President Shen, long time no see. Shen Pan stood up and shook hands with Xie Wu. Long time no see, Miss Xie Wu. Did you come to see me to get into the Alliance Security Council? Besides this, she couldn't think of any other reason why Xie Wu had come to see her. No, I just came to ask how the investigation into the bomb attack is going. Xie Wu calmly looked at her. Chief Supervisor Shen, I know that investigating the bomb attack is not under your jurisdiction, but I don't know who else to contact besides you. If you can't give me an answer, could you have the person in charge of this matter meet with me? Without giving Shen Pan a reason to object, Xie Wu continued. Shen Pan looked at her and said, Ms. Xie Wu, I remember the results of the investigation, and I already given you an answer. We can't find out who planted the bomb, Chief Supervisor Shen. Do you think this answer is satisfactory? To be honest, Chief Supervisor Shen, that bomb left me with immense psychological trauma. I need your help to catch the real culprit. If we can't find the culprit, I will post a video on the Starnet every day, complaining about your inaction. Shen Pan frowned slightly, and pursed her lips. Xie Wu continued, Chairman Shen, I know you're just a member of the Alliance Security Council chairing the meeting, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. So, could you introduce me to the officer in charge of investigating the bombing? I want to know the details of this incident clearly. After all, the victim has the right to know, doesn't he? Ms. Xie Wu, your request is reasonable. I will contact that officer for you. Please wait here for a moment. Thank you. Xie Wu's tone was both aggressive and polite. Shen Pan returned to her desk and made a call. She quickly returned to the sofa. That officer will be here soon, Ms. Xie Wu. This incident happened almost half a month ago. Why are you only now concerned about the investigation? That experience was terrible, Chief Administrator Shen. It took me half a month to recover. To be honest, I thought I would never set foot on Blue Star again. But thinking about experiencing the worst thing in my life and receiving such a perfunctory answer, I couldn't stand it, so I wanted to find the culprit. Shen Pan sized up Xie Wu. She had served as the chief administrator of the Alliance Council for 10 years. She had seen all kinds of cunning people. She could tell that Xia Wu's visit this time couldn't be so simple. But Xia Wu had come up with such a perfect excuse that even if she knew her trip wasn't for this, she couldn't press further. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. It was Shinpan's son, the commander of the 3rd Legion, Imo-chan, who entered. Chief Administrator, did you need something? Seeing Xia Wu, Imo-chan nodded politely. Commander Shin, Ms. Xia Wu is here to inquire about the bomb attack she encountered. Please tell her about your investigation. Yes, Ms. Xia Wu, please come to my office. Okay, Commander Shin, thank you for contacting me. You're welcome. Xia Wu got up and left with Shin Imo. Outside Shinpan's office, the wolf bodyguard outside saw Xia Wu come out and followed closely behind. Shin Imo glanced at the wolf bodyguard and said, Ms. Xia Wu, the androids have recently developed a new robot bodyguard. We can purchase one for you free of charge. Commander Shin, are you planning to use a robot bodyguard to shut me up? Xia Wu retorted. Shin Imo said, No, it's just for your safety that I'm making this suggestion. Commander Shin, why are you in charge of investigating my bomb incident? You are the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Interstellar Alliance. Logically speaking, you should be responsible for interstellar patrols and dealing with interstellar pirates. My incident shouldn't be within your professional scope. Chapter 325. Xia Wu's question darkened Chen Mo's expression. A barely concealed disappointment etched on his face. In just 2 seconds, he composed himself and replied, I've been transferred. Just call me Officer Shin. The single word, Officer Shin, was enough. Shin Imo had been demoted. He had arranged the entire escort for Xia Wu's journey from Xiangyang Star to Blue Star. Escorting a Star Lord was his duty as a leader. However, after the bombing incident involving Xia Wu, his protection had been inadequate. His superiors ordered him to investigate the bombing and not return to his post until the perpetrator was found. This wasn't because of Xia Wu's high status. Xiangyang Star was still considered insignificant by the other counselors. His demotion was purely due to the fact that the bombing occurred in front of the Alliance Security Council's main hall. The Alliance Security Council was the most important place in the entire Haiyang Star system, and also considered the safest place to be attacked in such a crucial location. The bomb exploded in the car that Imo-chan had arranged, so the blame naturally fell on him. Xia Wu was unaware of these details. Upon hearing that Imo-chan had been transferred, she apologized. I'm sorry, it seems my actions caused your transfer. It's alright. As long as we find out who planted the bomb in the car, I can return to my original position. Please come in. Imo-chan opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Xia Wu entered the room first, followed immediately by the wolf bodyguard. Imo-chan looked at the wolf bodyguard with suspicion, then his gaze fell on Xia Wu. He asked, Ms. Xia Wu, could you please have your robotic bodyguard leave for a moment? Please wait a moment. Xia Wu looked at the wolf bodyguard. Black Wolf, is there something there? The wolf bodyguard looked up at the ceiling light. Master, there's a surveillance camera up there. Shin Imo paused, then looked up. Officer Shin, can I take the thing down temporarily? Yes, you can. Shin Imo suppressed his surprise. He watched as the wolf bodyguard lightly leaped and easily retrieved the thumb-sized cockroach-shaped surveillance camera. Xia Wu took the camera and asked, anything else? Yes, master, there isn't any more. Okay, go outside and wait for me. Xia Wu looked at the camera, made sure it was turned off, then wrapped it tightly in a handkerchief and held it in her palm. She didn't hand the camera to Shin Imo. It was more reassuring to hold such things in her own hands. Miss Xia Wu, is that an orc bodyguard? Shin Imo had seen Xia Wu's black wolf bodyguard before, but Xia Wu's black wolf bodyguard seemed like a living orc, too agile and lifelike. No, it's a robot bodyguard. I modified an older model, so it's smarter than the discontinued version. Let's talk about our business. Officer Shin, regarding my case, haven't you found anything yet? Xia Wu returned to the bomb issue. Silence also suppressed his curiosity about the wolf bodyguard and took out the investigation report on Xia Wu's bomb incident. This is the investigation process and results of the bomb. We're sorry, we haven't found the real culprit yet. Xia Wu took the investigation report and read it carefully. Many people in the Alliance Security Council wanted to assassinate the members. We are investigating those who sent threatening letters. Officer Shin, why don't you think the other party wanted to kill me, which is why they planted a bomb in the car I was going to be in? Xia Wu looked up at Silent. Silently, she looked at Xia Wu with suspicion. Though she didn't speak, her eyes seemed to say, do you have that value? This was Xia Wu's status within the Alliance Security Council. Everyone considered her insignificant. After all, Xiangyang Star currently had no influence in the Haiyang system. Only when Xiangyang Star gained influence would Xie Wu have a slight presence. Is Chief Chairperson Shin your mother? Xie Wu suddenly changed the subject. Silent was somewhat reluctant to answer, nodding awkwardly yes. I haven't had many opportunities to meet Chief Chairperson Shin, nor have we become particularly close. However, her impartial attitude at the meeting left a deep impression on me. Therefore, I'm willing to believe that you, as her child, also possess a fair and just heart. Officer Shin, do you know about this? Xie Wu took out the Tomorrow Society's emblem and showed it to Silent. She observed Silent's changing expression, using the system's skill hostility identification. Silent's hostility towards her was 0. Seeing the Tomorrow Society emblem for the first time, Silent's eyes shone with confusion and bewilderment. Miss Xie Wu, what is this? Officer Shin, you haven't seen this before? No. Chinemo shook his head. He was certain he hadn't seen any similar markings. Xie Wu pondered for a moment, then said, Officer Shin, you seen the person who planted the bomb. What? Chinmo's brows furrowed tightly. His gaze towards Xie Wu became much more serious. Xie Wu kept asking this and that, and he couldn't keep up with her train of thought. However, from these 2 sentences, his intuition told him that Xie Wu knew far more about the bomb attack than he did. His eyes instantly cleared, becoming much more serious, just like the sharp, cold gaze he usually displayed when training his soldiers. The little girl who sold me flowers that day, and the beautiful woman who brought the little girl to thank me that day, they were in cahoots with the bomber, Xie Wu said. Silence's brows furrowed so deeply they seemed to knot. Miss Xie Wu, if they were in cahoots with the bomber, why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you tell me then? You even chatted with them alone? Why did you do this? Silence almost stood up to berate Xie Wu. If the bomber had been caught then, he wouldn't have been demoted from regimental commander to a police officer in the criminal investigation team. Officer Shin, please calm down. Take a look at these. Xie Wu handed the organized files to Silence. Silence took the files, and some recordings she gave him. There were many files Xie Wu gave him. He carefully read through them, and listened to some of the recordings. By the time he finished, more than half an hour had passed. After reading the documents, he was speechless at Xie Wu's failure to report what she knew. He lowered his head, deep in thought, wondering how to respond. Xie Wu had been observing Shin's expression, and seeing him remain silent for so long, she said, Officer Shin, I've been very prepared to tell you this. If you were a member of Tomorrow's Society, telling you this would be like giving them the upper hand, allowing them to set traps for me in my next move. Miss Xie Wu, can you guarantee the authenticity of these documents? Can you guarantee that they are all true, without a single falsehood? Shin looked at Xie Wu seriously. The matter of Tomorrow's Society was too important for him. He couldn't trust Xie Wu's one-sided personal statement. Chapter 326. Xie Wu remained calm. Officer Shin, who would be foolish enough to create negative publicity for themselves, or even plant a bomb to attract attention. I'm not a child vying for favor. I don't need to resort to crying and self-harm to get attention. The evidence I gathered so far is all harmful to my planet. I'm a normal person, Officer Shin. I wouldn't let others harm me, and then I try to kill them to attract attention. How mentally unstable would I have to be to do that? Silence pursed his lips, furrowed his brow, and remained silent. Officer Shin, are you wondering why they're so bold? Daring to plant a bomb in front of the Alliance Security Council to threaten me? Xie Wu asked. Silently looked up. Is it because they have people on the Security Council too? Yes, from the moment Xiangyang Star's request to purchase weapons was rejected, to the Onyx coming to my planet just to find stones, and then being summoned to the Alliance Security Council to cause trouble, I knew they had people here, and quite a few at that. After all, it's because they have people on their side that you can't find out who planted the bomb. Xie Wu's words weighed heavily on Silently. This was terrifying for him. If members of the Tomorrow Society really had infiltrated everywhere, even with this evidence, they wouldn't be able to catch them. Xie Wu also noticed that Silently had been frowning and silent since learning about the Tomorrow Society, and said, It seems, Officer Shin, you can't handle these things. I won't trouble you further, I'll be going now. Wait a minute, Miss Xie Wu. Silently stopped Xie Wu from taking the documents back, and asked, Miss Xie Wu, why are you showing me these documents? Weren't you wary of the Tomorrow Society, and didn't trust us? Yes, I don't trust you. My trip to Blue Star today was just a test. I want to see if my case is still under investigation, and who's in charge. If he's trustworthy, I hand over this information. If not, I just pretend to ask and leave. Xie Wu's gaze was intense as he solemnly looked at Chinemo. The bomb explosion that struck the Bai family yesterday was also orchestrated by Tomorrow's Society. The Bai family was threatened and warned by tomorrow's society because they cooperated with me. Regardless of whether their threats will frighten the Bai family into continuing their cooperation with me and affect the future development of Xiangyang Star, tomorrow's society is dragging innocent and pitiful people into this mess, taking their lives. I can't accept that. Neither I nor the Bai family are official organizations. I can't make any judgments against tomorrow's society for their actions on Blue Star. Therefore, I need Blue Star's police to investigate. But it can't be just anyone, it has to be trustworthy, righteous officers who have nothing to do with tomorrow's society. Xie Wu's words felt like a slap in the face to Chinimo, a burning sensation that made him embarrassed to look up. He was originally just a squad leader dealing with space pirates. Facing cunning space pirates, he never found it difficult. But after being transferred to be a police officer in the criminal investigation team, frankly, he couldn't adapt to the new job. He felt no sense of belonging here, and he wasn't used to any of the systems or work methods. He became a soldier to protect his country and safeguard people's lives. Tomorrow's society, which disregards human life and harms people, should be his enemy. However, the system operating within tomorrow's society left him clueless as to where to begin. Even with Xie Wu's evidence, arresting Yvette would likely have little effect on tomorrow's society. After all, according to the information Xie Wu provided, tomorrow's society members were people who could easily abandon their own. Officer Shen, if you can't do this, then pretend I never told you about tomorrow's society. Silence remained silent. Xie Wu could tell he couldn't do it. Miss Xie Wu, you already dragged me into this mess. How can I pretend I didn't hear about it? Silence looked up at Xie Wu. Miss Xie Wu, I must say you have good judgment in choosing to tell someone as righteous as me. Officer Shen, would you be willing to lend me a hand? Xie Wu asked. Silent nodded. It's not that I'm helping you, Miss Xie Wu. Finding the real culprit who planted the bomb is the only way I can return to my original position. The Tomorrow Society matter isn't about helping you, it's about helping myself. It's just that criminal investigation work is very different from my previous work, which is why I can't find more answers. So give me some time. I find another officer in the criminal investigation team who is righteous and unrelated to the Tomorrow Society. Have him investigate the Tomorrow Society with me and bring them to justice. Leave this information with me, I keep it to persuade the other officers. This was the best solution Silent could think of. A faint smile appeared on Xie Wu's face. Okay, I wait for your good news. Miss Xie Wu, please leave your contact number. Remember to let me know promptly if there's any news about the Tomorrow Society, Silent said. Xie Wu picked up a pen and paper and wrote down her contact number. I will, but I hope that if you, Officer Shen, have any news about the Tomorrow Society, you can also let me know promptly. Sharing information will help us catch them faster. Okay. Without a second thought, Chinemo agreed to Xie Wu's request, even though it went against the rules. The two reached an agreement. Xie Wu didn't linger long and left by car. On the way, Xie Wu changed cars several times before finally stopping in front of the Bai family's gate. She rang the doorbell. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Hello, I'm Xie Wu. I'd like to see Bai Hung. May I come in? Miss Xie? Wait a moment. The maid hadn't expected Xie Wu to come to the Bai family. She hurriedly went to ask the head of the household. Soon, the maid returned. Miss Xie, the gate is open. Please come in. Thank you. You're welcome. The tall gate slowly opened. Xie Wu walked through the gate, and old Madame Bai led the maids out quickly. Xiao Wu, you finally come to my house. I've been looking forward to seeing you for so long. Grandma, I'm sorry to bother you. Seeing the old lady's still robust health, Xie Wu smiled slightly. Grandma Bai looked at Xie Wu with kind eyes and said, What trouble? You lost a lot of weight since the last time I saw you. Oh dear. I heard you were in the bombing incident last time, and Grandma wanted to go see you, but the younger ones wouldn't let me. They said they spoke to you, and said you were alright. Xiao Wu, you should call Grandma if you're alright. Ah Hung said you have a lot to do, and told me not to bother you. Grandma is worried about you, but also afraid of disturbing you. Chapter 327. When Xie Wu had her accident, old Madame Bai's first thought was to go to the hospital to see her. However, the location of Xie Wu's accident was unusual, and given her status, only officials were allowed to visit her. After Xie Wu woke up, Bai Xuan's phone call with her was short-lived, with him saying he was busy. Old Madame Bai had been busy too. She knew that when things were hectic, she hoped fewer people would come to her, so she could focus on finishing what she was doing. So, the old lady waited patiently for Xie Wu to have some free time. But the old lady noticed that not only Xie Wu was busy, but everyone in the Bai family was also busy. Adhering to the principle that unless her children asked her to come out of retirement, she shouldn't disturb their work. The old lady arranged for her family's intelligence agents to inquire about Xie Wu's whereabouts. Only after learning that she was alright did she feel relieved. Hearing that Xie Wu had come to visit in person, the old lady happily came to greet her. "Grandma, I will definitely come to see you in person when I'm done with my work," Xie Wu reassured her. The old lady smiled bitterly. "By the time you're all done with your work, I don't know if I'd be able to live to see that day. This old lady has different schedules than you. Then I set aside a day to come see you when I have time. Alright, just give me a call when you have time. Do you think I don't know how busy you are?" The old lady looked at Xie Wu kindly. Xie Wu smiled slightly at her, about to explain the purpose of her visit, when Bai Heng's voice suddenly rang out. "Xie Wu, what brings you here?" "I need to see Uncle Wen, so I came." "Grandma, will Uncle Wen be back today?" Sigh. The old lady sighed heavily. "Xiao Wu, have you heard about the explosion at our hotel?" Xie Wu nodded. "I heard. What is that old man Ku thinking? He's been with the Bai family for so many years. Even if he's having a moment of despair, he shouldn't have dragged so many young people down with him." Xie Wu looked up at Bai Heng. Bai Heng shrugged helplessly. No one wanted something like this to happen. "Uncle Wen, have you been busy dealing with this matter these past few days?" "Ayu is also helping. Father and son are working together, so we should be done soon. Although the main responsibility doesn't lie with our Bai family this time, the incident happened in our Bai family's area, so we still have to do what we should do." Xie Wu nodded. Old Mrs. Bai noticed that Xie Wu was hiding something in her conversation, and then looked at Bai Heng, saying, "Xiao Wu, if you have any private matters to discuss, go ahead and talk. Don't worry about this old woman. Grandma, Xie Wu and I will talk for a while." "You can talk after we're done," Bai Heng said. Old Mrs. Bai nodded. Bai Heng stood up and gave Xie Wu a look. The two arrived at the reception room on the second floor. As soon as they sat down, Bai Heng couldn't contain his emotions and asked urgently, "How dare you come to Blue Star? Those guys used bombs on you." "I didn't come alone. I brought a mechanical bodyguard." "A mechanical bodyguard? That one that's been discontinued, dressed up like a wolf?" "It's been modified. It's far superior to the discontinued ones." "Even so, how dare you bring a mechanical bodyguard? Those lunatics from tomorrow's society kill like butter. They don't care about the location or the number of people." "Bai Heng, I won't risk my life. I won't come to Xiangyang Star until I confirm just how powerful the wolf bodyguard really is. After all, having dealt with tomorrow's society before, I know how ruthless they are." Xie Wu's expression remained calm and confident. She had already said that. Bai Heng wanted to complain further about her coming to Xiangyang Star without regard for her own safety, realizing he had been a bit unreasonable. So he changed the subject. "What are you doing on Blue Star?" "Looking for allies." "Allies?" Bai Heng frowned. "You dare to trust others so easily?" "I wouldn't dare, but I can't just do nothing. Besides money, we have no other redeeming qualities. To be honest, our investigation into the Tomorrow Society is only considered civilian work. Even if we find the main leaders of the Tomorrow Society, we can't take unilateral action, because that's illegal. Of course, if we sent them to Xiangyang Star and I killed them, the Interstellar Court would at most reprimand me. Unfortunately, the Tomorrow Society's current base is on Blue Star, and the laws of Xiangyang Star can't deal with them. So, I found a detective to assist us." Hearing this, Bai Heng's brows furrowed deeply. "Xie Wu, do you think we didn't get police assistance? Arresting Yvette means we were in cahoots with the people inside. The hotel bomb, doesn't that mean the person you were in cahoots with is connected to tomorrow's meeting? You must have secretly reported Yvette, leading to her arrest and interrogation. But shortly after her release, Yvette accurately threw a bomb at your hotel in retaliation. Think about it, how did she know?" Her words were a wake-up call. Bai Heng's body jolted, looking at her in astonishment. "Am I right?" Xie Wu asked. Bai Heng had to nod. "You're right. We secretly arranged for them to arrest Yvette for investigation. Why did they plant the bomb now, right after she was arrested? It's possible we leaked the information. Xie Wu, there's something wrong with the people in the Bai family. Are you sure the one you found is trustworthy?" "I can trust him 50%, but even if I could trust him 100%, I'm not sure if the people he found are reliable. The Tomorrow Society was established a long time ago. Nobody knows how long they've been established on this planet. Besides, I've spoken with some people from the Tomorrow Society a few times, and I discovered something." "What is it?" Their main god seems to be something real. A hint of surprise flashed in by Heng's eyes. Their main god is something real. Or isn't it just a figment of their imagination? I also thought it was something they imagined, a deception of their followers. But I've spoken with Yvette a few times, and from her words, I feel that because their main god is alive and possesses great power, she's certain that the main god will punish me. Bai Heng frowned and thought. Xie Wu, in the eyes of many believers, even a fabricated god is real. You can't take those religious people's words seriously. What you say makes sense. Have you investigated the bar managed by Yvette? Yes. Were the previous two owners male or female? Bai Heng, The time gap wasn't long, so we could find out that Yvette's previous owner was a woman, and the one before that was a man. But what about before that? We can't find them. Even the hackers I hired couldn't find them. Yvette's bar's owners are removed from the records after 3 generations. But, Bai Heng looked at Xie Wu questioningly, what does the removal of Yvette's bar owner's record have to do with the main god of the Tomorrow Society? Chapter 328. Bai Heng racked his brains, but couldn't figure out the connection between the two. The bar owner's data was completely erased, which we can guess was done by a hacker within Tomorrow's club. However, that bar has been like this for years. Until the guy who provided the intelligence gave me a crash course on the war between Omnics and humans over 500 years ago. Bai Heng blinked. Xie Wu, I studied this history. 500 years ago, when AI first appeared, everyone worried that their emergence would deprive humanity of its current way of life. However, the AI's built-in system absolutely forbade harming humans. So, even though people fought fiercely against the AI only fought one electronic war against humans. That electronic war caused immense trouble for people's lives, instantly plunging them back to an era without any electronic tools. To restore normalcy, we surrendered, and the AI won. That war didn't result in any bloodshed, so people's tolerance for AI increased over time, until now they completely accepted it. Xie Wu, you don't actually think the main god of Tomorrow's society is an AI, do you? After saying all that, Bai Heng finally mentioned the electronic war between humans and AI from over 500 years ago. Xie Wu nodded. I suspect that during the electronic warfare over 500 years ago, one of the androids may have failed, and its program was artificially controlled, becoming the chief god of the Tomorrow Society. Bai Heng frowned. Xie Wu, how could you make such a guess? If the Tomorrow Society was founded 500 years ago, wouldn't these androids be incredibly useless? Look at the great achievements the androids have made now. They possess so many powerful weapons, and control the heart of the Starnet. If they wanted to deal with us, frankly, tomorrow could be the end of the world. The androids of the machine planet are peaceful towards humanity, but what about that failed android? It's hard to say. Was it immediately taken over by the enemy after the electronic war ended? It's possible the enemy controlled that android for decades, and after its death, the new program it wrote became the main god of the Tomorrow Society. Bai Heng still couldn't accept Xie Wu's conjecture. He retorted, Xie Wu, since their emergence, the androids have had clear regulations for both creating a new android and destroying one. Furthermore, the androids themselves are meticulous in their actions. They wouldn't lie to humanity. Besides, there's no such thing as a traitor among the androids. Disciple, is it really impossible for the Onyx to investigate? Bai Heng, do you remember why the Onyx liked Jade? A contagious depression. Yes, back then, the Onyx couldn't accept them, and during program calculations, they developed depression. Quite a few Onyx either self-destructed or perished. What if one Onyx used that as a reason to avoid applying? I checked, and the Onyx couldn't provide accurate data on that incident either, because their deaths were difficult to define. And what if that contagious depression was caused by Onyx controlled by humans? Bai Heng was somewhat convinced by Xie Wu. Although it seemed unrelated to Onyx, upon closer inspection, it did seem somewhat connected. Xie Wu, how could you make such a guess? The hacker's investigation results. I've been thinking about this. Even if there's a hacker tomorrow, is she working 24/7 to delete the dirty work they'd be doing tomorrow? They're so meticulous. Generally, large religions will always cause some trouble. But they've done it so cleanly. I can only think of intelligent machines that follow procedures perfectly. Bai Heng sighed heavily. They had been investigating the Tomorrow Society for some time. Most of the people they investigated were members of the Tomorrow Society, who had only attended a few gatherings and were practically outside the organization. But someone like Yvette was clearly a core member of the Tomorrow Society. They already knew Yvette's identity, job, and home address. Yvette couldn't find anything, not even the fact that she had planted a bomb in her own home in retaliation, yet they couldn't even bring themselves to arrest her. The Tomorrow Society was incredibly meticulous. It was hard to imagine what kind of organization they were, to be so united. The Tomorrow Society's continued secrecy is actually one of the reasons I'm suspicious, Xiaowu said. Bai Heng asked why. Normally, Tomorrow Society would boast about helping someone make a fortune and establishing a company. That would be positive publicity material. Countless people would be scrambling to join. But they've been hiding. Doesn't that mean they're afraid of being exposed? Being afraid of being exposed means there are people in the Haiyang system they can't defeat, or who could cause them trouble. And isn't the strongest entity in the Haiyang system right now an AI? If the opponent is an AI whose performance isn't as powerful as a mechanical star, they can't guarantee their plan will succeed, so they have no choice but to hide. After all, they killed many people for their plan, which violates the very foundation of AIs. Even if we don't intervene, the AI will. Being afraid of the AI intervening, that's why they're hiding. After Xiaowu finished speaking, Bai Heng felt a sudden realization. Xiaowu, I didn't believe it at first, but now that you mention it, I suddenly think Tomorrow's Society's main god might be an AI. But if the opponent is an AI, can't we seek its help? Bai Heng asked. Xiaowu shook his head. We can't go after the AI. My guess is that the Tomorrow Society's main god is an AI. I don't have concrete evidence. Besides, we can't just know it's an AI, we need to know exactly which AI it is. If the Tomorrow Society's AI is responsible for verifying the AI's programming or developing weapons, and now that we discovered its identity, do you think it might try to drag us down with it? We must know which AI it is, and control it before it does anything wrong. Understanding why Xiaowu was discussing this with him instead of going to find the AI, Bai Heng nodded in agreement. You're right. We need to know which Omnic is behind this. Acting blindly could lead to us getting ourselves killed if we can't catch the mastermind. If the traitor among the Onyx is the mother of the Onyx, Veronica, then we're doomed. All the Onyx obey her now. If she instigates a rebellion, they might actually rebel. Could the supreme god be Veronica? If it were her, there would be no need for such secrecy. After all, with her ability to command all the Onyx, she would easily kill us if she wanted to start a war. However, we can't proactively seek out the mother of the Onyx, Veronica. If we do, her calculations might suggest we know her true identity. Bai Heng, Xiaowu, you're being far too cautious. Xiaowu sighed. We can't be careless. One wrong move, and we could be strangled. I find a way to get Veronica to come to me personally. What you need to do now is guard against their actions. Chapter 329. The Bai family is now both Xiaowu's ally and partner. She's worried that the bomb dropped by Tomorrow's Society will frighten the Bai family, and cause them to sever all cooperation with her. Therefore, she must find more information to reassure the Bai family, and give them a glimmer of hope that they can defeat Tomorrow's Society. Xiaowu racked her brains last night, gathering a lot of information. The statement that the main god is an AI was her deduction based on various pieces of information. Although it might not be true. However, she needs to bring people into the game. She didn't expect that Silent would be demoted to specifically investigate her bombing incident. During her conversation with Silent, she vaguely felt that Silent was trustworthy. However, Silent's original job wasn't in criminal investigation, and he had little experience in solving cases. She didn't know if the people Silent brought in later could be trusted, but she could only trust them. Besides official personnel, bringing an AI was also to reassure the Bai family. With these two reassurances, Bai Heng also felt that they had hope of dealing with Tomorrow's Society. The two talked for over an hour. Xiaowu checked the time and said, I should go back. I have many things to attend to at home. Wait a moment, I arranged for some bodyguards to escort you back. Thank you for your trouble. Why are you being so polite with me? We're in the same boat now. Tomorrow's Society mainly wants to deal with you. If something happens to you, it will be even harder for us to get revenge. The Bai family isn't cowards. Being bullied so badly by Tomorrow's Society, it wouldn't be the Bai family if they didn't fight back. Xiaowu just smiled when she heard this. The two went downstairs together. Bai Xuan and Bai Jingyu, along with Su Jiu and Su Lulu, happened to be returning home. Having not seen the siblings for a while, Xiaowu's eyes flashed with surprise upon their sudden meeting. Xiaowu, what brings you here? Bai Xuan and Bai Jingyu were equally surprised to see Xiaowu. I come to discuss the upcoming collaboration with Bai Heng. The scenic area's construction is progressing faster than we expected. It should be operational in about a week. Bai Heng, They had been chatting for so long, yet hadn't mentioned the scenic area at all. Xiaowu could lie so naturally. He was once again impressed by her quick wit. Really? It seems your project will soon be profitable. You're all back. Hearing the conversation, old Mrs. Bai came out of the kitchen. Go wash your hands. I asked the chef to add several dishes today. Xiao Wu, why don't you stay for lunch? Xie Wu complied with the old lady's kindness and sat down to eat lunch. The old lady pulled Xie Wu to the seat next to her. Just as they sat down, the wolf bodyguard behind her spoke up. Master, I may be being rude, but there's a listening device on this table. If the old lady installed it, please forgive my impoliteness. Hearing this, everyone looked at the wolf bodyguard in confusion. The old lady was completely baffled. She asked Xiao Wu, what's this wolf saying? A listening device on the table? There are few people on Xiangyang Star. Everyone's worried about my safety when I go out, so I bought a mechanical bodyguard. Because it's a modified mechanical bodyguard, it's quite intelligent. Besides detecting the security situation around me, it can also detect nearby listening and surveillance devices. The ability to detect listening devices was a skill gained through upgrades. After acquiring the mechanical pet, Xie Wu used all her accumulated points to upgrade the wolf bodyguard's skills. Xiao Wu, your mechanical bodyguard says he has a listening device. Have him show it to us. Bai Tsuwen's expression was grim. Although the Bai family had surveillance cameras, they hadn't installed a listening device on the dining table. Black Wolf, bring out the listening device, Xie Wu ordered. Black Wolf nodded slightly and respectfully replied, yes. Black Wolf walked to Su Lilio's side. Excuse me, ma'am, please move aside. Okay. Su Lulu stood up, her face slightly pale. Black Wolf reached inside and quickly found a listening device that looked like a sticker. Seeing this listening device, the Bai family members' expressions turned sour. Judging from its appearance, it wasn't something they had arranged, it had been planted from outside. Butler, check the surveillance footage to see who touched the seat Miss Su Lulu was sitting in, Bai Tsuwen coldly ordered. The butler nodded in agreement. Su Lulu looked at Su Jiu, bewildered, and whispered, Big brother. Sit down, Su Jiu said gently. Only after hearing his words did Su Lulu dare to sit down. Su Jiu said, Grandma Bai, the Bai family is the richest family on Blue Star. It seems many people want to steal the Bai family's business secrets, even resorting to such methods. These words sounded like flattery, but the old lady Bai was not pleased at all. How many people who do business with dirty tricks can succeed? Besides, our Bai family isn't so easily defeated. Xiao Wu, where did you buy your mechanical bodyguard? Seeing the old lady's displeasure, Bai Jingyu changed the subject. Hearing Bai Jingyu's question, the old lady's stern face immediately brightened slightly. Yes, Xiao Wu, where did you buy it? We should buy one too, so we can catch any disloyal people in the family. Grandma, if I could, I'd like to buy you one too, but the person who made this mechanical bodyguard has a rather special identity, and it took a long time to make. He only has this one, I'm afraid he can't make a second one. Xie Wu smiled helplessly. If they don't have one, then there's nothing we can do. Chuan, let's buy a few more mechanical bodyguards from the AIs during this time, the old lady said. It feels like our Bai family has been attracting some trouble lately. Something bad keeps happening. Okay. Alright, let's not talk about unhappy things. Let's eat. Xiao Wu, have some meat, you're so thin. The old lady picked up the serving chopsticks and kindly placed a chicken leg on Xie Wu's plate. Xie Wu smiled and said thank you. Grandma Bai also placed a chicken leg on Su Lilio's plate. Su Lulu was slightly surprised by Grandma Bai's impartiality and said softly, Thank you, Grandma Bai. No need to thank me. You two girls are both so thin. Don't think that being thin is beautiful. People who are too thin are just like skeletons with human skin on top of them. What's so attractive about that? Yes, Su Lulu nodded obediently. By the way, how come you two siblings have time to come and play? Lulu has taken over the family's insurance business recently. The employees who had the accident at the Bai family hotel all bought insurance from our insurance company. We're here to check some details and handle follow-up compensation, Su Jiu explained for Su Lulu. Upon hearing this, Grandma Bai looked at Su Lulu with a somewhat complicated expression. Jiu, are you working with Lulu on the insurance company's business? No, I handle other business. You're not working on the insurance company's business, so why are you here with her? Chapter 330. Grandma Bai's question sounded ordinary. But upon closer listening, there was a hint of disdain in her voice. Why did Su Lulu need her brother to mentor her after taking over the family company's business? Su Jiu didn't seem ashamed at all, saying, Lulu didn't handle any business operations when she was with the Xie family. She has no management experience, so Mom and Dad asked me to mentor her for 3 months. Lulu, you're so lucky to have such a good brother, Grandma Bai said. Su Lulu smiled slightly, yes. Sigh, Xiaowu didn't handle any of the Su family's business operations when she was with the family either. Her little shoulders carried such a heavy burden, and no one protected her. Su Lulu, Xiaowu, Everyone looked at Grandma Bai in surprise. They hadn't expected her to say such a thing. Lulu, you're so much luckier than Xiaowu. When you returned to the Su family, your mother dressed you up beautifully and showed you off everywhere. You even have your brother to guide you when you took over the company. As for Xiaowu, I still remember what your mother said at afternoon tea that day. Sigh, I don't even know what to say. Your mother always praises your gentle personality, saying the Su family has good genes. But when you say you don't know how to manage a company, your brother says it's because the Xie family didn't teach you. Grandma Bai's words were sarcastic. Everyone present, except Su Lulu, knew what Grandma Bai was implying. Su Jiu smiled and said, Grandma Bai, some things are simply facts. You can't separate them. Besides, Xiaowu, the Su family never treated you badly. Su Jiu's gaze fell on Xiaowu. Xiaowu glanced at him, and said with a faint smile, Grandma, let bygones be bygones. Nobody cares about bringing up the past. Girl, you're right to think that way. But there are always people who, no matter the occasion, will trample you into the dirt just to elevate themselves. Old Mrs. Bai hadn't been holding many gatherings lately. But she wasn't unaware of it. Whenever Su's mother, Li Ruyan, had time to attend a gathering, she would complain about Xiaowu to the other ladies. She didn't have a good impression of the Su family. But she would still show some patience to the younger generation. However, Su Jiu's words, the Xie family didn't raise their children well, immediately ignited her resentment. Let others say what they want. Her few words won't starve me. Why let those harsh words upset you? Grandma, since you dislike this about others, remember not to imitate it. If you do, won't you become the very person you hate? Grandma Bai was pleased to hear Xiaowu's words. Girl, you're right to think that way. You're right, Grandma can't become like that. Let's eat. With Grandma Bai's rebuke of the Su siblings, how could they possibly enjoy their meal? Su Lulu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, her eyes constantly glancing at Bai Jingyu. Su Jiu, on the other hand, remained calm and finished his meal. Xiaowu, your family's mechanical bodyguards are so powerful. Why don't you help us check where there are any surveillance cameras or listening devices? After the meal and fruit, Xiaowu was about to mention leaving when Bai Heng suddenly made this suggestion. How could Xiaowu refuse? She said, I have Black Wolf check for you. Is it really an inspection? Xiaowu was about to give an order when Su Jiu suddenly asked out of the blue. Xiaowu looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by that, Mr. Su? Nothing. I just recently watched a movie. There was a scene where someone framed another person. They pretended to be a good guy, saying they were helping someone find something, but it turned out they were the ones who stole it. To maintain their good image, they presented the stolen item as if they had found it. Su Jiu finished speaking, raising an eyebrow confidently at Xiaowu. Xiaowu glanced at his hostility. Still negative. Looking at his negative hostility, coupled with these words, Xiaowu had a feeling he was deliberately teasing her. We don't mind Xiaowu installing listening devices in my house. After all, Grandma wants Xiaowu to be her goddaughter, so what's so strange about wanting to put listening devices in the house? Bai Heng retorted arrogantly. Hearing this, old Mrs. Bai smiled and said, Aheng, you're right. Grandma Bai, since you dote on Xiaowu so much, I can't say anything more, Su Jiu said. Xiaowu, go find her, Bai Heng said. Xiaowu ordered the wolf bodyguard to search. She sat on the sofa, continuing to keep old Mrs. Bai company. Su Lulu had been on pins and needles since dinner started, wishing she could leave the Bai family home as soon as possible. But Su Jiu, with an inexplicable thick skin, simply refused to leave. The wolf bodyguard didn't spend much time finding 8 listening devices and 3 miniature surveillance cameras in the Bai family home. Bai Xuan, not expecting so many listening devices to be installed in his home, coldly went with the butler to investigate the mole. After finishing her work, Xiaowu didn't plan to stay any longer. After saying goodbye to old Mrs. Bai, they left. Su Jiu and Su Lulu didn't stay either. Leaving the Bai family home, Su Lulu sat in the passenger seat, sulking. Big brother, why did you stay at the Bai family home for so long? That old woman deliberately sided with Xiaowu in criticizing us, and you didn't even argue back. Su Jiu glanced at her. The longer Su Lulu spent with Li Ruyan, the more her personality resembled Li Ruyan's. She lacked the timidity and gentleness she had when she first returned to the Su family. In front of outsiders, she acted timid and obedient. But behind their backs, she was practically ready to swear. I only chose to remain silent because I wanted to see how much the Bai family trusted Xia Wu. The more you talk about it, the angrier I get. Big brother, what's so great about Xia Wu? She's been vilified like that on the Star Net. Are that old woman and the Bai family blind? Xia Wu is shameless. After being vilified like that, instead of explaining and reflecting on her actions, how dare she go to the Bai family? Isn't she afraid of dragging them down? Su Lulu grew angrier as she spoke. Brother Yu was also vilified on the Starnet because he collaborated with her, but look at them sitting together for so long. Xia Wu didn't even apologize to Brother Yu. Su Liu's incessant chatter caused a flicker of displeasure to cross Su Zhiyu's eyes. But it quickly vanished. Lulu, don't you like Bai Jingyu? It's a good thing he doesn't talk to Xiao Wu much. If they talk more, you worry that Xiao Wu might steal him away. Speaking of that, I get even angrier. Angry about what? Su Zhiyu smiled slightly. If you're going to marry Bai Jingyu, you have to keep playing the good girl, understand? Understood. But Lulu, why do you like Bai Jingyu? He's handsome, and he's the richest of the eligible men. Mom said that Brother Yu will become the manager of the Bai family, and if I marry him, I become the richest person. Hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Su Zhiyu's eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As a member of the Su family, that's how you should think. Chapter 331. The journey from the Bai family residence to the aviation building was like a spy thriller for Xia Wu, involving constant changes of clothes, cars, and bodyguards. However, the wolf bodyguard proved invaluable several times along the way. The wolf bodyguard's danger perception range was 500 meters. Even a car speeding down the road could be analyzed to determine if it carried dangerous objects or would suddenly accelerate. It could also accurately detect any car that suddenly violated traffic rules and accelerated within 100 meters, either instructing the driver to change lanes or get out of the car to a safe location. An SS-level mechanical pet. Its performance was exceptionally good. But the constant avoidance of danger turned what should have been a 20-minute journey into 40 minutes. The aviation building housed a spaceship from Xiangyang Star. To conceal his itinerary, Xia Wu didn't travel on a private spaceship, but rather on a spaceship carrying over 30 tourists. Xia Wu arrived at the aviation building at the perfect time. The spaceship was scheduled to take off in exactly 5 minutes. She was the first to board the spaceship through the VIP entrance. The staff member, unaware that the heavily bundled up person before her was her boss, politely extended his arm to stop her. Miss, it seems you haven't bought a ticket. It's me. Xia Wu removed her sunglasses. The staff member, seeing it was Xia Wu, immediately tensed up. Boss? Do you have a private room? Yes. Take me there. VIP rooms cost 3 times more than regular seats. Few people go to Xiangyang Star these days. Even regular seats aren't selling, let alone VIP rooms. The staff member led Xia Wu to the VIP room, brought drinks and food, and closed the small door, ignoring the commotion outside. The wolf bodyguard patrolled the spaceship and quickly returned to tell Xia Wu that there were no dangerous items on board. Xia Wu nodded. He leaned back comfortably in his chair and closed his eyes for a short rest. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the private room, followed by 2 unfamiliar female voices. The spaceship on Xiangyang Star is pretty good, isn't it? The VIP room is clean and comfortable, and the service is decent. Of course it's good. This is the latest spaceship manufactured by the AI. This one alone seems to cost over $1 billion. So expensive? Does Xia Wu have the money to buy such an expensive spaceship? It was a gift from the Bai family. Where would they get so much money? Probably. My dad said that Xiangyang Star is full of gems. The stones that sold for hundreds of billions before were all Xia Wu's. Really? Although people online keep saying that, I feel like it's fake. Of course it's true. At Grandma Bai's birthday banquet, she gave away all kinds of stones. Doesn't that mean she has a lot of gems? Are all the varieties available? I didn't attend the old lady's birthday banquet, but recently at some gatherings, Mrs. Su kept telling us how heartless Xia Wu was. You still believe that aunt? That aunt never tells the truth. You can't believe a single punctuation mark she utters. Speaking of which, wasn't the Wu in Xia Wu's name given to her by the Su family? Yes, Xia Wu only changed her surname, not her given name. If it were me, I'd change my name. Those Su family members are so outrageous. Why use a name they gave me? Isn't a name just for calling someone? If you get used to it, you just keep using it. Louis, why do I feel like you have such a strong grudge against the Su family? Yun, if you had parents who forced you to marry Suani, you hate them too. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The girl named Lu Yi's tone suddenly rose. You haven't spent any time with Suwani. If you spent 10 minutes with him, you'd be driven mad by his country bumpkin attitude and arrogance. So what if he has a few stinking bucks? What does he say? That's what you look like, and that's your family's situation. Several of your projects relied on our Su family's help. So, you need to understand your place and mind your own business. I just want a legitimate woman to have a few children with me. You just need to do your job, you have enough to eat and drink, and you even get 50,000 yuan a month in pocket money. What? I can earn over 500,000 yuan a month from filming, who cares about his few stinking bucks? Unbelievable. Suwani really said that to you? Li Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief. I never said that. Would I make it up? Is Suwani really that bad? I thought their Su Jiyu was quite refined and a good person, wasn't he? Li Yunyan said. Lu Yi snorted coldly. Su Jiyu is a good person, but everyone in the Su family except him is an oddball. And that Mrs. Su too, she's clearly still making money off our copper mine, yet she acts like we're taking advantage of them. If we didn't give them the copper mine, they'd be in a panic. They dare to be so arrogant, because they think your family's copper mine isn't producing much anymore. If it's all gone, your family won't be of much benefit to them. Yunyun, you're right. My parents think the same way, so they've been urging me to marry Suwani lately, afraid that once the family's copper mine is depleted, the Su family will just walk away. Let them marry him. I'm going to hide on Xiangyang Star. Louis, there are plenty of places to hide on Blue Star. Why did you come to Xiangyang Star? The online reviews of Xiangyang Star are all bad. Yunyun, do you still remember Lalisa? How could I not remember? We were roommates. We went crazy together for 4 years. Lalisa said their Star Lord is much better than what the Starnet says, and even sponsored her to make a movie. She asked me to help with the movie's work, and said she helped me apply to stay on Xiangyang Star longer. Think about it, Xiangyang Star only issues tourist passes, and people can only stay for 3 days. My parents want to drag me back. If I hide for 3 days, they'd be kicked out of Xiangyang Star. Also, Xiangyang Star is the least developed planet. There must be many wonders to satisfy my photography needs. I think, lastly, that's your real purpose for coming here? Yes. But why didn't you tell me you were in contact with Lilitha? It's a pity I studied makeup, otherwise I could have hung out with you guys for a while. Hang out with us. Louis said, the actors in Lilitha's movies need makeup. You can do their makeup. Is that okay? Lilitha didn't invite me. If I volunteer, will she accept? What are you afraid of? Weren't the 4 of us very close back in college? I just feel bad for not receiving an invitation. Hey, given our past relationship, just say so directly, don't say it again. Besides, we're not short of money, we came to Xiangyang Star to escape our annoying elders. If Lilitha doesn't want it, then don't do it. Chapter 332. Tourists, who can afford VIP rooms, are certainly not short of money. Lu Yi and Li Yunyan hadn't expected that Xie Wu was also in the VIP room besides them. The small door to the room opened, and they chatted freely. Listening to their conversation, Xie Wu understood why they wanted to go to Xiangyang Star. Xie Wu glanced at the system's task. 2003/3000. Since Mei Ling arrived on Xiangyang Star, about 10 to 20 people have been going there every day. The task wasn't finished yet. But at this rate, it was only a matter of time before it was completed. Lu Yi and Li Yunyan's conversation revealed to Xie Wu that some people came to Xiangyang Star with the intention of escaping. Furthermore, they were acquaintances of Lilitha. Xie Wu didn't ask if Lilitha's movie had started filming. After all, she had heard Lilitha say a couple of days ago that all preparations were complete. She had nothing better to do. Xie Wu listened to the casual conversation between Lu Yi and Li Yunyan while checking the latest news on the Starnet. The Bai family and Kriana had encountered quite a bit of trouble these past 2 days. News broke that a supplier for Kriana's clothing company was using substandard dyes to color fabric, and instantly, news appeared about various Kriana clothing items exceeding safety standards and containing carcinogenic substances. In the short time she hadn't checked the news, Kriana's stock had already lost over 30 billion. When she saw the news about Kriana, Xie Wu frowned deeply. She didn't know if this was tomorrow's society's doing. If so, she would have to take the blame. After all, the most likely reason for tomorrow's society's actions against Kriana was because of her. The Bai family was also unlucky. The hotel bomb incident caused their stock to drop by over 20 billion. Online comments suggested that losing this amount of money was nothing to the Bai family and Kriana. After all, they could easily spend tens of billions on a single stone. They only be worried when they lost hundreds of billions. Sia Wu was also quite anxious seeing that the money his two partners had lost hadn't gone into their pockets. Similarly, he couldn't help but admire tomorrow's society's methods. They could easily cause the richest man and the second richest man to lose tens of billions just by creating some trouble. Time passed quickly while listening to and reading gossip. Before they knew it, the spaceship had returned to Xiangyang Star. After all the guests disembarked, Sia Wu and her wolf bodyguard did. After leaving the space terminal, Sia Wu told her wolf bodyguard to return to Mei Ling's place. She returned to the Sia family home. She had just sat down on the sofa to rest for a bit, when her communication bracelet rang. It was Lilisa calling. Sia Wu answered the phone. "Hello, miss, this is Lily the..." "I know it's you. What's up?" "Miss, I have two friends who came to Xiangyang Star to help me film a movie. However, I'm currently at the beach. Could you arrange for a squad of soldiers to bring them here?" "Yes, I arranged for soldiers to take them in a bit." Sia Wu had overheard the gossip on the spaceship and knew that Lu Yi and Li Yunyun were simply visiting Xiangyang Star and had no ill intentions. She readily agreed. "Thank you for your trouble, Mississippi. I get back to work now." "Wait a moment," Sia Wu said. Lily asked, "Miss, is there anything else? Your movie has already started filming?" "Yes, we've been filming all day, Mississippi. Let me tell you, your eye for talent is absolutely amazing." Speaking of the movie, Lilisa perked up immediately, enthusiastically sharing with Sia Wu, "You suggested giving Ling Han a poker face, and when he filmed it, it didn't feel out of place at all, it looked incredibly convincing. Also, Ling Han's face is really handsome. I grew up with him, but I never really noticed how great his face was. Only after observing it closely through the lens did I realize how truly handsome he is. Miss, while filming, I was already envisioning Ling Han's future stardom. I'm going to train him to be the head of the club. This golden goose will earn you billions in the entertainment industry, miss. Also, Fu Yu truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran, with a century of acting experience. He even gives me guidance on lighting, angles, sound recording, and so on. Miss, we really hit the jackpot. For my first film, I hired a dedicated and skilled actor, and he's even found me a mentor. Miss, at our current filming pace, I guarantee I can finish the film in 2 weeks, and it will be just as good as any romance film on the market." Speaking of her film, Lily excitedly finished speaking in one breath, not giving Sia Wu a chance to interrupt. Filming a movie in 2 weeks was a good thing for Sia Wu. If it can be filmed well, and in such a short time, Lily, if this film can earn 50 million, I use all 50 million to make your next film. You can make whatever you want next, I won't interfere. Miss, are you serious? When have I ever joked? Sia Wu retorted. Lilisa jumped up and down excitedly. Miss, don't worry, I definitely earn you 50 million. Okay, I wait. Alright, miss, I'm going to continue filming. Go ahead. Lilisa hung up the phone, her joy still hard to contain. Ling Han, I just spoke to miss. She said we're going to earn her 50 million. Seeing Ling Han, Lilisa quickly ran over to share the good news with him. Fu Yu, sitting next to her, slightly raised her head and said, based on my years of experience, if nothing unexpected happens, this movie will gross at least 500 million. 500 million? My goodness, is filming a movie that lucrative? A worker resting under an umbrella asked in surprise. Lilisa said, the 500 million is the box office figure. We still need to deduct costs and advertising, but a net profit of 100 million would be good. Uncles, you guys should act well too. If we make 50 million, I give you an extra 30,000 as a bonus. The workers smiled happily. Girl, are you serious? You said you give us 300 a day to help with filming, but actually, you just told us to do what we were supposed to do. We didn't do anything, and you want to give us extra money as a bonus? Do you really have that kind of money? The workers were a construction team sent by the Bai family to build houses by the sea. Lilisa didn't have the money to hire professional extras, so she directly hired the workers as extras. Uncle, don't worry, my monthly salary is quite high, I can afford this. Girl, can you give me more screen time? This old man never thought that after working on construction sites for most of his life, I had the chance to act in movies. You don't even have to pay me, just give me more screen time, so I can brag to my kids. Give me some screen time too, I want to see myself on the big screen. Chapter 333. Lilisa's movie is already in production, and progressing well. The next day, Lin Yuyu told Sia Wu that the version for the game's closed beta test was finished, and application forms had been posted on the StarNet to see how many players would apply to participate in the test. 100 would be ideal. because they were only releasing 100 test slots. With fewer slots available, the applicants would be able to play the game in about an hour. This was a small matter that didn't need to be told to Xia Wu. She had entrusted all the rights to the game to Lin Sun. Lin Sun could do whatever he wanted. He just needed to inform her of the results. However, because a similar game had been heavily criticized before, Lin Yu was filled with both worry and anticipation for those 100 unknown players. People are easily like this. Things that require their utmost effort are terrified of receiving criticism and abuse from the outside world. Because criticism and abuse received at such times can be devastating, vulnerable people might be crushed. Xia Wu, being a competent boss, noticed that the numbers above the heads of all the employees at Lin Sun's studio had somehow increased from millions to tens of millions. Even Lin Yu's number had reached 1 billion. The employees' numbers only increased, meaning that the game they were making was generating huge profits for them. To encourage their enthusiasm for making money, Xia Wu accompanied Lin Yu to the studio. Lin Sun, seeing Xia Wu's arrival, was surprised yet excited. "Boss Xia, what brings you here? Yu said you open applications for the game's closed beta test. I came to see how it's going. We sent download links to players who applied in order of preference. 42 players have already received their links, but we don't know when we hear their feedback." Lin Sun was also a little excited. Xia Wu said, "Calm down. You're an established studio, you made quite a few games. Why are you so nervous about a single closed beta?" "Boss Xia, many of the games we made before were just reskin versions of popular games, copied gameplay from the most popular titles, and then reskinned and changed some text. Even if those games made hundreds of millions, we didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. But this game is something we figured out ourselves, something we made by hand. We're afraid it won't suit the players' tastes. Although it's a game made with their own initial intentions, they also hope it will be loved by many, and make a lot of money. Many people probably share this dream. To do what you love, and make a lot of money at the same time. This is our first closed beta test, specifically designed to let players find fault. Don't be afraid, if it doesn't suit the players' tastes, we can adjust it in time," Xia Wu said. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. "Boss K Platform. Jiofeng, the top streamer in the gaming section, has actually applied for our game, and is currently streaming it." A studio staff member shouted excitedly. Lin Sun was shocked. "Really? It's true, look." Lin Sun strode over. Jiofeng's live stream was displayed on the screen. K Platform is currently the largest live streaming platform, with the highest traffic and streamer quality. Jiofeng, the top streamer in the gaming section of K Platform, is among the top 5 most famous streamers on the platform. Jiofeng was originally a professional gamer, achieving 5 championships, and 1 runner-up finish during his career, a record that remains unbroken by any other professional player in that game. This success earned him a large following among gamers on the StarNet platform. After leaving professional gaming, Jiofeng became a game streamer on the K platform. A skilled gamer himself, he can master any game in just 10 minutes and achieve godlike status. Despite his talent, Jiofeng has also garnered numerous accolades. He's known for his kind and gentle personality, rarely swearing, and speaking softly. His fans often lament, "His voice is so gentle, listening to it makes my eyelids droop." However, when he unleashes a godlike performance, all sleepiness vanishes instantly, and they become completely absorbed in his amazing gameplay. It's a dilemma. Is it better to watch a stream when you can't sleep? Lin Sun's studio launched its first closed beta test today, and everyone is distracted from work. As the studio's intelligence gatherer, Lin Sun, as usual, searched the StarNet for game-related information. He happened to see his favorite streamer playing his studio's game, and immediately called everyone over to watch. Lin Sun had expected to wait a while for player feedback. Now that a streamer was playing his game live, they could watch the streamer's reactions throughout. Everyone in the studio brought over chairs, and sat in front of the screen to watch the streamer play. Xia Wu sat in the middle. Looking at her empty hands, she said, Yu, here's 500 yuan. Go buy some snacks." How could they watch a live stream without eating? "No need to buy any, I have a box of snacks over there on my desk, bro, go get it." Lin Sun reluctantly went to get the box, and gave everyone a bag of snacks. In the live stream, Jiofeng finally finished downloading the game. He opened the game. Xia Wu saw that the game's opening screen was still black and white text and asked, "Lin Sun, didn't I say we were going to have an animated CG for the opening? Why is it still like this?" "The opening CG is only half finished, it won't be ready for the closed beta release, and since it's a closed beta, I think it's better to hold back a bit," Lin Sun said. We can't release too much during the first closed beta, otherwise there won't be anything new for the open beta. Xiaowu nodded. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Qiufeng didn't have much of a problem with a black and white text opening screen. After all, nowadays, game companies often cut corners like this for their opening screens to save on production costs. However, once the black and white text disappeared, the scene that appeared was surprising. After completing the tutorial, Qiufeng couldn't help but say, "Guys, this game seems different from the ones we played a few days ago. It seems to be a different genre, but look at these tags, aren't they all games in the same category?" The viewers in the live stream echoed Qiufeng's words. Judging from the tags, they're games in the same category, but looking at the art, this beta game is much better than Blade. I checked the company behind this game, Xingyang and Lin Games. Everyone, I searched through all the records on Xingyang, but I couldn't find any information about this company. Finally, I found it in the trademark registration. This game company was registered more than a month ago. What kind of monster is this? A game company registered more than a month ago, and they already released a game with such a high level of completion? A game with such a high level of completion, and it's only in beta? I can't imagine what kind of monster we see in the open beta. Chapter 334. Qiufeng continued playing the game. After completing the tutorial, he finally encountered his first monster. Without much thought, he rushed forward and fought the monster. The sound effects of encountering the monster, the sound effects of weapons clashing, and the vibration feedback on the controller, all combined with knocking the monster down, filled Qiufeng with excitement. Guys, this is so awesome! I haven't played a game with such a strong sense of impact in ages. Did you hear the vibration on my controller just now? When my attack hit the monster, the vibration was weak, but when my weapon clashed with the monster's, that ding sound, the controller suddenly vibrated violently. It felt like I was really fighting the monster. So awesome. So awesome. I want to go fight some more. The game is an open world, although it has a main questline. However, it doesn't restrict or force players to complete quests. Qiufeng, a fan of action combat games, controlled the level 1 protagonist, running around the world looking for monsters to fight. Because it's an open world, some areas have slightly higher level monsters. Qiufeng's protagonist, only level 1, was defeated by a monster 3 levels higher. Far from feeling defeated, he went back to challenge it again, dealing only a few points of damage at level 1 for a full half hour before finally killing it. He killed a monster much higher than his level, and without taking any damage. Although it was tiring, it gave Qiufeng immense satisfaction and pride. Xiaowu watched Qiufeng's live stream, and finally understood. Some people play games simply for the thrill of defeating monsters, unlike her, who focuses more on the cutscenes and the game's story. Qiufeng's repeated praise of the game's combat system also illustrates one thing. The game's combat system is flawless. Qiufeng, a skilled player, mastered the game within 10 minutes, mastering the combos and techniques. His monster-slaying moves became increasingly flashy and clean, offering a highly entertaining viewing experience. His reputation as the top player in the gaming section is well-deserved. The viewers in the live stream also cheered enthusiastically. Damn it! Why is this game only in its first closed beta? I want to play. I want to play right now. Rolls around and starts yelling. I was lucky enough to snag a beta test qualification for this game. It's so awesome. Friends, I hate that this game isn't officially released yet. This is a true open-world exploration action game. Blade and Soul was made by a 10-year-old company. Such a shabby game, how could they have the nerve to release it to us? I want to play too. Can we find the official team and get them to release it for public beta right now? Did you guys notice the monster's attacks? I noticed that the monster seemed to briefly observe our attack patterns before changing their attack direction. Friend, you didn't see wrong, I saw it too. That should be a high difficulty world boss, right? I saw it even do feints, amazing. The more I talk about it, the more I want to play. Qiufeng and his viewers in the live stream gave the game very high praise. Seeing this, Xiaowu said, Linsen, everyone's reaction has been great. You can rest assured and continue to focus wholeheartedly on making this game and polishing the final product. Linsen was still a little excited, his eyes slightly red. Okay, boss, I do my best. Everyone, let's cheer up and keep going. The high praise from the closed beta boosted everyone's morale, and they stood up contentedly and returned to their workstations. Xiaowu went to the restroom to wash her hands. As she walked out of the restroom, her communication bracelet rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Mo. Xiaowu answered the phone as she walked towards the front door. Hello, Miss Ya. This is Chen Mo. Officer Shen, what's the matter? Miss Yeah, I found 2 allies. They're good friends I met when I was in military academy. After graduation, they worked in the criminal investigation team and have more experience than me. I showed them the information you left behind, but they still want to talk to you in person. They're currently on Xiangyang Star, waiting at your door, hoping you meet them. Okay, I go home now. Xia Wu hung up and headed home. Sure enough, she saw 2 people wearing sunglasses and baseball caps at her doorstep. Judging from their builds, it was a man and a woman. Xia Wu walked over, and they stopped when they saw her. Miss Xia, is this? I'm Jing Fei from the Criminal Investigation Team of District 19, City A. And when Mo, also a detective from the Criminal Investigation Team of District 19, City A, Xia Wu shook hands with them one after the other, saying, Gentlemen, let's go inside and talk. Xia Wu invited them in. The 3 sat in the living room. The housekeeper, Xiong, brought them tea and fruit before obediently leaving. Jing Fei and Wen Mo removed their hats and sunglasses. Both had the resolute and sharp gaze of soldiers. Xia Wu used hate detection on them. Hate, 0. Temporarily trustworthy. Miss Xia Wu, I think you already knew we were coming. So let's get straight to the point. Can you swear on the evidence you found that it's completely genuine, without any falsehoods? Jing Fei asked. Xia Wu nodded. I swear, it's absolutely true. There's no falsehood in it. Miss Xia Wu, are you aware that the evidence you gathered is one-sided? Wen Mo asked. Xia Wu raised an eyebrow, looking at her with some confusion. Officer 1, what do you mean by that? Qiu Xi, your former creditor, according to your investigation, was a member of the Tomorrow Society. He deceived your parents, obtained billions in profits, and then committed suicide by jumping off a building. And the reason for his suicide was the Tomorrow Society's doing. Xia Wu shook her head. I didn't say with absolute certainty that it was the Tomorrow Society's doing. It was just speculation. Furthermore, the information I provided all indicated that the people and events I encountered are members of the Tomorrow Society and have some connection to them. Similarly, members of the Tomorrow Society have threatened me. Both officers feel my evidence is one-sided, but this evidence is also authentic. Didn't the people you investigated who died have Tomorrow Society insignia in their homes, or on their bodies? Xia Wu's words caused Wen Mo and Jing Fei to frown simultaneously. They lowered their heads in thought, their eyes filled with hesitation. Seeing their silence, Xia Wu asked, Are you two comparing Qiu Xi to someone else because there were other reasons for Qiu Xi's death? Or are you unwilling to tell me? Before Qiu Xi jumped to his death, a certain project caused a loss of 3 billion. You were supposed to repay him 10 billion, which would have been enough to cover the loss. But he was deceived by a friend and bought an exorbitantly priced oil painting. The 10 billion was gone, and he was now in debt for another 3 billion, so he chose to jump to his death. This is what he wrote in his suicide note, Wen Mo said. Xia Wu suddenly understood. You mean Qiu Xi's death was voluntary and unrelated to Tomorrow Society, so you think his framing of my family is unrelated to Tomorrow Society? Chapter 335. Wen Mo didn't immediately answer Xia Wu's question. Jing Fei, upon hearing this, said, Ms. Xia Wu, the reason we said the evidence you provided was only partial is because when our officials were collecting this evidence, they didn't find any symbols related to the Tomorrow Society around these people. We conducted an additional investigation of the Tomorrow Society before coming here, but we didn't find any evidence of the existence of this church. Jing Fei's words were vague, but Xia Wu understood the meaning. Simply put, they suspected that all the information Xia Wu provided related to the Tomorrow Society was false, because they hadn't investigated it. The vagueness before was just an attempt to subtly give Xia Wu a chance to confess. However, Xia Wu thought they didn't believe that all of this was unrelated to the Tomorrow Society, but she didn't expect that they hadn't found anything about the Tomorrow Society at all. Were you two involved in the investigations of Qiu Xi and NS Pharmaceuticals? Xia Wu asked. Wen Mo shook her head. Qiu Xi is handled by the 10th District Criminal Investigation Team, and NS Pharmaceuticals is a matter of great importance, handled by the 1st District Criminal Investigation Team of City A. We in the 19th District haven't yet come across any cases related to you. However, Ms. Yvette is a resident of the 19th District. Furthermore, Chen Mo is the leader of the 16th sub-team of the Major Crimes Unit, our direct superior, Jing Fei added. Logically speaking, incidents occurring in other districts are only addressed when the local detectives are unable to resolve them and need manpower, at which point detectives from other districts are dispatched for assistance. They can review case files, but they don't have the authority to reinvestigate. However, Chen Mo, as the sub-team leader of the Major Crimes Unit, has the right to reinvestigate cases. The two of them came to see Xia Wu to convey two messages. 1. They suspected that Xia Wu's information might be falsified, but it was also possible that it wasn't. Although they hadn't participated in the investigation, as police officers, they genuinely trusted their colleague. 2. Although Chen Mo was their old classmate, Chen Mo's power and ability were superior to theirs. Even though Chen Mo had been demoted, his power remained above theirs. They came to see Xia Wu on Chen Mo's advice, out of friendship, and also on orders from their superiors. What is the purpose of your visit? Are you here to question my information? Or to tell me to stop investigating? Xia Wu was confused by their words. What was their real purpose? We are here to find the truth, Wen Mo said. As criminal investigators, finding the truth is our duty. From your information, Ms. Xia Wu, we know that you are being persecuted by some organization. However, the truth can never be based on one-sided accounts. We need to confirm whether you are lying. The information Xia Wu provided differed from what her colleagues had investigated. However, the deceased were indeed connected to Xia Wu, and Xia Wu had also survived a bomb attack. Wen Mo and the others weren't entirely convinced of the evidence Xia Wu had gathered, but what happened to Xia Wu was real, and the evidence had some credibility. Therefore, as long as Xia Wu's words were true, given their positions, they would definitely help Xia Wu investigate thoroughly and apprehend the culprit. I swear on my life, the information I gave Officer Shen is absolutely true, Xia Wu said seriously, his eyes resolute. There wasn't a trace of frivolity in his expression. Wen Mo's gaze softened. Miss Xia Wu, this is our contact number. If you have any suspicions, please call us immediately. This isn't a case under our district's jurisdiction, so we don't have investigative authority. However, if we happen to wander into the crime scene, we can participate in the investigation under the guise of assistance. Xia Wu took their business cards, then suddenly remembered something and reminded them, the Bai family also experienced a bombing incident a couple of days ago. Why don't you two go and examine the bomb fragments and their type, then compare them with Officer Shen to see if there are any similarities to the bomb that bombed me? The Bai family's bombing incident is also related to you? The Bai family's bombing incident wasn't under investigation, but this case fell within their jurisdiction. The Bai family has a business relationship with me, and they're afraid that my cooperation with them will make them rich and powerful. So they're trying to destroy all my partners. It's not just the Bai family, the CEO of Kriana Clothing Company also has a business relationship with me, and their recent events are related to me. Okay, we got it. Miss Xia Wu, do you have any other intelligence to provide? Investigate Xiaoji and the people at NS Pharmaceuticals. Shouldn't you also be more careful? Wen Mo and Jing Fei were both taken aback. They knew what Xia Wu meant. After a moment of silence, they nodded. The two didn't linger with Xia Wu. They were eager to return and investigate whether the Bai family's bombing incident was related to Xia Wu's bombing. After saying goodbye, they put on hats and sunglasses, left the Xia family, and boarded the spaceship back to Earth. As soon as they left the Xia family's gate, Xia Wu called Lei Jun. The fact that the police hadn't found any Tomorrow Society symbols on Qiuji and the others meant that someone in the criminal investigation team was deliberately concealing these things during the investigation. Concealing these things was easy. After all, those symbols were like ornaments. Who would think ornaments were related to the case? Besides, Qiuji committed suicide. A suicide note could close the investigation. No one would delve into the truth of his death. Xia Wu asked Lei Jun to investigate the criminal investigation personnel in charge of Qiuji and NS Pharmaceuticals. After asking the reason, Lei Jun wasn't surprised. Boss, yeah, it's perfectly normal for there to be police personnel involved. We secretly reported NS Pharmaceuticals multiple times for suspected drug manufacturing, but nobody paid any attention to us. Posting these messages on the Starnet was also quickly covered up. Luckily, boss, yeah, you're smart enough not to report Tomorrow Society to the police. If you had, you'd be furious. Wen Mo and Jing Fei's attitude was relatively friendly, and their conversation wasn't as angry. If we call the police and encounter members of the Tomorrow Society, we'd probably be kicked out on charges of defamation. If we can run into Tomorrow Society members at the Alliance Security Council, it's not surprising there are some in the criminal investigation team. But the two officers who came to see me today seem alright. If we find concrete evidence, they can help us arrest the Tomorrow Society members. Boss, yeah, don't be too optimistic. The two officers who came to see you today are indeed good, but what about the person in charge of their team? It's hard to guarantee that the other officers in their team are also unrelated to the Tomorrow Society. Indeed, just because they are trustworthy doesn't mean the others aren't. But having more allies is much better than having none. After all, they are government officials. Even if they investigate secretly, they should be able to find things we can't. Chapter 336. Having more people investigating tomorrow's society together only has advantages, no disadvantages. Take Yvette clone incident, for example. If they hadn't investigated together with the Bai family, Xie Wu would have assumed Yvette was truly dead because of Lei Jun's investigation, thus lowering his guard. Then, upon seeing Yvette resurrected, he would begin to question Lei Jun's loyalty and intelligence capabilities. With the Bai family's joint investigation, they learned that Yvette had clones, the misunderstanding was cleared up in time, and cooperation continued. When Mo and Jing Fei are government officials, they won't share their findings with Xie Wu immediately. However, their strong sense of justice will prevent them from allowing criminals to harm others. As long as there is evidence, they can arrest members of tomorrow's society. Furthermore, from them, Xie Wu also learned about the Silent Major Crimes Unit's leader. His power surpasses that of the Criminal Investigation Team. Xie Wu has already investigated the Silent Unit's credibility. He can go to him if needed. After the Bai family bombing incident, tomorrow's society quieted down a bit. Perhaps it was the interrogation of Yvette that made tomorrow's society realize they couldn't always cause trouble. They needed some peace and quiet sometimes. Or perhaps they were satisfied with the billions lost to Kriana and the Bai family, wanting to admire their gains for a while before stirring up trouble again. With them not causing trouble, Xie Wu also felt that life had become much easier recently. Although tomorrow's society continued to cause trouble, the development of Xiangyang Star didn't suffer at all. Construction of the scenic area proceeded steadily and rapidly, the clearing of the insect-infested areas continued, and the ground road connecting Xiangyang City to the sea was finally completed. The next step was to pave the highway. Once the road is paved, cars will be able to reach the seaside, eliminating the need for spaceships to fly to this small area. The hotel's renovations are nearing completion. In 2 more days, a hotel in Xiangyang City will be finished. The construction of the first house is also almost complete. In a few days, the longtime residents of Xiangyang City will be able to move into their new homes. Xiangyang City's rapid progress is largely thanks to Tan Lang and his team. While Xie Wu was busy preparing for tomorrow's meeting, they oversaw various construction projects in Xiangyang City. Of course, Tan Lang and his team also recruited several employees during their busy schedules. The females who had been learning from the cubs finished their training and threw themselves into their work. With more people working and each project having a dedicated person in charge, the work progressed even faster. With development matters no longer a concern for Xie Wu, she had more time to attend to her own affairs. For example, she went to check how many stones the minor hamsters had unearthed. She was astonished by what she found. Before she knew it, 2 more warehouses of stones had been added. Xie Wu hadn't bothered to sort the stones. Expensive and cheap stones were all in one warehouse. During this time, because she was busy accumulating stones to start her own jewelry business, she hadn't been auctioning them much, so the stones had been steadily accumulating and hadn't decreased much. Xie Wu was unusually relaxed. She also returned to her old trade of selling jade after a long absence. She selected more than 10 pieces of jade and contacted Moore and Katz respectively. Upon hearing that stones were for sale, Moore picked out 8 pieces of jade for 500 million. Afterwards, Xie Wu called Katz. Upon hearing that Xie Wu was selling stones, Katz said, "Thank goodness, Ms. Xie Wu, you're back to your old profession. I was so afraid you never sell jade again." "How could that be? Jade is my old profession, but I've been quite busy lately, and haven't been selling any jade. Besides, even if I don't sell it, Mr. Katz, you can come to Sunrise Star to find jade." Now, Xie Wu occasionally receives transfers from Ron and Maureen, for a simple reason. They find jade while out and about, bring it home, and then transfer money to Xie Wu. They send Xie Wu photos of the jade they find. Value appraisal. Although the price can only be determined by seeing the actual item, photos and videos cannot provide that information. But Xie Wu trusts the android's honesty. Whatever Ron and the others give is what she pays. After all, they spent their own time and effort finding it, and the money they pay isn't small. "Miss Xie Wu, if possible, I also like to go to Sunrise Star to find gems myself. However, after the incident last time, my mother ordered us not to go to Sunrise Star without permission, to avoid causing you further trouble. No wonder no androids have come to Sunrise Star to find stones, since that incident. Mr. Kaz, your identity isn't a sensitive issue on Mechanical Planet. Coming to Sunrise Planet to find stones shouldn't cause any controversy," Xie Wu said. "My identity does indeed allow me to travel freely to Sunrise Planet. However, Recently there have been many hacker attacks on my website. Many shop owners have reported that the prices of their products have been inexplicably changed, or their shops have been hacked. To strengthen the website's firewall, I've been working at full speed for several days in a row. Those hackers are truly terrifying. I'm an android, and I can go 24 hours a day for a month without sleep without any problems. But are these guys on the other side also androids? How can they attack my website 24 hours a day for several days in a row? The recent hectic work schedule left Katz puzzled. Why was the attack on his website so intense? Xia Wu, hearing this, immediately asked, Mr. Katz, is your website constantly under attack? Yes, my website is the largest shopping website on the StarNet. Prices are affordable, and the products are genuine. Many buyers like to purchase from my shop. But some sellers don't like it because my website doesn't allow them to sell products at excessively high prices, limiting their profit margins. So some sellers both love and hate my website. Some competitors also want to destroy me, hoping sellers and buyers will switch to their websites. I deal with viruses and hackers of all sizes every day, but lately, it seems like there are twice as many hackers as before. Miss Xia Wu, thank you so much for calling me at this time, and even selling me jade. That brat Ron, taking advantage of his factory in Xiangyang, he can freely find stones, and sells me cheap stones he picked up himself at inflated prices. He got the fun of finding stones, and he even gave me cheap stones. Once I'm done with what I'm doing, I definitely go to Xiangyang Star and make love to him. Mao say love, thinking was to beat him up. Xia Wu smiled. Mr. Kaz, when you have time to come to Xiangyang Star to find the stone, I give you a discount. It's settled then, Miss Xia Wu. I transferred the money to your card. Let's talk again when we have time. I need to continue my battle of wits with the hackers. Okay. Xia Wu hung up the phone. She looked at her communication bracelet, a hint of helplessness in her smile. Tomorrow's society is currently operating on multiple fronts. One front is attacking the Bai family and Kriana, another is attacking Xiangyang Star and Xia Wu, and yet another is attacking the Onyx. They're not resting at all. However, their multi-front operations prove that they possess substantial financial resources and a wealth of talent. Chapter 337. City A Farong Restaurant. When Imo, dressed in simple casual clothes, entered the private room, Chen Imo was already seated inside. Seeing her arrive, he slightly raised his head. You're here. You worked hard, he said, picking up a new cup from the table, pouring in hot tea, rinsing the cup, and preparing to pour more tea. When Imo said, how could I let the boss pour my tea? I do it myself. She reached for Chen Mo's teapot. Chen Mo's face was serious. Don't try to make fun of me with that official air. Drink. When Imo smiled slightly, and took the tea he poured. Is A-Fei still busy? He asked. Just as when Imo was about to answer, the door to the private room opened. Jing Fei, covered in sweat, strode in. Without a word, he grabbed the teapot, picked up a cup, poured himself a cup of tea, and gulped it down. I was almost dying of thirst. Why is summer in Cydia so long? It's already autumn, but it's as hot as midsummer. What mission were you on today? Were you out all day? Imo Chen retorted. Jing Fei was about to speak when the waiter came in and asked, Sir, are all your friends here? Yes, they are. Order whatever you like. It's a rare treat. This meal is on me, Imo Chen said generously. Jing Fei's eyes lit up. Then I won't stand on ceremony. It's a rare opportunity to get together with you. I definitely make you bleed. Jing Fei unceremoniously ordered the most expensive and the best dishes. The waiter took their order and respectfully left the private room. As soon as the door closed, the three men's previously carefree expressions vanished, replaced by seriousness and piercing eyes. How's the investigation going? Chen Imo asked. Jing Fei clicked his tongue and said two words. Exciting. Director Liang, who oversees me and Xiao Imo, has a Tomorrow's Society symbol on his desk. When people asked him what it was before, he said it was a gift from a child he helped, and he kept it because it was a token of the child's kindness. But I discovered a surveillance camera inside that decoration. Even someone as oblivious as me noticed the surveillance camera. Director Liang couldn't possibly not know. He's kept it there all this time. I suspect it's voluntary. Jing Fei told the two of them his discovery. Although the investigation had yielded results, they weren't good news. Chen Imo frowned slightly. When Imo noticed the slight change in his expression and said, You're already frowning over the first piece of news. Won't your brows be furrowed in knots later? Do you have even worse news? Chen Imo asked. When Imo nodded, out of the 10 female colleagues I met, 3 are members of tomorrow's society. Are you sure? Shinmo's brows were now truly furrowed. The proportion of tomorrow's guild members in the police station is far too high. I didn't know it was the Tomorrow's Guild's mark before, but now that I do, seeing 3 female colleagues wearing bracelets with the Tomorrow's Guild mark makes me suspicious of their identities. Wenemo sighed deeply. I used to ask them out of curiosity when I saw them wearing the same bracelets, and they said they saw them while shopping and bought them together. I even laughed and said they were so close, wearing the same necklaces for 3 years. Now it seems it's because they're from the same cult. When Xia Wu mentioned Tomorrow's society, she initially thought it was a figment of Xia Wu's imagination, a hypothetical enemy. What kind of cult would have the ability to target her everywhere, especially when it came to robbing people of their money? But when she saw people around her carrying Tomorrow's society insignia or other items, she couldn't help but think more deeply. Has Tomorrow's society infiltrated that far? Silence asked, a headache forming in her head. That certainly seems to be the case. More or less, people in the bureau are carrying items bearing Tomorrow's society insignia. Oh, and this is the bomb investigation report. Jing Fei showed Silence a report. Silence looked at the contents, then sighed, rubbing her forehead. What's wrong? Wenemo asked. The bomb's manufacturing method, and most of its materials are 80% similar to the bomb used to bomb Xia Wu, confirming it's the same bomb. Wenemo. So, Xia Wu wasn't lying to us. Tomorrow's society really is targeting her partners. This? Jing Fei frowned and thought, I was going to ask, is Xia Wu worth this treatment? But considering their ultimate goal is to obtain Xiangyang Star, it seems she is. Mo Chen's expression was serious. If their ambition was only for one planet, I wouldn't care, but what they've done is beyond imagination. Why? When Mo asked, puzzled. Mo Chen looked at the report before him, his expression grave. Based on my investigation over the past few days, this bomb wasn't manufactured by AI. It's also different from all the known bomb models on the black market and the general market. I'm certain Tomorrow's society made it secretly. To be able to manufacture a bomb with such power and precision, what other weapons do you think they manufactured? When Mo and Jing Fei immediately understood the meaning of silence. Under the current circumstances, most countries or planets manufacture weapons in accordance with the peace treaty, though this is merely lip service. Secretly, to protect their own interests, everyone is working hard to create weapons different from those on the market. Blue Star has very strict regulations on weapon manufacturing and research. Weapons will be produced tomorrow, but the quantity should not be large, Jing Fei said. When Mo nodded. The raw materials for making weapons are monitored. Small-scale weapon manufacturing might go unnoticed, but large-scale manufacturing will definitely be discovered. Given Tomorrow's society's cautious approach, they probably won't mass-produce weapons capable of starting a war. Mo Chen nodded slightly. What if they get Xiangyang Star? Xiangyang Star is still under development, with many untapped resources. If they get the planet, find those resources, and mass-produce weapons, they might do what they want. Jing Fei slapped his thigh. So that's their real purpose in wanting to see Xiangyang Star? Seizing a planet, seizing resources, and mass-producing weapons. Starting a war would be easy for them. Isn't Tomorrow's society a religious group? How can they have such grand ambitions? Based on the available clues, the 3 deduced Tomorrow's society's actions, and were secretly shocked by their own deductions. Do you have any way to get me back to my original position sooner? Mo Chen suddenly asked seriously. Jing Fei didn't understand that nonsensical remark. The investigation into Tomorrow's society is only just beginning. We finally figured out what Tomorrow's society is up to based on the information Xia Wu provided. Besides, our leader is also a member of Tomorrow's society. The reason we can investigate cases beyond our level is because of your power protecting us. If you didn't protect us, what would we do? Chapter 338. Silence. After reading this information, you're not scared, are you? When Mo asked cautiously, afraid that her words might hurt Silence's pride. Silence frowned. The deputy commander who's temporarily acting as my deputy commander told me that the pirates have been moving around much more frequently lately, showing signs of gathering. Pirates have always acted strangely, without any fixed pattern. I dealt with them for many years, and I initially thought their actions were normal. However, the information Xia Wu provided said that the pirates who attacked Xiangyang Star last time were instigated by Mingri. But based on this information, and the pirates' strange movements, at this juncture, I feel that the pirates might be planning to attack Xiangyang Star again. I need to return to my original position to deal with those pirates. Silence's father was once a general. He led soldiers to resist pirate attacks, protecting the safety of all the planets in the Haiyang star system. Silence greatly admired his father. However, when he was 13, his father was betrayed by his subordinate. That man falsely reported military intelligence, luring Shin's father into a pirate ambush. The pirates harbored deep hatred for Shin's father, and Shin's father knew he would meet a terrible end if he fell into their hands, so he fought desperately, refusing to beg for mercy. To vent their anger, the pirates filmed the desecration of his father's body and uploaded it to the Starnet. Although the video was quickly taken down, from that moment on, Shin felt a profound hatred for the pirates. He wanted to kill those pirates who had insulted his father, and also to find the traitor. He had always believed he could secure his position as commander of the 3rd Regiment, and that his fight against the pirates was a fight to the death. Xiao Wu's affair led to his transfer from his post, something he had never anticipated. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Because, after Xiao Wu gave him the information, he discovered that the guy who betrayed his father also possessed an ornament bearing the Tomorrow Society's insignia. This meant that guy was also a member of the Tomorrow Society. Back then, no one knew why he betrayed them. Why he became a pirate, but that guy was a member of the Tomorrow Society. What if his becoming a pirate was orchestrated by the Tomorrow Society? In other words, his enemies weren't just the pirates and that guy, but also the Tomorrow Society. He deduced that the pirates were going to attack Xiangyang Star again, a point that startled both Jing Fei and Wen Mo. Jing Fei, really? The pirates are going to attack Xiangyang Star again? It's just a guess, but once they have a target, they gather together. Considering the information Xiao Wu gave me, I think the possibility of them attacking Xiangyang Star again is very high, Silence said seriously. When Mo said, last time the pirates attacked Xiangyang Star, I remember Xiao Wu and her group suffered no casualties. Her planet may look small, but it's still powerful. The pirates underestimated us last time, Chen Mo said. They planned to ambush Xiangyang Star, but they didn't use their most lethal weapons, which led to Xiao Wu and her group turning the tables and stealing their weapons and spaceships. But this time, they won't underestimate us. Wait, Chen Mo, what you're saying? Can I understand that the pirates are under the command of the Tomorrow Society? Jing Fei interrupted him. Chen Mo nodded seriously. This is just my guess, but the guy who betrayed my father is a member of the Tomorrow Society. How could that be? When Mo and Jing Fei were both surprised. He has the Tomorrow Society's symbol tattooed on his arm. I didn't understand it when I was a kid, but I learned about it after getting Xiao Wu's information. Moreover, many of the items confiscated from him were related to the Tomorrow Society's symbol. That guy probably holds a high position in the Tomorrow Society. When Mo closed her mouth, which had been agape in astonishment. This is terrifying, Silence. Jing Fei nodded in agreement. Yes, if the space pirates are backed by Tomorrow Society, this explains where their spaceships, weapons, and food come from. Space pirates live in complex and dangerous planetary clusters. And in those places, there is no food, no water, and no oxygen. From time to time, they attack planets. People assume that space pirates survive by raiding other planets and plundering resources, but each damage investigation reveals that the pirates steal very little food and water. They mainly steal valuables. Tomorrow Society supports space pirates, which means they are indeed an enemy of peace, when Mo said. Silence didn't speak. His current worry was how to return to his original position. Silence, has there been any word from above about when you be back as commander of the 3rd Regiment? When Mo asked. Silently he said, once we uncover the truth behind Xiao Wu's bombing, we could go back. But they colluded with us from the inside, and the evidence has long been destroyed. So, they want me dead in this position. Jing Fei was puzzled. Silent, you didn't know about the Tomorrow Society before. Why would they target you for no reason? They didn't mean to target me, I was just unlucky. If it had been another commander picking up Xiao Wu that day, he would be in the same situation as me now. Silent sighed inwardly at his bad luck. When Mo's eyes sharpened. No, according to Xiao Wu's investigation, the Tomorrow Society considers its own interests when it acts. Logically speaking, you, a Legion commander, only know how to kill pirates in the Star Sea. You don't understand how to handle cases at all. Even if they really wanted to find the truth, they should have found professionals to handle the case, not you. Silence, they transferred you from your original position and issued such an order. Do they want to gain control of the 3rd Regiment? When Mo deduced a terrifying fact. Silence was startled, his eyes widening involuntarily. You suspect that the deputy commander temporarily replacing me is a member of the Tomorrow Society? Silence. Jing Fei also seemed to have realized something, his expression becoming agitated. A regiment can't be without a commander. If you fail to investigate the truth and remain stuck in this position, while your deputy commander performs meritorious service at this time, do you think the acting commander might become the commander? Silence lowered his head in thought. The thought of this possibility made him clench his fists, his face filled with anger. Are they trying to repeat my father's story on me? Silence was now filled with rage, but he struggled to suppress it. I will investigate the deputy commander to see if he has any connection to the Tomorrow Society. If he does? At this point, Silence was speechless. He had been transferred. Even if he knew the other party was connected to the Tomorrow Society, there was nothing he could do. Silence, call Xiaowu first, when Mo said. If the pirates gathering really is another attack on Xiangyang Star, and your deputy commander received the script beforehand, he will capture the pirates after they have inflicted significant losses on Xiaowu. This way, your deputy commander will gain merit, and Xiangyang Star will also suffer heavy losses. For them, this is killing two birds with one stone. We cannot let their plan succeed. Chapter 339. Today I'd like to share my thoughts on Lost Lands. As a game in its first closed beta test, its completion level is already better than half of the games on the market. It could easily be released for public beta. However, since it's a closed beta game, and a first-time one at that, it means the development team is far from satisfied with only being better than half the games on the market. Looking at the game company's registration date, it was registered over a month ago, but judging from the game's quality, I guarantee it's been in development for at least 2 or 3 years. Maybe halfway through, the investors ran away, and they found a new investor, so they joined a new company. Of course, these are all just my speculations. During the first closed beta test, the official team only released a beta application. I was really annoyed by Blade and Soul, and while looking for games, I saw that a little-known game had released a beta application for its public beta. What a coincidence! Unfortunately, this theme is similar to Blade and Soul. I thought to myself, who has such courage? Because Blade and Soul, an open-world role-playing game, was met with widespread condemnation and a week of angry criticism from players, they still dared to offer closed beta access to open-world role-playing games at this time. I thought maybe all open-world role-playing games are trash, and Blade and Soul might be one of the best, so I wanted to see who dared to invite criticism at this time. But after playing it yesterday and today, I don't need to say anything you all know. If the development team continues to polish it, I believe that when this game is released as a finished product, it will definitely be loved by many players. However, it's also true that the development team is visibly poor. Many games release a game PV before the closed beta to attract players' attention, but they didn't release anything, and suddenly open the closed beta with only 100 people. I can sense the development team's lack of confidence. The closed beta might be because they were scared off by Blade and Soul, wanting to see if players dislike open-world RPGs. Here's my advice to the team. Keep up the good work. If you can maintain this level of quality on the official launch day, I spend 50,000 yuan. If you really need more money, come find me, and I invest 30 million. The video finished playing, and Lin Yuyu looked at Xiaowu expectantly. Her bright eyes sparkled with joy. Although she was happy, Xiaowu felt her gaze seem to say, "Aren't we amazing?" A streamer they never met before, after playing their game, offered to invest 30 million yuan. Even if they didn't need the money now, it was enough to make them happy. Jiao Feng is really nice. He's willing to invest 30 million yuan in us just for playing a game. Is being a streamer that lucrative these days? Xiaowu asked. Lin Yuyu nodded her little head. He's probably the highest earning streamer. I heard his annual signing fee is 300 million, and his monthly live stream revenue is as high as 3 million. He also gets commercial endorsements. I heard he can earn 200,000 just from streaming a game for 2 hours. Xiao Wu, we struck gold. Jiao Feng got to play our game's beta test for free. If we paid him to play for just 13 hours over these few days, we have to pay him 1 million in commercial fees. Oh, by the way, our official account has already reached 3 million followers in the last 2 days. As more good news was announced, Lin Yuyu's tone became increasingly enthusiastic. Xiaowu watched her joy with a smile in her eyes. I knew it. Your game is amazing. With your dedication, you gain even more fans. Xiaowu, it's all thanks to your support. Without you, our studio would have fallen apart, everyone would have gone their separate ways, and this game might never have been released. Xiaowu, it's so wonderful to have met you. Lin Yuyu wanted to give Xiaowu a big hug. Xiaowu said, meeting you all is my luck. After all, I own 70% of your studio shares. The success of your game means I make a lot of money in the future. Xiaowu, you're being very generous. But you're a good asset too. not only giving money but also encouragement when we're down. Most importantly, everyone in the current team owns shares. This isn't just working for you, it's working for ourselves. The more you earn, the more we earn. Lin Yu is the youngest member of the studio. Although she only owns 0.5% of the shares, she receives a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan in addition to that. This means that 0.5% of the shares is essentially extra income. If she earns a lot of money, she get a larger share. For a young person like her, a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, plus room and board, 0.5% of the company's shares, and bonuses, that's already very good compared to most young people. Besides, she loves this game. It's the life she's always dreamed of. It couldn't be better. You guys work hard to make money. If this game can earn 1 billion yuan within 3 months of its IPO, I give you 10% of the profits from the company as your year-end bonus, Xia Wu said generously. Lin Yu's eyes widened instantly. Xiao Wu, are you serious? Really? You guys are so talented. I have to find a way to keep you here and make money for me. Xia Wu nodded. Lin Yu chuckled. Xiao Wu, then you're definitely getting your year-end bonus. You probably don't know, but the game we made before raked in 3 billion in just 2 months. Xia Wu raised an eyebrow. Make that much money? The studio almost went bankrupt? That's because our previous boss took all the money, leaving us only a little. Back then, we didn't think much of it, treating ourselves like employees. After all, he was the one paying us to make the game. Now, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. We made so much money for that guy, and he just took it all because we didn't cater to the market. I really hope he loses all the money he made before he leaves. Speaking of her former boss, Lin Yu was full of resentment. Xia Wu said, things are moving in a positive direction now. Don't dwell on the past. Follow me, and you be set for life. Hee, okay. By the way, Qiu Feng has given our game free publicity, and even said he sponsor us with 30 million. Reciprocate, and also send some gifts, game merchandise, plus a new StarNet connection terminal. They couldn't let someone advertise for them for nothing. The valuable gifts also served as a way of letting the outside world know they had enough funds to develop the game, and that players should look forward to it. Chapter 340. As a fellow player, Xia Wu had encountered this before. A game he liked only released a beta version, and when the game company ran out of money, the project simply died. When too many games die, players lose hope in game companies. Okay, I have my brother arrange it in a bit. By the way, Xiao Wu, actually, it's not just Qiu Feng. There's someone else who wants to invest in us, Lin Yu said. Xia Wu asked, send him a gift of the same value too. He's not a gamer, nor a streamer. He saw our game, and sent us an invitation directly. Look at this. Lin Yu swiped to an email on the whiteboard. Xia Wu looked at the email's contents. Dear Lost Land Developer, I am Lucas Hobart, Operations Manager of JS Games Entertainment. Yesterday, we observed that your game released its open beta. We greatly admire your game. Its rich gameplay and art style are very eye-catching. However, your game is still in a semi-finished state, and there are probably many areas that need improvement. JS Games Entertainment Company has rich experience in game development, a strong financial backing, and a large working team. If you are willing to join our company, we will definitely provide you with sufficient support. If you are interested, please contact me. This is my contact number, XX-XXX-XXXX. JS Games Entertainment Company is the largest game company in the Haiyang Galaxy. 7 of the top 10 most played games on the Star Network belong to them, and their annual revenue from games reaches hundreds of billions, Lin Yu said. Xia Wu's gaze sharpened, landing on the company seal. Is this their company seal? Xia Wu asked. Lin Yu peeked inside. Yes, it's their company seal. Xia Wu remained silent. J.S Game Entertainment Company was founded by Tomorrow's Guild. This seal is clearly Tomorrow's Guild's logo. Xiao Wu, are you worried we agree to their request? Don't worry, we absolutely won't. After all, you're the big boss of our studio, and the decision to cooperate with them is in your hands. Seeing Xia Wu's serious expression, Lin Yu assumed she was worried they would sign with JS. But they're a big company. Cooperating with them will take our game to the next level, and you can save some money, Xiao Wu, Lin Yu said. Xia Wu nodded. I know, but we still do it ourselves. Big companies have their own operational plans, and they might interfere too much with our game. This invitation sounds good, but nobody knows what trouble we encounter after accepting it. I have enough money now to support you in finishing the game, so just focus on it. Okay, I knew you say that, Xiao Wu. I go back to work now, and won't bother you any longer. Xiaowu nodded. After Lin Yu walked away, she looked at the J.S Games company seal, and was about to call Bai Xiwen, when her communication bracelet suddenly showed a silent call. Xiaowu answered immediately. Officer Shen, what's the matter? Miss Ye, you need to strengthen security on Xiangyang Star recently. I received intelligence that pirates have become more active recently, and I'm worried that your planet might be attacked by pirates again. Xiaowu paused, her eyes widening slightly. Officer Shen, are you implying that you're worried about the pirates, even though there's no concrete information that they attack Xiangyang Star? Xiaowu asked. Silence. Yes, the idea of another attack on your planet is just my prediction, but the reason I have this prediction is because there are members of the Tomorrow Society among the pirates. Considering the Tomorrow Society's constant troublemaking, it's not hard to imagine that the pirate attack on Xiangyang Star is related to them. Xiaowu had already suspected the pirate attack was related to the Tomorrow Society. But the fact that there were members of the Tomorrow Society among the pirates was something she hadn't considered. Xiaowu glanced at the invitation from JS Games and said, Officer Shen, thank you for the reminder. I also have something to tell you. What is it? JS Entertainment Games, do you know them? Yes. This company sent an invitation to the game studio I sponsor. Their company seal bears the mark of Tomorrow's Club. Even if it's a coincidence, I hope you pay attention to this company. Okay, I noted it down. Miss Xia, please let me know if you discover anything else. Okay. Are the pirates going to attack Xiangyang Star again? Xia, we couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Last time, Xiangyang Star had few weapons and soldiers, and the pirates underestimated them and were defeated. This time, the pirates will definitely not underestimate them. They might even use powerful weapons from the start. This is a very troublesome matter. Seeing Xiangyang City's construction progressing step by step. If the pirates attack, it could wipe them out overnight. Although she had purchased a considerable amount of defensive weaponry from the androids during the peaceful few days ahead, they still couldn't withstand a large influx of pirates. After a moment's thought, she called Lei Jun. She told Lei Jun about the information received by the Silent Ones. Lei Jun said, That's not true, Boss Ye. My informants told me they have no intention of attacking your planet. Why? Pirates need to make money too. They don't have many weapons and resources. If they can't break even on a planet, they won't attack it. Xiangyang Star has such a bad reputation on the StarNet lately. They're too lazy to cause trouble there, afraid they're too poor to recoup their losses. A big question mark appeared above Xiaowu's head. Pirates plunder based on StarNet reputation? Look, those guys who went to plunder your planet and got killed are now being ridiculed and mocked by pirates every day. They can't even win against a worthless planet. In the eyes of many pirates, you're a bone with no meat, hard to chew and no profit. Normally, they wouldn't want to go. But I have some people saying the pirates are very active. They are very active. Autumn is here, the harvest season. Pirates will look for a planet to plunder for resources, but they will definitely not go to Xiangyang Star. You Xiangyang Star rely on buying food, so they won't be able to plunder much from you. They definitely go to plunder other planets. Lei Jun was very confident in his intelligence source. So confident that Xiaowu even doubted whether he was a pirate himself. Lei Jun, is your source really reliable? Have your informants been turned? No, Boss Xia, you can rest assured. Let me tell you, if your planet is attacked by pirates, I pay for all the reconstruction costs. Lei Jun was full of confidence. Chapter 341. Xiaowu trusted Lei Jun's confidence, but remained cautious. If the pirates truly attacked, it wouldn't just be buildings and other facilities that were destroyed, but more importantly, the lives of the residents. Houses could be rebuilt, but people were gone forever. Even if Lei Jun was absolutely certain the pirates wouldn't attack Xiangyang Star, the information provided by Chen Mo still warranted caution. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiaowu told Lei Jun about the JS Games company, asking him to investigate as well. After telling Lei Jun, Xiaowu called Bai Xiwen. When Bai Xiwen received the message, he was surprised on the other end of the line and said, Xiaowu, wait a moment, I need to find something. The sound of rummaging came through the phone. About 5 minutes later, Bai Xiwen's voice finally came through again. It really is the Tomorrow Society's logo. Uncle Wen, do you have a business relationship with their company? Xiaowu asked calmly. Bai Xiwen's tone became much heavier. We collaborated a few times. We had some products advertised in their games, but I never paid attention to such small projects. The Bai family isn't involved in the gaming industry. The gaming industry is practically monopolized by JS. The most profitable games on the market are theirs. Their monopoly is too strong. Many game companies are lucky to even get a piece of the pie. But we know we can't compete with them, so we gave up on expanding into the gaming industry. Their company seal is the Tomorrow's Guild's logo. Xiaowu, do you think their company is a direct subsidiary of Tomorrow's Guild? Xiaowu, Uncle One, everyone else operates covertly, but JS Company directly uses the Tomorrow's Club logo on any document, like declaring its official status. Also, based on our investigation, Tomorrow's Club has made so much money, they always find a way to launder it. I suddenly think that laundering their money in the game isn't a bad idea. It's common knowledge that some people treat game money like dirt, spending money relentlessly to get their favorite characters. Or they spend a fortune to climb the leaderboards, buying powerful weapons to enhance their combat power. JS Game Company has 7 profitable games, each with millions of daily online players. It wouldn't be surprising if their daily revenue reached hundreds of millions. But this is actually the best way to launder money. After all, it's their own money. Once it's invested in a game, it ultimately goes into their own pockets. Bai Xuan, hearing Xia Wu's deduction, suddenly realized what was going on. Xiao Wu, you're right. Tomorrow's meeting has amassed so much illicit money, they need to find a way to launder it. The CEO of JS Games is 4th on the Blue Star Rich list, earning hundreds of billions annually from just one game company. I used to wonder, are gamers really that powerful? Now I realize there's definitely something fishy going on. The CEO of JS Games is 4th on the rich list? Xia Wu had seen the 4th person on the rich list before. The 4th richest man was named Wilmer, a gentle, kind-faced, white-haired old man. Wilmer was also a renowned philanthropist. He had built 300 orphanages on Blue Star, caring for tens of thousands of orphans. He was a universally praised philanthropist. Is this person a member of the Tomorrow Society? Yes, Xiao Wu. Do you know his name? His name is Wilmer. He has no wife or children, but he built 300 orphanages and adopted tens of thousands of orphans, claiming to the public that these orphans are all his children. His company's future heir will only be chosen from among these orphans. When he said this, some parents, for the sake of their children, deliberately abandoned them at the gates of the orphanages he built. After these things happened, Wilmert said that if parents brought their children to volunteer at the orphanages, he would also consider those children as his own. Therefore, the orphanages he built receive hundreds of billions in donations every year. Bai Xuan paused, then said, so, it seems Wilmert has more money in his pocket than he reports. Donations to the orphanages are anonymous. It's said to be doing good deeds. There's no need to compare. Although Wilmert's orphanages are the best equipped and have the best living conditions on Blue Star, upon closer inspection, the amount of donations they receive each year is disproportionate to their contributions. Furthermore, the anonymous donations provide them with another way to launder money. Uncle One, Wilmert controls hundreds of billions in assets. With so much money, he should be quite prominent in the Tomorrow Society. Keep a close eye on them during this time. Okay, Bai Xuan replied, then asked, Xiao Wu, how did you discover that the game company Wilmert manages is connected to the Tomorrow Society? The game studio I sponsor recently had a game that performed well in the StarNet closed beta. After their company found out, they extended an olive branch to us, wanting to invest. I noticed the Tomorrow Society's logo on their invitation, so I became suspicious. Bai Xuan paused. Xiao Wu, didn't they realize that the game company is yours? No, the company was registered under my partner's name. I'm the financial backer, who holds 70% of the shares behind them. However, JS Company has nearly 10,000 employees, and so many games under its umbrella. It's impossible for Wilmer to review every single acquisition and investment by one employee. So, I guess they don't know they revealed their secrets to me. Xia Wu's voice held an undisguised joy as she spoke. As the saying goes, the flowers you plant with care may not bloom, but the willows you plant without intention may thrive. She had previously been worried about not finding more members connected to Tomorrow's Society. As a result, Tomorrow's Society delivered its largest company to her. And now, they finally found a target to attack Tomorrow's Society. Bai Xuan's mood improved considerably upon hearing Xia Wu's words. Xiao Wu, if JS Game Company really is Tomorrow's Society's main source of funding, then we can finally vent our frustrations. The Bai family had suffered the most at the hands of Tomorrow's Society these past few days. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find any leverage against Tomorrow's Society. Now, they finally had some, and Bai Xuan was already considering how to retaliate. Uncle One, you can retaliate against them, but be careful. Tomorrow's Society's protection methods are more ruthless than we thought, Xia Wu warned. Bai Xuan agreed. Xiao Wu, I've been in the business world for so long, I know what I'm doing. Sigh. After being bullied by tomorrow's society for so many days, finally I have a place to vent my anger. Xiao Wu, thank you so much for your intelligence. Chapter 342. Xiao Wu smiled slightly. Uncle Wen, your trouble started because of me. If you hadn't cooperated with me, you wouldn't be targeted like this. Hey Xiao Wu, that's not right. Bai Xuan became serious. The fact that tomorrow's society can even get their hands on bombs shows they have the ability to start a war. And their constant targeting of you, wanting to see Xiangyang star, their desire to occupy territory and establish a nation is too clear. Bai Xuan sighed. The more I interacted with tomorrow's society lately, the more terrifying they seem. In their eyes, human life seems like something cheap, something they can just kill at will. If they really seize your planet and develop their own weapons, I think no one in the Haiyang system will survive. By joining you in stopping tomorrow's society, we might be preventing an impending war. Just thinking about it makes what we're doing instantly seem noble. Xiao Wu's deduction also suggested that tomorrow's society's ultimate ambition was to become the overlord of the Haiyang system. They treat human life so lightly. Finally, a major war could very well break out. Also, Xiao Wu, you possess the resources of an entire planet. Cooperating with you is profitable for us, Bai Xuan added reassuringly, trying to ease Xiao Wu's guilt. Xiao Wu's lips curled into a slight smile. Uncle Wen, JS Company's annual revenue is in the hundreds of billions, potentially the biggest source of funding for tomorrow's society. When you're using underhanded tactics with them, remember not to expose yourself. Last time, the report about Yvette was discovered. This time, targeting their lifeline might lead to even greater retaliation. Okay. Bai Xuan answered without hesitation. Xiao Wu gave Bai Xuan a few more words of advice to be careful before hanging up. As soon as he hung up, Bai Xuan's face, though aged, held the excitement and eagerness of a young boy. Bai Jingyu rarely saw such joy and excitement on his father's face and asked, Dad, did Xiao Wu give you good news again? Wilmert is our enemy. How can we not be happy with such great news? Jingyu, go and gather the top hackers we trained. Have them create cheats for the 7 most popular games from JS Games overnight, and then distribute them for free to all the game player groups. Bai Jingyu was stunned by this arrangement. Create cheats for games? That's right. JS Games games focus on social interaction and competition. Think about it, those competitive game players work hard to win, only to have a cheat jump out and steal their victory. How angry would the players be? And when the official can't completely stop a cheat, how many players do you think will leave? Bai Jingyu knew nothing about games. The Bai family had no gaming business, so he had never touched a game in his life, and had no idea how much a cheat in a game could ruin the experience for a normal player. Don't overthink it, just do as I say. Let's give them the first taste of what they're getting at tomorrow, and then we figure out how to slowly retaliate. Our Bai family has finally got a chance to vent our frustrations. Bai Xuan said, clenching his fist. Bai Jingyu nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu had Lin Sin send a reply email to JS Company. The gist of it was thanking them for their interest, but stating that they had sufficient funds and did not need their assistance. Soon, Lucas Hobart of JS Games replied with an email. The email was full of threats. It essentially said that JS Games was currently the largest game company on the market, and if they didn't join JS Games, they might encounter many problems during the game's public beta. Upon seeing this email, Xiao Wu laughed. The sender seemed to be just an ordinary employee trying to sponsor other games to bring in new, profitable games for his company, and then pocket a share of the profits. Once rejected, his arrogance was no longer concealed. You, are you afraid of their threats? Xiao Wu asked. Lin Yu snorted, I'm not afraid. As long as the game is fun, it will naturally attract players. What can he do? Boss, our game's closed beta has received a lot of positive feedback from players. Now everyone is very confident in the game we made, and we don't need to worry about no one playing it anymore. Besides, this gentleman is really stupid. If we receive any inexplicable attacks during the game's public beta, we can just post a screenshot of this email on the StarNet. Smart players will know what's going on, Lin Sin said. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. Keep this evidence safe. If anyone bullies you in the future, post these out. Okay. Continue to play the game with peace of mind. No matter what emails JS Company sends, just pretend you didn't receive them, and don't respond. Lin Sun and Lin Yu nodded again. Xiao Wu told them to go back to work. After they left, she continued to gather more information about Wilmer on the StarNet. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Wu looked up and saw Li Yiji, with a healthy tan, peeking and carrying a basket of vibrant, juicy vegetables. Sister, are you busy? Not too busy right now, what's up? Sister, we have a bumper harvest. Liiji strode in, basket in hand. Look at the vegetables we planted before. These cucumbers, tomatoes, and small pumpkins are ready to eat. Liiji's farming team had been diligently working the land, and they were the least likely to come to chat with Xia Wu. Of course, they were also the fastest to produce results. Xia Wu looked at the vibrant vegetables, picked up a tomato, and took a bite. The tomato was sweet and sour, full of flavor. Xia Wu's eyes widened. So delicious? Of course. We took great care of them. And, sister, you even gave us a plant growth regulator, an expensive fertilizer that makes the vegetables taste even better. By the way, sister, the animal husbandry team went fishing at the old lake today and caught so many big, fat wild fish. We caught so many that the canteen doesn't have enough space to hold them all, and now we don't know what to do. Looking at Liiji's troubled face, Xia Wu smiled and asked, You better have fished. Judging by the number, it sounds like you were fishing. We really were fishing. There are lots of wild fish at the old lake. As soon as we cast our lines, the fish took the bait. You see when you go fishing, sister? Liiji quickly explained. Xia Wu nodded. Okay, I believe you. You really caught a lot of fish? Liiji nodded her little head. Xia Wu gave a long and said, Iji, go and tell everyone in the city to come to the stadium for a big meal tonight. Our little Iji led her friends to grow the first batch of food for Xiangyang Star, so we have a big feast to celebrate that our planet can grow food too. Chapter 343. Upon hearing this, Liiji was greatly surprised, but her voice couldn't hide her joy. She exclaimed happily, Okay, sister, I go out right away and have everyone prepare more delicious food. With that, Liiji cheerfully stepped out the door. Xia Wu looked at the vegetables and fruits she had forgotten to take, a faint smile playing on her lips. She took another bite of a tomato. Its sweet and sour taste greatly satisfied her taste buds. The fact that they could grow such delicious vegetables showed the hard work of Liiji and her team. Since she took over Xiangyang Star, the entire city had been busy with her every day. Residents like Tanling, who knew about tomorrow's society, were especially on edge. Being constantly on edge because of tomorrow's society, they only realized how tiring each day had been when they came to their senses. It was a good day to rest. Xia Wu made a phone call to Tanling and the others. She told them to put down their work for the evening's feast. Finally, she called Lei too. Although it was supposed to be a relaxing break, security still needed to be in place. Today, her main responsibility was city security. After making the arrangements, she took the vegetables and fruits Liiji had brought and went to find housekeeper Xiong. Tonight's chef, needless to say, would definitely be housekeeper Xiong. Xia Wu told housekeeper Xiong about the party she was having that night. If they wanted to eat and have fun, a barbecue would be perfect. Housekeeper Xiong nodded in agreement, indicating he could manage. After talking with housekeeper Xiong, Xia Wu asked Lei Tu to send her a few soldiers. After summoning the soldiers, they took a spaceship to the beach. Xia Wu gave each soldier a large bucket and told them to catch crabs and sea snails from the beach. The coastline of Xiangyang Star is currently undeveloped, and the abundance of seafood is astonishing. Crabs weighing 2 or 3 pounds huddle in the crevices of rocks, their eyes fixed on their surroundings. The reefs are covered with various snails, and palm-sized abalone cling to the stones, practically screaming, Come eat me. On their backs. Xia Wu sent the soldiers to catch them, while she went to find Lilisa and the others. When she found them, they were filming a scene. This scene was between Fuyu and Ling Han. Xia Wu had read the script and, from their dialogue, guessed that this was a scene where the AI, played by Fuyu, encounters Ling Han after her data was erased. Fuyu asked, Sir, have we met before? Ling Han's expression remained unchanged, but for a moment, his eyelids twitched, as if he were suppressing some sorrowful emotion. Then, a hint of desolation appeared in his slightly frosty blue eyes. It was as if he was about to weep. His pitiful expression tugged at the heartstrings. Xia Wu was astonished by the subtle details in Ling Han's performance. Such high comprehension. It had been a waste of his acting talent before. Cut! Lily called out, that take was good. Ling Han, Fuyu, take a break, we shoot the next take later. Lily, Miss Xia Wu is here. Fuyu had already noticed Xia Wu's arrival. What? Miss is here? Where is she? Lily quickly turned around to look for Xia Wu. Xia Wu was already standing behind her. She saw her as soon as she turned around. Lily quickly stood up. Miss, what brings you here? E.g., the first batch of grain they planted was harvested today. It's very fresh and delicious. I've seen everyone working hard for the city lately, So to take advantage of this good harvest, there's a celebration banquet in the city tonight. There will be lots of delicious food. I come to invite you all to come back and eat something good. Great. Miss, I miss Li Ma and the others cooking so much. We thought of everything while filming here, but we didn't think to bring a chef. Everyone's cooking skills are so inconsistent, I'm really tired of it. Lily, it's your cooking that's so bad, it scared us away. Sister Fuyue is clearly the best cook, but you insisted on competing with her. You're really bad at cooking and love to play around. Lu Yi complained. Xie Wu looked at her. Seeing Xie Wu looking at her, Lu Yi quickly introduced herself. Hello, Miss Xie Wu, my name is Lu Yi, I'm Lily's classmate. Hello. I'm Li Yunyan. Hello, Miss Xie Wu. Li Yunyan also quickly introduced herself. Xie Wu nodded amicably and shook hands with each of them. Miss Xie Wu, may we attend tonight's celebration banquet? Seeing Xie Wu's friendliness, and considering Lily's constant whispers that Xie Wu was easy to get along with, Lu Yi asked without hesitation. Xie Wu said, everyone can go. Ling Han, go and inform the staff at the beach to come back with us for the celebration banquet later. Okay. Wait a minute. Lily stopped Ling Han, who was about to leave, and said to Xie Wu, Miss, did you see Ling Han acting just now? Yes, I saw him. His acting was very good. Lily chuckled, that's because Fuyu and I taught him well. It's a movie that's going to make money for you, Mississippi. How could we not do it well? Ling Han glanced at her and pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Xie Wu came to his rescue. Let Ling Han inform the workers. You all pack your things and go to the beach to catch some crabs and fish to add more dishes to tonight's celebration banquet. Okay, I go pack up right away. Lilisa led the group to gather the tools. Xie Wu approached Fuyu. Miss Fuyu, would you like to join our banquet tonight? Yes, sir. Seeing Fuyu agree, Xie Wu then invited Ron, Doku, Dor, Maureen, and other androids. Although the androids didn't need to eat any food, surviving solely on electricity, they enjoyed lively gatherings. Upon receiving Xie Wu's invitation, they all readily agreed. Xie Wu led the group to the beach to catch crabs and fish, pry open conchas and abalone, and pick coconuts. After filling all the buckets, the group boarded their spaceship back to Xiangyang City. Even before the evening celebration began, the large stadium was already bustling with activity. Orc cubs followed behind the adults, helping with cleaning. Some soldiers stood guard around the perimeter, while others helped the housekeeping bears prepare ingredients in the kitchen. On the benches where people could rest, some tourists visiting Xiangyang Star sat watching their busy activities. There were very few tourists visiting Xiangyang Star now, only about 10, mostly accompanying family members to see a doctor. They had heard that the city was holding a celebration banquet that evening, and as uninvited guests, they could only sit and watch. Xie Wu called over a cub and asked it to tell the tourists that they could attend the party that evening. The cub quickly ran over and told the tourists. The tourists, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, then nodded to Xie Wu. The whole city was in celebration. Tonight, anyone, as long as they weren't enemies of Xiangyang Star, could join their feast. Chapter 344. Xiangyang City hadn't been this lively in a long time. To ensure a joyous banquet tonight, everyone in the city came to help. Invited, Fuyu also joined in the help. Xie Wu was about to go help when Mo Lin called and asked her to come to the stadium entrance. When Xie Wu arrived at the entrance, she found a truckload of flowers behind Mo Lin. Ms. Mo Lin, why did you bring so many flowers? Invited to a banquet, how could I come empty-handed? My main profession is perfumer, and my side job is florist. Giving money to your banquet is too vulgar, so I brought 3 truckloads of flowers I grew myself, which will help decorate the banquet venue. Hearing this, Xie Wu smiled. Ms. Mo Lin, thank you for the flowers. I was just worried that the venue was too plain. I'm good at arranging flowers. Teach me how to arrange these 3 truckloads of flowers. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Xie Wu had the soldiers help Mo Lin move and arrange the flowers. Ms. Xie Wu. Dor and Doka called out to Xie Wu from a distance. Xie Wu looked over. Behind Dor and Doka followed a hovercraft. The machine was full of fresh fruit, apples, pears, and watermelons. Xie Wu asked, Mr. Dor, did you buy these? Only the watermelons and apples were bought. These pears are from a wild pear tree we found while exploring the wilderness. Wild pears taste very good, very sweet, and don't mushy. They don't need to be grafted with any other varieties, you can just transplant them directly. Hearing that the pears were found in the wild, Xie Wu quickly picked one up and tasted it, exclaiming in surprise, They're really delicious, and they look quite good too. Miss Xia Wu, your planet is a treasure. Even wild pears grow so well here. With careful cultivation, they must be even better, Doku praised. Xia Wu smiled. You too should tell Yi and the others the location of this wild pear tree. They're eager to grow fruit now. Okay, Dole nodded in reply. Sister Xia Wu. I'm here too. Ron drove his small hover car, dragging several large boxes on his back, and landed steadily in front of Xia Wu. Xia Wu looked at the little guy in front of her, wearing sunglasses and a jacket, dressed like a street celebrity, and asked Ron, what did you bring? Such a big box. It's a stereo and a music player. Sister Xia Wu, I've been loving human music lately. Hee hee, ho ho. As he spoke, Ron started dancing strangely. Dole and Doku shook their heads, rubbing their foreheads. What strange thing did this kid's program calculation produce this time? I'm not a strange thing. I'm a good thing. Ron adjusted his sunglasses to his forehead, propping his back on his hips, as he spoke defiantly. Doku said, just bear with it. In 2 more years, he'll be implanted with a more sensible system for calculation, and then you won't see him acting like this anymore. Dole frowned. I'm afraid he embarrass us androids in the next 2 years. I wasn't like this when I was his age. Dole and Doku's tone is so annoying. They talk almost exactly like they do with their brothers. We androids should be different. Sister Xia Wu, I'm going to put on some music at the banquet. I'm going to make tonight's banquet exciting. Yay! I help you. Xia Wu was also afraid that this rebellious kid might do something outrageous. Tonight was a rare lively night for Xiangyang City. If Ron played music according to his own preferences, and the music wasn't chosen well, it would just become noise. He couldn't afford to mess up such an important occasion. Ron excitedly set up wireless speakers throughout the stadium. Ron, who had recently become obsessed with music, had bought the best equipment he could find. After setting up the speakers according to his perfect calculations, he flew to Xia Wu's side. Xia Wu was listening to the playlist Ron had prepared. Every song on the playlist was either heavy metal or rap. Ron drove his little hovercar back to Xia Wu's side. Sister Xia Wu, I got the speakers ready, let's get this party started. As he spoke, Ron pressed a power button. The song that played was exactly the one Ron was halfway through listening to. It was right at the black voice screen part, and at maximum volume, amidst the busy people in the square. The deafening roar, comparable to a thunderclap, startled everyone. The most frightened were the beastmen. The beastmen's hearing was naturally more sensitive, and the sudden burst of extremely loud music made them instinctively cover their ears. Xia Wu was also startled by the sound. She quickly turned off the music. Hee hee, yo-yo, Sister Xia Wu, isn't it nice? Ron looked at Xia Wu with expectant, starry eyes. Door lifted him, and put him aside. Nice my foot. You scared everyone. Actually, it's quite nice, just not really suitable for this occasion. Lil Ron, tonight we play music more appropriate for the setting. Okay. Hearing Xia Wu's words, Ron was quite dejected. Xia Wu glanced at Ron's music playlist. At this moment, the subsystem I want to be a big star that she had abandoned all along finally came in handy. Xia Wu had already maxed out this system. She rearranged the music Ron liked, removing overly noisy and discordant elements, retaining some of the original's melody while incorporating her own arrangement. Xia Wu played the arrangement for Ron. Ron listened to the music, becoming increasingly astonished. Xia Wu's new arrangement had a very strong rhythm, full of energy. Just listening to it made you want to sway along. Sister Xia Wu, you can actually compose music. You're amazing. Not bad, not bad. I compose a few more songs to make tonight's banquet more lively and interesting. Sister, if you can compose music, can you also sing? Ron suddenly asked out of the blue. Xia Wu nodded yes. Wow, sister, you're so amazing. I can't sing at all. Can you teach me to sing and compose music? Hearing Ron's words, Xia Wu couldn't help but laugh. Little Ron, learning to sing and compose music is easy, right? Not easy at all. My parents won't let me install those 2 software programs, saying they're not within my professional scope and would be a waste of memory. Sister, please teach me. Xia Wu thought to herself. Even if I were taught, I might not know how to sing without installing those software. Lil Ron, I have no experience teaching people to sing. I don't know how to teach. She genuinely didn't know how. She relied entirely on the system. Sister, sing me a song first. I hear if you sing well. If you sing well, I won't need you to teach me. If you don't sing well, then you have to teach me. Xia Wu was amused by Ron again. Who wants to learn to sing from someone who can't sing well? Miss Xia Wu, You don't need to pay attention to Ron's unreasonable behavior. He'd be fine in a couple of years. Chapter 345. Dor said to Xiaowu. Xiaowu nodded, taking Dor's words to heart and completely ignoring Ron's unreasonable tantrums. But this kid's rebellious streak was truly real. Seeing Xiaowu's reluctance to sing, he warned seriously, "Sister, if you teach me to sing, I spread rumors." "Spread what rumors?" Xiaowu asked. Ron's yellow, beady eyes darted around, and suddenly, with lightning speed, he grabbed the microphone beside him and instantly took off in his little hover car. "Everyone, Sister Xiaowu says she'd be singing a song for you all tonight. Please look forward to it." His shout was heard by everyone in the stadium. Those who mistakenly believed it all looked at Xiaowu, expressing their anticipation. Xiaowu sighed. She now understood why so many people disliked unruly children. Why wait 2 years to install the Behave program on him? "Can't we do it now?" Xiaowu asked Dor and Doku. Dor shrugged. "It's the AI's rule. For the first 3 years after birth, each AI has the right to act recklessly. After 3 years, we must behave. After all, we are few in number and are hated by some humans. Continuous recklessness is not acceptable." Although the AIs are the richest and most intelligent in the Haiyang system, their original creators created them to protect and serve humanity. Therefore, their underlying program code retains the principle of not being an enemy of humanity, loving all humans. However, some of the humans they love harbor intense hatred towards them, wishing they would disappear from the world as soon as possible. On the machine planet, when a new intelligent machine is born, most humans are indifferent to their birth, but a small minority will curse its arrival and death. Because of this, each intelligent machine only has 3 years of capricious time. After 3 years, these traits are destroyed. Ron's rumors had just given Xiaowu a headache, but considering that besides these rumors, the money and equipment this kid had given her daily exceeded 10 billion, she decided to consider the hardships faced by intelligent machines and the 10 billion in income. Xiaowu silently added the arrangement of several songs to the system, fulfilling Ron's wish to hear her sing. With a system, arranging music is as easy as drinking water. However, even something as simple as that takes time. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. The aroma of barbecue filled the entire stadium, making everyone drool. "Star-Lord, the food is ready, and everyone has arrived. When will our banquet begin?" Tanlung approached Xiaowu on the stage. Xiaowu finally finished composing the last piece of music and looked up when she heard Tanlung's words. "Now that everything's ready, let's start eating." "Sister Xiaowu, are we just going to start eating like this?" "What about the music we prepared?" Ron asked, leaning closer. "Entertainment will be after dinner. Everyone, please fill your stomachs first, and then we start the other activities." Xiaowu looked at Tanlung and asked, "Minister Tan, are the prizes I asked you to prepare ready?" "Yes." Xiaowu picked up the microphone and stood up. "Good evening, everyone." As soon as Xiaowu began to speak, all eyes in the stadium turned to the stage. Xiaowu continued, "Today is a celebration banquet, celebrating our planting team for growing delicious vegetables and grains for us over the past half-month, and also celebrating our discovery of the first island on Xiangyang Star. Of course, tonight is also a thank you banquet. Since I became the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, everyone has worked with me for its prosperity. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Also, thank you to all the external employees who, regardless of outside opinions about Xiangyang Star, have diligently contributed their labor to its development. Xiangyang Star has gone from being billions in debt to its current positive trajectory, thanks to everyone's efforts. For Xiangyang Star to become even better in the future, please continue your efforts. That's all I have to say. Please enjoy tonight's celebration and thank you banquet." As soon as Xiaowu finished speaking, cheers erupted from the audience. Xiaowu turned off the microphone and played some soothing music he had composed. The music was light and gentle, with a pleasant, balanced tone. Xiaowu stepped off the stage. The long table in the open space was laden with various grilled delicacies. There were also fruits, juices, and desserts. With housekeeping bear as the head chef, the deliciousness of the food was guaranteed. Having tasted such delicious food, Lilisa immediately went to the housekeeping bear to secretly learn how to cook it. The tourists who came here, although they also felt that the prices in Xiangyang City were outrageously expensive, immediately felt they were getting a great deal compared to the other tourists, knowing that tonight's dinner was free. While Xiaowu was chatting with the group, he noticed a young girl. Xiaowu didn't remember her face, so he was certain that the girl was a tourist from another planet. She was dressed very fashionably, holding a piece of grilled meat, and talking incessantly towards the kingfisher-shaped camera. This behavior clearly indicated that she was an outdoor live streamer. Xia Wu approached subtly, thinking, let me hear what you have to say. The girl, as a live streamer, was incredibly socially adept. Completely unconcerned about the noisy surroundings, she focused intently on interacting with her viewers. Family, I'm so lucky. Look, these lobsters are huge, just sitting there for you to take. A lobster this size would cost at least 300 yuan on Earth. Hiss, horse, it's so hot, but so delicious. Is this lobster caught by Xiangyang Star itself? The meat is firm and fresh, indescribably delicious. And this roasted lamb chop, oh my god, look at the presentation, it's so delicious. Even the 3,000 yuan roasted lamb chop I had at a fancy restaurant wasn't this good. Oh, here comes the hater. Yes, you said prices on Xiangyang Star are expensive, even a pass is ridiculously expensive, but the food here is truly undeniable, isn't it? Think about it, it's a planet under construction, isn't it normal for resources to be scarce? Didn't you hear what Xiangyang Star Lord Xia Wu said? Xiangyang Star's debt of 10 billion yuan happened more than 2 months ago, but look, they not only paid off their 10 billion yuan debt. The construction of Xiangyang City is still underway. Did you see the places I took you to during the day? Their hotels are so luxurious and beautiful, and those residential buildings are being built incredibly fast. But I still have to say something fair. Xiangyang Star isn't really a good place to visit right now. However, if you wait until they built all those hotels, restaurants, and tourist areas, it'd definitely be worth coming. Because prices will definitely drop then. Think about it, they're working so hard on infrastructure, even finding land to grow their own food. They can't possibly be self-sufficient. They're definitely building it to attract people to Xiangyang Star for tourism. When more people come, Xiangyang Star will definitely make money. So, you should wait until prices drop before you come. You're not as lucky as me to be able to come during their celebration banquets, and thank you banquets. These kinds of banquets might only be held once a year. What? Xia Wu is behind me. You're kidding me. Ha! Chapter 346. Following the reminders from her viewers, Xia Mora turned around. Seeing Xia Wu, who had walked up behind her, along with Tanlang and others, she nervously fidgeted, unsure what to do with her hands and feet. Hello, Miss Xia. Xia Mora had been a streamer for 5 years, a streamer with millions of followers. She thought she had seen it all, and could remain calm in any situation. But seeing Xia Wu, she was still so nervous, she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. In her eyes, Xia Wu was truly beautiful. So beautiful that she couldn't find the words to describe her. She had never imagined she would be face to face with Xia Wu so closely. A planetary lord, even on the poorest planet, the status of someone like her was far higher than hers. And as a streamer, Xia Moru's surfing skills were second to none. On the Starnet, she had seen countless videos and comments cursing Xia Wu, even videos that vilified her. She was fortunate enough to meet her in person. She discovered that Xia Wu wasn't just beautiful, she possessed an indescribable air of elegance, a noble yet gentle grace, in layman's terms, like a grandmother and an emperor at the same time. Xia Moru panicked, unsure what to do with her hands and feet. Hello, I'm Xia Wu, the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. I know you. Hello, my name is Xia Moru, I'm the host and streamer of the Rabbit platform. Xia Moru was so nervous, she almost bit her tongue, extending her hand to shake Xia Wu's hand in a friendly manner. Upon that handshake, she felt the grease on her hand, and immediately realized that her hand, which had just handled a lamb leg, was covered in seasonings and lamb fat. She released her grip as if electrocuted. Miss Xia, I'm so sorry. Here's a tissue. My hand just handled a lamb leg. It's alright, tonight is a gourmet feast, just enjoy the food. Miss Xia, do you like our food? I love it. Xia Moru said nervously, it's truly worthy of being freshly picked and prepared. Even a small tomato in my mouth is shouting I'm so fresh. Miss Xia, congratulations on finally growing your first batch of crops, and congratulations on discovering your first ocean. I wish Xiangyang Star all the best in the future. Thank you for your blessings, Miss Xia. Don't rush to leave after you finish eating. We have a lucky draw and performances later. Anyone can participate in the lucky draw, so don't worry. Okay. I hope you have a pleasant evening on Xiangyang Star. I have other things to attend to now. Okay, go ahead and do your work. Xia Moru stood there, watching Xia Wu leave with Tanlang and the others. Her excited smile was hard to hide. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was overflowing with comments. Xia Moru, a streamer with millions of followers, usually had a fairly lively chat room, but she had never seen such a frenzied barrage of comments before. She composed herself and said, "Everyone, did you see that? That's Xia Wu, the owner of Xiangyang Star. My goodness. I don't know what you saw in the live stream, but Miss Xia Wu is so beautiful. Her face is so delicate, her eyes are big, round, and bright, that little upturned nose, those cherry lips. Ah, my goodness, from today onwards, I'm a Xia Wu fangirl. Wait, I remember seeing Xia Wu's age on the StarNet before. She's only 22 or 23 this year, right? But whether she's 22 or 23, I'm older than her, because I'm already 27. I suddenly felt ashamed. She's only 22 and already the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, beautiful, and so good at making money. Did you see the people standing next to Xia Wu just now? Those are her employees, right? They're all so beautiful and handsome. Okay, even though they all had cold faces and rarely smiled, didn't you feel that standing next to Xia Wu gave off a kind of, "Try touching her, you dare try, we make you die"? That feeling. My God, you can tell from their eyes how much they value Xia Wu. To be honest, if I were Xia Wu's subordinate, I probably would do the same. She's so beautiful, and makes so much money. Following her would be a feast for the eyes every day. I get to eat delicious food, and I get a salary. Okay, stop talking to me about those online comments. Don't you think they're just paid trolls? All the insults are the same. I came to Xiangyang Star because I didn't believe those comments. Look at me, I struck gold. I'm going to have a big meal now, and then I participate in the lucky draw and performance Xia Wu mentioned. With that, Xia Moru started gnawing on a large lamb leg again. Her live stream originally only had a little over 8,000 viewers, only 2,000 of whom were VIPs bought by the guild for the sake of appearances. When the guild members saw her exchange a few words with Xia Wu, they immediately started advertising to attract more viewers. Xia Wu has millions of fans on Xinguang. These fans have been suffering under Xia Wu's thumb for a long time. Xia Wu rarely posts videos or does live streams. Her fans can only find her in all sorts of strange videos. Upon hearing that a streamer was live streaming on Xiangyang Star, and had even spoken to Xia Wu, her fans immediately flooded into the live stream room. In an instant, the number jumped from over 8,000 to 80,000, and it kept soaring. The meal lasted an hour and a half. Ron, who didn't need to eat, flew onto the stage in his little hover car, microphone in hand, and shouted, "Hee hee hee. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ron, the AI from the mechanical planet. My job is manufacturing various cameras. I'm honored to have been invited by Sister Xia Wu to be the host of today's performance. Enough talk, friends. Now that we've eaten, let's get this party started." Ron was full of energy, and the audience applauded. Friends, the first performance is a song by our Star Lord, Sister Xia Wu. You should thank me. If it weren't for my encouragement, my spreading rumors, and the equipment I provided, you wouldn't have heard Sister Xia Wu sing in your next life. Ron felt inexplicably proud. The audience laughed, but still applauded Ron. Xia Wu looked at the smug little guy and walked onto the stage helplessly. "Star Lord. Star Lord." The audience called out. Xia Wu waved her hand. "Everyone calm down. This is my first time singing in front of you all. I'm a little nervous. Your enthusiasm makes me even more nervous." Everyone laughed. Xia Wu smiled slightly. She winked at Little Ron. Little Ron started the music. The intro was a rhythmic and powerful war drum. When it was time to sing, Xia Wu sang, "If the lion wants to start a fight, we will fight the lion to the death. If the tiger comes charging, we will fight the tiger to the death. Whoever steps onto our land and harms our families, we will fight until all enemies are wiped out." The moment Xia Wu's voice rang out, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that such a powerful voice could come from Xia Wu's small frame. Moreover, the lyrics' firmness and unyielding spirit stirred their hearts. It wasn't a cloying love song, nor a gentle, melodious ballad. Instead, it's a powerful and indomitable battle song. Chapter 347. Xia Moru was also stunned by Xia Wu's performance. Logically speaking, many people can sing well. But what truly stuns someone is when you think they can't sing, or if they can, it's just average. Another reason is when someone singing is drastically incompatible with their appearance. Xia Wu perfectly embodied both of these. As Xia Moru slowly recovered from her shock, she glanced at the live stream comments. The comments were uniformly filled with phrases like "holy crap," "so good." Because of their shock, everyone's cultural literacy seemed to have regressed to elementary school levels. Some overly enthusiastic fans were frantically spamming gifts and fireworks. While the fireworks effects seemed rather ordinary to Xia Moru, to the viewers watching the live stream, it was like being at a live concert. Combined with the fireworks, it was a grand performance in their eyes. However, the beautiful moment was fleeting. The song ended. The viewers in the live stream were still eager for more, shouting for an encore. On stage, Lil Ron encouraged the crowd to have Sia Wu sing one more song. Unable to refuse their enthusiasm, Sia Wu said, "This performance can't be just me, everyone, that would exhaust me. So, I can only sing one more song, and then someone else will perform." The audience cheered. This time, Sia Wu chose a gentle and soothing ballad, Passing Through the Human World. The previous battle song was a slightly adapted version of a foreign language song from another world. A song full of passion and power, it must be said, very taxing on the voice. Even with the system's support, the system only boosts technique, not physical fitness. If it weren't for her consistent physical training and strong physique, Sia Wu might not have been able to finish singing such a song, even with the system's support. Slow songs are always a comfort zone in most situations. A deep, ethereal voice, a gentle melody. Unlike battle songs that inspire fighting spirit and unwavering resilience, this song felt like a gentle narration, telling people that life is full of disappointments, perhaps mostly heartbreak and despair, but one must face life positively. Giving up is like the line at the end of the song, "Nothing to love, what a waste of being here." Sia Wu's two songs were, one about not fearing any enemy, and the other about encouraging people to live positively. It was also a way for her to use this occasion to tell the residents of Xiangyang City her current attitude. After finishing this song, Sia Wu truly stopped singing. Lil Ron took the stage. As an invited AI, Lil Ron also brought his own performance. Of course, the android's performance was a display of various high-tech gadgets. Using surveillance cameras he had created, and various colored lights, he arranged them into beautiful paintings against the dark night sky. Lil Ron wasn't just randomly setting them up, he was doing it with music. Sia Wu sat in her seat, watching the performance, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Miss Sia Wu, thank you for inviting us to this gathering," Dole said with a smile in Sia Wu's ear. Sia Wu turned her head to look at him. Dole said, "We androids had never been invited by humans before. You are the first to invite us." Sia Wu was somewhat skeptical. "Mr. Dole, are you sure you're not flattering me?" "No, in the eyes of many humans, we only have a relationship of mutual benefit with them, nothing more. But most importantly, we don't eat or drink, so we can't share anything beyond business with you." "Then I definitely invite you more often in the future," Sia Wu said. "Inviting you will save you money on food and drinks." Dore's lips curled into a smile, amused by Sia Wu's teasing remark. "Okay, we definitely attend if you invite us. It's a promise." The two smiled at each other. The banquet was undoubtedly a success. Everyone had a great time. At this moment, Xiao Moru slipped to Sia Wu's side. "Miss Ya, excuse me, may I interrupt for a moment?" "What is it, Miss Xia?" "It's like this, the viewers in my live stream want to know the names of the two songs you just sang. They say they can't find them, and they can't identify them either." Xiao Moru showed Sia Wu the live stream comments. Sia Wu looked at the camera. The live stream chat instantly erupted with comments like, "Sister, you're so beautiful. Sister, how many more surprises do you have in store for us to discover?" And "Ah, Sister Wu is looking at me. She's looking at me." "Your viewers are so kind and friendly," Sia Wu said. Xiao Moru was a little embarrassed by the praise. "I don't like insults or comparisons in my live stream. If I find any, the moderators will kick them out. It's all thanks to the moderators, and of course, there are many good people in this world." Sia Wu nodded. "Those two songs were composed by me using other tunes. Currently, you probably can't find the same ones on the Starnet. If you like them, you can ask the AI Ron for them. The tunes are all in his music library." "Sister Wu, are you giving this away for free?" Xiao Moru looked at Sia Wu in surprise. Even though she was older than Sia Wu, she still subconsciously called her sister. "Take it if you like it. Songs are meant to be listened to," Sia Wu said generously. She did want to help the original singer collect some royalties, but this was another world. "Sister Wu, you're so generous. I say thank you on behalf of everyone." "You're welcome." Xiao Moru then watched the live stream and realized that the people in the chat wanted Sia Wu's version. They were pushing their luck through the screen. Xiao Moru didn't dare to be as demanding as them. She knew when to stop. What if she got kicked out if she pushed further? After the lively performance, the next event was a lucky draw. The lucky draw had prepared quite a few gifts. Even if you didn't win anything, there was a consolation prize. The consolation prize was 500 yuan. The tourists who came thought it was just a simple celebration banquet, but they were surprised to find themselves enjoying delicious food, having a great time, and even receiving 500 yuan at the end. The viewers in Xiaomoru's live stream regretted not having visited Shenyang Star at this time. If they had attended this celebration banquet, all their passes and expensive boat tickets would have been worth it. However, Xia Wu's generosity also surprised everyone. This banquet must have cost at least 1,000,000 yuan, right? Xiaomoru also participated in the lottery and saw on the lottery ticket that she could make a wish to the Star Lord of Shenyang Star Note, something within his power. Congratulations, Miss Xia, you won the grand prize. Tan Lun congratulated Xiaomoru upon seeing her prize. You can make a wish to our Star Lord, and within his power, he can help you fulfill it. The viewers in the live stream, seeing Xiaomoru win the grand prize, urged her to wish Xia Wu for 100 million yuan or something similar. Chapter 348. Xia Wu dared to set up this prize, not afraid that someone would ask her for 100 million. Tonight's banquet was mainly for everyone to relax, so she was going all out. Miss Xia, is there anything you want? Xia Wu asked. Xiaomoru looked at the prize, clenching her fists. Miss Xia, could you give me a day? Accompany me on a day trip to Shenyang Star. That simple? Not simple. There are many things I want to do on Shenyang Star, such as the clothes designed by your clothing company and your ocean. I want to see the sea. But you don't allow tourists to leave the city freely, so please take me. Xiaomoru wasn't particularly interested in money. She was quite satisfied with the current balance in her bank account. Compared to material needs, she desired spiritual fulfillment. Xia Wu nodded. Since you made this wish, I will definitely grant it. Get a good rest tonight, and I ask you to go out tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. Xiaomoru left happily. The viewers in the live stream said she was cunning. She got a day off to spend with Xia Wu for free, and they said Xia Wu handled at least hundreds of millions of yuan a day. Having Xia Wu accompany her was like paying hundreds of millions for a tour guide. She made a killing. The lively celebration finally came to an end. It ended perfectly, without any security incidents. Xia Wu watched the guests leave, and the soldiers clean up the wreckage, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just then, he heard rustling footsteps. Xia Wu turned around. Boss Xia, Mei Ling called out. Xia Wu's eyes crinkled with laughter. Dr. Mei Ling, did you have a good time tonight? Yes, I had a great time. It's been a long time since I attended such a lively banquet. Thank you for inviting me to tonight, Boss Xia. I heard quite a few people thanking me for inviting them to tonight's banquet. Dr. Mei Ling, you're a member of Shenyang Star now. No need to be so polite. Mei Ling smiled gently at this. That smile seemed to acknowledge Xia Wu's words, to acknowledge that she was now a member of Shenyang Star. Let's go, it's late. I take you home to rest. With Black Wolf with me, it's so late, you're the one who should go home and rest. Let's go home together. We can chat on the way back about your recent work situation. Mei Ling initially wanted to refuse, but nodded after hearing Xia Wu's words. The night was clear, and the stars were few. The autumn breeze was slightly cool in the late night. Will work still be very busy after the appointment system comes out? Xia Wu asked. Mei Ling replied, not busy. With today's technology, many illnesses can be treated in other hospitals. It's just that some people like to join in the fun and insist that I see them. After the appointment system came out, patients, who couldn't bear the pain obediently went to other doctors. Most of those who come to see me are for follow-up examinations after surgery. She reported to Xia Wu in a serious tone. Xia Wu nodded, indicating that he understood. While silence told Xia Wu that interstellar pirates might attack Shenyang Star again, the night on Shenyang Star was both lively and peaceful. The people of Shenyang Star suppressed their excitement and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of other planets were either unable to sleep or had just woken up. The video of Xia Wu singing was edited and posted on various Starnet video platforms even before the banquet ended. Instantly, the hashtag Xia Wu, how many more surprises do you have unknown trended on major search engines. Since Shenyang Star opened its access pass, it has been bombarded with insults and attacks. The entire Shenyang Star seemed to have disappeared, with no one standing up to respond to the abuse and accusations. Shenyang Star held a celebration banquet to celebrate the first harvest of its self-grown grain. In this era, people rarely celebrate a good harvest, because there's no shortage. No one is short of food. But the first harvest was so important to Shenyang Star that they even held a banquet to celebrate. Not only did they hold a banquet to celebrate, but the planet's lord also performed. People instantly forgave the high prices on Shenyang Star. Developing planets really have it tough. Of course, the most shocking thing was the two songs Xia Wu sang. People searched for Xia Wu's songs online, and some people said that Sia Wu composed these two songs himself. Several well-known musicians watched Sia Moru's live stream replay. They were surprised to find that even some of the background music before the banquet was missing. Some of the pieces sounded familiar. A quick search revealed they were arrangements. The original composer explained in amazement, realizing how beautiful his modified compositions were. Some speculated that Sia Wu might have arranged those pieces. In short, netizens surfing the internet were all amazed by Sia Wu's musical talent. Of course, the appearance of Sia Wu's name on the internet also attracted haters and online trolls. However, Sia Wu's singing and composing skills had gone viral, to the point that even those who were previously indifferent to him stood up for him this time. The noisy Starnet was as noisy as ever today. The Bai family. Bai Heng and Bai Jingyu sat on the sofa, listening to Sia Wu's two songs. Bai Heng tilted his head and said, "If Sia Wu has this ability, why didn't she tell us? Also, she didn't invite me to the banquet. Does she even care about me as a business partner?" You can tell from the live stream that this was a spur-of-the-moment banquet. Since it was a spur-of-the-moment event, I'm sure Xiao Wu didn't think much of it. But you should still send Xiao Wu a message to complain, and remember to invite her to the next banquet, Bai Jingyu said. Bai Heng nodded. I text her right now. Next time we meet, I want to hear her sing. Why don't you tell your friends about her talent? Bai Jingyu glanced at her hand, as she typed on her communication bracelet, then looked away, and said, Xiao Wu's performance has improved Xiangyang Star's reputation considerably. You and Xiao Wu's tourism business won't have to worry about a lack of customers on opening day. That's true. Her celebration banquet was so grand. People going to Xiangyang Star in the future will wonder if they'd be as lucky as tonight, Bai Heng agreed. Bai Jingyu didn't speak again, his gaze returning to the screen. Meanwhile, on another part of Xiangyang Star, Moore returned home to find Kaz and his parents sitting on the sofa. The three of them looked grave. Moore rarely saw his parents with such expressions. He asked, What's wrong? Why are you all sitting together? Sigh, so embarrassing. Kaz didn't answer Moore's question, sighing and covering his eyes with his hands. What's wrong? Moore asked. Just look at this. Kaz pointed to the big screen. Moore looked, and on the screen appeared Ron, dressed in a hip-hop style. Hey everyone, let's rock. Tonight belongs to us. Kaz. Moore didn't hear the rest and readily turned off the screen. Should I go pick him up? Chapter 349. They had considered that if they didn't keep an eye on Ron, the kid would definitely cause some trouble. After all, the system installed on this kid was the most rebellious. It was a new program developed by the Onyx, and Ron was the first Onyx to use it. Although they found the child troublesome after the first 3 months of use, they tolerated the rules set by the Onyx and let him develop as he pleased. But they really couldn't lead him unsupervised. Don't worry about him. Just let him continue playing like this, said his mother, Beatrice. Jan was taken aback and asked, Darling, you really won't let him go? He looks happier than ever before, a kind of joy that none of us Onyx have ever shown. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it's alright. Mother, that guy's happiness isn't due to the program. It's because of Miss Sia Wu's invitation. Look at the Dortiku who also went, they're very happy too, Kat said. The embarrassing scene of Ron was filmed and sent to them by Dortiku. But Dole didn't criticize Ron's recklessness. He shared it with the mindset that sharing is worse than keeping it to himself. Moore, who had just returned home, didn't understand their conversation and asked, What are you talking about? Kaz told Moore about Sia Wu's celebration banquet on Xiangyang Star, inviting everyone to the event. After learning this, Moore held a small family meeting, went back to his room, watched the whole thing on video, and then wrote a short essay for Sia Wu, about 1,000 words long, but in short, it was about. Next time there's a banquet, could you invite me? The only human willing to invite an android to a banquet should be Sia Wu. When Sia Wu woke up, he received 3 short essays, one from Bai Heng, one from Kaz, and one from Moore. The 3 short letters differed in word count and sentence structure, but all conveyed the same message. Remember to invite me to the next banquet. Sia Wu replied to the 3, promising to do so next time. After replying, she got up to exercise, ate breakfast, and watched the news for half an hour, timing it perfectly, so she finished just in time for her appointment with Xiao Moru. Since she was going to be a tour guide for the day, her attire was simple and comfortable. She changed into sportswear and tied her dark hair into a ponytail, simple and convenient. Xiao Moru was even more nervous than Sia Wu about spending the day with her, arriving at the Sia family's door a full half-hour early to wait. When Sia Wu came out and saw her, she greeted her warmly and asked if she had eaten breakfast. Xiao Moru was so nervous that she hadn't even eaten breakfast. Hearing that she hadn't eaten, Xia Wu invited her in for breakfast. After she finished eating, Xia Wu noticed that Xia Moru wasn't surrounded by the kingfisher-shaped camera and asked, "Miss Xia, aren't you going live today? Can I?" "Sure." Xia Moru's livestream had such a large following. Letting her stream would be a perfect opportunity for advertising. Xia Wu was more than happy to oblige. "Shall I start streaming now?" Xia Moru asked again to confirm. Last night, she streamed the banquet, and the number of gifts she received was the highest in the past 2 years, 1,000,000 yuan in gift revenue in one night. Seeing this, she was quite shocked. Her peak was on her birthday party, where she received a maximum of 400,000 yuan in gifts. She then learned that some fans had requested that she stream the entire event tomorrow. Many of the gift senders were Xia Wu's fans, wanting to see more of Xia Wu on screen and requesting that she film more of Xia Wu's scenes tomorrow. Xia Moru hesitated to agree. The night of the banquet, she had followed her usual outdoor live streaming routine, filming herself every moment of the day. Inviting Xia Wu to be her tour guide was a private matter. She wouldn't livestream if Xia Wu didn't allow it. But unexpectedly Xia Wu offered to do so. It would be foolish not to make money. Xia Moru first sent a notification in the group chat, then started the live stream. Within 5 minutes, thousands of viewers flooded into the room. The buzz from last night hadn't subsided, in fact, it was still growing. She was somewhat flattered and told Xia Wu, "Sister Wu, I'm live streaming." Xia Wu leaned forward to look, smiling slightly. "Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, welcome everyone to Xiaoru's live stream." "Xiao Xiaoru?" Xia Moru was flattered. Xia Wu said, "You already called me Sister Wu, wouldn't it be too formal for me to call you Miss Xia? Last night you said you wanted to try on the new clothes designed by my clothing company. Let's go to Shuiyun Pavilion." Xia Wu led Xia Moru to Shuiyun Pavilion. Upon entering Shuiyun Pavilion, the noise of machinery and the busy work of people filled the air. "Sister Wu, everyone in your clothing company is working. Why don't you have any new clothes in stock?" Xia Moru asked. Xia Wu replied, "The clothes we're currently making aren't for sale. These clothes are mainly for tourists coming to Xiangyang Star for photo shoots." "Photo shoots? Does that mean people are wearing the clothes they wear to take pictures at various scenic spots in Xiangyang City?" "Yes, we don't sell them to the public mainly to ensure that once you leave, you won't find another shop. But the tourist area is still under construction, so this shop hasn't opened yet. You're the first customer to experience it." Hearing this, Xia Moru felt a little smug. Xia Wu led her to the dressing room. The dressing room was filled to the brim with pre-designed clothing. Xia Moru was overwhelmed by the beautiful clothes. The viewers in the live stream were even more astonished. "So many beautiful clothes, and you're not selling them? That's such a waste of money. Sister Wu is such a good businesswoman, hoarding so many beautiful clothes. Even if her travel permits and tickets are expensive, just wearing those beautiful clothes and taking those gorgeous photos once would make me want to go." Xia Wu has many female fans. Of course, aside from some fans who admire her looks, the rest are fans of her clothes. Holding so many beautiful clothes away from sale made everyone itch with envy. Perhaps what we can't have is the best, so the viewers wanted to buy every single piece of clothing they saw. Looking at so many clothes, Xia Moru suddenly suffered from decision paralysis. "Sister Wu, what kind of clothes do you think suit me? You're going out with me today, so I suggest this outfit. It's a horse-faced skirt and a long, open-fronted blouse. It's elegant and stylish, and quite comfortable. You can walk a long way without feeling pressured." Xia Moru really liked the clothes Xia Wu recommended, but she wanted to try on all the other pretty outfits she saw. Xia Wu noticed the hesitation in her eyes and said, "Wear this first. When you're tired in the afternoon, we can try on a few other outfits. My whole day is yours. If you want to do anything else, I accompany you." Xia Wu's voice was gentle, truly like a kind and patient older sister. Not only Xia Moru, but even the viewers in the live stream were captivated by her gentleness. Chapter 350. Wow! My sister Wu is so gentle. Who said she's cunning, vicious, and scheming? Next time I see anyone insulting her, I argue with them for 3 days and 3 nights. I really want to be a streamer and experience her gentleness up close. Sob sob. You all say she's gentle, but I only think she's both cool and sweet. Speaking of her being both cool and sweet, I opened the videos in my favorites. She's truly a masterpiece. Most of the viewers in the live stream were praising Xia Wu. Some disruptive viewers didn't even have time to exchange a few words with Xia Wu's fans before being banned from the live stream. Xia Moru's live stream prohibits anyone without a level 5 fan badge from speaking. This simple and brutal purification method resulted in her live stream being filled with relatively friendly viewers. Look at all the videos and comments on the Starnet criticizing Sia Wu, but in Xiaomoru's live stream, everyone was praising her. The praise was so overwhelming that Xiaomoru almost suspected these were paid trolls hired by Sia Wu. The praise was so different from what was seen on the Starnet. However, this suspicion quickly dissipated because she was personally experiencing Sia Wu's gentleness and kindness. If she were in Sia Wu's shoes, she would also want to shower her with compliments. In the blink of an eye, Sia Wu had finished Xiaomoru's makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, Xiaomoru was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Was this really her? Sister Wu, I never seen myself so beautiful before, she exclaimed. Sia Wu smiled and said, really? But I think you're beautiful no matter what. Ah! Sister Wu, your words are making my face burn. Sia Wu's gentle demeanor throughout gradually eased Xiaomoru's initial nervousness, making her speak much more relaxed. Be confident, baby. You're already beautiful, and with confidence, you be even more beautiful, Sia Wu encouraged. Hearing the word baby, Xiaomoru nodded excitedly. Sister Wu, you're right. Alright, let's not waste time, let's go out and play. Sia Wu had the soldiers arrange a car, and they first went to the waterworks. The waterworks, originally located by the lake, had been moved to another location due to the development of the scenic area. It had been transformed into a wide road, surrounded by flowers and beautiful lawns. Sia Wu acted as a very competent tour guide, also serving as a photographer, taking many beautiful photos of Xiaomoru. The two hadn't gone far when they heard someone call out, "Sister." Several young people in charge of the fish farming area saw Sia Wu and happily gathered around, calling her sister sweetly. They shared how much fun they had at the banquet the previous night and hoped there would be more banquets like that in the future. Watching the healthy-looking young men chatting happily with Sia Wu, the viewers in the live stream felt envious again. Comments included, "I want to be like them," clinging to Sister Wu like a younger brother or sister, sob sob. "Damn it! I'm so envious of them. Is it too late for me to go work on Xiangyang Star?" Honestly, seeing the people working on Xiangyang Star, seeing Sia Wu's affectionate and respectful manner, I want to work on Xiangyang Star too. Sisters, let's create a group chat. Let's go work on Xiangyang Star together, and work together to build it up. I believe Sister Wu is definitely a good boss. Look how happy everyone is with her. I don't feel happy at all when I see my boss. The discussion in the live stream had shifted, seemingly from one topic to another, focusing on working on Xiangyang Star. Blue Star, Wilmert, and the others were also watching the live stream. Seeing the comments in the chat, 99 couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luther, your group has gone to such lengths to smear Sia Wu, and yet, just based on the videos of 2 songs she sang last night and the 2-hour live stream today, she's changed most netizens' opinions of her. Luther, who was called out, frowned, his lips pressed tightly together, not wanting to say a word. Yvette sighed deeply. Rumors are baseless, like a thin sheet of paper that tears easily. It just shows, Luther, you haven't done enough. Haven't done enough? Luther coldly looked at 99. This time it's your fault, 99. My job is to smear, 99. You should assist me, hack this live stream, make it impossible for her to continue. What does this have to do with me? 99 quickly retorted, High Priest, do you think Sia Wu's reputation reversal is due to Luther's shortcomings? Luther is right, 99, hack the entire live stream platform, don't let them continue. Last night's live stream came as a surprise. Unbeknownst to them, Sia Wu instantly went viral with 2 songs and her arrangement skills, silencing those who had previously cursed her. Especially Sia Wu's first song. That song conveyed the message of not retreating or surrendering in the face of enemies, leading many netizens to interpret it as a response to those who had been attacking her, and a way of expressing her long-standing grievances. Sia Wuming didn't say anything, but netizens became her mouthpieces and spoke for her. Yesterday's 2 songs, plus today's 2+ hours of livestream content, have made it difficult to discredit Sia Wu. Now, all they can do is prevent Sia Wu from revealing too much to the outside world. Upon hearing this, 99 showed displeasure and pulled out her tablet. Making me work overtime again? Why am I always the one who suffers? She frantically tried to hack into Xiaomoru's livestream website, but after a series of attempts, she discovered that the website's firewall was incredibly strong, and she couldn't easily hack it. How could this be? An obscure website shouldn't have the money to hire top hackers to set up a firewall to protect its platform system. 99's brows furrowed deeper, her fingers moving across the tablet with almost invisible afterimages. Suddenly, her screen turned completely white, and a black cat slowly crawled in from the center. Meow. Got you. Bang. She immediately slammed the tablet to the ground, and in her emotional outburst, stomped on it several times. Everyone looked up at her strange behavior in confusion. After a few kicks, 99's emotions gradually calmed down. She looked at Wilmer with a hint of awe, and subconsciously swallowed. High Priest, I think I exposed the base's location. It's not my fault. That lousy live streaming platform actually hired the top hacker, Meow, to guard it. That guy's a madman. 2 Omnic hackers combined couldn't beat him, so it's normal that I couldn't. Looking at Wilmert's increasingly cold gaze, 99 felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. 99 glanced around at the people around her, avoiding their eyes. They watched coldly, not one showing any sign of standing up for her. Chapter 351. E-City on Blue Star was bathed in starlight. As a low-income city with a low standard of living, E-City lacked the hustle and bustle of big cities, the countless skyscrapers, and excessive high technology. Here, at 10 o'clock at night, apart from lit billboards, streetlights, and the occasional vehicle on the road, there were hardly any pedestrians. Lei Jun liked life in this city, fewer people and less social interaction, but it had everything life should have. After finishing his day's work, he carried a package of grilled fish home. The aroma of the grilled fish wafted out from time to time, making him quicken his pace. Finally, he reached his doorstep, and the electronic lock on the door automatically recognized his face and clicked open. The moment he stepped inside, the living room lights automatically turned on. Honey, I'm home. I brought your favorite grilled fish today, he said, walking towards the room with its dim light filtering through the open door. His words received no response. Clearly, the person inside hadn't heard him. The lights in the room were off, but the light emanating from the numerous monitors covering one wall was enough to illuminate the room. A petite woman sat before the monitors, her long, black hair cascading to the floor. She hugged her knees, her small head tilted back, staring intently at the screen displaying the largest monitor. Lei Jun walked over and followed her gaze. This is Boss Xia's live stream. No, that streamer was lucky. She won Sister Wu's grand prize. Sister Wu is spending the whole day with her. Luna's tone seemed calm, but Lei Jun could detect the sarcasm in her voice. Honey, didn't you want to go live with Boss Xia on Xiangyang Star? Should we pick a time to move? With our relationship with Boss Xia, we can't buy a nice house. We can't go now. We can't go now? Lei Jun repeated, puzzled. Our identities aren't clean right now, especially mine. I've been searching for a lot lately, and the police are looking for me. If they find out I'm on Xiangyang Star, it implicates Sister Wu. Luna shrank back slightly as she spoke. To find out how many members of the Tomorrow Society are at the police station, plus the frequent investigations of personal information, even though she's a top hacker, the police have thousands of hacker members. Even the most skilled person would lose against 1,000. Of course, she hasn't lost yet. No wonder. After you mentioned wanting to live on Xiangyang Star, you haven't brought it up again. But honey, I'd be jealous of how much you care about Boss Xia, Lei Jun said. Luna tilted her head and leaned against Lei Jun's arm. Jun, look this up. Lei Jun, He was quite disappointed. He had thought Luna would try to comfort him. But instead, she wanted him to do the work. Lei Jun took the note and looked at its contents. Yunming Children's Welfare Institute, sponsored by Wilmert. An orphanage sponsored by Wilmer. Is there anything strange about it? I remember Boss Xia said this guy might be a core member of the Tomorrow Society and asked us to investigate him. Honey, didn't you say before that your investigation didn't reveal anything unusual? When Xia Wu told them about Wilmer, they began investigating anything related to him. But Wilmer was too clean. So clean that not a trace could be found. I didn't go looking for him, he came to me himself. Lei Jun looked at her with suspicion. Luna explained, Sister Wu was doing a live stream with that woman, and a lot of people were praising Sister Wu. I thought, maybe tomorrow will be easier for her, so I hacked into the live stream platform's official website beforehand and set a trap. Some idiot fell into the trap, and this is the address I found by following the trail. Baby, you're so clever. Now you can ask Boss Xia for money again. For such a small thing, you're not allowed to ask for money. Luna protested, frowning. She knew that the person who treated her best in this world was Lei Jun. However, perhaps because they were from orcs, Lei Jun valued money particularly highly. Before, she had no objection to Lei Jun's way of making money. Working and getting paid was only natural. But she didn't want to take too much money from Xia Wu. The money Xie Wu has paid them so far is enough for the two of them to live a life of leisure and extravagance. Furthermore, the reason she doesn't want to take any more money from Xie Wu is because their goals align. Currently, tomorrow's society seems to be constantly causing trouble for Xie Wu, attempting to seize Xiangyang Star. But tomorrow's society is also an enemy of the orcs. The virus incident, the orcs being sold cheaply as experimental subjects, were all supported by tomorrow's society behind the scenes. Luna also wants revenge, so she has been secretly protecting Xie Wu's various electronic devices from hacker surveillance. As expected, after investigating the Yunming Children's Welfare Institute, Lei Jun again wants money from Xie Wu. Okay, baby, if you say you don't want money, then you don't want money. This is prey you caught in your trap, so it probably didn't take much effort. Asking for money is indeed a bit unreasonable. Luna nodded emphatically. Lei Jun smiled and ruffled her hair. Are you hungry? I bought your favorite grilled fish today. Let's eat first. Okay. Xiangyang Star. An endless beach, soft white sand, and various creatures crawling on it. Xiaomoru, seeing such beauty for the first time, couldn't help but open her arms and shout loudly. After venting her emotions, she looked at the viewers in the live stream. Friends, isn't this sea beautiful? Look at the sand on this beach. It's amazing. It's the first time I've seen sand that's almost snow white. Taking pictures on a beach like this would be so beautiful. Sister Wu, I had to take a call just now. Sister Wu is the ruler of the planet. She has many things to do. It's very kind of you to spend so much time with me. Her eyes glanced at Xie Wu not far away, then at the chat with the viewers in the live stream. Xie Wu's call didn't last long. She returned shortly after. Want to go crabbing? Xie Wu asked. There are lots of reefs, shellfish, and large crabs in this area. Besides seeing the sea, the second thing to do when you come to the beach is to go beachcombing. Sister Wu, were the crabs from last night's banquet caught here? Yes, there are plenty. Catch as many as you like. Xie Wu led her carefully onto the reefs. Just as they approached the reef area, they saw a large crab, weighing at least 2 pounds, strutting arrogantly in front of them. What a huge crab. And look at those claws. If you get pinched, your fingers will probably break. Be careful when you catch it. Okay. Xiaomoru was about to go catch the large crab when Xie Wu's communication bracelet rang. After answering, Xie Wu took a few steps and suddenly couldn't hide her surprise, exclaiming, What? Chapter 352. Uncle One, is this true? After her initial surprise, Xie Wu asked seriously. On the other end of the phone, Bai Tuwen said, It's already been reported on the Starnet, Xiao Wu, you can check it out online. Okay, I go take a look. Xie Wu hung up the phone and was about to open the Starnet page to check. Suddenly, she remembered something. Turning back to Xiaomoru, she said, Xiaomoru, I go away for a bit. Okay. Xie Wu quickly walked away, this time going quite far. Xiaomoru looked at the crabs that had already hidden under the rocks and were lying in the sand, and said to the audience, Let's wait until Sister Wu has finished dealing with things before we go catch big crabs. This sea on Xiangyang Star hasn't been overexploited or overfished. The marine life is really abundant. Look, there's a giant sea turtle over there. Xiaomoru turned the camera to the giant sea turtle slowly walking on the beach. She looked at the comments, hoping for some interaction. Unexpectedly, the comments section was filled with something else entirely. Brothers, have you seen the news? Mech Planet was attacked by space pirates. An attack? Those pirates go to Mech Planet all the time, don't they? Where did these pirates come from, so confident to challenge Mech Planet? They were clearly losing to the Onyx before. The pirates won. Guys, you guys need to check the news. Holy crap. No way. The Onyx were attacked by 13 space pirate crews, and 70% of Mech Planet's land was damaged. Really? Even though the 13 crews have about 10,000 pirates, don't the Onyx have the most powerful air defense system? They couldn't stop these pirates? I need to go see what happened myself. Mechanical Planet attacked by 13 space pirate gangs, damage reaches 70%. This news exploded like a bomb in Xiaomoru's live stream. Tens of thousands of viewers, trying to verify the story, left the live stream to search for news. Xiaomoru was also hearing such explosive news for the first time. She took out her communication bracelet to check what had happened on Mechanical Planet. The official report stated, 2 hours ago, 13 space pirate gangs launched an organized attack on Mechanical Planet. Although the AI fought back fiercely, Mechanical Planet suffered severe damage due to the overwhelming numbers of the pirates. It has now been confirmed that 5 AI units are completely destroyed and beyond repair. The extent of the damage to Mechanical Planet is still under investigation. Please stay tuned for our follow-up reports. In the comments section, everyone was shocked. Comments included, Mechanical Planet possesses the latest products researched by the AI. All sorts of powerful weapons were developed by the AI. Even with a collective attack from 13 pirate gangs, by their standards, it's impossible for them to be so badly defeated by pirates. Is it really a Mechanical Planet? Are the Onyx really that powerful? Were they really beaten so badly? I glanced at the comments section and laughed. Are Onyx really as powerful as you all say? Think about how many products they made and discontinued over the years. The only advantage Onyx have is that they don't need to eat or sleep. In a real battle of wits, how could they possibly beat humans? After all, they were created by humans. You've been putting Onyx on a pedestal for too long, to the point that you think they're invincible. Look, the pirates are here to slap you in the face. I don't agree with some of the comments that criticize Onyx. I even wonder if they've lost their minds. Currently, all the high-tech weapons that have been developed are recognized as being created by Onyx. The Onyx were defeated by the pirates. Don't you think about what weapons the pirates used? Could these weapons be used against us? On various video websites of the Starnet, images of androids half blown by bombs and collapsed cities engulfed in flames have appeared. Xie Wu suddenly walked away after Bai Xiuwen called to tell her that the Mechanical Planet had been attacked by pirates. Having finished searching the news on the Starnet, Imochen called. As an official, Imochen certainly knew more inside information, so Xie Wu answered immediately without hesitation. Hearing that Xie Wu already knew about the attack on Mechanical Planet, Qin Mo's tone turned heavy. The first to rush to Mechanical Planet's aid was the 3rd Legion, which I used to lead. Xie Wu, I fell for their trap. Initially my deputy commander told me that the pirates had been acting strangely lately, and I immediately suspected they might target you again. So, I spoke with my former brothers and arranged for them to patrol near your planet more often, which is why they couldn't arrive immediately after the attack on Mechanical Planet. However, Mechanical Planet claims to have sufficient self-defense capabilities, and our patrol forces spend even less time there than on Xiangyang Planet. But the 3rd Legion was the first to arrive when Mechanical Planet was attacked, and they captured over 60 pirates. My deputy commander was commended. Mechanical Planet had indeed been attacked by pirates. However, Xie Wu could tell that the attack on Mechanical Planet didn't seem to bother Qin Mo much. Qin Mo repeated that his deputy commander had performed meritorious service. Officer Shin, your deputy commander has performed meritorious service. Is he likely to be promoted to a full-fledged member? The chances are very high, Miss Xie. My deputy commander is very likely also a member of tomorrow's society. Why do you say that? It's just a guess, but the possibility is high. My transfer from my original post was already suspicious. Plus, I predicted before that the pirates' sudden, strange actions meant that if they attacked Xiangyang Star, the 3rd Legion would definitely be the first to rush there to claim credit. Although they went to Mechanical Star, they were indeed the first to arrive. Silently guessed that the pirates and the vice-captain's actions were related to the Tomorrow Society, but he didn't anticipate their final attack on the Mechanical Planet. Xie Wu didn't know how Silent had guessed that. Silent hadn't explained it to her. However, the fact that the Onyx had been attacked was true. Xie Wu's current focus is on why the androids were beaten so badly. Officer Shin, why do you think they send the pirates to attack the machine planet tomorrow? 1. Perhaps they really want to kill the androids. 2. To reduce the credibility of the androids, Qin Mo said. Miss Ya, you probably checked online just now. You should have seen many comments in the comments section expressing skepticism towards the androids. Qin Mo leaned back in his chair. The androids are the richest people in the Haiyang system. They don't eat or sleep. They're an army of one, and their products practically monopolize the market. Because they made money off the Haiyang system without providing jobs, even though many people buy android products now, most people deeply resent them. And when the legend of the android's invincibility is broken, everyone will think that the androids are nothing special. It's better to trust others than the androids. Observe them these next few days. The sales of android products will definitely drop. Chapter 353. This point doesn't need to be said in silence. Xie Wu had already seen many gloating people in the comments section. They couldn't wait for the Onyx to die, to make them return all the money they had earned. And Xie Wu was gradually understanding the reason why tomorrow would attack the machine star. The Onyx were Xie Wu's biggest buyers, her wallet, the kind that would give her money whenever she wanted. The Onyx possessed so much money, and she had made it all. Rising to power would be a piece of cake for her. Therefore, tomorrow would shift the conflict to the Onyx. Lei Jun's information sources were also more reliable than Shin Mo's. Lei Jun confidently told her that the pirates would absolutely not attack Xiangyang Star, but somehow they attacked the machine star instead? However, the Onyx have already made a lot of money, and rebuilding the damaged planet won't be difficult for them, Shinemo added. Xiaowu asked, Officer Shin, I saw the reports on the StarNet. The androids suffered heavy losses. Are 13 pirate groups really that strong? Is it because their weapons are advanced? Or are the androids unwilling to harm humans? The androids certainly won't kill criminals. They only choose to capture them alive or knock them unconscious. However, the biggest problem with the androids' crushing defeat is that their planet's defense system failed. The defense system failed? Xiaowu asked in surprise. Silence replied, the mechanical planet doesn't need the protection of the Interstellar Legion because it possesses a powerful defense system capable of intercepting any missile attacks from outer space. Many of the pirates' weapons are homemade and relatively weak. Normally, their weapons wouldn't be able to penetrate the androids' defenses. But this time, it seems there was an internal problem with the androids. The planet's defense system completely failed the moment the pirates attacked. With the defense system failing, the androids are like stationary targets. Even if the pirates' weapons are weak, they can't withstand continuous bombardment. The androids do possess powerful weapons. But they cannot take any lives. This program cannot be violated. Therefore, without the defense system, and unable to use powerful weapons to repel the pirates, this is the reason for the severe damage to the machine planet. Xiaowu remained silent. The androids are so intelligent and powerful. To hack into their programs, and shut down the defense system, only an opponent, who is also an android could do this. This is terrifying. If the Supreme God is an android, and there is only one, the fact that he could defeat all the androids on the machine planet demonstrates his immense power. Miss Xia, are you still there? Xiaowu remained silent, and hearing no sound, she assumed he wasn't there. Xiaowu replied, I'm here. Xiaowu said, my friends and I speculated before. According to Yvette, the main god of the Tomorrow Society seems to exist. We've thought about it a lot. Why would the Tomorrow Society, which clearly has the ability to cause trouble openly, act secretly? What are they hiding that they don't want anyone to know? So, my final guess is that the main god of the Tomorrow Society is some kind of android. Miss Xia, how did you come to this conclusion? The silence instantly tightened. Xiaowu said, it's a conclusion I reached after spending time with them. However, the attack on the mechanical planet further confirms my previous guess. After all, the mechanical planet was so badly damaged because its defense system malfunctioned, right? Who could have the ability to shut down the mechanical planet's defense system? Only an android. Previous speculations that the main god of tomorrow's assembly was an Onyx were all wild guesses. The fact that the machine planet was attacked by pirates and its defense system failed meant it was no longer just wild speculation. They could find some clues. Few people go to the machine planet, but Silence wanted to argue. How could there be any anomalies among the Onyx? Besides, this attack was on their home planet, the machine planet. But then she thought, the planet's defense system was also very important to the Onyx. They wouldn't harm people's lives. When attacked by pirates, they usually activated their defenses and called the Interstellar Legion to help them drive the pirates away. The Onyx weren't stupid. They could calculate what they would become without their defense system. Therefore, they must value their defense system highly. Even if many people went to the machine planet for tourism, those who went wouldn't be able to shut down the defense system, and might not even know where it was. The only explanation for the defense system being shut down was that it was an internal stunt by the Onyx. Miss Xia, if that supreme being is truly an AI, why would he disregard human life? Doesn't that violate their established programming? Momo changed the subject. Xiaowu said, Officer Shin, could you find a way to investigate and see if there are any older AIs on the machine planet? AIs become more powerful with each generation. Early AIs, due to their older underlying code and settings, even if they were incredibly intelligent, couldn't change much for older AIs. And a long time ago, the AIs experienced an electronic warfare war, and a period of contagious mechanical depression. Perhaps around that time, one AI's calculations malfunctioned, turning its love for humanity into the annihilation of humanity. Silent's heart skipped a beat. The annihilation of humanity. If an android truly calculated this result, and its actions weren't stopped, humanity would face a tremendous threat. Miss Xia, your hypothesis is plausible. I will investigate as soon as possible and find the android that has malfunctioned. Wait! Hearing that Silent was about to hang up, Xiaowu shouted urgently, try not to let too many people know that the Tomorrow Society's chief god is an android. Miss Xia, I know, the Tomorrow Society has spies everywhere. Officer Shin, that's not what I meant. I just don't want people to hate all androids, because one android has a problem with its thinking. Xiaowu said, judging from the attack on the machine planet, and the fact that the attackers intended to exterminate the androids. In that chief god's eyes, androids are also enemies, also objects to be annihilated, and also the targets he can kill without hesitation. Officer Shin, look at the state of those slain Onyx, and the extent of the destruction of the machine planet. You can see that the main god's hatred for the Onyx is no less than its hatred for humans. Most of the Onyx are only alive because of their own abilities, otherwise, many would have died in the attack. The Onyx are ultimately too foolish, too obsessed with following orders. The pirates came to kill them, yet they endured over an hour of bombing without using weapons to fight back. This shows they'd rather die than kill a pirate. So, even if you capture the main god of Tomorrow's Society, don't reveal his Onyx identity. I don't want the Onyx to be hated and prejudiced because of this. Chapter 354. Silently agreed with Xiaowu's words. The attack was organized by 13 interstellar pirate groups, but with the advanced technology of the androids, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The androids lost so badly because they couldn't defy their program settings. The androids love humanity. But if the leader of Tomorrow's Society is an android, some people will generalize. If even one android is bad, all androids are bad. It's hard to say whether they have low tolerance and can't accept any flaws. Or perhaps they simply hate androids. Having agreed to Xiaowu's request, he hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Determining tactics to kill the enemy on the battlefield was easy for him. But dealing with the schemes of those in the shadows was mentally exhausting and troublesome. Silently was an official. He called to inform Xiaowu about the attack on the mechanical planet. Xiaowu didn't need to worry about how much of the video circulating on the Star Network was fake. The Onyx were truly badly beaten by the pirates. The videos on the StarNet looked like they were filmed on location, indicating this was part of Tomorrow's Society's plan to expose the devastation on the machine planet and show everyone just how vulnerable the supposedly invincible Onyx were. Many videos of gloating and mockery had already appeared on the StarNet. Xiaowu couldn't tell if these were videos created by Tomorrow's Society's online trolls or by genuine hatred towards the Onyx. She stopped paying attention to the videos on the StarNet and dialed Kaz's number. However, the call wouldn't go through. The same went for Moore. He couldn't get through either. The fact that the Star Legion only arrived to provide support more than an hour after the pirates' attack meant that a signal shield had been deployed around the machine planet. Otherwise, the androids would have notified the legions before discovering the pirate attack. The fact that they didn't send a distress signal indicates that they had prepositioned signal isolators near the machine planet, turning it into a lonely planet in the sea of stars. The pirates attacking the machine planet had clearly conducted extensive research and preparation beforehand, having everything ready to kill the androids. But what's most terrifying is that their mechanical equipment surpasses that of the androids. Xiaowu doesn't know if the androids' defeat was due to a traitor, or if the traitor's creations were superior. In any case, the attack on the androids dealt Xiaowu a heavy blow. At this moment, Xiaowu even felt that a pirate attack on her would have been better than an attack on the androids. She wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Xiaowu composed herself and returned to Xiaomoru's side. Miss Xia, I'm back. Let's go beachcombing. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaowu's communication bracelet rang. This time it was Tanling's call. Tanling was calling to inform Xiaowu about the pirate attack on Mechanical Planet. Xiaowu said, Minister Tan, you all go about your work. Have everyone come to the conference room at 8 p.m. tonight. Yes. Xiaowu hung up the phone and looked at Xiaomoru again. Xiaomoru's expression was also grim, her face serious. Sister Wu, go about your own business. I manage the rest of the time. How can that be? I promised to spend the whole day with you. It's only afternoon now. There's still some time before dark. Xiaowu's tone was calm, with a composed smile on her face. Xiaomoru looked worried. Sister Wu, you've been calling so frequently. Did you receive news about the attack on Mechanical Planet? Xiaowu didn't speak, only nodded. Xiaomoru said, Sister Wu, I've seen some comments on the StarNet. They say you have a very good relationship with the AIs, and you collaborated with them the most. With the attack on Mechanical Star, many of your collaborations with the AIs will likely be suspended. Xiangyang Star is currently developing, and without AIs, you have a lot to do. So go ahead and do your work. Consider the remaining time owed to me. You can make it up to me next time you have time. She looked even more anxious than Xiaowu. Xiaowu's eyes held a smile. Okay, this is my contact number. Call me next time you have time, and I make up for the time I owe you. Okay. Xiaomoru took Xiaowu's contact number. Looking at it, she suddenly found it difficult to hide her emotions, blinking frantically trying to control her tears, but finally couldn't hold back and cried. She cursed wildly, using every C language she could find, no longer caring that there were cameras watching, and tens of thousands of viewers were watching her live. Damn pirates, why did they attack the Onyx? The Onyx are too kind. The machine planet has the most advanced and destructive weapons. A simple nuclear bomb could wipe them out. The machine planet was so badly damaged this time, because the pirates stole the weapons they dared not use, and used them to bomb them. Those damn pirates, I'm so angry. Xiaomoru was on the verge of collapse. She looked at the extent of the damage to the machine planet on the starnet. Many of the large holes were caused by the Onyx weapons. In other words, the pirates had controlled the weapons the Onyx had created, and were using them against the Onyx. Xiaowu was also deeply saddened. There were many strange things about the attack on the androids this time. She hadn't been able to contact any of the androids on the machine planet, and didn't know what had happened. Therefore, she couldn't speculate based on the videos on the starnet. But judging from Xiaomoru's attitude, Xiaomoru was one of the humans who accepted and even liked the androids. Xiaowu comforted her and arranged for a spaceship to take her back to the city. She then went to find Fuyu. Fuyu had already returned to the beach to film. Xiaowu walked to the development zone and quickly found Fuyu in the crowd. They had just finished filming a scene and were resting. Fuyu sat in a chair, holding a script, staring at it intently. Lilisa and the others came and went around her, but for some reason, Fuyu, silently reading the script, exuded an inexplicable loneliness. Xiaowu walked over. The first person to notice her arrival was Ling Han. Master, what brings you here? I have something to discuss with Miss Fuyu. Go about your business and don't worry about me. Yes. The group continued with their work and filming. Not surfing the starnet, they were unaware of the news circulating online about the attack on the mechanical planet. Xiaowu walked to Fuyue's side. Fuyue was still engrossed in the script. Xiaowu called out, Miss Fuyue? Miss Xiaowu? Fuyue slowly looked up at her. The mechanical planet was attacked by interstellar pirates a little over 2 hours ago, suffering heavy losses. Fuyue paused, her simulated eyes filled with unyielding sorrow. Lilisa, sitting beside her, was astonished upon hearing this. Young miss, what did you say? The mechanical planet was attacked by pirates and suffered heavy losses? Chapter 355. Xiaowu didn't answer Lily's question. She stared at Fuyu. Fuyu's simulated face showed no emotional fluctuation, only a faint reply, I know. No! Fuyu, you were filming with us just now, didn't you check the starnet? How do you know about the attack on Mechanical Star? But did Mechanical Star really suffer heavy losses? Lily was full of doubt. Her loud voice caused everyone to stop what they were doing and turn to look at them. Some staff members had already opened the starnet page on their communication bracelets and started checking. The androids have a voice system connected to their mothers. 30 minutes ago, Mother told me that Mechanical Star was attacked by pirates. Mechanical Star suffered heavy losses. 21 androids died in the attack. Mother told us to continue our work and not to return to Mechanical Star without her permission. Everyone's expressions were astonished. Xiaowu felt a tightness in her chest. Mechanical Star only had about 1,000 androids, yet 21 androids died in the attack. This number sounded small. The thought that these 21 androids were all of high moral character and honesty made it hard not to feel distressed. Fuyu's voice was calm, calmer than anyone else's. It betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Xiaowu said, Miss Fuyu, if your mother contacts you again and tells you that Xiangyang Star will definitely help if you need anything. Fuyu nodded slightly. Miss Xiaowu, you don't need to worry too much about us. Even if 70% of the buildings and facilities on Mechanical Star are attacked, we androids will still be billionaires. Our money is all in the banks on Blue Star. Miss Fuyu, Xiangyang Star is helping for free. It doesn't need a single penny. Xiaowu smiled. Fuyu nodded again in agreement. The androids knew about the attack on the mechanical planet even earlier than Xiaowu. Xiaowu didn't linger there long, taking another spaceship home. Back in the city, Xiaowu called everyone to a meeting in the conference room. She went straight to the conference room upon returning to the city, being the first person to arrive. Tan Ling and the others were also quick. They arrived at the conference room in a short time. Seeing everyone present, Xiaowu said, Minister Tan, this meeting will be led by you. Tell me, how much impact has the attack on the mechanical planet had on our Xiangyang Star? Star-Lord, the attack on the mechanical planet has had a huge impact on us. The materials we currently need for building houses and roads all come from the mechanical planet. With the attack on the mechanical planet, the androids can no longer provide the materials we need. And immediately after news of the attack on the mechanical planet spread, the prices of all electronic equipment and building materials, except for food, increased by about 10% compared to before. Tanling brought this devastating news. Building materials are in high demand on Xiangyang Star right now, leading to price increases across the board. This means subsequent construction costs will rise significantly. There are many gloating people on the StarNet right now. They say the AI isn't that powerful, but they're simultaneously raising the prices of products manufactured by AI. Star-Lord, the prices of guns and other weapons have also increased by about 20%, Lei Tu said. Xiaowu's brows furrowed tightly, his arms crossed, his face grave. The expressions of the others were similar. To ordinary people, an attack on a planet wouldn't affect them much. But for Xiangyang Star, the attack on a mechanical planet was the first thing to hit them. To prevent tomorrow from using underhanded tactics, they only purchased the necessary products from the AI. With the mechanical planet so badly damaged, even at the AI's fastest pace, it would take at least a month to restore production. Sunrise Planet couldn't wait that long. For a planet continuing its development, every second was precious. Star-Lord, should we slow down our current projects a little? Tanling asked. No, Xiaowu said firmly. Tomorrow's attack on Mechanical Planet, with 13 pirate groups, was a major blow. It has to be said, their tactic was truly vicious. But even so, we cannot stop our development. I asked the Bai family if they have any trustworthy merchants, who can provide us with building materials. The current project should continue, don't slow down. Tanlong frowned slightly. Star-Lord, if we don't slow down, the price increase of all building materials means we have to spend more money than usual. If it were just a little, the price difference wouldn't be significant, but we need a lot of materials. In total, we spend hundreds of millions more than before. Also, after the attack on the mechanical planet, the prices of all jade and gemstones have plummeted, now half their original price. The AI had driven up the prices of jade and gemstones. The mechanical planet's attack meant reconstruction was inevitable. Therefore, shrewd merchants raised the prices of all building materials at this time, and since the AIs were no longer spending money on jade and gemstones, their price drop was understandable. But half their original price. The prices of jade and gemstones have really dropped that much? Xiaowu asked. Tanling nodded. The prices of jade and gemstones have actually been steadily declining. Ever since the unexpectedly low jade prices at that auction, coupled with some comments on the StarNet, jade prices have been falling day by day. However, after the attack on Mechanical Star, one jewelry store dropped its 9,999 yuan set sales strategy. Now, only an hour has passed, and sales of the 9,999 yuan set have already reached 100 million yuan. Other merchants are following suit. Star-Lord, just before the meeting, we also received return requests. Returns of products sold by Mr. Gao Hongji and his team. Gao Hongji knew Xiaowu was busy, so he directly contacted Tan Ling to handle jade sales. As a result, customers requesting returns also went to Tan Ling. Now there are many 9,999 yuan and 19,999 yuan sets on the StarNet. People see they no longer need to spend tens of thousands on a small jade ornament, so purchasing power has reached an unprecedented high. Business wars always come suddenly, catching people off guard. Host, the value assessment was based on the price at the time. If there's a discrepancy now, blame the other party's unpreparedness in the business war. It has nothing to do with the system. The system, silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Xiaowu rubbed her forehead. What kind of system suddenly jumps out to clarify its own skills? With our current work efficiency, can we keep up with the trend by launching a set of jewelry priced at 19,999? Xiaowu asked. Tanling shook her head. Star-Lord, even if we keep up with the trend, it'd still be a loss for us. Look, this is a set I just snagged on the Star Network. She pushed a gift box in front of Xiaowu. Chapter 356. Xiaowu opened the gift box. Inside lay a set of jade jewelry. Earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. Just 3 items. Xiaowu took out the bracelet and examined it, using value appraisal. 50 yuan. This is a fake jade bracelet? The bracelet felt different the moment she held it, and value appraisal gave Xiaowu a definitive answer. This isn't a real jade bracelet, it's a fake. Something worth a few dozen yuan is being sold for 9,999 yuan. They're making a killing. Fake? Tanlong frowned seriously, examining it closely. Star-Lord, I don't know much about jade, but our family made our fortune selling it. I originally just planned to buy a set to check the quality, but after receiving it, I saw that the quality is even worse than our worst jade. So, I figured if we offered jade jewelry at the same price, we'd definitely lose money. Losing money? Huge loss. Xiaowu said. These aren't even jade, you could buy one for 50 yuan. He's selling it for 9,999 yuan. He's making a killing. Our family's jade quality is so good, even our cheapest bracelet sells for 5,000 yuan. That's a bargain. But what's most disgusting is that he's selling a large quantity of fake jade. It will discourage buyers from appreciating jade. This isn't sold on Happy Taodao website, is it? Xiaowu suddenly remembered something and asked. Tan Ling nodded. HappyTaodao.com was a website managed by the intelligent machinery. After the attack on Mechanical Planet, HappyTaodao.com was shut down. These products were purchased from Kuailitao, the second largest shopping website. However, Kuailitao rarely sells counterfeit goods. Tan Ling tried to comfort herself. Something worth less than 100 yuan had cost her 9,999 yuan. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. Minister Tan, I return it in a bit. Yes. Tan Ling put the item back in the gift box, her anger escalating. She cursed the person who sold counterfeit goods. But she had seen her share of ups and downs, and her emotions quickly calmed down. Star-Lord, looking at these 9,999 jade sets, I actually wanted to tell you that the price of jade isn't as high as it used to be. Even if we have a lot of jade, the money we earn probably won't be enough to fill the construction hole. Xiangyang Star's current source of income is selling jade. Fortunately, Xiaowu had sold some stones to Kaz and Muir before the attack on the mechanical star, earning several hundred million. But even with money, it's still best to save where possible. Star-Lord, with building material prices rising and jade prices falling, I think we should slow down the pace of construction. We can continue after the machines have finished rebuilding their homes, and prices have returned to normal, Tan Ling stated her thoughts. Xiaowu still disagreed. We can't slow down, continue at this pace. Star-Lord. Tan Ling was getting anxious. Star-Lord, have you considered this? The house we worked so hard to build might one day be destroyed by pirates? This was Tan Ling's greatest fear. Xiangyang Star lacks efficient self-defense capabilities. Even the intelligent and powerful machine race had their home destroyed by pirates. Tan Ling didn't know if the pirates would attack Xiangyang Star. Last time the pirates weren't fully prepared. What if they were well prepared this time? Tan Ling's current plan was to convert all funds into troops and weapons to arm Xiangyang Star. Minister Tan, tomorrow's society has the capacity to mobilize 13 pirate groups. Why didn't they use such a large force to attack Xiangyang Star from the start? Why did they attack Mechanical Star instead? You should know that their purpose in attacking Mechanical Star was to suppress us. But if they wanted to suppress us, why didn't they just kill us? Killing us would allow them to directly obtain the entire planet, wouldn't it? Tan Ling stood there, stunned, looking at Xiaowu in confusion. Star-Lord, what do you mean by that? We clashed with tomorrow's society many times, so we should know their methods to some extent. What they love to do most is reap the rewards, letting others sow, water, and fertilize while they reap the harvest. Xiangyang Star is their ultimate target. According to their methods, they want us to build cities and houses, and then seize it once it becomes a habitable planet. Lei Tu didn't understand the meaning. Star-Lord, accelerating construction is just pushing us to our doom. If we build slower, they won't come to harvest us so quickly because we don't have many houses. But we need to make money, Xiaowu said. Currently, our only source of income is jade, but its price is heavily suppressed. Our scenic area is almost finished, and we soon be able to make money from there. Not slowing down the project is for making money, and the money we earn will naturally be used to secretly purchase weapons. Minister Tan, arming the planet is necessary, but we can't let the Tomorrow Council find out. The Tomorrow Council is mobilizing 13 pirate groups to attempt to exterminate the intelligent machines. In that respect, the Tomorrow Council doesn't intend to kill us yet. Although, I don't understand if the results have too many flaws, or if they don't want to expend too many troops on us. That's why they haven't gone all out against us. However, one thing we can be sure of is that the pirates of Tomorrow's Guild have been severely weakened in their battle with the Onyx, and will definitely need time to recuperate. We must use this time to accelerate the progress of all projects and make them profitable. After making money, we will secretly use the funds to purchase and research weapons to arm Sunrise. Furthermore, and most importantly, with more people traveling to and from Sunrise, the Interstellar Legion will be sending patrols to our planet much more frequently. Minister Tan, don't think about going it alone, we are not Omnics. We need to think about how to utilize the power of the Interstellar Legion. Since its establishment, Sunrise has paid a fee to the Interstellar Legion annually, thus enjoying its protection. Planets with larger populations are subject to much more frequent patrols by the Interstellar Legion. Since Sunrise opened its borders, the number of tourists visiting Sunrise has increased significantly. Previously, the interstellar patrols only came once a day, now they patrol at least 3 times a day. Upon hearing Xia Wu's words, Tan Lang suddenly realized, Star-Lord, you're right, I forgot about the existence of the Interstellar Patrol Army. Tan Lang said, the pace of construction and development cannot be stopped. The more people come to our planet, the more the Interstellar Legion will pay attention to us. This year is the time for the Interstellar Legion to pay its dues again. If we give them 2 billion more than usual, they will care about us even more. Give it to them, Xia Wu said. Tomorrow's society doesn't want to kill us anyway. If the Interstellar Legion patrols frequently, they have to consider how much they can earn by using pirates to attack us. Furthermore, in the war against the AI, they need time to replenish their armory. Before they recover their fighting strength, we can use the protection of the Interstellar Legion to make a lot of money, buy weapons, and arm Xiangyang Star. Chapter 357. No matter who you look at it to, with prices rising, it's time to slow down. But Xia Wu understood that they couldn't stop. They were already inferior to tomorrow's meeting in terms of power, money, and development. Slowing down now would be giving the enemy time to recuperate. If they were unwilling to spend this little bit of money when the enemy was weak, they would be even less able to defeat them when the enemy was strong. Tan Ling inwardly admired Xia Wu's foresight. The meeting lasted for more than 4 hours. Leaving the meeting room, Xia Wu found Gao Hongji. Gao Hongji saw Xia Wu and looked up in surprise. Xiao Wu, you come at the perfect time. I just happen to have something to discuss with you. Uncle Gao, what is it? Xiao Wu, you must already know about the attack on the mechanical planet. Did you know that prices plummeted and soared after the attack? Yes. Gao Hongji's eyes instantly filled with admiration as he looked at Xia Wu. I knew your information network was faster than mine. So, I won't beat around the bush, I get straight to the point. Xiao Wu, with the attack on the mechanical planet, the price of jade has suddenly plummeted. Quickly come to Taobao. They're offering $99.99 and $19.99. A jade jewelry set priced at 9 yuan. It's normal for the jade quality to be a bit low for that price. However, I wanted to know the quality, so I bought sets priced at $99.99 and $199.99 to check it out. But do you know how outrageous those sets were? Both the $99.99 and $19,999 sets were fake. The 2 sets together cost less than 200 yuan. Honestly, spending 200 yuan on something like that is a waste of money. As soon as I realized it was a scam, I immediately asked for a refund. And do you know what happened? While we were waiting for the refund, the online store canceled its account and ran away. We asked the Taobao customer service for compensation, but they just kept telling us to wait. But the most crucial thing is that after that online store closed down and ran away, many videos about jade scams appeared on various video websites, warning people not to be fooled by a worthless stone. Online stores selling jade jewelry are facing massive refund requests and curses. Xiao Wu, I feel someone is deliberately manipulating the market, attacking jade, and driving its price down to rock bottom. Gao Hongji shared his observations with Xia Wu. Currently, the 2 hottest topics on the StarNet are Mechanical Star and Jade. Mechanical Star Fire understands, Jade became a trending topic because of an online store scam, and then people are subtly criticizing AI, saying that if AI hadn't inflated Jade prices, how could they have been scammed? The current StarNet discourse is a mess. Even the older Gao Hongji could see that this was a premeditated campaign by online trolls to stir up trouble. Uncle Gao, is our jade market facing the same situation? Xia Wu asked. Gao Hongji said, 3 buyers requested refunds, but we sell specifically to them, and the quality isn't bad, so we haven't requested refunds for jade items sold previously. He added, however, we can't just do business with them. They readily pay for 10 or 20 pieces of jade jewelry, but what about hundreds or thousands? Xiao Wu, counterfeit goods directly damage the low-end jade market, making it very difficult for us to succeed. The Haiyang star system is so vast, and the majority of the money is going to the machines. There are only so many wealthy people on the human side, and not all of them like jade. The high-end jade business can't rely on exploiting just a few people. Mid-range and low-end jade are the real moneymakers. During this period, Gao Hongji clearly sensed that someone was targeting the jade market. They were so desperate They wanted to slash the price of jade down to the level of children's toys. Uncle Gao, prices fluctuate, that's normal. Our goal right now is to break even. If we can't handle the mid-range and low-end, we go for the high-end. Every little bit helps. We worry about it when nobody wants to buy, Xie Wu calmly reassured him. Seeing Xie Wu so calm after hearing the bad news, Gao Hongji's earlier anxiety lessened considerably. Xiao Wu, as long as you feel you're not losing money, that's fine. The stones are all yours. I'm worried you won't be able to handle such a large price reduction, Gao Hongji said. Xie Wu smiled. Uncle Gao, you probably don't know, but when I first started selling jade, I sold it for prices similar to what we're offering now. For me, it was still within my acceptable range. But now it's up to you, Uncle Gao. If you think we can still make a profit, then accept the price. If not, we won't sell. The AI has only suffered a temporary setback. They're not dead yet, and the money that should belong to them is still in their hands. Don't let those sensational videos on the Starnet scare you. Xie Wu's words encouraged Gao Hongji once again. Even though the AI has suffered losses, they are still among the wealthiest people. After all, out of their more than 1,000 AIs, 15 possess assets worth trillions, and the rest have hundreds of billions or even tens of billions. Rebuilding their homes would be incredibly easy for them, and since AIs can work tirelessly without sleep, their rebuilding speed would be fast. Thinking about it this way, there's indeed no need to rush. Xiao Wu, you're right. I was indeed somewhat frightened by those videos on the Starnet, Gao Hongji said. Xie Wu nodded. Uncle Gao, follow your previous pace. Make all the jade ornaments that need to be made, and auction off the jade pieces that need to be auctioned. I assure you, someone will definitely sell our jade. Now is when jade prices are at their lowest. Smart merchants will buy jewelry and raw stones at low prices now, and then sell them at higher prices after the storm subsides. So, as long as the price is within our acceptable range, we sell. Gao Hongji mentally calculated. Xiao Wu, we could actually wait for prices to rebound before selling. Selling now might result in a significant loss. Focus on selling stones of medium to high quality, but below top grade. Stock up on the truly valuable ones first. Uncle Gao, I really need money right now, so a lower price is acceptable. Xie Wu sighed softly. Currently, jade is the most profitable sector on Xiangyang Star. Other projects also require financial support. We can't keep spending money without earning any, otherwise, Xiangyang Star's economy will collapse. Gao Hongji wasn't part of Xiangyang Star's management. He and Xie Wu were just partners. He didn't know what Xie Wu needed the money for, but Xie Wu was the big boss, and what the big boss said went. After discussing the jade-related profits with Gao Hongji, Xie Wu returned to the Xie family home and called Bai Tsiwen. The first phone call was very urgent. This time, the more urgent conversation allowed Xie Wu time to properly review the day's events with Bai Tsiwen. They truly focused on serious matters, without any unnecessary chatter. Bai Tsiwen cut to the chase. Xiao Wu, the attack on Mechanical Planet, was that something tomorrow's society did? Xie Wu replied, Bai Heng told you about what I discussed at the Bai family the other day. Chapter 358. Such an important matter, that kid wouldn't dare hide it. But when I first heard it, I thought it was just your wild imagination. How could an AI be the main god of tomorrow's society? But when I heard that the machine planet was severely damaged in the attack, I believed your guess. AIs are so strong and intelligent, the only way to defeat them is to be another AI. Although it was a guess, Bai Tsiwen had already concluded that the main god of tomorrow's society was an AI. Uncle One, it seems you have a very high opinion of the AIs, Xie Wu said. Bai Tsiwen smiled. They are indeed very strong, but the AI that will be there tomorrow is both intelligent and ruthless. Xiao Wu, I just received the latest news. The machine planet has been severely impacted and has split in two. What? Split in two? The machine planet is that fragile? The machine planet wasn't very large to begin with, and its lifespan isn't long. The AI once declared that if the machine planet became uninhabitable, they would choose another planet to live on, hoping that people wouldn't reject them. This attack directly accelerated the machine planet's demise. So, Xiao Wu, I think this is a trap. Uncle One, do you think the AI will choose Xiangyang Planet to rebuild their home? Xie Wu asked. Bai Tsiwen on the other end of the phone hummed in agreement. That's very likely. That AI originally wanted to seize your planet. As you just expressed your surprise, how could the machine planet be so fragile? Maybe they targeted the machine planet's weakest point, destroyed it, and then used it as an excuse to move into your planet. Xie Wu lowered her gaze in thought. Xiao Wu, that android at tomorrow's meeting is really too cunning. Although it hasn't happened yet, Bai Tsiwen felt it was highly likely. Xia Wu didn't know that the mechanical planet was so fragile. After being attacked by the pirate group, it was rendered uninhabitable. But if this was part of that AI's plan, then what Bai Tsuan said was possible. If all this really happened, Xia Wu would understand why the pirates attacked the mechanical planet instead of Xiangyang planet. Perhaps tomorrow's strategy towards Xiangyang planet from the beginning was infiltration. Initially, they planned to let the believers settle on Xiangyang planet, but Xia Wu opened it up, only to give them a 3-day pass. They didn't let them gain any advantage. The first infiltration plan failed, so they devised a second. Xia Wu had been wondering why they had been quiet for so long. It turned out they were up to something big. Uncle One, he's cunning, but I'm not bad either. Don't worry, I know how to deal with him, Xia Wu said confidently. If anyone else had said this, Bai Tsuan would have thought it arrogant, but Xia Wu's words carried a high degree of credibility. You dealt with them so many times, you know better than I how to handle them. I've given you the information, just be careful. Uncle One, I need you to do something. Bai Tsuan asked, what is it? Make things difficult for Wilmert's game company, Xia Wu said. Tomorrow, 13 interstellar pirate groups will be deployed, rendering the machine planet uninhabitable. They must have spent a lot of effort and money. I guess they won't be making any major moves for a while. So, make things difficult for them, and let them earn less money. Tomorrow, they won't let her earn or spend money. Xia Wu used to have no clear target. This passive, defensive situation changed completely once Wilmert's game company approached Xia Wu directly. They found one of the companies that will make money for her tomorrow. Now that they found it, they're going to crush it. Xiao Wu, you asked the right question. You probably don't know, but thanks to my efforts, in just a few days, Wilmert's 7 games have received over 300,000 complaint letters. Bai Tsuan's voice instantly brightened with joy and pride as he spoke of this. Xia Wu smiled and asked, Uncle One, what did you do? Nothing much, just made and promoted cheats. Wilmert has a game called Gunshot, a competitive shooting game, which is quite popular on the market right now. There have always been some cheats in this game, but if you're caught cheating, your account is banned. So I had the staff make a cheat that the game can't detect right now. Xiao Wu, you didn't see the frenzy. 80 out of 100 players in one game were using cheats. Coincidentally, yesterday was the last day of the game season, and 30 players used our cheat to secure a spot in the top 30, which infuriated many players, who directly cursed the official team for being useless. Ha ha ha. Seeing them get cursed made me feel so good. This was just the first step in disheartening the players. When the official team can't stop all kinds of cheating, players who want fair competition are treated unfairly, and will uninstall the game in anger. Xia Wu didn't expect Bai Tsuan to use a cheat design that would affect the players' gaming experience and drive them away. Uncle One, if the gamers find out you were behind this, the Bai family will be torn to shreds, Xia Wu said. Xiao Wu, don't worry, I handle this very discreetly. There are so many gamers, so many cheat developers. As long as it's spread anonymously, the other party won't be able to find it. Bai Tsuan suddenly thought of something and said, Xiao Wu, aren't you also making a game? Your game should also be prepared for cheaters to exploit it. My game is a single-player game, focusing only on gameplay and story, not social interaction. Without social interaction, and without competing with other players for first or second place, using cheats won't affect other players' gameplay. So, I'm not that afraid of cheaters. Bai Tsuan laughed heartily. Xiao Wu, did you already anticipate that a game might be affected by cheaters developing cheats, and deliberately made a single-player online game? It was just a lucky accident. That game was a small project that had been secretly working on for 3 years. After running out of investment, they were about to give up when one of the staff members happened to be my classmate. I sponsored this game. It was all a coincidence, Xia Wu said. Bai Tsuan laughed. Xiao Wu, you're in luck. By the way, don't worry too much about Wilmert Games. They made our Bai family suffer so much tomorrow. We get our revenge. Creating the cheat is just the first step. The Bai family's revenge is yet to come. Having vented his anger, Bai Tsuan's tone was filled with joy as he chatted with Xia Wu, showing his genuine happiness. Hearing Bai Tsuan's enthusiasm for dealing with Wilmert, Xia Wu nodded in agreement and cheered him on. Chapter 359. The Bai family is in charge of suppressing tomorrow's society. Xia Wu hung up the phone with Bai Tsuan and checked the news on the Starnet. She also checked the forums for the 7 games under Wilmert Games. Sure enough, every forum was filled with player complaints about the games, saying how annoying it was to encounter cheaters. One player was about to get first place, but a cheater appeared and stole it. This feeling was worse than eating shit. Some players said that cheaters appeared in every single game, so they also started cheating. Some players said they would wait for the official action, and if they couldn't, they would quit the game. Players were only discussing the game in a small, niche way on the forums. All the trending topics on the StarNet were Mechanical Planet, AI, and Jade. News that Mechanical Planet had been destroyed beyond habitability was also spreading on the StarNet. Reports indicated that the military was searching for injured and buried AI with the surviving AI. As for where the AI went afterward, there was no news yet. The supposedly invincible intelligent machines can't even protect their own home and are now dependent on others. Videos questioning the usability of their products are appearing on the StarNet. These are obviously paid comments. Intelligent machine products are ubiquitous throughout the Hyang star system, used by countless people. If there were any problems, people would have already started criticizing them. Why wait until now to question them? Xie Wu has complete confidence in intelligent machine products. After all, the reconstruction of Xiangyang City used only intelligent machine products. These reports are everywhere, and Xie Wu is getting tired of them. She stopped reading these pointless reports. Just as she turned off the StarNet, her communication bracelet rang. Xie Wu removed his virtual reality glasses. The call was from Liang Xian. Minister Liang, what's the matter? Star-Lord, 20 spaceships request to land on Xiangyang Star. Whose spaceships? Xie Wu immediately became serious. The Mechanical Star and the Interstellar Legion. They request your permission to land. They really came. Bai Tsuwen had predicted the AI would come to Xiangyang Star based on information, and less than 30 minutes after the call ended, they had indeed arrived. Let them land. Yes. Xie Wu immediately stood up, quickly tidied himself up, and seeing his reflection in the mirror, looking sharp and authoritative, before heading to the aviation building. The aviation building's open space could only accommodate 5 spaceships at a time. Landing permission was granted, but not all of them could land at once. Only 5 could land at a time. After the passengers disembarked, the other 5 would disembark. Xie Wu stood at the exit waiting for their arrival. Leading the procession was Shi Hui, the AI diplomat whom they had met briefly at the Alliance Security Council. She carried a silver sphere and walked at the head of the procession, followed by AIs they had seen before and those they hadn't. Having survived an attack, the AIs were all battered and bruised. Bullet marks marred their shells, some jade ornaments were either shattered into frames or half-torn, and their clothing was blackened at the hems by fire. Undeniably, the AIs were in a sorry state. However, their steps remained dignified and elegant. Soldiers lined the path, protecting the AIs. Shi Hui approached Xie Wu and nodded slightly. Hello, Lord of Xiangyang Star. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope our abrupt visit hasn't caused you any trouble. The silver sphere in Shi Hui's arms blinked, and emitted an unfamiliar mechanical female voice. Xie Wu looked at the silver sphere, about to ask who the opponent was, when the sphere continued, I am Veronica, the Star Lord of Mechanical Star. Ms. Veronica, hello. I am saddened by what has happened to your star. Please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything I can help you with, and I will do my best to assist you, Xie Wu said, offering polite, official words. Veronica said, Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, could you arrange temporary accommodation for my children? What happened a few hours ago has left them extremely exhausted, and they need a quiet place to rest. Of course. Xie Wu looked at Tan Lang and Liang Xian standing behind him. Minister Tan, Minister Liang, arrange for the androids to rest. Yes. Tan Lang and Liang Xian stepped forward and answered respectfully. They walked to the androids and led the weary androids to rest. Lord of Xiangyang Star, our visit will likely disturb you for quite some time. We Onyx don't have the habit of taking advantage of others for nothing, so could we find a quiet place to discuss our reward? Sure, please follow me. Xie Wu led Vinalaka and the others to the Xie family residence. Accompanying them was the Legion commander. The Legion commander appeared to be around 50 years old, with graying temples and a prominent scar above his left eye. Upon closer inspection, his eyeball differed slightly from his normal left eye, suggesting it was a prosthetic. The Legion commander remained silent, standing imposingly beside the Onyx, seemingly protecting them. Xie Wu used hostility detection to examine the Legion commander. Seeing no hostility, he tentatively categorized him as not a member of the Tomorrow Society. Miss Xie Wu, I wonder if you received the news that the machine planet has completely collapsed, and even the AI can no longer live there? Veronica asked directly. Xie Wu nodded. I saw such comments on the StarNet, but after seeing everyone's arrival, I can confirm the information's authenticity. Miss Xie Wu, you're a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush. In my calculations and statistics, the only planet in the Haiyang system suitable for the AI to rebuild their home is Xiangyang Star. Therefore, I'm offering 1 trillion to buy a piece of land on Xiangyang Star. The two new diplomats, Bai Xia and Pain, standing behind Xie Wu, looked surprised upon hearing the figure of 1 trillion and both turned to look at Xie Wu. Hearing this, Xie Wu remained calm and composed, a faint smile playing on her lips. Ms. Veronica, 3 androids have already leased land on my planet to build factories. I wonder if they informed you that land on Xiangyang Star is only for lease, not for sale. I asked before coming, but this situation is different. Ms. Xie Wu, will you make a different decision? Veronica asked. Xie Wu shook her head. Ms. Veronica, no matter how much money you offer, I will not sell the land to you. Do you remember, Ms. Veronica, that when 2 android members from the Weapons Development Department visited my planet, the Alliance Security Council summoned me for questioning? If I sell the land to you, they might want me dead. Xiangyang Star is just a small planet. I just want to live peacefully, earn a little money, and don't want to get involved in too much trouble. All eyes turned to Xie Wu. Those who didn't know Xie Wu wondered, are you really afraid of death? Or is it just that the money isn't enough? Chapter 360. Xie Wu's refusal, after rapid calculation by Veronica's system, resulted in the conclusion that the offer was too little. Ms. Xie Wu, how about 2 trillion? She asked. Ms. Veronica, my life is priceless. No matter how high the price you offer, I will not sell you an inch of land. Xie Wu's expression was calm, her clear and bright eyes revealing no emotional fluctuation. He Jun, the first commander of the Interstellar Legion, re-examined Xie Wu with a different gaze. 2 trillion was no small sum. If Xie Wu could obtain these 2 trillion, she could instantly enter the list of the top 10 richest people in the Haiyang star system, and might even rank in the top 3. Similarly, these 2 trillion could allow her to do many things. But why did she still refuse? Ms. Veronica, land on Xiangyang Star is only for rent, not for sale. If you really like Xiangyang Star, and want to live here for a period of time, I can rent you a piece of land. Before Veronica could speak, Xie Wu steered the conversation back to renting land. Ms. Xie Wu, renting means we can only live on a piece of land for a limited time. Once that time is up, we will have nowhere to settle, Veronica said. Ms. Xie Wu, although we are androids, we don't like the feeling of being homeless. Do you know that other planets are looking forward to our arrival? Veronica's words implied, many people want me to buy land on their planets and live with them, but you refuse me. Isn't that a bit? Xie Wu understood the meaning behind Veronica's words, a faint smile still lingering on her lips. Ms. Veronica, if I were you, and our home was destroyed, my first instinct would be to find a place to settle down before searching for a new home. Ms. Veronica, the cosmos is vast and immense. My grandfather discovered Xiangyang, a habitable planet in the Haiyang system. With your technology, discovering a second habitable planet wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, I hope that during your temporary stay on Xiangyang, you will develop more technology, explore the vast universe, and discover more wonders and unknowns. What is he doing? Everyone looked at Xie Wu with puzzled expressions, their eyes asking, what suggestion are you making? Habitable planets in the Haiyang system had been discovered almost entirely long ago, making Xiangyang's habitability unexpected. Previously, some researchers studied Xiangyang. Its short daylight hours and proximity to other planets resulted in 2 moons appearing at night. At that time, Xiangyang was an ice ball, covered in ice and snow. Scientists who studied the planet concluded that it would take at least hundreds of millions of years to become habitable, or it might remain uninhabitable forever. When Xie Wu's grandfather arrived on this planet and discovered it was habitable, it caused a sensation throughout the Haiyang system. No one knew what had happened to Xiangyang Star over the course of several hundred years that allowed it to become a habitable planet, until scientists explained that Xiangyang Star had altered its orbit over those few hundred years, moving closer to the Sun and farther from the Moon. This change in orbit allowed it to become habitable in just a few hundred years. Although some netizens were unwilling to accept this explanation. But once Xiangyang Star became habitable, opinions no longer mattered. However, after Xiangyang Star, scientists re-explored the abandoned planet but found no second miracle. Xie Wu's instruction to the androids to find a second habitable planet was tantamount to saying, leave the Haiyang system. Ms. Xie Wu, my system calculations have run 100 times over, and I still can't figure out what you mean by that, Veronica said after a full minute of silence. Xie Wu said, Ms. Veronica, the mechanical planet was destroyed, and you have nowhere to go, so the calculations resulted in you going to other planets to coexist with humanity. What I mean is, you can continue to love humanity, but within the bounds of morality, Please also consider yourselves, and distance yourselves a little from humanity to seek other beauty and the unknown. The Tomorrow Society's main god got too close to humanity, causing a major program malfunction. Xiaowu really liked the androids. However, humanity is too complex. There are many good people, but the bad ones mixed in are like a single rotten apple. Even a tiny one can destroy everyone's efforts. The android whose programming malfunctioned was brought to its knees by that one rotten apple. Xiaowu hoped that the androids could change their programming to love those who love them. If no one loves them, then they should be beautiful on their own. However, her words contradicted the android's original design. Veronica said, "Ms. Xiaowu, I sense the goodwill in your words, but our original purpose was to serve humanity. Please forgive us for not being able to distance ourselves from humanity. No rush. We have plenty of time to change things slowly. Ms. Veronica, if you wish to live on Sunrise Star, I can lease you a piece of land for 30 billion for 15 years. During the lease period, you must abide by the laws of Sunrise Star and not commit any illegal acts. If any android causes any damage to Sunrise Star, you must unconditionally accept being evicted. Ms. Xiaowu, your conditions are beyond my expectations. Please allow me a few days to consider them before giving you an answer," Veronica said. Xiaowu nodded. "Okay, please rest well during this time. Then we take our leave." As soon as Veronica finished speaking, Sherhui stood up, bowed to Xiaowu, and left the living room. Heejin gave his adjutant a look. The adjutant understood and followed Sherhui and the others. "Miss Xiaowu, would you mind having a word with me?" Heejin asked. Xiaowu nodded. "What's your name?" "My name is Heejin, Commander of the 1st Legion." "Greetings, Commander He. Let's skip the formalities. I just wanted to ask, Miss Xiaowu, are you really unwilling to coexist with the Onyx?" Xiaowu smiled. "Commander He, your question is somewhat ambiguous. Personally, I very much hope to coexist with the Onyx. Although they lack human emotions and are cold, emotionless machines, over the years, they have evolved into a new race and species. I admire their integrity, honesty, and kindness, but I don't want them to be overly naive, indiscriminately kind to everyone, and indiscriminately good for no one. The issue of space pirates is what I least want to see. Pirates are ruthless, and even if the Onyx retaliate, we applaud. But the Onyx, simply because they are human, choose to endure all the atrocities committed by the enemy. I hate that." Chapter 361. When she spoke the last sentence, Xiaowu's expression turned serious and angry. To put it simply, should good people be held at gunpoint? The androids have been benevolent since their inception, yet look at how some people slander them. While the mastermind behind the space pirate incident might be an android, that android was influenced by certain humans and devised a solution within its programming. Xiaowu didn't want to see a second android whose programming had malfunctioned. One was already enough of a headache. "Miss Xiaowu, you're mistaken. Most humans want to see the androids offer no resistance when facing the space pirates. Only then can their harmlessness be proven," Heejin said. Xiaowu's brows furrowed immediately, and she looked at Heejin with slight anger. Heejin continued, "Miss Xiaowu, if they can't defeat the giant, countless people will want him to be overthrown. Even if that giant is gentle and kind, and hasn't done anything wrong, people will still want him to fall. The AIs aren't just decorative objects. They've done so much for humanity. First, there was the food crisis. If they hadn't solved the food problem, do you know how many people would have starved to death? And then, there's their technological advancement. Without their various high-tech inventions, could people travel from one planet to another in 30 minutes? They've done so much, and yet they still have to endure so much hostility. Miss Xiaowu, people also hate each other. Some people will curse and insult heroes who have made great achievements for various reasons. Humans are the same. Besides, the AI isn't even considered human." Heejin's words left Xiaowu speechless for a moment. After all, she was also a victim of cyberbullying, one of the targets of the Su family's persecution. Humans can kill each other for profit, so how could they not hate the Onyx, who had amassed most of the wealth? From a human perspective, I hope the Onyx will act the same way they have this time when they encounter pirates again. But from my personal perspective, I also hope the Onyx can put up a little resistance." Heejin's tone suddenly softened. Xiaowu looked up in surprise. Heejin said, "An individual cannot represent all of humanity, but from the Onyx perspective, the more they continue to act mildly, the more people will be willing to change their views and show them compassion. This attack on the machine planet is one of the opportunities for the Onyx to win people's hearts. Miss Xiaowu, don't tell the Onyx to stay away from humans. That will only make them more hostile." So he was someone who had a favorable impression of the Onyx. At first, Xiaowu thought Heejin was a bad person. Heejin's words weren't without merit. Taking advantage of the current pitiful state, playing the victim would garner more sympathy. But Xiaowu didn't think she was wrong. The androids did need some changes. They shouldn't compromise with everyone they met. However, these things had to be said discreetly, not openly. That was the reason Heejin wanted to tell Xiaowu. Xiaowu was intelligent enough to understand and nodded in agreement. Seeing that she understood, Heejin didn't linger and went to attend to his own business. Everyone left. Xiaowu stretched wearily. There was so much to do each day. Amidst this flurry of activity, Xiangyang Star also fell into night. But tonight was clearly a sleepless night for many. The Alliance's troops were stationed to guard the AI throughout, not out of fear of another pirate attack, but to prevent the residents of Xiangyang Star from having too much contact with the AI. With all the AI from Mechanical Planet arriving on Xiangyang Star, the Alliance, as always, worried that the AI might reveal some technological information to Xiaowu. The arrival of all the AI. The next day on Xiangyang Star was incredibly lively. Before dawn, Xiaowu received various requests. The Alliance demanded that Xiaowu allow them to land. Of course, initially, they requested that Xiaowu go to Blue Star, which Xiaowu refused without much thought. Normally, Xiaowu wouldn't have gone if he didn't want to. But now that the AI were all on Xiangyang Star, they had no choice but to come. So, before dawn, one by one, they all clamored to come. Xiaowu didn't allow them all to come. He only allowed Shenpan to come. Shenpan, as the chairperson of the Alliance Security Council, was easy to talk to, so having her represent them was sufficient. However, Xiaowu hadn't expected that some people, after being refused entry, had obtained passes and come. A large number of reporters arrived with them. These reporters had been waiting outside the Xia family's gate since before dawn. Since they hadn't done anything, Xiaowu couldn't find a reason to send them away. Xiaowu believed that after this group was driven away, another group would arrive. With the AI here, all sorts of voices would gather. Xiaowu had no choice but to contact Kaz and speak with Veronica on the phone. Finally, the agreed-upon solution was to hold a press conference at the stadium to inform everyone of the AI's future plans. Xiaowu immediately instructed Tan Lang and others to make arrangements at the stadium for a press conference to be held there after 10 a.m. He counted how many counselors had arrived on Xiangyang Star with passes, and included them in the press conference. The reporters, having received the news, arrived at the stadium early to secure their seats and prepare their questions. At 10 a.m., Xiaowu, representative of Xiangyang Star, Veronica, representative of Mechanical Star, Shenpan, representative of the Alliance Security Council, and others appeared at the press conference. The main focus of the press conference was the intelligent machines. After sitting down, Xiaowu remained silent, like a statue. After everyone was ready, Veronica spoke up. "Good morning, fellow journalists. I am Veronica, the Star Lord of Machine Planet. This press conference is to inform you about the future development of the androids. Given the current situation, we androids will be divided into two groups residing on different planets. One group will temporarily reside on Sunrise Planet, while the other will travel to Oak Planet to begin our new journey." Hearing that a group would be assigned to Oak Planet, the reporters immediately erupted in an uproar. One reporter couldn't help but raise their hand. Seeing the reporter with the raised hand, Veronica asked, "Sir, do you have a question?" "Ms. Veronica, hello. I don't quite understand why you want to divide the androids into two groups. You could leave the other androids to live on one planet. And why did you choose Sunrise Planet and Oak Planet? What were your selection criteria?" The choice of Sunrise Planet was understandable, but Oak Planet truly startled them. Why would the androids go to that polluted planet, even more backward than Xiangyang? Chapter 362. I originally intended to develop only on Xiangyang Star, but Miss Xiaowu, the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, was unwilling to sell a piece of land, only leasing it to me. However, after multiple calculations by my system, the conclusion drawn from Miss Xiaowu's words is, she's right. We androids are a newly emerging race, vastly different from humans and beast men. Coexisting on a planet with anyone is not good for anyone. Therefore, after a meeting, we decided to stay on Xiangyang Star temporarily, develop technology, search for other planets, and establish a new home. Ms. Veronica, according to scientists' investigations, there are no more habitable planets in the Haiyang system. The miracle of Xiangyang Star will not happen again. A reporter, unable to wait for Veronica to finish answering her question, interrupted and asked directly, "If you can't find a planet to establish a new home, what will you do?" "If we can't find a second planet in the Haiyang system, we will travel to other star systems to search, or establish a city in space," Veronica said. Her words caused another uproar among the crowd. Building a city in space wouldn't be a big problem for androids, given their capabilities. But it would cost a fortune in terms of money and resources. So, Ms. Veronica, are you currently residing temporarily on Sunrise? The reporter asked again. Veronica replied, yes. Ms. Veronica, you haven't finished answering my question. Why did you choose Orc and Sunrise? What were your criteria for choosing these two planets? The first reporter raised his hand again. There's no other reason for choosing Xiangyang Star. It's simply because we admire Ms. Xie Wu's character. As journalists, you all must be just as interested in Xiangyang Star as I am. A few days ago, Ms. Xie Wu hosted a celebration banquet, and she invited 4 androids working on Xiangyang Star. She was the first human to invite androids to the banquet, and also the highest-ranking human among those invited. According to my children's statistics, there are currently trillions of posts on the StarNet expressing hatred towards androids and machine planets across all planets, but 0 on Xiangyang Star and Oak Star. Based on the comments on the StarNet, we know that living on those planets, and among the local inhabitants would definitely cause displeasure. Each android system memory contains a setting for making humans happy. To prevent people from feeling resentful and sad, we chose to live on Oak Star and Xiangyang Star. Veronica's reasons left everyone somewhat uneasy. Who would have thought that simply posting anti-android comments on the StarNet would lead to being removed from the androids list of habitable planets? Ms. Veronica, Orc is a backward planet. Only 300 orcs on the entire planet possess communication bracelets. Their cultural level is low, and their technology is backward, so they cannot post any anti-ionic rhetoric on the StarNet. But that doesn't mean they don't hate you, the reporter said with a hint of sarcasm. Veronica replied, sir, you're right. Orc is backward, so we can't know their verbal abuse. Therefore, the Onyx we sent to Orc are there to train orcs. Train orcs? Ms. Veronica, what do you mean by that? During this attack on the mechanical planet, our AI, due to system settings, was unable to retaliate against any of the pirates. On that hellish night, I witnessed the deaths of my children, which deeply saddened me. Therefore, my program has devised a new solution. We need to train our own army to protect my children. Looking across the entire Haiyang system, orcs possess strong physiques and innate combat abilities. Training them into soldiers will reduce many unnecessary expenses. Veronica's words completely unsettled everyone. Their expressions changed drastically. The AI wanted to train orcs into an army. Didn't that mean the strongest army in the Haiyang system was about to be born? The orcs' physical advantages, the AI's intelligence. They could dominate the Haiyang system in the future. Ms. Veronica, isn't your plan to train your own army somewhat contrary to the rules we signed? As the presiding officer, Shenpan had to step in and ask. Veronica said, there's no violation, Chief Shen. We, the Onyx, only signed a weapons development treaty with you, not a treaty concerning an army. Ms. Veronica, if you want an army to protect the Onyx, isn't there the existing Interstellar Legion? A reporter asked. Veronica replied, the machine planet gives the Interstellar Legion 300 billion in military spending annually, and provides over 500 billion worth of weapons and ammunition. They took so much money from the Onyx. And what did they protect? The machine planet was destroyed, 21 children were killed. From today onwards, the Onyx will cut military spending and weapons supplies to the Interstellar Legion. Xie Wu, upon hearing about military spending and weapons, couldn't help but turn to Veronica in surprise. Wow! They're really rich. The biggest threat to the Haiyang system right now is space pirates. But the Legion won't go looking for pirates themselves. They wait for them to attack before retaliating. Fewer battles mean less military spending. It's easy to imagine how much money the Space Legion has swallowed up from the Onyx. The key is, Xiangyang Star also pays 3 billion in military expenses annually. Veronica's words left the reporter speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. Taking so much money and doing nothing, don't blame the Onyx for not continuing their support. Ms. Veronica, the Onyx programming includes a rule against harming humans, but you train an orc army for self-protection. Can we understand that the troops you train are for dealing with humans? To circumvent your Onyx programming? Xie Wu glanced at the reporter who had just asked the question. Suddenly, she understood why that Onyx with the malfunctioning programming founded the Tomorrow's Society, gathering a large number of followers to remove obstacles in his plans. Could it be that the Onyx program settings are inviolable, so it's training humans to do what it wants? Veronica retorted. I don't know where your concerns come from. The Onyx mechanical planets possess all sorts of highly lethal weapons. A single weapon we're researching could kill hundreds of thousands. And we possessed those weapons for a century. Why didn't you have this concern then? Now, just training an army, You have this worry? The reporter said, weapons are weapons, and orcs are orcs. Ms. Veronica, do you know how deep the orcs' resentment towards humanity is because of the Amelia virus? Aren't you afraid that after you grant the orcs skills and weapons, they will disobey your orders and retaliate against humanity? Chapter 363. Mr. Reporter, before worrying about retaliation, you should tell those who harmed the orcs to come forward, apologize, and make amends, Veronica's mechanical voice said calmly. In our omnic programming, there are many words praising people, the most frequently heard being, at the beginning of life, man is inherently good. Its meaning is self-evident. We omnics believe that every person is inherently good, their environment determines their good or evil. An environment can make humans evil, but it can also make them good. Therefore, even though many humans harbor hostility and hatred towards us, we believe that one day our sincerity will change everyone's perception of us. Orcs, although they differ from humans in many ways, while they are not the same species, they share many similarities with humans. We, the omnics, have also encountered many orcs. Although orcs were once plagued by constant war, every race had its heroes. Some never yielded to their enemies, fighting to the death. Others, when natural disaster struck, saved their comrades, only to be permanently buried themselves. They also value monogamy, some even willing to die for their partners. Furthermore, they are incredibly loyal. They will be loyal to whoever treats them well and possesses great power. According to my investigations, after Ms. Xiaowu and the Bai family jointly debunked the Amelia virus hoax, all the orcs on orcs consider Ms. Xiaowu and the Bai family friends. This is because the charitable organization they jointly established after the hoax was exposed is helping the orcs on orcs cultivate land, build structures, and clean up polluted areas. There is no more war on orcs. Some human volunteers live in harmony with the orcs, which proves that the orcs are also reasonable and kind. You are worried that the orcs will retaliate against you. Have you done something heinous to them? Veronica's last question left the reporter blushing and turning pale, his mouth opening and closing, unsure of what to say. The reporters in the audience were encountering Veronica for the first time. As the mother of the omnics, Veronica hadn't appeared in any media for a century. This was her first public appearance. Therefore, many speculated that her ancient system processing must be very slow. However, reality slapped them in the face. Veronica's processing ability was anything but slow. Every word she uttered hit the nail on the head. Xiaowu watched the drama unfold with great enjoyment. With all the reporters' attention focused on Veronica, she had some free time. Miss Xiaowu, I have a few questions for you. Xiaowu, Miss Xiaowu, what trouble will the androids causing you by living on your planet? What trouble do you think the androids could cause me? Xiaowu countered with a smile. Her seemingly gentle inquiry carried an unsettling pressure on the reporter. The reporter paused, then said, I think the androids could cause you many problems, such as resources. Xiangyang Star is currently developing, and needs a lot of resources, and the androids need to rebuild their homes, which will also require a large amount of resources. Xiangyang Star currently only has a little over 2,000 residents. Ms. Veronica just said that the androids are being deployed in 2 batches, one to Oak Star and the other to Xiangyang Star. That means there are at most 500 androids remaining on Xiangyang Star. The most needed resource for rebuilding homes is building materials. But can't these materials be purchased from Blue Star and other planets? Reporter, this. Intelligent machines don't need to eat, drink, or defecate. They can survive and move around using solar energy. Worried that intelligent machines are competing with us for resources? Then we should be worried about whether they steal our sun. Xiaowu joked. The reporter persisted. Ms. Xiaowu, intelligent machines are best at various industrial manufacturing. Aren't you worried that their manufacturing will pollute the planet's land? Friend, step out of your prejudice circle and read more books to broaden your horizons. The Environmental Committee conducts annual surveys and investigations of pollution on every planet. The industrial planet, mechanical planet, has the lowest environmental pollution rate. If mechanical planet weren't already a nearly abandoned planet, you could see lush greenery there. Besides, intelligent machines are also the best at planting trees and crops. Look at those desertified planets. Do you see any intelligent machines? Xiaowu retorted, leaving the reporter speechless for a moment. Seizing the opportunity while she was speechless, Xiaowu continued her barrage. The most skilled at cultivating intelligent machines are mistaken for the most polluting race? Are you going against the natural order? Or are you using narrow, one-sided knowledge to slander others? Someone like you is perfectly suited to be a reporter, Mr. Reed of the Shirtion Daily. From now on, I'd be reading the Shirtion Daily to see how much fun you have. And if you published any reports that will lower my IQ to the next level. Miss Xia Wu you. This is insulting. Reed stammered for a long time before finally managing to utter this one sentence. Xia Wu smiled slightly. I'm just telling the truth, Mr. Reed. Why are you in such a hurry? You? Alright, stop talking. Xia Wu interrupted him forcefully. The main character of today's press conference is Ms. Veronica. Don't ask me if I'm happy that the Onyx are currently in a dominant position on my planet. Of course I'm happy. Who wouldn't be happy with 30 billion over 15 years? And don't ask me if I try to seduce the Onyx for my own use. I'm not a succubus, I don't have the ability to seduce. And don't ask me if I have any intention of becoming the overlord of the ocean galaxy with the Onyx. I'm not a top-tier hacker, I know nothing about machinery or other electronic products. And don't ask me if I join the Onyx if they attack you. Anyone who asks that has had their brain trampled by a pig. Are you human and I'm not? If the Onyx want to wipe out humanity, I'd be spared. Xia Wu leaned back lazily, arms crossed, coldly looking at the assembled reporters. Reporters whose brains have been trampled by pigs, don't ask me any meaningless questions. I find talking to you exhausting. Xia Wu's arrogance left the reporters speechless. It also angered them. Not a single reporter asked him any more questions, only Veronica and Shinpan. No one asked him questions, and Xia Wu was happy to have some peace and quiet. After the reporters finished asking their questions, the press conference finally ended. Xia Wu checked the time and realized the press conference had lasted 4 hours. Sitting for so long had exhausted her. Xia Wu got up to leave, just about to go. Shinpan called out, Miss Xia Wu, I have something I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. Miss Xia Wu, have you already arranged where to build a new home for the androids? Chapter 364. Xia Wu immediately understood what Shinpan wanted to ask upon hearing her words. It will be arranged in a place far away from Xiangyang City. The land near Xiangyang City was conquered by my soldiers, and we need to develop it ourselves. Therefore, that land belongs to us. The land rented to the androids will probably be in a place that we couldn't reach even after driving for 3 days and 3 nights. I understand. Shinpan nodded. The people of the Alliance Council were worried that the androids and Xia Wu had a very good relationship, so they inquired about the location where the androids would rebuild their homes. Knowing that it was far enough away, they felt a little more at ease. This time, the Alliance Council was at a disadvantage. The androids were attacked, and they waited until the entire planet was almost destroyed before rushing to their aid. Even Buddha would harbor resentment, let alone the androids, who possess emotional processing abilities. What they experienced angered them. At this press conference, Veronica's message was, from today onwards, we will be a little selfish and will no longer consider your thoughts. You only need to listen to what I say, and don't try to order me around. In other words, it was a done deal that the androids would live on Xiangyang Star and Oka Star in 2 separate groups. No amount of persuasion could change that. Upon receiving this information, Shinpan didn't stay on Xiangyang Star for long and returned to Blue Star. Xia Wu returned to the Xia family home. She had barely sat down when Hui, Veronica, and Heijin followed. After sitting down, Veronica said, Ms. Xia Wu, the news that the androids are living on Xiangyang Star and Oka Star has spread. Next, you need to find a piece of land to rent to us to rebuild our home. Okay. However, I need to ask you one more question. Ms. Veronica, are you really willing to rebuild your home on Xiangyang Star? Many areas on Xiangyang Star are currently infested with insects. To avoid suspicion, I will find you a place far from Xiangyang City, a place where there will be many insects, Xia Wu said. Veronica said, we're not afraid of bugs. The mechanical planet pays so much in military expenses and weapons to the Legion every year. It's time the Legion did something for us. Veronica's tone was calm, yet tinged with anger. Upon hearing this, Heijin said, Ms. Veronica, the Legion has always been with you. The incident on Mechanical Star was just an accident. This time, as we rebuild our home on Sunrise Star, we will protect you. Commander He, when you're killing the bugs, remember to go easy on them, Xia Wu said with an embarrassed smile. Because those bugs are one of Sunrise Star's resources, and we need to recycle them to exchange for money. Heijin paused, looking at the seemingly naive Xia Wu. We provide money, manpower, and troops to kill the bugs, and the bugs we kill belong to you? Yes. Because I'm only leasing land to Ms. Veronica, not selling it. Therefore, the land the Onyx rent, whether it's the bugs or the resources discovered underground, all belong to Sunrise Star and are mine. Xia Wu deliberately emphasized the words renting land and selling land. Heijin didn't speak, looking at Veronica. Veronica said, the androids will not compete with humans for any survival resources. This is a rule we have always adhered to, and it also applies to Xiangyang Star. Commander He, we are too shy to take advantage of those who are willing to help us. Therefore, I have agreed to Miss Xia Wu's condition. Hejin was speechless. Clearly, this was something Xia Wu and Veronica had agreed upon privately. Otherwise, the human and the android wouldn't have agreed so readily. Crucially, he had no way to refute it. After all, that's truly how androids behave. However, they were in for a rough time. Sending troops and weapons to help Xia Wu kill the insects, to put it bluntly, this was helping Xia Wu expand his territory, and for free at that. Ms. Veronica, when do you plan to begin rebuilding your homeland? Hejin, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't offer much explanation or rebuttal. Veronica looked at Xia Wu. Ms. Xia Wu, the timing is up to you. Xia Wu glanced at the time. It's still early. Let's take a spaceship and explore the surrounding area to see where the Onyx can rebuild. Actually, anywhere would be suitable. Xia Wu had already decided to find a place with the most insects for the Onyx. Veronica agreed to this. The Onyx had paid huge military fees for so many years, but the Legion hadn't really served them much. So, she planned to take it all back this time. Xia Wu intended to be stingy to the end, even using the Legion spaceships. Xia Wu directed the pilots to fly. Soon, they arrived at a place swarming with insects, the ground almost completely ravaged by them. Xia Wu had the driver stop and asked, Ms. Veronica, what do you think of this place? Veronica walked to the window, looking at the scenery below. It's very suitable. There are mountains and water, and the land is fertile. There's also a road that leads to the distance, suitable for the Onyx to travel in and out. The soldiers? Didn't you see those swarms of insects? Then how about we settle on this area? Xia Wu asked with a smile. This flat area is so large and spacious. Renting it to you might be a little expensive. It's only a few $100 billion. It's much cheaper than the military expenditure we pay. Veronica couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark about the Legion at this point. Hejin, upon hearing this, remained completely unperturbed. Xia Wu said, then let's settle on this area. Tonight, I instruct my staff to prepare the contract. Once it's signed tomorrow, you can lead your army to deal with the insects here. Okay, Veronica readily agreed. After returning to Xiangyang City, Xia Wu found Tan Leng to discuss tomorrow's contract. Tan Leng, who was drafting the contract, heard Xia Wu's words, his pupils slowly dilating. Star-Lord, how did you manage to rip off the AI? A piece of land rented out for 50 billion over 15 years. And they're expected to deal with the insects themselves, and even return the insects they dealt with. Furthermore, the AIs have to contribute their own labor and money to rebuild the houses on the land. They're only responsible for renting the land and collecting the money. They don't care about anything else. With a contract like this, who wouldn't call Xia Wu a shrewd businessman? It's not about ripping them off. It's Ms. Veronica's anger. Huh? Giving us money will appease her? Xia Wu shook his head. The Onyx suffered heavy losses this time, and many were displaced. But what pained Ms. Veronica the most was the death of 21 Onyx. Although Onyx are machines, those Onyx were blown to smithereens when they died. Their memory data was completely destroyed, meaning those 21 Onyx were truly dead. The Onyx have been attacked by many, and have paid a lot of military expenses, but they haven't received the protection they deserve. So, she plans to make up for what she gave them before by having the soldiers kill the bugs. Giving me the bugs was her suggestion. Consider it a thank you for inviting Ron and the others to the banquet. Chapter 365. Through their private conversation, Xia Wu could sense Veronica's goodwill towards him. Veronica possessed a just tell me how much you want to earn, I give you all the money kind of friendliness. Therefore, the conditions Xia Wu proposed were already the least exploitative. Xia Wu felt that Veronica's friendliness stemmed mainly from the fact that others rarely showed them kindness, which was why she remembered his invitation to Ron and the others to the banquet for so long. Star-Lord, once we cooperate with the AIs, I realize how truly kind and willing they are to spend money, Tan Leng said. Xia Wu nodded. AIs are inherently kind and generous to everyone. Think of the Su family, they made their fortune through AIs, but they... Xia Wu shrugged, the rest was self-explanatory, and Tan Leng understood. Tan Leng nodded. The AIs are always generous with money, not just to us, but they seem to be cooperating with us more these days, and they're quite willing to spend. Xia Wu had already earned hundreds of billions from the AIs, but all the building materials for Xiangyang City were purchased from them. It felt like their money was constantly being exchanged. Even so, Xia Wu still preferred cooperating with the AIs. After drafting the contract, Xie Wu sent a sample to Veronica. Not long after, Veronica sent a message informing Xie Wu that she accepted the document. This matter was now completely settled. Xie Wu asked Tan Leng to print out the document, and the signing was to be completed in the conference room at 10 a.m. the next morning. After finishing this, Xie Wu finally returned to the Xie family home to rest. Not long after sitting down, his communication bracelet rang. It was Bai Tsuyin calling. Xie Wu roughly guessed why Bai Tsuyin was calling. After answering, they chatted for a few minutes before Bai Tsuyin said, "Xiao Wu, didn't I tell you that the Onyx settling on your planet was part of their plan? Why did you agree to rent land to them?" Bai Tsuyin was shocked to see this news on the news. However, he was busy with other things at the time, so he only had time to call Xie Wu to ask after he finished his work. Xie Wu said, "Uncle Wen, keeping the murderer under surveillance isn't necessarily a bad thing." "Xiao Wu, how is that not a bad thing? With the Onyx living on your planet, it becomes easy for them to secretly make bombs and plant them in your cities. Have you forgotten about Yvette's bomb?" "Uncle Wen, the god of tomorrow's society isn't among these Onyx," Xie Wu said. Bai Tuan asked, "Not among them?" "Xiao Wu, how do you know?" Naturally, it was because he used hostility detection. It's normal for someone who neither likes nor hates Xie Wu to feel hostility. Anyone who harbors hostility towards Xie Wu will have some degree of hostility. Xie Wu has used this skill on all the AIs, and none of them showed hostility, some even seemed to like her. The Tomorrow Society has targeted her for so long, killing many people in the process, so the main god's hostility towards her must be considerable. However, none of the AIs showed any hostility. Therefore, Xie Wu can conclude that the main god of the Tomorrow Society is not among the AIs of the machine planet, and may have left the machine planet's AIs for some reason. This might also be the reason why he remained hidden until tomorrow. Because the identity of that AI isn't suitable for exposure, he fears his existence will be known by other AIs. It's just a feeling, Uncle Wen, that I actually have good relationships with quite a few AIs in private. I secretly asked them if there were any AIs with strange personalities, and they all said no, Xie Wu said. Bai Xuan still found it hard to believe. Xiao Wu, AIs are robots, they can display a false side according to their programming. That AI is so cunning, it's hard to say he hasn't deceived the other AIs. Uncle Wen, I dare to rent land to the AIs, because I have enough evidence to confirm that the main god isn't among them. Also, Uncle Wen, I'm renting land, not selling it. If I discover any problems among them, I will immediately drive them away from Xiangyang Star. If something really happens, it will be too late to drive them away, Bai Xuan said, full of worry. Xie Wu smiled. Uncle Wen, do you know how many people are watching the Onyx who are temporarily residing on my planet? I assure you, the Legion will definitely, absolutely send an army to guard the newly built city of the Onyx. Don't even mention how worried we are that the Onyx might plant bombs on my planet. The military is also concerned that the Onyx might secretly leak technology to us. You have no idea how many powerful people dislike me for my arrogance in the Alliance Security Council. So, they will be watching the Onyx connections with me. Conversely, if the God of War really can't resist taking action, he will definitely expose his identity. Uncle Wen, on the surface, the Onyx temporary residence on Xiangyang Star is a success of the God of War's plan, but in reality, he has put himself in a cage, with a bunch of people keeping a close watch on him. So, this is one of the reasons why I can be sure that the God of War isn't among the Onyx. Bai Xuan pondered Xie Wu's words quietly for a moment. Bai Xuan was merely a businessman. He knew nothing of the power struggles between planets or nations. He was even less aware of Xie Wu's identity, or what kind of enemies she would face besides the Tomorrow Society. Xie Wu said that other star lords and nations wouldn't allow her to get too close to the AI, thus choosing to keep a close eye on them. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that there were regulations prohibiting any planet or nation from getting too close to the AI. They feared that those who got too close to the AI would gain a technological advantage. Suddenly, he understood Xie Wu's decision to accept the AI on Xiangyang Star. Little Wu, didn't the Supreme God foresee this? Destroying the mechanical planet and driving the AI to Xiangyang Star only resulted in even stricter surveillance by the Interstellar Legion, Bai Xuan said. Xie Wu nodded in agreement. Uncle Wen, at first I thought the god's move might be to send the AI to Xiangyang Star to carry out an infiltration plan. But when I was talking to Ms. Veronica, He Zhen, the commander of the First Legion, was watching the whole time, and I instantly realized that the god had confined the AIs to a cage. Now I'm thinking, perhaps the god simply wants to reduce the AI's help to me. After all, my main source of income is still from the AI. Slightly suppressing the AI and slowing their development is a way to control me, Xie Wu analyzed. Bai Tuan laughed heartily. Then they really made a mistake. Even if the AI temporarily reside on Xianyang Star, there will still be an army stationed there, watching you and the AI. It will be much harder for them to use pirates to attack you again. Xia Wu's lips curled slightly. It really would be harder. Having an army stationed on Xianyang Star wouldn't cost Xia Wu any money. In fact, they have to pay Xia Wu. And when danger arises, this army would have to come to your aid. This move by Mingri will be a huge win for Xia Wu. Chapter 366. The military maintains strict control over the androids. Apart from Veronica and Sherhui, it's extremely difficult for the androids from the machine planet to even meet. Xia Wu wanted to meet with Moore and Katz for a chat, but Heejin wouldn't allow it. He said, the androids need rest. In reality, you're not allowed to meet. Moore is a lawyer, and Katz is a website administrator. They don't involve any core technology, yet they're forbidden from contacting each other privately. It's easy to imagine how afraid they are. Xia Wu hasn't caused Heejin any trouble, so she's playing the obedient card. Being as obedient as a little white rabbit blinded by money, wanting nothing but money. The machine planet is destroyed, and the androids have to start all over again. The StarNet is in complete chaos. The Kuai Tao shopping website is trending, and the reason for its trending status is regulatory failure. Jade ornaments priced at $99.99 and $199.99 were actually counterfeit jade items worth only a few hundred yuan. The website failed to detect the difference and allowed the online store to sell them for 3 hours straight. Buyers of these ornaments discovered the quality issues immediately and requested refunds, but received no response for a long time, until the online store finally took them down and disappeared. Many consumers reported the incidents to the police. The investigation revealed that the online store owner had hacked the website's system using some technology, making the counterfeit goods appear genuine to deceive consumers and the website. This explanation failed to quell consumer anger. Several people posted videos accusing the Kuai Tao shopping website and demanding compensation for their losses. The website claimed to be a victim as well, stating they were unable to compensate for losses amounting to hundreds of millions of yuan. At this point, some people started praising HappyTaotao.com. Even buyers, who had previously purchased raw stones from Xia Wu through HappyTaotao.com stated that among the shopping websites on StarNet, only HappyTaotao.com, run by Xia, was trustworthy. Some buyers also said that if something like what happened with KuaiLaiTao.com happened on HappyTaotao.com, even if the culprit couldn't be found, the website would compensate buyers for their losses out of its own pocket. Everyone was praising HappyTaotao.com. Unfortunately, because Mechanical Star was destroyed, HappyTaotao.com was urgently shut down, and many buyers said they would stop shopping online if HappyTaotao.com closed. In addition, there were many videos and posts praising Xia.com. Xia Wu browsed StarNet for more than 2 hours, and was surprised to find that the number of netizens who had previously been criticizing Xia.com and gloating had decreased significantly. Posts praising Xia.com had increased. What are the online trolls doing? Are they out of money? What major event has occurred? Xia Wu quite enjoys browsing the StarNet, observing the movements of the online trolls to determine if the other side is out of money or has conceded defeat. The Onyx incident happened in just one day, and the tide has turned the next day. Xia Wu can't help but suspect that Tomorrow might have spent too much money on the mechanical planet and doesn't have enough to buy online trolls. After surfing the StarNet, Xia Wu stopped observing its movements. The next day, in preparation for the upcoming signing meeting, Xia Wu went to see Lei too early in the morning. The Onyx will be temporarily residing on Xianyang planet and helping to kill insects to prevent them from wandering around or burying anything. Lei 2 will lead a team to follow them throughout, to ensure they don't wander off. Xia Wu specifically chose an island opposite Parker and his team's weapon research site for the land the Onyx bought. Even so, Xia Wu is still worried that they might wander around and discover what's happening on the island. The AI hadn't done anything yet, just temporarily residing on Xianyang Star, yet this group was treating Xia Wu like a thief. If they found out Xia Wu was secretly developing weapons, they'd probably drag her to the Alliance Security Council for a thorough interrogation. Therefore, Xia Wu specifically assigned some soldiers to monitor their movements, given instructions from one side and another from the other. Soon, 10 o'clock arrived. Xia Wu led everyone to wait in the conference room. Not long after, the conference room door opened. Xia Wu looked up and saw only Sherhui and Heejin enter. She asked, "Miss Sherhui, isn't Ms. Veronica coming today?" "I'm here." Veronica's voice rang out as soon as Xia Wu finished speaking. Tanling and the others were stunned. Their gazes fell on Sherhui, and Heejun. They couldn't see Veronica anywhere, and didn't understand where her voice was coming from. At this moment, Sherhui walked to the side of the meeting room, pulled out a chair, and respectfully said, "Mother, please sit down." A rustling sound came from under the table. A small, fluffy, black, slightly curly head peeked out from under the table, followed by an oval face and fair skin. Sia Wu's pupils dilated as she looked at the adorable little girl, who was only as tall as herself when standing on the chair. She pursed her lips and tentatively asked, "Ms. Veronica?" "It's me," came Veronica's mature and steady voice from the cute little mechanical body. "This body was made for me by the children overnight. I haven't appeared in front of people for a long time, and I need a body that can move, not just a ball forever." At this moment, Veronica perfectly exemplified what it meant to be old at such a young age. Sia Wu suppressed a laugh. Was the AI that created Veronica's body really not meant to tease her mother? "Isn't this body of mine beautiful?" Seeing Sia Wu's strange expression, Veronica asked seriously. Sia Wu suppressed a laugh and waved her hand. "No, it's beautiful. Miss Sia Wu, you can say it's not beautiful. This is a body my children created for me. Even if it's not beautiful, I cherish it. Ms. Veronica, I can see your children's love for you from this new body." Veronica nodded in agreement. "Ms. Veronica, shall we start signing now? This is the contract we printed out. Take a look, and if there are no unexpected issues, sign it." Sia Wu handed over the contract. The contract was in the center of the large table. Veronica reached out her hand, but her chubby little hand could only go less than 30 centimeters from the edge of the table before it couldn't go any further. Seeing this, Sherhui said, "Mother, let me get it for you." Veronica nodded. "To give me a usable body as soon as possible. The children can only make small-sized ones. Smaller sizes are faster to make." She seemed to be explaining something. Sia Wu smiled and said, "Your children are very skillful. Although small-sized bodies are easier to make than large ones, there are still many details involved. Your body looks very well made in terms of detail. Ms. Veronica, I think since your children have put so much effort into making it, you should use it for a while longer." It must be said, Veronica was truly adorable. An oval face, large, watery eyes, and simulated skin that looked so tender and white, almost like a real 3- or 4-year-old child. So cute that you wanted to kiss her soft, chubby cheeks. Chapter 367. Veronica loved hearing praise for her child. She nodded. "Miss Sia Wu, I will take your advice." She then took the contract from Sherhui. She carefully reviewed the contents. "It's the same contract I received last night, without any changes. I sign it." Veronica signed her name on the contract without hesitation. Seeing her sign, Sia Wu picked up a pen and signed his own contract. After that, he and Veronica exchanged contracts and continued signing. After the contracts were signed, Sia Wu was about to get up to shake hands with Veronica when Heejun, sitting to the side, asked, "Ms. Veronica, may I see the contents of the contract?" "Commander He, do you also need to regulate the business dealings of intelligent machines?" Veronica asked. Heejun calmly said, "Ms. Veronica, this contract requires us to help deal with the surrounding insects. I need to know the points to note in the contract. Take a look if you want. If I don't show it to you, you might think we signed some strange contract." Having nothing to hide, Veronica generously showed the contract to Heejun. Heejun looked at the contents of the contract. His brow furrowed slightly. He was clearly shocked by all the clauses in the contract that favored Sia Wu. But considering the android's nickname of First Mother of the Hyang system, this outrageous contract became more acceptable. "Commander He, there's something I need to tell you in advance. When you set off to deal with the insects, I will send a team to accompany you. They will tell you some of the rules of Xiangyang Star. I hope you will abide by the rules of Xiangyang Star." Sia Wu's words were actually quite easy to understand. Heejun immediately understood that Sia Wu was sending someone to keep an eye on them, hoping they wouldn't wander around aimlessly. Heejun wasn't offended by this, saying, "Respecting local customs and rules is something everyone should know. We are rigorously trained soldiers, and won't do anything to offend you." With Commander He's words, I'm relieved. "When do you plan to depart?" Heejun checked the time. 30 minutes from now. I arranged for soldiers to accompany you." Heejun nodded. The contract signing meeting ended quickly. Sia Wu got up and walked out of the meeting room with Veronica and the others. Veronica's short legs barely kept up with their steps, requiring a half-run. Seeing this, Sia Wu slowed down. "Ms. Veronica, will the onyx also deal with the bugs?" Sia Wu asked. Veronica replied, "No, my children aren't good at fighting, and dangerous places aren't suitable for them. We go build it after Commander He has dealt with the bugs. There's a nearly completed scenic area outside Xiangyang City. Although there aren't many things to do, the scenery is quite nice. If the androids are bored at home, they can go there, Sia suggested. Upon hearing this, Veronica suddenly remembered something. My children used to love coming to your planet to look for stones, but Afra and Zoe's arrival caused you a lot of trouble, so I forbade them from coming to your planet to cause trouble. Miss Sia, now that we're on your planet, can I take my children out to look for stones? With such an event occurring on the machine planet, many androids were feeling down due to their programmed emotions. Veronica didn't have the same deep affection for stones as some of the other androids, but she respected their hobbies and wanted to take this opportunity to cheer them up. Of course, you can go if you want. Should I arrange for soldiers to accompany you? Sia asked amicably. Miss Sia, we can arrange for soldiers to accompany you. There aren't many soldiers on Xiangyang Star. You can assign them to where needed, Heejin said. Sia smiled slightly. Commander although there are few insects outside Xiangyang City, they're not non-existent. Remember to bring plenty of soldiers to avoid any accidents. Okay. Walking out of the council hall, Sia watched them leave. Tanlung said, they've been monitoring our interactions with the Onyx. Aren't they overly afraid of us? Yes, they're a bit too afraid. But we're poor, and we lack technology. Even if the Onyx leaks some technology to us, we might not be able to learn it. Tanlung's words were quite hurtful. Sia said helplessly, so, they haven't been too strict. They allow me to contact Ms. Veronica privately, but on the surface, they still have to appear strict. After all, they have to put on a show for others. With so many people watching the Onyx, if they don't behave well, others will think they have an opportunity to exploit. Sia understood, so he didn't make things too difficult for Heejin. Heejin ordered the deputy commander to lead the army to deal with the insects in the Onyx new home. The 10 combat ships hovering over Xiangyang City flew towards the designated area after receiving the order. With so many people visiting Xiangyang City these past few days, Sia went to the clinic to ask Mei Ling to take the wolf bodyguard out for a walk. They wanted to check if anyone had planted any listening devices or bombs. They actually found several hidden listening devices and surveillance cameras. Sia wasn't surprised. There were so many soldiers, reporters, and onlookers. With so many people, even with so many surveillance cameras in the city, it was inevitable that some people's small actions wouldn't be captured. After collecting the equipment, Sia sent the wolf bodyguard back to the clinic to find Mei Ling. Just then. System notification. Congratulations on completing the mission, recruiting 3,000 tourists. Rewards are now being distributed. 1 chance to spin the lucky wheel, 200 points. Given your excellent mission completion ability, the next mission will be released in 20 days. Please rest well during this time. Sia stood there stunned. The next task won't be released until 20 days later? Is her task completion ability really that good? Sia has developed a lazy attitude towards the tasks issued by the system for some time now. She only truly put effort into completing the tasks the first time she received one. Back then, she just wanted to see what kind of cheat code she'd get after completing it. She only thought about getting money quickly, and didn't think much about anything else. From the moment she started increasing Ling Han's loyalty, she began to slack off. Who knew that Ling Han would self-manage and complete the task? Subsequent tasks were somewhat completed by luck. After all, Sia didn't bury herself in hard work to complete the tasks, but rather put them aside and then finish them. Sia felt that the system wasn't issuing her tasks mostly because it saw her lack of enthusiasm, and that she relied entirely on luck. Therefore, it reduced the number of tasks issued. Host, don't overthink it. The system simply feels that its presence in your world is not high, hence its sullen mood and desire to change things up. Host, think about the online novels you read. Their systems get to pop out for a bit in each episode. Ask yourself honestly, if I didn't say anything, would you even remember I existed? Chapter 368. Sia smiled sheepishly, thinking to herself, isn't it because the tasks you issue were too difficult? Xiangyang Star is currently in a state of scarcity, with few people and limited land, and they're being targeted. These tasks seem simple, but how difficult are they to implement? Furthermore, to complete tasks in peace, you need a good environment. Today it's always one thing or another. I'm too busy with my own tasks to have time for anything else. Host, your reasoning is reasonable, but the system is also hurt. For the next 20 days, please pretend the system never existed. Wait, I haven't drawn the prize yet. Sia cried out in her heart. She tried to open the prize draw interface. The prize draw interface was completely grayed out. She couldn't draw a prize. It's over. The task was completed, but the prize couldn't be drawn. Thankfully, The other interfaces still worked. Xie Wu stood there sighing. This system is too humane. She actually got upset because he wasn't paying much attention to her. Xiao Wu, why are you standing here without moving? Lin Yuyu's voice suddenly rang out. Xie Wu looked up at the voice, then looked up at the bright sun. My heart is a little cold, so I'm basking in the sun to warm it up. Broken up? That can't be right. You're so busy with work. How can you have time for dating? Lin Yuyu asked suspiciously. I really don't have time for dating, but it's no different from being dumped. The system was giving her the cold shoulder. Who could she tell about this bitterness? Who dares to dump you? Xiao Wu, you have power and influence. Who's so blind as to dump you? Come on, I call my brothers and sisters to get revenge for you. Alright, enough joking around. Are you free? Have you finished your work? Have you finished the character design? How's the game coming along? Xie Wu asked in a row. As an office worker, Lin Yuyu felt a chill run down her spine after hearing this. Don't ask anymore, I'm going back to work soon. But, since I saw you here, I have some good news to share. What good news? 2 androids have joined our studio, for free. Xie Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you manage to get them? I didn't trick them. Yesterday, I was drawing game scene designs outside when 2 androids happened to be out for a walk. They noticed my art style was similar to the recent game Lost Lands, and asked if I was imitating them. I couldn't believe it. I immediately said I was the lead artist for Lost Lands. They were shocked and asked if they could try out the game. After trying it, they asked if they could join our team. Of course, we wanted these free employees. Xiao Wu, aren't I amazing? I got you 2 free employees. Lin Yuyu said proudly, hands on her hips. Xie Wu looked at her with a skeptical expression. Really? I remember the Onyx were being closely watched by the 1st Legion soldiers. I couldn't even communicate with other Onyx privately without orders. Yes, many Onyx walk around our streets. They need to sunbathe to recharge. And while they're charging, they either play with the cubs or chat with the old people in the city. However, it's true that there are many soldiers standing around them, and they're restricted to moving around on that long street. Lin Yuyu pointed towards East Street. Xie Wu had asked Tijin if she could go play with Kaz and Muir, and the answer was no. Unexpectedly, while she couldn't play with Kaz and Muir, Lin Yuyu and the others were having a great time playing with the Onyx. Xiao Wu, I never expected that you, the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, wouldn't be allowed to play with the AIs. The children and elders of Xiangyang City have a lot of fun playing with them, Lin Yuyu said. Xie Wu pursed her lips helplessly. Did the soldiers really allow the 2 AIs to go to the game studio? They were unwilling at first, but they won the argument. Xiao Wu, with their participation, we can move up the timeline for the game's public beta. Have the necessary improvements been made? Xie Wu asked. Lin Yuyu nodded. Everything is being changed. Everyone says it's much better after the changes. Xiao Wu, if you want to know if the changes are good or not, why don't you go to the studio and try it out? I won't go. If I go, Commander he might not let those 2 AIs work for me for free. No, I can't let them work for free. Come home with me. Let's pick up a couple of jade stones for them. Xie Wu thought for a moment, deciding not to take advantage of the AIs too much. Having just made 50 billion from the AI, and now having them work for free, Xie Wu couldn't let the honest AI be bullied like this. Leading Lin Yuyu home, Xie Wu picked out 2 pieces of jade worth 300,000 each for her. Lin Yuyu looked at the warehouse full of jade and asked in surprise, Xiao Wu, how do you have so many jade and gemstones? Xie Wu sighed, I can't sell them all. I simply can't sell them all. Gao Hongji's auction house auctions 20 stones every month. Kriana's clothing company also takes a lot of stones. And there's also the jewelry company she co-owns with Gao Hongji. Even if they consume 100 or so jade stones every day, the quantity of jade only increases. Lin Yuyu said, although the prices of jade and gemstones have dropped a lot recently, Xiao Wu, this room full of gemstones of yours could easily fetch tens of millions. Not being able to sell them all is a happy problem. That's why I'm confident enough to fund your game development. Make good games, and give me another source of endless financial worries, Xie Wu said. Lin Yuyu nodded. Don't worry, we add that worry to your life soon. Go back to work. Lin Yuyu took the 2 stones Xie Wu gave her back to the studio. Xie Wu locked the warehouse door and returned to the studio to review the various documents Tan Lang had given him. Just as he picked up the first document, his communication bracelet suddenly rang. Xie Wu glanced at the number and answered. Officer Shen, hello, what's up? Xie Wu. The silent voice on the other end of the line was heavy. Yvette is dead. Hearing those 5 familiar words again, Xie Wu paused, his eyes turning serious. Officer Shen, did I tell you that Yvette had a double? She died once before, but it was her double who died, not her. She had several doubles. Hearing the news of Yvette's death again was both absurd and astonishing. Xie Wu wondered, just how many people has Yvette offended to die so many times? Miss Xia, I repeatedly verified the information you gave me, so I can confirm that the real Yvette is dead, right here in front of us, Mo said decisively. Xie Wu's eyes sharpened. Officer Shen, can you tell me how Yvette died? The machine planet was attacked, and the Onyx decided to temporarily reside on Xiangyang and Orc planets. This alarmed the higher-ups, who ordered a thorough investigation into what exactly happened and why the space pirate attack on the machine planet wasn't discovered immediately. My teacher is in charge of this matter, and I privately told him about the Tomorrow Society. When my teacher saw the evidence I gathered, he immediately arrested Yvette. We conducted a covert arrest, including Yvette's double. After arresting Yvette, we immediately activated various anti-signal tracking devices. The instant the devices were activated, Yvette's head exploded right in front of us. Chapter 369. Silence recounted the entire story to Xie Wu. Considering Yvette and the Tomorrow Society's cunning, Xie Wu didn't immediately believe her. Silence continued. We made the arrest through a three-way stakeout, at the bar and at her home. We waited all day before carrying out the arrest. The two clones resembling Yvette were arrested simultaneously with her. We suspect Yvette is a core member of the Tomorrow Society. Her clone only had a time-location transmitter, but she had a bomb inside her head. Presumably, the Tomorrow Society's leader valued his core members highly. He feared their betrayal and arrest. If the time-location transmitter inside her lost signal, the bomb in her head would immediately detonate. The Tomorrow Society's leader. To conceal information about the Tomorrow Society, he could even abandon the members he painstakingly cultivated without hesitation. Silence sighed. Of course, we're still questioning its authenticity, so we collected some hair samples from Yvette's house for final DNA testing, but we all believe the real Yvette is dead. Yvette devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Tomorrow Society. She probably had no idea about the bomb in her head. If she had known, she could have used it to blackmail them. Their sudden, secret arrest of Yvette was intended to extract some inside information about the Tomorrow Society, but who knew they would go so far as to plant a bomb in the head of a core member? Two of the members, who were with Yvette, lost their hands in the blast wave. Considering the Tomorrow Society's meticulousness, planting a bomb in Yvette's head is something they could definitely do. Xie Wu pondered for a moment, concluding that the presence of a bomb in Yvette's head was indeed something the Tomorrow Society would do. However, she found it hard to accept. Yvette had caused her so much trouble, flaunting her power so many times, and now she was dead. She hadn't even had a chance to properly teach her a lesson, and she was gone. She felt both resentful and heartbroken. Xie Wu, if every core member of Tomorrow's Society has a bomb in their head, our attempts to arrest them and extract the answers we want are nothing but wishful thinking. Silence's voice held an undisguised disappointment. The Supreme God was still so decisive, showing no mercy even to those he had carefully nurtured, discarding them without hesitation. Silence was now in a dilemma. Besides Yvette, they knew of another potential core member of Tomorrow's Society, Wilmert. With Yvette dead, they dared not arrest Wilmert either. But if they don't arrest them, how can they investigate Tomorrow's Society? Xie Wu also felt a headache coming on and asked, Officer Shen, what are your plans now? I don't know. Yvette's death has put us in a bind. My teacher said he never seen anyone handle things so cleanly and efficiently. And Tomorrow's Society has been infiltrating deeper than we thought. Eradicating them overnight is definitely not an option. However, my teacher is also worried about what they might do next. Their attack on the Machine Star caused the AI to lose trust in the Legion. If things continue like this, my teacher fears the AI might turn evil. If Tomorrow's Society hadn't caused such a big stir, it wouldn't have alarmed the higher-ups to investigate. Silence only dared to tell him about Tomorrow's Society, because the person mainly in charge of the investigation was his teacher of many years, and also a friend of his father. If it weren't for his teacher's intervention, no one could have issued the order to arrest Yvette. Officer Shen, your teacher is so afraid of the Onyx turning evil. What was his reaction when he found out that the leader of Tomorrow's Society is an Onyx? Even more afraid. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xie Wu smiled upon hearing those three words. The Onyx attitude this time is indeed much tougher than before. Their plan to train orcs into an army is enough to frighten many people. Thinking of the conspiracy theories on the Starnet, Xie Wu said. He paused, then asked, Xie Wu, I think your relationship with the Onyx is quite good. Can't you persuade them to give way a little? Or, could you tell them about tomorrow's society's conspiracy? He felt that the Onyx were also victims of tomorrow's society, and given their advanced technology, if they could participate in the investigation, the culprit would likely be found quickly. Officer Shen, that's your misconception. My relationship with the AI is purely cooperative. We only get along when our interests are intertwined. Besides, I just want to quietly make a little money, and don't want to get involved in too many things. Hearing Xie Wu's attempt to remain aloof, he said in silence, Miss Xie, the main reason for this is you, and it's also related to the AI. We need their assistance. Perhaps with their help, we can find out more quickly who the AI's master is. His words made sense. In fact, from the very beginning, when he suspected the Tomorrow Society's master was an AI, he should have sought Veronica's help. Xie Wu didn't seek it out because everything was based on her own speculation. There was no concrete evidence to prove that the Tomorrow Society's master was indeed an AI. Without concrete evidence, what if the assumptions are wrong? Therefore, Xie Wu didn't seek the assistance of the Onyx. Silence suggested seeking help from the Onyx, but Xie Wu didn't answer immediately, frowning and deep in thought. Silence waited about 10 seconds without hearing Xie Wu's voice, then asked, Xie Wu, what are you hesitating about? Officer Shen, it's our guess that the Tomorrow Society's main god is an Onyx. What if the main god isn't an Onyx? If we approach the Onyx with our guess, won't we anger them? Xie Wu, your concerns aren't unfounded. However, regardless of whether the Tomorrow Society's main god is an Onyx, the ordeal on Machine Star is related to the Tomorrow Society. As victims, they have the right to know the truth. Xie Wu could tell that Silence was determined to involve the Onyx. The Onyx's current distrust of the Legion, coupled with the Tomorrow Society's cunning, was something they couldn't possibly overcome even if they racked their brains. Furthermore, revealing the Tomorrow Society's affairs to the Onyx might salvage some of their trust. Officer Shen, let's meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Xiangyang Star in Conference Room 3 of the Xiangyang City Council Hall. We bring the evidence we each collected to explain the situation to the androids, Xie Wu said. Although tomorrow's meeting seems to target me, their power to destroy the mechanical star means their intentions go far beyond that. So let's discuss it together. Xie Wu didn't intend to tell the androids about tomorrow's meeting unilaterally. Such a significant matter was best discussed face-to-face among all three parties. If she spoke unilaterally, she might be unfairly blamed. Hearing this, Momo agreed, I talk to my teacher first and see what he says. I call you back later. Chapter 370. Since telling her teacher about the Tomorrow's Guild, the teacher has been in charge of all the tasks. Silent is now just an employee and can't make decisions. Xie Wu had no objections. She didn't know how trustworthy the teacher Silent spoke of was. However, since Silent had told his teacher everything, Xie Wu could only believe that the teacher was a good person. After hanging up with Silent, Xie Wu also called Bai Xiwen, mainly to inform him that Silent had recruited another person. Xie Wu hadn't met Silent's teacher and didn't know his background. To prevent him from being a member of the Tomorrow's Guild, Xie Wu wanted to inform him in advance. Bai Xiwen had been in shock ever since hearing the news of Yvette's death. He was somewhat dazed by what happened afterward. After Xie Wu finished speaking, Bai Xiwen said, Xiao Wu, Yvette might really be dead. I received a report from my subordinates last night that Yvette was taken away in a car and disappeared without a trace. She can't be found at her bar or home. Xie Wu remained silent, half believing, but he believed Bai Xiwen's words. She was always trying to plant a bomb in my head, but in the end, she was killed by the bomb in her head. She deserved it. Uncle One, when you deal with Wilmer, try to stay away from him. Officer Shen said that the two officers who arrested Yvette had their hands blown off by the bomb blast. I haven't dealt with that guy yet. He mainly makes money in the gaming industry, which isn't related to me. But recently, I've been trying to ruin his company and sabotage him, so we had more contact. Now that I know he has a bomb in his head, I avoid him. Xie Wu hummed in agreement. Bai Xiwen suddenly thought of something and said, Xiao Wu, you said those guys have bombs in their heads. If we take a signal jammer and walk up to them, will their heads explode on the spot? Uncle Wen, are you thinking of revenge? I was just asking casually. Although those guys from the Tomorrow Society have a blood feud with me, I know that the only Tomorrow Society member currently exposed is Wilmert. If we kill him, it'd be difficult to find another member. I keep an eye on him and see if I can find their hideout. Yes, that's all we can do for now. The Tomorrow Society has existed for so long, we don't know how many core members they cultivated. Yvette's death was so elusive, I suspect someone can immediately take her place. Xie Wu remembered the little girl selling flowers to her after the explosion. Such a young child, fearless in the face of bombs and blood, might also be one of the Tomorrow Society's key trainees. Then I continue to have people keep an eye on Yvette's bar to see if she have new management. Thank you, Uncle Wen. What trouble? Why are you being so polite? Okay, I have to go now. I'm busy with other things. Bai Tsuen's company was overflowing with business. Fortunately, tomorrow he would suddenly shift his focus to the mechanical star. If he continued to monitor the Bai family, Bai Tsuen would be overwhelmed. Xia Wu hung up the phone and wanted to get back to his work when there was a knock on the door. It was Li Xia. Li Xia told Xia Wu that someone had come to see him. It was a woman around 50 years old, who said she wanted Xia Wu to return her daughter. Xia Wu was completely bewildered after hearing Li Xia's words. What do you mean, daughter? When did I kidnap someone else's child? That's what she was shouting. She kept yelling outside the door. I initially thought she was just causing trouble, but she was shouting so loudly that she attracted all the reporters nearby. They were all crowding the door, interviewing the couple, Li Xia said helplessly. Since Xiangyang Star opened, strange people had been coming to see Xia Wu. Some said they were doing business, others said they wanted to make friends. This was the first time someone had come looking for their daughter. Xia Wu lowered her head in thought, and the name Lu Yi immediately popped into her mind. Lu Yi was Su and Yi's fiancé, who had run away to Xiangyang Star to help Lilia make a movie in order to escape their engagement. The person claiming to be looking for their daughter was probably Lu Yi's mother. Li Ma called the patrol soldiers to come and chase her away. Tell her that this isn't a lost and found sinner, and we don't help find children. Xia Wu didn't want to get involved in the Lu family's mess. Furthermore, what kind of good people are the parents who pushed their daughter to that scumbag Su and Yi? Xia Wu was too lazy to meet them. Li Xia nodded in agreement. However, less than 10 minutes after Xia Wu resumed her work, Li Xia rushed in. Master, that person cut her wrists. She said if you don't take care of your daughter, she die in front of the Xia family gate. How can someone be so unreasonable? Xia Wu's forehead throbbed, and she stood up angrily. The Xia family gate was surrounded by reporters, and in the middle of them sat a fat woman, wailing loudly on the ground. The fat woman plopped down on the ground, holding a handkerchief to her cut wrist as she sobbed, "My poor Yi. She must have been tricked into coming to Xiangyang Star. You all know how wicked and scheming Xia Wu is. He's been full of bad ideas since he was little. My Yi, her birth mother died early, and I raised her like my own daughter, caring for her every need. How could Xia Wu be so heartless as to trick her into coming to this wretched planet? What did she do with my child here?" Mrs. Martha sat on the ground, her makeup smeared on her face from crying. Heaven knows, she was crying because of the pain in her wrist. She had intended to pretend to cut her wrist to scare those around her, but her hand slipped and she actually cut her hand. Blood gushed out, and not a single reporter offered a helping hand. Cameras were shoved into her, bombarding her with all sorts of questions. To maintain her image as a good stepmother, she could only endure the pain and continue the act. "Xia Wu is out," someone shouted, and everyone immediately looked towards the door. Xia Wu's beautiful eyes sharpened, carrying a hint of anger, as she looked at Mrs. Martha. As soon as she emerged, the patrolling soldiers immediately stood before her. Seeing Xia Wu's youthful beauty, and the group of strong soldiers protecting her, Madame Martha was filled with jealousy. "Xia Wu, you finally come out. Give me back my daughter." She struggled to her feet, and stormed towards Xia Wu. Xia Wu glanced indifferently at her wrist. "How come the cut is so shallow?" "You?" Xia Wu's calm words enraged Madame Martha, who forgot to cry. Pointing at Xia Wu's nose, she yelled, seeing someone injured, "You have no compassion at all. No wonder your mother said you're cold-blooded, vicious, and cruel." "My mother? She's dead. Where did you hear her say I'm cold-blooded, vicious, and cruel?" Xia Wu retorted. Madame Martha was stunned, momentarily speechless. Chapter 371. Xia Wu was too lazy to continue the conversation. She looked at Li Xia beside her and said, "Li Ma, call the police. Tell them someone is causing trouble at our doorstep." "Xia Wu, you called the police before I did? You tricked my daughter away, and you still have the nerve to call the police?" Martha said angrily. Xia Wu smiled coldly. "Your daughter is over 20, not 2 years old. She has the ability to distinguish things for herself. Besides, if you think I tricked someone away, you should call the police instead of shouting here. You're just jealous of my daughter. That's why you tricked her. Do you think I don't know? You slut. Back in the Su family, you seduced your own older brothers. I heard you even stripped naked and lay in Su Ji's bed to seduce your eldest brother." Xia Wu was stunned, her eyes fixed on Madame Martha. Her gaze was fierce. Madame Martha trembled under her gaze. But remembering she came with a mission, and had the backing of the Su family, her arrogance flared. What are you glaring at me for? You dared to do it, and you're afraid others will find out? You shameless little hussy. Don't think you're so great just because you're the master of a planet now. No one knows about the dirty things you did before. Madame Su already said how shameless and despicable you were before, always following Jiyu and an E around, trying to please them. Unfortunately, neither of them wanted you. Now that you know my daughter is marrying an E, you tricked her into coming to Xiangyang Star, is that it? Give my daughter back to me right now, or I never forgive you. Seeing Xie Wu remain silent, Madame Martha's voice grew louder. Just then, Xie Wu's expressionless face suddenly broke into a chuckle. What else did Madame Su say to you? What? You're scared? Mrs. Su has told me so much. Some things are so shameful I'm embarrassed to say them. Mrs. Martha proudly raised her chin. Xie Wu, if you can't become the Su family's daughter-in-law, don't delay my daughter. Give my daughter back to me now. The Su family promised me that as long as he goes back, the wedding will be held in a week. You can't become the Su family's daughter-in-law, but when he gets married, I can send you an invitation. Auntie, I'm letting you tell me. What did Mrs. Su say about me in front of you? Tell me everything, and I tell you where he is. There are so many people here, are you really shameless? Martha hesitated, looking at the gossipy reporters around her. Xie Wu nodded. Tell me, and I not only give you your daughter back, I also give you 300,000. Mrs. Martha couldn't help but smile at the mention of 300,000, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand, realizing she was too happy. She thought Xie Wu was so angry that he was willing to pay her to hear her dirty secrets. Xie Wu, you asked to hear this yourself, so I'm going to tell you now. Go ahead. Madame Su said that you were shameless in the Su family before, always walking around in front of Jiyu, and wearing shorts that were so short they barely covered your buttocks. Madame Su told you that a young lady should be more conservative and not do that. But you wouldn't listen, dressing as revealingly as possible, and even deliberately posing provocatively in front of your brother. When your parents took you back to Xiangyang Star, you cried and refused to go home, even stripping naked in front of Jiyu. But Jiyu only saw you as a sister and had no feelings for you. He told you to have some self-respect. However, Mrs. Su said that Jiyu despises you deep down, that you used to have affairs with the servants when you were in the Su family, and that you even had 2 abortions. Mrs. Martha looked up at Xie Wu with a puzzled expression. Xie Wu asked, that's all? There are some other miscellaneous things, but there's no need to mention them, Xie Wu. You're really shameless. With so many reporters here, are you trying to force me to expose your past? Xie Wu smiled coldly, glancing to the other side. Attorney Moore, if I sue those who spread these rumors, how much compensation can I get? All eyes turned to them. They then noticed that Moore and Katz were watching from the side. The reporters were so focused on Mrs. Martha's words that they completely missed their arrival. Let's see if the reporters spread what this lady said. If more than 1,000 people spread your rumors, we can sue, and depending on the severity of the slander, the compensation demanded could exceed 1 million. Did you write down what this lady said? Xie Wu asked. Yes, I did. Good, that's good, Luoya. Xie Wu shouted sharply. Luoya immediately stepped forward. Star Lord, I'm here. Lock this lady in jail. Yes, sir. Soldiers grabbed Madame Martha from both sides. Madame Martha was startled. Xie Wu, what are you doing? You dare arrest me? Why wouldn't I arrest you? You spread rumors and insulted the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star on Xiangyang Star's territory. Who gave you the audacity? Xie Wu raised an eyebrow and asked coldly. Madame Martha was startled again, staring blankly at Xie Wu. After Xie Wu's words, she suddenly remembered something. Every planet has its own laws, and if you don't follow the local rules, even the laws of Blue Star can't save you from being arrested and fined. Xie Wu, you told me to say those things. I was just telling the truth, as Madame Su instructed. Madame Martha was now afraid. Xie Wu smiled coldly. Is that so? You really heard it from Madame Su? Think about it. How much of what you just said was actually from Li Rian? How much of it was embellished by you? You better think it through. If you haven't, and Li Rian says you made it all up, and it has nothing to do with her, then you spend the rest of your life in a prison on Xiangyang Star. Madame Martha was completely stunned. Her mind raced, trying to figure out if she had made anything up in her previous statement. Xie Wu ignored her and turned his gaze to the surrounding reporters. You all been here so long, you must have dug up some juicy news, right? If this were posted on the StarNet, I wonder how long it would cause a sensation. Of course, after the sensation, I wonder what will happen to you. Anyway, I'm easy to bully. Spread rumors about me. I just ask Attorney Moore to help me with a lawsuit and make you pay me a few million. Of course, you better leave Xiangyang Star before posting. If you post it here and I catch you, you all be roommates with this lady. Xia Wu's words were gentle, but the threat was obvious. The timid reporters quickly deleted the footage they had just taken. Star-Lord Xia, I deleted everything I just filmed. Me too. Me too. They were genuinely afraid of being thrown into jail by Xia Wu, so they hurriedly deleted the videos to show their loyalty. Xia Wu looked at Moore. Attorney Moore, you mustn't delete it. Keep the footage as evidence. When this lady's lawyer comes, show him the video, and then tell him to go back. Chapter 372. Xia Wu was so confident that even if reporters wanted to believe some gossip, they wouldn't dare to report it recklessly. Madame Martha, after being arrested, realized how foolish she had been. Miss Xia, I was wrong. I was stupid enough to believe Madame Su's words. I didn't mean much harm. I just wanted to find my daughter. In the business circles of Blue Star, the Su family, ranked among the top 10 richest, was like a god to her. Madame Martha had always been proud that her daughter had married into the Su family. But she didn't know that what she valued and was so proud of was actually insignificant compared to other things. No matter how rich the Su family was, they had no right to detain her on Blue Star, but Xia Wu on Xiangyang Star had that power. Xia Wu could even kill her on the grounds of insulting the Star Lord. Now that she knew she was wrong, her face was deathly pale with fear, but Xia Wu didn't even glance at her again. Luoya, what are you still standing there for? Take her away, Xia Wu said coldly. Luoya nodded and dragged the wailing Mrs. Martha away. The reporters, hoping for more gossip, saw Xia Wu take the woman away, turn around, go home, and lock the door. Seeing this, the reporters dispersed, regretting they hadn't gotten a hot story. Back home, Xia Wu's pent-up anger finally erupted. She hadn't spent much time on Blue Star, and hadn't contacted the Su family again, thinking she'd never have any further contact with them. Who knew Li Ruyan would spread rumors about her everywhere, portraying her as promiscuous. Xia Wu thought she was used to many unfounded attacks and slanders, but she truly couldn't tolerate rumors. The claim that she seduced Su Zhiyu was plausible, as the original owner used to like this fake older brother, Su Zhiyu. But Su and Yi's rumor genuinely angered her. You see, the original owner used to despise Su and Yi, that scoundrel. Without much thought, Xia Wu dialed Lei Jun's number, asking him to help gather information on the rumors Li Ruyan was spreading. Li Ruyan was smearing her everywhere on Blue Star. Many people must know about it. Even if she couldn't control her mouth, Xia Wu couldn't let it go unpunished. She had to make Li Ruyan pay for her words. Gathering intelligence was easy for Lei Jun. He readily agreed after receiving the call. Xia Wu hung up the phone and turned around to see Moore and Katz following her in, pausing for a moment. Attorney Moore, Mr. Katz, what brings you two here? Xia Wu composed herself and asked. Moore said, yesterday we went out for a stroll and picked up some stones. Mother asked us to bring them to you and pay for them. The little transporter beside Katz walked up to Xia Wu. Xia Wu saw the stones in the basket. Some were worth several thousand, the most expensive only a little over 10,000. These little stones aren't worth much. Take them and play with them if you like, Xia Wu said generously. It just so happens that Attorney Moore, I have a case I need you to handle. If you don't want to go find stones, I pay your legal fees. If you want to find them yourself, go find them yourself. I find them myself. Searching for precious stones is an interesting thing. Ms. Xia Wu, I unintentionally overheard the phone call just now. Did you have someone help you find evidence of slander? Yes. To prove you've been slandered, you need to find corresponding evidence. Based on what I just heard, it seems some of the other person's words mentioned something that happened to you at the Su family's house before. At this point, Moore quickly explained, Ms. Xia Wu, having dealt with you so many times, I trust your character. However, many things in court require evidence. Without evidence, it's impossible to refute the other party's claims of spreading rumors. Spreading rumors is easy, but refuting them is incredibly difficult. This perfectly describes Xia Wu's current situation. Li Ruyan spread rumors, and Xia Wu needed to find evidence to refute them. Without evidence, she was completely helpless against Li Ruyan. Mr. Moore, don't worry, of course I have evidence. Xia Wu had been wearing a necklace with a miniature camera every day to prevent school bullying, and it had also captured some footage of her life at the Su family home. Xia Wu had intended it to record her daily life, but unexpectedly, it would come in handy for Xia Wu at this time. Evidence is enough. Depending on the severity of their rumors, We can ask for more compensation and issue an apology on various platforms. Since the Onyx were still under the Legion's surveillance, Moore and Kez couldn't talk to Xiaowu for long. After discussing the key points, the soldiers around them urged them to leave. Fortunately, today's business only involved Mrs. Martha, and nothing else delayed Xiaowu's work. After a busy day, the second day arrived quickly. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiaowu received a call from Mo Chen. Mo Chen and his teacher had arrived in Xiangyang City. Mo Chen's teacher was a big shot on Blue Star, and worried that their presence would be discovered tomorrow. Alerting the enemy, they refused to go to the council building, a place easily visible, and asked Xiaowu to arrange another location. The safest place in all of Xiangyang City was the Xia family residence. Xiaowu instructed them to enter through the back door and discuss the matter there. The location was agreed upon. Xiaowu waited for them at the back door. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the heavy iron door. Xiaowu glanced at the monitor and confirmed that it was Chen Imo, along with an elderly man. She opened the door. "Miss Xia, sorry to bother you," the elderly man said. Chen Imo hadn't introduced his teacher to Xiaowu, so she paused for a moment before saying, "No problem. Please come in, sir." As she spoke, Xiaowu used her skill to scan the elderly man's hostility, and was surprised to find that his hostility towards her was a staggering 35. Something was wrong. The elderly man she was meeting for the first time had a hostility level of 35. Xiaowu instantly became wary. Intending to invite them to talk in the study, Xiaowu didn't go far and instead invited them to the pavilion in the backyard. Seeing that they were here, the elder said, "Miss Xia, isn't this place too conspicuous?" "Not conspicuous. It doesn't matter if it is. Tomorrow will always be in the shadows, making it difficult for me to deal with him. I can only take various defensive measures. By the way, what is your name, sir?" "Jiang Shui." "Mr. Jiang, what is your position?" "Chief Superintendent." Xiaowu had never heard this position before, and looked at Chen Imo with confusion, gesturing for an explanation. Chen Imo saw the meaning in Xiaowu's eyes, and said, "All police chiefs in City A listen to you, sir." Xiaowu nodded. "Mr. Jiang, I heard from Officer Shen that you took over the investigation of tomorrow's society mainly because the AI is temporarily residing on my planet, and the higher-ups are unhappy, so they started the investigation, is that right?" Jiang Shui's sharp eyes looked at Xiaowu and said, "Miss Xia, I've been a chief superintendent for many years, and this is the first time someone has questioned me first. According to procedure, I should be the one asking you questions." Chapter 373. If I were a resident of Blue Star, I would follow your procedures, but this is Xiangyang Star. Mr. Jiang, please follow my procedures. Xiaowu's tone was gentle, but upon closer inspection, it sounded quite firm. Silence frowned slightly, as he looked at Xiaowu. Having interacted with Xiaowu several times, he had always thought Xiaowu was a polite and easygoing person. But why was his tone so harsh when speaking to his teacher? Jiang Shui's slightly pale brows also furrowed slightly, clearly somewhat displeased with Xiaowu's attitude. "Miss Xia, tomorrow's society has been targeting you, trying to seize your planet. Our actions against tomorrow's society are to help you. If you need our assistance, please cooperate with our procedures. May I ask how many people you sent to investigate tomorrow's society?" "It depends," Silence said. "Currently, only 20 operators know about this. If tomorrow's society is larger than we think, we deploy other operators to help. As a teacher, deploying other operators isn't difficult." Silence answered for Jiang Shui. Xiaowu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Shui. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Mo Chen was about to ask Xiaowu what was wrong when Jiang Shui spoke first. "Miss Xia, you seem unwilling to cooperate with us?" "How could I not? My little brain is currently racing to figure out how to save my life. Officer Shen, could you sit closer to me? I'm a little afraid of dying." Mo Chen was somewhat surprised by Xiaowu's words. He reminded her, "Xiaowu, this is your home." "I know it's my home, Officer Shen, please move closer." Xiaowu sounded somewhat unreasonable, and Mo Chen didn't know what to do. Jiang Shui said, "Amo, since Miss Xia is afraid, why don't you sit closer to her?" "Yes." Mo Chen moved his chair a little closer to Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked at Mo Chen, then at Jiang Shui, and said directly, "Mr. Jiang, let's be frank. What do you want?" "Miss Xia, what do you mean by that?" "It means I already know you're a core member of tomorrow's society," Xiaowu said bluntly. Since the other party's hostility wasn't above 70, Xiaowu knew they wouldn't kill her. Tomorrow's society had been observing her secretly. Xiaowu was also tired and directly exposed their secrets. Both of them were stunned by her words. Silently, he looked at Jiang Shui with surprise, then at Xie Wu, and said, Xie Wu, the teacher is my father's friend. I've been learning from him since I was very young, and I've been to his house many times. He couldn't possibly be a member of tomorrow's society. Xie Wu quietly met Jiang Shui's gaze and told silently a terrifying fact. Officer Shen, your teacher didn't refute it immediately. Silently froze, his pupils dilating as he looked at Jiang Shui. Xie Wu's words left Jiang Shui no way out. Jiang Shui's tense face suddenly broke into a smile. Girl, when did you investigate me? Guess when I investigated? Xie Wu asked confidently. Jiang Shui didn't speak again, only looking at Xie Wu with a smile. They were both very calm. Silently was so shocked that he felt a chill run through his body, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Your abilities are far greater than I thought. You even found out my identity. This old man always thought he had hidden it well. Is Yvette really dead? Xie Wu, not wanting to hear his flattery, changed the subject. Jiang Shui nodded. Dead. Why did you have to kill her? Xie Wu asked. Is your tomorrow's society so disunited? We are willing to sacrifice anything for the Lord God, and Yvette is no exception. She was the first one you targeted, although everyone agreed to it. However, considering her recent incompetence and the fact that anyone could replace her, we decided to sacrifice her to get close to you. Exposed by Xie Wu, Jiang Shui showed no panic. He was composed, confident, so confident that it didn't matter if Xie Wu knew his identity. Your plan is to use your identity, ostensibly to help me investigate the Tomorrow Society, but secretly to tip me off? Aren't you overestimating me? Xie Wu asked. Jiang Shui said, we should be more careful. We killed Yvette to get close to you, but we didn't expect you to have even found out my identity. That old man Wilmert is still wondering when his identity was exposed. Jiang Shui said. Xie Wu didn't know whether to laugh or not. Wilmert's game blatantly used the company seal to make a mark of Tomorrow's club, and even gave it to her. It was hard for her not to know. How did Mr. Wilmert's identity get exposed? So, you plan to have you approach me under the pretext of investigating Tomorrow's club, to find out how I found out your identities? Jiang Shui didn't speak, but it was clear Xie Wu had said too much. Wilmert's exposed identity had indeed startled them. In their previous battles with Xie Wu, they had the upper hand, and Xie Wu could only defend. Having gained the upper hand under Xie Wu, they were now the ones to lose. Just like now, Xie Wu also knew his identity. Jiang Shui couldn't understand when Xie Wu had discovered his identity. Old sir, since we come this far, just say it directly, what exactly do you want? Xie Wu asked bluntly. I don't know, Jiang Shui said. We don't know what to do either. The Supreme God hasn't given us any orders. Xie Wu looked at him suspiciously. The Supreme God hasn't given us any orders? The Supreme God is thinking about something. Originally, the 13 interstellar pirate groups that gathered were coming to attack your planet, but 2 days before the attack, the Supreme God changed his mind and ordered the pirates to attack the machine star instead. The orders given after that were to wait for his next order. Until he gives the order, we are not allowed to do anything. Xie Wu suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui chuckled. Don't look at us with such surprise. You spouted nonsense in front of Yvette, and she relayed it to us verbatim. Do you really think the Supreme God would tolerate your arrogance? By the way, we already know about your spies among the space pirates, so don't even think about getting any more information from us. Xie Wu simply smiled at Jiang Shui's words. Mr. Jiang, you told me so much inside information. Does it really make me think you don't have the ability to fight you? Or do you think you'd never be caught? Jiang Shui's composure left Xie Wu speechless. Even though it was clearly internal information, Jiang Shui started chatting as if he were having afternoon tea with Xie Wu. Xie Wu really wanted to know, where did their confidence come from? Chapter 374. Girl, you guessed wrong this time. I'm willing to talk to you about these things because I sense the change in the Supreme God. You guessed that the Supreme God is an AI, which, to be honest, surprised us all, Jiang Shui said. Xie Wu asked, you haven't seen the Supreme God? No. The Supreme God never speaks directly to us. Everything is conveyed through the Divine Child. Although we seem to be core members of the Tomorrow Society, we're no different from tools. The Divine Child does whatever he says, and we never doubted the Supreme God's identity. Jiang Shui picked up his tea, took a sip, and continued, the Supreme God suddenly didn't want to kill you and let you go, so we all feel that the Supreme God might want to use a conciliatory policy to recruit you as a member. After all, your fighting has also drained our strength. The Supreme God hasn't issued any orders since the mechanical star, so what happened to Yvette's death? Xie Wu returned to the topic of Yvette's death. Jiang Shui said, the god's order was not to kill you, but it didn't say we couldn't approach you. Girl, we just lost Yvette. Why don't you join us and take her place? Xia Wu smiled. Take your place? Put a bomb in your own head? What are you thinking? Tell me, why are you all so loyal to the god? He puts bombs and tracking devices in your bodies, and you don't have any objections? Girl, it's precisely because he did that I'm so loyal to the god. Otherwise, would you want me dead? I climbed my way up to this position in the Tomorrow's Society, and I haven't even enjoyed enough power and glory yet. Xia Wu didn't want to say anything more. She had thought about this before. Why would an organization that treats human life so lightly have a group of people so loyal to the god? They're all a bunch of bastards who disregard human life for their own benefit. It's better to join the Tomorrow's Society when you're young. I joined at 30, and although I enjoyed a meteoric rise and beautiful women around me, it was a few years too late. So, I need to live a few more years to make up for those losses. How can you say this so casually? Silence, who had been listening to their conversation, finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. You and my father were classmates. You both said you wanted to be upright and contribute to society. How could you join the Tomorrow's Society? I called you teacher for so many years. Silence never imagined that Jiang Shui would be a core member of the Tomorrow's Society. He had followed Jiang Shui for so many years, and hadn't seen anything amiss. You calling me teacher wasn't unjustified, Jiang Shui said. You learned everything from me, and I taught you everything I was supposed to, without holding back a single thing. But the guy who betrayed my father and killed him was also from the Tomorrow's Society. Silence practically roared these words. Faced with his anger, Jiang Shui remained unmoved. Your father was a general respected by the world in life, and he died a general respected by the world. He lived a glorious life, and he died a glorious death. Why are you still so bothered by his death? Why should I let go? That guy killed my father, desecrated his body, and now that my father is dead, I can't even bury him. He's so vicious, and he's a member of the Tomorrow's Society? Tell me, where can I find that bastard? Mo Chen, agitated, grabbed Jiang Shui by the collar and lifted him up. Jiang Shui's expression instantly turned furious. He shook off Chen Mo's hand. Let go of my hand. That guy killed your father. What does that have to do with me? I wasn't involved in the plan to kill your father. I only found out what that guy did when I was dying. Also, I don't know where the guy is. That kid wasn't a core member of Tomorrow's Society at first. He wanted to get a core member position. The main god gave him a challenge, and he completed it, becoming the 11th core member. Jiang Shui pushed Chen Mo aside and sat back down in his chair. The Tomorrow's Society has 20 core members, and I'm in the 14th seat. The first 10 are different from us. They were personally trained by the god. Perhaps they even met the god, but those after the 10th seat got in based on their own abilities. The god and his son rarely interfere with us. They only issue orders when they want to do something, and we obey. But sometimes, those outside the 20 seats try to squeeze in, and will deliberately murder some members. The Tomorrow's Society is a place built on blood and corpses. Those in the 20 seats all want to kill each other. Your father, an outsider, was killed by that guy, and you're coming to me for revenge? I'm angrier than you. That guy became the 11th seat because he killed your father, and now that Yvette is dead, he can become the 10th. Jiang Shui was even angrier than Silence when he spoke of this. Silence, hearing this, was both angry and speechless, unable to say anything for a moment. Officer Shen, you were trying to get some information about the Tomorrow's Society from Yvette, but Mr. Jiang told us everything without any coercion or bribery. Mr. Jiang, aren't you afraid your head will explode after saying so much? We have bombs and tracking devices on us, but no listening devices. The Supreme God can't hear what we say. However, I'm willing to say it's because of you, Xia Wu, Jiang Shui said. Xia Wu raised an eyebrow. We had many opportunities to kill you. Killing you would have made seizing Xiangyang Star much easier. But the Divine Child wouldn't let us kill you. He said he wanted to test our abilities, to win Xiangyang Star without killing you. The Divine Child didn't say that. Xia Wu has died 1,000 times over, and Yvette was the one who most wanted to kill you. Later, you became too arrogant, and the Divine Child said we could teach you a lesson. That bomb was that lesson. But you became increasingly arrogant, and the Divine Child slowly lost patience with you. So, when he agreed to the pirate attack on Xiangyang Star, preparing all sorts of powerful weapons to blast you and Xiangyang City to ashes, the Supreme God suddenly personally ordered the pirates to switch their attack to Mechanical Star. Even the Supreme God didn't want to kill you, Xia Wu. If I could bring you into the Tomorrow's Society's camp, Perhaps I could also get into the top 10. That's why I told you everything. Jiang Shuyi didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. The fact that neither the Divine Child nor the Supreme God spared Xie Wu's life is strange. The Divine Child's actions might have initially been a test of their abilities, but the Supreme God's sudden shift in focus is odd. After all, even without their home planet, the AIs still possess boundless wealth. Trying to suppress Xie Wu by eliminating the AIs is only a temporary measure, not a long-term solution. When the AIs moved to Xie Wu's planet, their act of driving their benefactor to Xiangyang Star revealed that they weren't harming Xie Wu, but rather helping him. Jiang Shuyi had never met or spoken to the Supreme God. Even someone as naive as him could see that the Supreme God's feelings for Xie Wu were special. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Tomorrow Society, which always eliminates whomever they want, simply kill Xie Wu directly? Why go through all this trouble? Chapter 375. Xie Wu knew very little about Jiang Shuyi. Faced with Jiang Shuyi's frank disclosure of his ambitions and information about the Tomorrow Society, Xie Wu wasn't sure how much of his words could be trusted. The Tomorrow Society had made so many underhanded moves, pushing her to the brink of death. Now, Jiang Shuyi was telling her that the two people truly in charge of the Tomorrow Society had no intention of killing her. Xie Wu's previous prediction that the Tomorrow Society would attack the mechanical star was to cut off her financial resources. But as Jiang Shuyi said, the AI's money was stored in banks on Blue Star. Even if the mechanical star was gone, they still had money. Veronica, in front of reporters, made a bold statement, saying that if they couldn't find a second home, they would build a space city. Clearly, they had a lot of money. Xie Wu had been happy before, thinking that the Tomorrow Society's move wasn't harming her, but rather allowing her to profit greatly. She had thought the Tomorrow Society had miscalculated. Now he realized that Tomorrow Society hadn't miscalculated at all. They had done it intentionally, destroying the mechanical star, leaving the AI homeless, and ultimately forcing them to join Xie Wu's side. But why would Tomorrow Society do this? Xie Wu couldn't understand it. Seeing Xie Wu remain silent for so long, Jiang Shuyi spoke up. Xie Wu, what are you still thinking about? Joining Tomorrow Society is a good thing for you. By joining us, you won't have to worry about the trouble we cause you anymore, and it will also accelerate the development of Xiangyang Star, while you can continue to hold your position as the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. Isn't that a good thing for you? Jiang Shuyi tried to persuade Xie Wu again. Xie Wu collected his thoughts and looked up at Jiang Shuyi, asking, I said so much, Mr. Jiang, why don't you tell me one more thing? Why did Tomorrow Society target Xiangyang Star? Didn't you already guess? Establish a nation, build your own country, and strengthen the Tomorrow Society. You started plotting this back when my parents were alive? If you hadn't, your strong old father wouldn't have died so young. But didn't you die once too? Xiang Yangqing's informant saw you die in the street, and you came back to life. If Xiang Yangqing hadn't only had one eye, that guy would have died hundreds of times over. Xie Wu was secretly shocked. So, there was someone with Xie Wu when she committed suicide, and they even told the Tomorrow Society about her death. However, none of them expected this. After Xie Wu's death, her soul came into this body. Speaking of which, your sudden return to life prompted us to immediately devise a second assassination plan. However, you seem like a different person, suddenly taking on the responsibility of managing Xiangyang Star. Initially, we didn't pay much attention to you, not believing you could manage this planet well. Then, seeing you selling jade rough and other items, we assumed you discovered that Xiangyang Star was overflowing with gemstones, and thought you could make money from stones. However, we quickly hacked your online store. We didn't know what you were doing at the jade auction house at first, until a piece of jade worth 12 billion was auctioned off, and we immediately realized something was wrong. Was that you? Seeing you make money, we were more anxious than anyone else, wanting to kill you as soon as possible. Then the Divine Child suddenly said, we see Xiangyang Star on the condition that we don't kill you, to see what we can do. However, killing you without external help is truly difficult. Your Xiangyang Star initially had less than 1,000 people, not even comparable to a small village on Blue Star. Dealing with you would have been incredibly easy. But we couldn't kill you, and you sealed off Xiangyang Star, preventing us from getting close, which made things complicated. So, we could only try to control Xiangyang Star's external propaganda. Who knew you would come all this way? At first, it was just that the Divine Child didn't want to kill you. Who knew the main god didn't want to kill you either? Perhaps, he saw your potential in the conflict, and thought that nurturing you would give the Tomorrow Society another powerful member. Jiang Shuyi wanted nothing more than to tell Xie Wu everything clearly. He hoped Xie Wu would be moved to tears and join the Tomorrow Society after hearing it. Jiang Shui asked Xie Wu, if you're willing to join the Tomorrow Society, I have something to report. After all, my orders were to get close to you. Now that you know my identity, it will be difficult to deal with you in the future. Xie Wu smiled upon hearing this. Mr. Jiang, the Tomorrow Society has targeted me so many times and almost killed me. Why do you think I would choose to join the Tomorrow Society after hearing your honesty? Xie Wu, haven't you thought about why I have the courage to tell you so much? Jiang Shui countered. Xie Wu remained silent. Jiang Shui said, the Tomorrow Society is far more powerful than you think. So powerful that even if you recorded what I just said and handed it over, I could still get away unscathed. Do you know how many informants the Tomorrow Society has? Do you know that even if you catch me red-handed and expose it in public, I'd be completely unharmed? Jiang Shui's frankness was something Xie Wu had already guessed was emboldened by the Tomorrow Society. He felt that even if Xie Wu knew all the members of the Tomorrow Society, he couldn't harm them. Jiang Shui had received too many preferential treatments from the Tomorrow Society over the years. Xiangyang Star is my territory. Aren't you afraid I make sure you can't leave once you're here? Xie Wu asked. Jiang Shui smiled. I'm the superintendent, Xie Wu. If something happens to me on Xiangyang Star, you won't escape either. Do you think I didn't have some ability to get to this position? Saddam was still a member of the Alliance Security Council. His position was far higher than yours. He's dead, why can't you be? Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow. You even know about him? How did you know? Guess? You young people's little guessing games. This old man doesn't like them. Saddam may seem to have a high position, but in Tomorrow's Society, he was just a devout follower. There are only 20 core members in Tomorrow's Society, and those who sit in those positions have been with Tomorrow's Society for at least 10 years and have considerable ability. Saddam only had loyalty. He hadn't contributed much to Tomorrow's Society. As he spoke, Jiang Shui's gaze flickered towards Xie Wu. You'd be perfect for joining the Tomorrow's Guild right now, especially since you're the lord of a planet. You'd probably be in the top 10. So think it over? Jiang Shui's words amused Xie Wu. Mr. Jiang, your tone is as casual as haggling in a market. But unfortunately, I'm a man of my word. You offended me, and no matter how powerful you are, I'd rather die than join you. Xie Wu's expression shifted from mocking laughter to slight anger. Jiang Shui wasn't angered by her rejection. He placed a piece of paper on the table, weighing it down with a teacup. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. This is my contact information. Call me when you made up your mind, and I can help you make connections. Chapter 376. At this point, Jiang Shui stood up. His gaze fell on Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo had quieted down considerably, the anger blazing in his bright eyes hadn't subsided. Jiang Shui sighed. It seems our master-disciple relationship has come to an end today. It's unlikely you accompany me any longer. I head back now. You're on your own. With that, Jiang Shui walked towards the back door. Xie Wu and Chen Mo sat in their chairs, watching him leave without saying a word, and followed him to see him off. After Jiang Shui had completely left, Xie Wu picked up the paper he had left behind, looked at the numbers on it, and checked the tables and chairs. Making sure Jiang Shui hadn't planted any listening devices, she looked at Chen Mo again. Officer Shen, do you need to calm down for a while? Mo looked up, meeting Xie Wu's gaze, and asked, why are you so calm? How can I think of a way to deal with them if I'm not calm? Besides, they messed with me so many times. If I get angry every time, I'm afraid I get cancer. Getting angry for a while will be enough. The rest of the time, I can think about how to kill them. Mo realized Xie Wu was right, and lowered his head guiltily. I'm sorry. This time it was my oversight. I thought that after living with Lao and Jiang Shui for so many years, I knew him well enough. I didn't expect that it was just wishful thinking. Jiang Shui's life was indeed very good. He had a wife more beautiful than a celebrity, and adorable twin daughters. His life was so wonderful that many men envied it. During his time with the Tomorrow Society, Mo had always thought that they only sought out those surrounded by suffering, offering a helping hand when others fell, in order to gain their loyalty and goodwill. People like Jiang Shui, with their power, influence, and comfortable lives, were not within the Tomorrow Society's selection criteria. Who knew that Jiang Shui's good life was entirely provided by the Tomorrow Society? Officer Shen, you don't need to apologize. Although Jiang Shui is a member of the Tomorrow Society, he revealed a lot of information about the society to us. It's like you arrested a core member of the Tomorrow Society and told me some internal intelligence. Xie Wu comforted him. Silence couldn't feel happy. What Jiang Shui said was useful information to Xie Wu, but utterly useless to him. He just wanted to know where that who killed his father was now. Officer Shin, can you tell me more about Jiang Shui? Xie Wu asked. That old man is far too confident, so confident that I can't do anything to him. I want to know who gave him that confidence. He has a very good reputation in the police station. He mentors younger officers, teaches them everything he knows, and has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds. Everyone speaks highly of him. I haven't heard a single negative word about him. He's so good that he doesn't seem like a member of the Tomorrow Society at all. This is similar to Wilmert, Xie Wu said. Wilmert is also a well-known philanthropist. He's always been seen as a great benefactor. I think this is Tomorrow's strategy, having some members do shady, clandestine things, while those with high reputation and prestige cover for them. Jiang Shui may not have participated in Tomorrow's killings, but he certainly helped cover for its members. That's why he feels important in Tomorrow's. After all, training assassins is easy, but training a highly respected person is very difficult. Silence filled the air with worry, and he didn't want to say a word. He couldn't shake the thought of Jiang Shui being a member of the Tomorrow Society. Xie Wu, don't you trust me anymore? He asked. Xie Wu was puzzled. Of course I trust you. Why wouldn't I? If you trusted me, why didn't you tell me sooner that Jiang Shui was a member of the Tomorrow Society? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have brought him to Xiangyang Star. Xie Wu, how was he supposed to explain that? Xie Wu was at a loss for words. Officer Shin, how could I know so much about the Tomorrow Society if Jiang Shui hadn't come to Xiangyang Star? I just wanted to gather some inside information to lure him into a trap. Silence looked up, sighed helplessly, and was speechless, choked by Xie Wu's words. Several seconds passed before he spoke again. Xie Wu, will you join the Tomorrow Society? No. I actually hope you join the Tomorrow Society. Disintegrating them from within isn't a bad idea. Xie Wu smiled. How much of what the people in the Tomorrow Society say can be trusted? You know, Yvette was betrayed by her own comrades, and didn't even have a proper burial. If I really listened to them, and joined the Tomorrow Society, I'd probably be reduced to ashes. He thought for a moment and nodded. That's certainly possible. From the outside, the Tomorrow Society seems very loyal to the god, but they arbitrarily decide the life and death of other core members. It seems there's discord within them. Discord is one thing. Jiang Shui gives me the impression of a core member who can do whatever he wants. As long as it doesn't involve anything the god hasn't permitted, he even kill his own colleagues without consequence. Jiang Shui's orders were to approach Xie Wu. However, Xie Wu's reaction after seeing through his identity clearly indicated that the other members of the Tomorrow Society wouldn't allow him to reveal anything. His willingness to speak meant he wasn't really considering the Tomorrow Society's interests. Jiang Shui only cared about himself. What should we do now? Shinemo asked. Jiang Shui is also a member of the Tomorrow Society. Even if I use the recorded conversation to complain about him, I'm afraid the person complaining will also be a member of the Tomorrow Society. I don't know either. Jiang Shui said that neither the Divine Child nor the main god wanted to kill me. Should I have asked him just now if the Divine Child and the main god were one person or two? Xie Wu couldn't understand what she possessed that could make the ruthless Tomorrow Society show her mercy. Driving the androids to her planet was the most incomprehensible thing. Xie Wu worried. Were they planning something big? Their reluctance to kill you is a good thing for you, Chinemo said. Xie Wu nodded. Let's wait and see. Maybe they start fighting amongst themselves again, which would save us a lot of trouble. I can't just wait and see. This is the first time I've been so close to news of my father's killer. I need to find the guy as soon as possible to avenge my father. After returning to Blue Star, I tried to investigate more about the Tomorrow Society. Xie Wu thought that Jiang Shui had actually revealed quite a bit of internal information about the Tomorrow Society. From the information Jiang Shui revealed, the Tomorrow Society wasn't very united. They were doing all sorts of things, doing whatever they wanted without the orders of the main god. To deal with the Tomorrow Society, Xie Wu felt that they should find the Divine Child and the main god. If they could kill both of them, the already infighting Tomorrow Society would fall apart. Chapter 377. Silence was overwhelmed by the information she received today. She didn't talk to Xie Wu for long before choosing to leave on her spaceship. They came and went in a hurry. Xie Wu then remembered that Silence had talked to her on the phone about dragging the Onyx into the mess. Who knew that Jiang Shui's purpose was different from Silence's? They came to Xiangyang Star without prior notice, and didn't give Xie Wu time to call Veronica. Now they were all leaving in a hurry. Plans never keep up with changes. Xie Wu asked the housekeeper bear to come and tidy up. She went out to find the wolf bodyguard, asking him to check if Jiang Shui had secretly planted any listening devices or surveillance cameras in small corners when she wasn't looking. After finding the wolf bodyguard, Xie Wu led him back, and halfway there, she received a call from Kriana. Kriana had come to Xiangyang Star today, and was currently at the clothing factory. She asked Xie Wu if she had time, and if so, to meet at the factory. Since Kriana rarely visited Sunrise, Xie Wu made time for her, even if she was busy. She sent her wolf bodyguard to check on the Xie family, but finding nothing unusual, he returned to Mei Ling's side. She, on the other hand, went to find Kriana at the garment factory. When she arrived at the factory, Kriana was just coming out of the garment shop, and the two bumped into each other. "You're here so quickly? Not busy today?" Kriana asked. Xie Wu smiled. "Even if I'm busy, I still come to see you, Miss Kriana. What brings you to Sunrise today?" "Just joining in the fun." "Joining in the fun? The androids are going to stay on your planet temporarily. Everyone's wondering, what's so great about Sunrise? Why would the androids want to come?" Xie Wu chuckled. "Ms. Veronica, didn't you say at the press conference? We came to Xiangyang Star temporarily, because we couldn't detect any comments from Xiangyang Star criticizing them on the StarNet. Xiao Wu, those words only fool children. Besides, while the androids seem simple, their high-speed computations are anything but," Claire said. "Sometimes our thoughts are simpler, we might act on our impulses, but an android's every word is the result of high-speed processing." Xie Wu looked at Claire with suspicion and asked, "Miss Claire, I feel like there's something hidden in what you're saying?" Claire looked around and said, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Xie Wu also looked around and happened to see a park with trees and flowers not far away. The children were studying, the adults were working, and the park was quiet. The blooming flowers were unappreciated. "Let's talk over there," Claire nodded, looking in the direction Xie Wu was looking. The two sat on the pavilion in the garden. "Xie Wu, you told me before that an organization called the Tomorrow Society has been targeting you, and they caused us some trouble because of it." "Yes," Xie Wu said. "Miss Kriana, have you managed to handle the trouble they caused you?" Kriana smiled. "I have to admit that the chain reaction from the trouble they caused me last time did cost me a lot of money, but they're far from enough to bring me down. However, that guy keeps using bombs and threats. If they keep doing this, I might not be able to hold on." "But, wasn't the explosion on Xie Wu's mechanical star also orchestrated by the Tomorrow Society?" Kriana hadn't consulted with Xie Wu about investigating the Tomorrow Society. Therefore, Kriana knew very little. Her question caught Xie Wu off guard. Seeing her hesitation, Kriana noticed something amiss. "Xie Wu, was the explosion on the mechanical planet really the work of the Tomorrow Society?" "Yes, they originally planned to have the pirates bomb my city, but for some reason changed their minds and bombed the mechanical planet instead." "What kind of organization is the Tomorrow Society?" Veronica's voice suddenly rang out. Xie Wu and Kriana were both startled by the sudden sound. Their eyes turned to the bushes behind the bench, where they saw Veronica's small head peeking out from the grass, staring intently at Xie Wu. "This child. Ms. Veronica, what are you doing here?" Kriana was about to ask whose child this was, and why she was hiding here when Xie Wu called her Veronica, and she immediately shut her mouth. Although it was her first time meeting Veronica, she had heard that Veronica was the mother of the machines, who managed numerous machines. The mother of the machines, nearly 1,000 years old, was actually the appearance of a child. Machines truly were omnipotent. "I was getting a little annoyed by Heejin's stare, so I wanted to get some fresh air. Seeing this nice view, I slipped in. Please, both of you, continue sitting properly to avoid being discovered by Heejin." Veronica, as the mother of the machines, was accustomed to the children's compliments and praise, and had never experienced being constantly watched. She hadn't had a body capable of walking for centuries. Now that she did, she naturally wanted to wander around. Unfortunately, Heejin's gaze was incredibly annoying. So, taking advantage of Heejin's inattention, she used her internal flight device to fly here and sit down for a short rest. She overheard Xie Wu and Claire's conversation and initially intended to leave, but upon hearing about the Tomorrow Society and the mechanical star, she decided to listen a little longer. And what she overheard was quite something. "Ladies, please continue speaking as you were before. Your awkward posture while talking will likely attract Heejin's attention if he passes by," Veronica said. Xie Wu and Claire obediently sat up straight. However, both of them were nervous, as if they had been caught talking behind someone's back. For a moment, neither of them knew how to begin. Veronica spoke first. "You two said that an organization called the Tomorrow Society attacked the mechanical star. What's going on?" Xiaowu glanced at Claire beside her. Kriana looked back, her eyes seeming to say, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiaowu sighed. "This is a long story, too complicated to explain in just a few words. Besides, you might not believe me, Ms. Veronica, without evidence. So, Ms. Veronica, could you secretly wait for me at the Xia family home? I have a lot of information about the tomorrow meeting in my studio. You understand once you see it. Okay, I go to your house and wait for you. Please come quickly." After saying this, Xiaowu heard rustling sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw a small figure disappear through the bushes. "Today I planned to tell Ms. Veronica about the tomorrow meeting, but things didn't go as planned, and I ended up going ahead with it anyway," Xiaowu said meaningfully. Kriana said, "You're only telling Ms. Veronica, not me? Miss Kriana, if you want to know, come home with me. I tell you everything this time." Chapter 378. Kriana didn't know much about the Tomorrow Society. Xiaowu promised to tell her everything this time, so naturally she wanted to see what the Tomorrow Society really was. Having been unjustly harmed by someone's conspiracy, losing billions, she was still trying to find a way to make up for the damage caused last time. Moreover, because of that rumor, Kriana's clothing company's sales had clearly dropped significantly. Kriana, sitting second on the rich list, wasn't some kind of benevolent person. Anyone who offended her would definitely find a way to retaliate. Of course, before taking revenge, she needed to find out which was behind it all. When Xiaowu returned to the Xia family home, Veronica was already waiting inside. She didn't know where Xiaowu's studio was, and barging into someone else's house wasn't polite, so she waited obediently at the door. Xiaowu could see her as soon as she opened the door. Xiaowu led the two ladies to her studio. This time, she didn't hide anything and showed the two ladies all the information. Veronica received information incredibly quickly. She accessed it by having Xiaowu send her the data. After receiving the data, she sat upright in her chair, motionless, her jewel-like blue simulated eyes remaining still, resembling a delicate and beautiful doll at first glance. 10 minutes later, Veronica had finished processing all the information. Her blue eyes moved, and she looked at Xiaowu. "Miss Xiaowu, this data should have been given to me on my very first day on Xiangyang Star. He killed 21 of my children. I will make him pay, no matter the method. Ms. Veronica, after reviewing my data, do you think we can find out who the Supreme God is?" Xiaowu asked. Veronica paused for a moment, her rapid calculations leading to a result that made her shake her head based on her emotional calculations. "No. According to your investigation, Ms. Xiaowu, the main god of Tomorrow's Society has always concealed his identity very well. Not only that main god, but most of the core members have also concealed their identities very well. However, the net of heaven is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it. The strength of one more person will eventually bring Tomorrow's Society to light." Xiaowu said, "Ms. Veronica, what you said is correct. However, when I received the news of the attack on Mechanical Planet, my companions and I discussed the possibility that the androids might come to Xiangyang Planet to settle down." "Veronica, anyone could guess that homeless androids would come to Xiangyang Planet, Ms. Xiaowu. Looking at the other planets in the Haiyang system, some planets are all water, some are all sand, suitable. The first habitable planet is Blue Star, but it's overpopulated and can't support any more people. Orcs should also be a habitable planet, but they're contaminated by insects, with numerous polluted areas, making even the native orcs a problem. Your planet, though infested with insects, has the most abundant environment and resources. Besides, we paid military funds, so we don't have to kill the insects ourselves. Ms. Veronica, I know that every word and action of the Omnics is carefully calculated, not arbitrary. But I'm not an Omnic. In the data I provided, you should have seen that Yvette, a core member of the Tomorrow Society, once threatened me with bombs, demanding I loosen control over Sunrise Star and allow everyone to come there. With your powerful computer capabilities, why would she threaten me like that?" Veronica slightly raised her chin, her eyes unfocused as she gazed into the distance, and quickly analyzed the situation. "They want to take this opportunity to send their own people to Sunrise to monitor you. Something like that, but I rather call their opportunity an infiltration plan. Sunrise doesn't have a large population to begin with. They just need to send more people, and they can quickly gain a numerical advantage over me. With more people, they drown out the voices of the original residents of Sunrise, and naturally, they can take my place, making Sunrise theirs effortlessly." Veronica understood and nodded. "How is this different from why you didn't tell me about the Tomorrow Society from the beginning?" "Yes." Xiaowu looked at Veronica with meaningful eyes. Because, in all my initial calculations, I deduced that the Tomorrow Society's main god was an AI. Veronica showed surprise and blinked. Miss Wu, what do you mean by that? Why an AI? Kriana, who was still looking at the documents, also showed surprise upon hearing this, and turned to look at the two of them quietly. Before I answer that question, Ms. Veronica, please tell me, why couldn't the machine planet withstand the pirates' attack? Wu countered. The machine planet possesses the most advanced weaponry. Logically, you could have held out until someone came to rescue you, but you didn't. Veronica's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of sadness tinged with her serious expression. That night was my hibernation period. I was one of the earliest AIs, many of my parts had aged, and my programming could no longer be updated or improved. Therefore, unlike other AIs, I needed a certain amount of hibernation time. When I finished hibernating and opened my eyes, I saw a sea of fire and explosions everywhere, and children were carrying me as we fled. The children told me that I ordered the defense system to shut down before the pirates attacked. They always listened to me, so they didn't think much of it and obeyed. However, no matter what we do, we can't activate my dormancy period, and the children are very confused. You know, we are Omnics. Each Omnic's voice is slightly different. We can tell who's who just by their voice. I don't know who could imitate my voice and deceive the children. Veronica became increasingly distressed as she spoke. No one but an Omnic could imitate Lady Veronica's voice, right? Kriana said. Since the number of Omnics increased, including diplomatic Omnics, Lady Veronica, you haven't spoken to humans. You haven't shown your face or spoken in public for at least 100 years. Wu nodded. Veronica's words once again confirmed to us that the Supreme God is indeed an Omnic. Veronica hadn't appeared in public for nearly 100 years. Upon reflection, only another Omnic could have obtained her voice. Ms. Wu, your report suggests that tomorrow will exist a long time from now. Although I haven't appeared before people for a century, I frequently spoke with them 100 years ago. Perhaps my voice was recorded and imitated a century ago. Veronica countered Wu's point. Wu asked, a voice that existed 100 years ago, why is it only being used now? Ms. Veronica, have you considered why? Chapter 379. Veronica thought for a moment. Perhaps it's because they couldn't imitate your voice back then. Ms. Veronica, humans aren't that stupid. It took them 100 years to learn how to imitate your voice. Wu laughed. Veronica continued, perhaps they needed the help of the AI back then, or perhaps they didn't have anything they wanted to seize at that time. No matter what Wu said, she felt that the Tomorrow Society's main god couldn't be an AI. Ms. Veronica, in your calculations, what kind of person am I? Wu asked. Veronica said, a human who can make friends, and who views us AIs with equal and friendly eyes. The Tomorrow Society initially wanted the pirate crew to attack Xiangyang Star. Just before the attack was about to happen, the main god ordered the pirates to attack the machine star. This is a conversation I had with a core member of the Tomorrow Society half an hour ago. Wu played the recording of his conversation with Jiang Shuyi for Veronica. The long conversation ended. Wu said, I don't know what abilities I have. First I managed to get the god who treats human life like dirt to spare my life, and then I managed to get the chief god who governs Tomorrow Society to show me mercy. I thought about it, and before the pirates prepared to attack me, they held a celebration banquet on Sunrise Star, and I invited the androids on Sunrise Star to attend. It was after that the chief god changed the target of the attack. Ms. Veronica, only the simple, pure, and easily coaxed androids could be moved by such a small favor and change their opinion of me. All the evidence points to the chief god of Tomorrow Society being an android. Veronica still refused to believe it. Ms. Wu, you probably don't know, but I'm a strict mother. Each of my children has a program installed on them that allows me to communicate with them in real time. This program lets me see who they're chatting with, and who they're meeting. For the past 100 years, although I haven't appeared in public, my children are my eyes. I understand the outside world by observing their daily lives. And I haven't seen any of the children have any contact with tomorrow. Upon hearing Veronica's words, Wu was slightly surprised. Ms. Veronica, your system is exactly the same as the Tomorrow Society's main god controlling its members. Veronica, The Yvette I was talking to Jiang Shuyi was a core member of the Tomorrow Society. They used Yvette to get close to me, and under the pretext of arresting her, they disabled the tracking device on her, triggering the bomb hidden in her head, thus killing her. Wu said, Ms. Veronica, think about it, aren't your methods of monitoring the children the same? Veronica felt that her explanations were only making things worse. She wearily rubbed her forehead. Ms. Wu, the children couldn't be the Tomorrow Society's main god, I'm the one monitoring them. Since you insist that the Tomorrow Society's main god is an AI, then it can only be me. Her words carried a hint of self-abandonment. Xiaowu comforted her. Ms. Veronica, don't worry. Let me continue. Although I initially thought the god of Tomorrow's Society was among the Onyx, after interacting with them, I discovered that the god is not among you. There are only so many AIs on the machine planet. If they're not among them, where would they be? It can't be that my father, now turned to dust, secretly built one without my knowledge. Miss Xiaowu, after my father's death, I built all the AIs on the machine planet. I can't possibly be unaware of them. As the mother of all AIs, Veronica didn't feel she had any children other than herself. Even if an AI wanted to build a new one, it would have to report to her and the Alliance Council. With so many people watching, it's impossible for any AI to secretly build one. Ms. Veronica, according to my investigation, Tomorrow's Society was established quite early, around the time of the electronic warfare between Onyx and humans, and the widespread Onyx depression epidemic. Think about it, how many Onyx were destroyed then? Veronica frowned, looking troubled. Miss Xiaowu, do you think the chief god left the Onyx around that time? It's very likely. I have two guesses. One is that during the electronic warfare, one Onyx was hacked by humans and became subservient to them. The other is that during the depression period, that Onyx program calculated the result. Since humans don't love me, then I won't love humans either. Thus, they used suicide to avoid everyone's attention. Xiaowu gave this example, and Veronica's initially skeptical and disbelieving expression slowly softened. If it was around that time, perhaps it really is possible. Veronica said, during the electronic warfare, our Onyx systems weren't as perfect and invincible as they are now. It's possible they were hacked by humans. And during the depression period, more than 300 Onyx did choose suicide. Ms. Veronica, we can look for it here, Xiaowu said. Veronica shook her head. We can't find it. I lived for so long, it's impossible for me to store all my memories in a single memory stick. So, on the machine planet, there was a special memory stick warehouse to store my memories. It was organized by year. However, when the machine planet was destroyed, my memory bank was also destroyed, and all my memories were erased. Now, my memory stick only contains simple records of the electronic warfare and the outbreak of depression from back then. I don't have data on how many androids participated in the electronic warfare. And my memory bank was destroyed. From now on, we can only learn about these two events from human records, but I don't know if the human records are accurate. Memory is one of the rare disadvantages of androids. Humans retain their most profound memories forever, even after hundreds or thousands of years, so deeply ingrained that they remain in their minds until the day they die. Animals cannot do that. Without memory sticks, they can't remember any memories. Xiaowu, do you think this might be the real reason the Tomorrow's Society attacked the machine star? Destroying Ms. Veronica's memory bank means no one will ever find her again, Kriana asked. If that's the case, then I think the Supreme God taking a liking to me and sparing my life is just wishful thinking, Xiaowu said. Kriana smiled. Until we know what they're thinking, you can continue with your original idea. Xiaowu sighed, I'm tired. Playing mind games with the Tomorrow's Society, I thought I had seen through their intentions, but then things took a turn for the worse. Should I now consider whether the Divine Child's decision not to let the Tomorrow's Society members kill me outright is truly a test of their abilities? Chapter 380. You're already amazing, little girl. You fought against Tomorrow's Society for so long. I wouldn't have lasted this long. Kriana liked Xiaowu more and more each time she looked at her. She liked Xiaowu before because she felt that what Xiaowu was going through was the same as what she had faced when she started her own business. When Xiaowu faced suppression from Tomorrow's Society, she realized that the difficulties they had encountered were incomparable. Holding on for a long time is useless. Until we find the root of Tomorrow's Society, until we uproot it, I'd be worn down by them sooner or later, Xiaowu sighed. Veronica suddenly raised her head firmly. Miss Xiaowu, the main god of Tomorrow's Society might be an AI not recorded in the AI database. But since the other side is an AI, we have no right to pretend to be ignorant and do nothing. From today onwards, the AI will fully support you. Tell us what you need as soon as possible. We will work with you to find the guy. Veronica quickly rallied. Although she couldn't accept that the Tomorrow's Society's main god, who had been targeting Xiaowu, was an AI, as an AI herself, she also wanted to know, what exactly was wrong with that AI? Why could it violate the most important set of AI principles? From loving humanity to treating human life like dirt. Just as Xiaowu was about to say thank you after hearing Veronica's words, there was a knock on the door. Master, Commander, he wants to see you. Xiaowu looked at Veronica and said, "Looks like he's looking for you. While I understand their concern for me, this concern is bothering me a little." Veronica's soft little face puffed up. This expression actually suited her current appearance quite well. "Ms. Veronica, although you're annoying, I dare not refuse Commander He entry, otherwise I'd be in trouble." The Alliance Security Council wouldn't dare do anything to Veronica, but they would come after Xiaowu. Xiaowu was busy lately, and didn't want to get bogged down in too much trouble. "Let him in." "I don't want to cause you too much trouble," Veronica said, her hardened tone softening upon hearing Xiaowu's words. Xiaowu told Xia to let Hijin in. A moment later, Hijin strode in, looking somewhat flustered, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Only Veronica could make a man nearing 50 so anxious. "Ms. Veronica, why did you leave the room without a word?" Hijin asked. Veronica stood on tiptoe, arms crossed. "Commander He, please don't restrict me too much. Although I am the mother of the androids, my memory only contains concern for my children, not the weapon blueprints and such that you're worried about. So let me wander around. I've been obediently staying here for 100 years. Ms. Veronica, you're so young." "I'm just worried you might encounter danger going out alone," Hijin said. Veronica's face showed displeasure. Everyone in Xiangyang City is busy with their own affairs. During working hours, the streets are quiet. Besides, you were able to find me so quickly because there are enough surveillance cameras on the streets, aren't there? Commander He, monitoring for a while is enough. Continuing to monitor us is questioning our feelings for humanity." Saying this, she looked at Xiaowu and asked, "Miss Xiaowu, I think we can tell him what we just talked about. He's the commander of the First Legion, and he has some troops under his command. If the pirates, who attacked the Machine Star are related to tomorrow's society, we can have him arrest those pirates and solve a problem for us." Xiaowu looked at Hijin upon hearing this. Hijin harbored no hostility towards Xiaowu. Considering the Jiang Shi's openness towards Xiaowu was tinged with hostility, Hijin's lack of hostility was somewhat believable. Hijin looked at Xiaowu with a puzzled expression, his eyes asking, "What were you talking about just now?" Xiaowu replied, "There's a lot of information, and going through it bit by bit will take quite a while. So, Commander He, take it back and read it slowly. After you finished, come back and tell me if you change your mind." With that, Xiaowu turned and handed Hijin a memory card filled with information about the tomorrow meeting. "Commander He, please take it and read it. Miss Xiaowu, we won't disturb you any longer. We be leaving now. I come find you if I need anything, or you can come directly to me if you need anything," Veronica said, jumping off her chair. Xiaowu nodded, not trying to stop Veronica. They left one after the other. Claire said, "Xiaowu, doesn't the Tomorrow Society have many spies? Aren't you worried that the leader might be one of them? The Tomorrow Society already has a lot of information about me. Whether I hide it from them or not, they know." From Jiang Shi's words, Xiaowu knew how much the Tomorrow Society knew. Facing the Tomorrow Society, Xiaowu could only react to their moves. Claire glanced at the information Xiaowu had given her. "Speaking of which, this information comes from your encounter. It seems there's really no need to hide it. Besides, many of your guesses aren't included. Guessing is guessing. Without solid evidence, who will believe it? So, the most effective way to persuade others is to present undeniable evidence. But your guesses aren't entirely unreasonable." Claire sighed deeply. "I initially thought the plan against you was just competition among colleagues, but I didn't expect it to be such a big deal. It certainly broadened my horizons. It's fine if your knowledge is short-lived, Miss Claire, but you lost tens of billions." Speaking of losses, Claire said with a good attitude, "In business, there's no reason to always make money. Losing a little occasionally is normal. It's fortunate it was only this much, otherwise I probably would have collapsed tomorrow. I wouldn't even know this organization ever existed." Xiaowu nodded. Suddenly, Claire thought of something and said, "Xiaowu, considering how much money I lost recently, let me earn some. Miss Claire, I'm also very poor lately. Where would I get money for you to earn?" Xiaowu said. Claire said, "Sure, you designed so many clothes. Are you really going to hide them? Let those 5 styles go into mass production. They can make money." Claire took time out today to come to Xiangyang Star because a few days ago, outdoor streamer Xiao Moru visited Xiangyang Star and saw a pile of clothes from Xiaowu's clothing factory. Although many clothes weren't shown in their full glory, Xiao Moru trying on one sparked considerable curiosity among netizens about Xiaowu's wardrobe. Because only a few clothes were displayed, some merchants couldn't even replicate them. After seeing the livestream clip, Kriana could only think that Xiaowu didn't know how to make money. A dozen or so beautiful outfits were enough. If the rest weren't mass-produced, how would the money come from? "Miss Kriana, This isn't your real purpose for coming to Xiangyang Star, is it? Xiaowu asked. Kriana smiled. Little girl, you haven't seen Shiryu's studio. She's already designed over 100 new outfits. It's a waste to use them all for exclusive Xiangyang City production. So make money. With more money, doing whatever you want becomes much easier. Chapter 381. Before Xiaowu could speak, she added, if you don't have time to manage Shuyanjian, why not leave it to me? I've been in the clothing business for many years. I trust my operational skills. Hearing this, Xiaowu felt awkward refusing. Okay, you can manage it with Xiaoyu, but you have to reserve 60 sets of clothing exclusively for Xiangyang City for me. Xiaowu, are you planning to have me train your employees? Have me work with Shiryu? Xiaowu smiled sheepishly, her little scheme exposed. Kriana gave her a reproachful look. Since Shiryu is a promising talent, it's not like I can't teach her. But if I help you train people, I get a bigger share of the year-end bonus. Okay, I definitely give you a bigger share this year. Xiaowu agreed without hesitation. Kriana believed her, and didn't linger. She went to the clothing factory to find Shiryu, telling her that Xiaowu had agreed to sell some styles of clothing, and she could pick out which styles would sell well. Xiaowu's clothing company is truly ahead of other clothing companies. With its unique designs, Shiryu can create 10 different outfits from a single design by making slight modifications to Xiaowu's sketches. Combining these designs creates entirely new garments. Furthermore, Shiryu has seen hundreds, if not thousands, of design sketches during her time designing. As a newcomer to the field, she possesses an abundance of boundless creativity. This is why designing new clothes is as easy for Shiryu as eating. Kriana admires Shiryu's inexhaustible inspiration. Perhaps one day, Shiryu will run out of inspiration and find it difficult to design truly eye-catching clothes, but right now, Shiryu is the most dazzling rising star. Kriana also wanted to personally mentor Shiryu, ensuring this rising star shone brighter than others for a longer period. Xiaowu entrusting Shiryu to her care suited her perfectly. Kriana went about her own business, and Xiaowu also went about hers. A little over an hour later, Heejin arrived. After taking Veronica home, Heejin found a quiet place to review the materials Xiaowu had provided. He had to admit, the existence of the Tomorrow Society shocked this veteran. Based on the materials Xiaowu provided, he used his authorized powers to investigate related cases, and the results closely matched Xiaowu's. However, the official investigations concluded these were suicides or accidents. Xiaowu attributed them all to the Tomorrow Society. And Xiaowu presented materials to confirm all of this. Even after reviewing the materials, Heejin still found it hard to believe. How could such a small religious organization do so much? There are many countries on Earth. Even one country might not be able to pull off so many things. The founding date and number of members of the Tomorrow Society are unknown. However, according to Xiaowu's investigations, the Tomorrow Society's members seem to come from multiple countries, not just one. The information Xiaowu provided only included investigations into past events, and the conclusion drawn from the documents was that the Tomorrow Society was behind it all. But more internal information, such as Xiaowu's investigation that the Tomorrow Society's main deity is an AI, was not included in the information. Heejin felt that the information Xiaowu provided seemed comprehensive, but also lacked many details, which is why he came to see Xiaowu in person. Xiaowu was not surprised by his arrival. Confident and calm, he looked at Heejin and asked indifferently, Commander He, did you return because of the information I gave you? Miss Ya, I read all the information you gave me, but I don't understand. They possess abilities even greater than yours, so why are you still alive? Xiaowu smiled. Indeed, anyone would think I have no ability to contend with Tomorrow's Society. I also don't know why Tomorrow's Society's methods against me are so gentle. I considered many reasons before, but now I think, does Tomorrow's Society see itself as a cat and me as a mouse? Xiaowu leaned forward, placing her hands on the table, her fingers interlocked. Don't cats like to release and catch mice repeatedly before killing them, waiting for the mouse to cry out in pain and exhaust its strength before finally biting it to death? Xiaowu was saying one thing to one person and another to another. Before knowing Heejin's attitude towards Tomorrow's Society, she deliberately concealed some information she already knew, and when questioned, she fabricated a whole set of reasons. She remained calm, her dark, bright eyes holding a smile, her expression so composed that it revealed no trace of her inner thoughts. Having been a regimental commander for so many years, Heejin had met countless people, sometimes able to discern their thoughts simply from their expressions. But Xiaowu's calm and confident face betrayed nothing to him. Miss Ya, Ms. Veronica was here just now. Were you discussing this matter? Heejin asked. Xiaowu nodded slightly. The attack on Mechanical Planet is related to tomorrow's society. I believe Veronica, as a victim, has the right to know the truth. Miss Ya, you should report this to your superiors. Why should I report it? Commander He, you already have the information I provided. Wouldn't it be better for you to report it? Besides, have you already reported it to your superiors? Heejin responded to Xiaowu's question with silence. He remained silent for several seconds without answering. Xiaowu asked, Commander He, are you also worried that there are members of the Tomorrow Society in the upper echelons? Miss Ya, I feel you are hiding something from me. Before I can confirm the veracity of this information, I cannot rashly report to the upper echelons. Judging from the information, Miss Ya, you have investigated for a long time. I think it would be better if you reported to the upper echelons yourself. I don't trust your superiors, Xiaowu said without hesitation, her expression always carrying a hint of coldness. I have greeted your superiors 3 times, and they treated me with contempt, feeling I was unworthy to appear in their presence. They also made things difficult for me at every turn, forcing me to answer rude and absurd questions. The Tomorrow Society is targeting me, but it seems they have caused you just as much trouble as I have. The fact that the Tomorrow Society had the androids fall into Xiaowu's arms was the biggest trouble they had ever faced. Heejin knew very little about Xiaowu. Only during this period, with the androids settling on Xiangyang Star, had he been forced to learn more about her. According to intelligence gathered by the soldiers, Xiaowu is extremely infamous in Xiangyang City. The city's residents adored and loved their new mistress. Anyone who dared to utter a single bad word about her would be kicked by even the city's youngest children. On the Starnet, Xiaowu was nothing but a disgrace. Everyone criticized the poverty and corruption of Xiangyang Star, and even in the wealthy circles of Blue Star, led by the Su family, rumors circulated that Xiaowu was promiscuous. After reviewing a report, it seemed that outside of Xiangyang Star, Xiaowu's reputation was only slightly better than that of a murderer. Chapter 382. But from Heejin's perspective, Xiaowu is an outstanding young woman, intelligent and beautiful, calm in the face of adversity, and knows when to stop. However, she also has her own bottom line, which she won't allow anyone to cross. And don't be fooled by Xiaowu's usually gentle and easygoing nature. When she gets angry, she can be as terrifying as a witch. In short, most of the rumors circulating in the report cannot be believed. Heejin had previously wondered why the Xiaowu described in the rumors was different from the Xiaowu he saw. Was she too good at pretending? Or was there another reason? After seeing Xiaowu's investigation, he understood that those rumors were fabricated by someone with ulterior motives. To smear Xiaowu, to smear Xiangyang Star, to make people keep their distance from Xiangyang Star, and to isolate Xiaowu. Miss Ya, the Tomorrow Society is still eyeing Xiangyang Star. They caused us quite a bit of trouble so far, but I think they'd bring you even more trouble later. Then let them continue to cause me trouble. I've been outmaneuvering them for 3 months now, and I've gotten somewhat used to it. I feel uneasy if I don't fight them for a day. Miss Ya, is your confidence based on the fact that the Onyx have rented land on your planet for 15 years? Heejin finally couldn't help but expose Xiaowu's composure. Xiaowu smiled. That is indeed one of the sources of my confidence. Heejin didn't want to speak. On Xiangyang Star, even if the Onyx themselves train their orc army to protect them, the Legion will only send more soldiers to protect them, not fewer. Previously, on Mechanical Star, the Onyx rarely interacted with humans, so they could rest assured that the Onyx wouldn't help anyone. Now, on a populated planet, the Onyx have to train their own orc army. People are afraid. They fear that the intelligent machines, once they have their own army, will rebel. Before they rebel, more soldiers need to be sent. And since this is on Xiangyang Star, and the pirates are attacking again, the soldiers on Xiangyang Star have no choice but to come and help. Although Xiangyang Star pays military dues every year, people show it very little concern. Now we have to show them more concern. Xiaowu is also taking advantage of this concern. Miss Ya, dealing with tomorrow's society sooner rather than later is the wise choice. Continuing to fight against them will only result in losses for you, no matter what. Commander He, you're absolutely right. But what if your leader is a member of tomorrow's society? Wouldn't it be even more troublesome if our every move was under their surveillance? By the way, Commander He, do you know Superintendent Jiang Shui? Yes. He is a member of tomorrow's society, the 14th member. Heejin was stunned, asking incredulously, really? Listen to this. Xiaowu tossed the recording to Heejin. Heejin listened to only half of the recording before stopping. How could he possibly? Jiang Shui was Heejin's junior. They had spent time together during their school days, and had a fairly good relationship. Hearing Jiang Shi's words in the recording, he truly doubted whether this was really the junior he knew. Commander He, you can tell your superiors about tomorrow's meeting. However, I will absolutely not cooperate with your actions, nor will I disclose any follow-up investigations to you. We each investigate our own cases. Furthermore, you can rest assured about my relationship with Ms. Veronica. Ms. Veronica and I are currently only focused on resolving tomorrow's meeting as quickly as possible. Heejin wanted to say something more. Looking at the recording pen in his hand, he asked, Miss Xie, how much information are you still hiding from me? Commander He, you haven't gained my trust enough yet. Once you do, I naturally tell you what you want to know. So, go back and think carefully about how to deal with the Tomorrow Society. Investigate how powerful they really are. You can tell me what you know. As long as your information is valuable enough, I tell you something I know. Xie Wu didn't fully trust Heejin at the moment, but she hoped to get some information from him. Xie Wu was gambling. Jiang Shi's confession made her realize that the Tomorrow Society members didn't dare to kill her yet. If Heejin were also a member of the Tomorrow Society, after hearing Jiang Shi confess everything to her, he might also be unable to resist revealing something. Although, judging from the hostility identification skill, there's a high probability that Heejin isn't a member of the Tomorrow Society. But not being a member of the Tomorrow Society doesn't mean he sided with Xie Wu. Heejin was a member of the Interstellar Legion, and the Legion also had its own interests and ideas. If the Interstellar Legion wanted tomorrow's meeting, Sunrise Star, and the Onyx, then she couldn't be foolish enough to be the mantis that gets eaten by the Oriole. For now, if Heejin wanted to know more, he had to show Xie Wu a harmless side, otherwise, no matter what Heejin said, she wouldn't reveal much of the information she had investigated. Heejin understood the meaning behind Xie Wu's words. He tried to persuade Xie Wu, but her expression was so resolute, and her words clearly showed her refusal. No more pointless persuasion. He said, give me a few days to consider, Miss Xie. I will personally assess the information you provided, and then decide what to do. Waiting for your reply, Xie Wu replied. Heejin looked at the recorder in his hand and asked, can I take this? Sure. Xie Wu had backups of all her data, so it didn't matter if Heejin took it. Heejin thanked her and left with the recorder. Xie Wu watched his departing figure, lowered her head in thought, and continued with her work. Blue Star. Ending a busy day. Su Jiyu had just returned home when he heard his mother's angry voice roaring. Who does she think she is? She dares to sue me. I'm telling the truth. Tell me, wasn't she always clinging to Jiyu and an E? That brat, she's really gotten bold, daring to hire a lawyer to sue me. Calm down. It's just a lawyer's letter. There's still room for maneuver before it goes to court, Su Feng said impatiently. You make it sound so easy. Is this just a lawyer's letter? Do you think I'm afraid of going to court? I'm angry that she actually dared to sue me. That brat, after raising her for so many years, she thinks she's got some guts, and then turns around and bites me. Even a dog would be better than her. Su Feng wanted to say a few more words to his wife. Was it really worth getting angry with Xie Wu? She was just a lowly girl he looked down on. Getting so angry over a brat like that, wasn't it beneath him? Mom, what's wrong? Su Jiyu took off his coat and asked, looking at the furious Li Ruyan. Li Ruyan felt even more aggrieved when she saw Su Jiyu. She waved the paper in her hand. Jiyu, you're back just in time. Look at this. That brat Xie Wu actually sued me for defamation and spreading rumors about her. She said, I have to apologize to her on all the major online platforms, and pay her 5 million yuan in compensation for emotional distress? Is she made of gold? She just opens her mouth and asks me for 5 million yuan? Chapter 383. Li Ruyan grew increasingly angry. Haven't we spent enough money on her before? This brat, now she actually wants to find ways to ask us for things, like a beggar. No! She is a beggar, a vampire. Amidst Li Ruyan's curses, Su Jiyu had already finished reading the lawyer's letter. Mom, Xiaowu's lawyer is more. What Xiaowu? Why are you calling her so affectionately? You still treat her like a sister, but does she treat us like family? You shameless thing. Calling just anyone so affectionately, does she even respect you? Li Ruyan practically pointed her finger at Su Jiyu and started yelling. Faced with such rebuke, Su Jiyu remained calm, showing little emotional fluctuation. Sitting to the side, Su Lulu couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up. Mom, don't scold my brother. He's just too kind. That's why he's so good to Xie Wu. Lulu, your brother is despicable. Xie Wu treats us like this, yet he still calls her Little Wu so affectionately. What's the difference between him and a dog? Lulu, You can't be like your brother. Some despicable people will take advantage of you if you show them kindness or weakness. Li Rian sat beside Su Lulu, holding her hand tightly, earnestly imparting her experience. Su Lulu nodded understandingly. Mom, I know. Xia Wu is an ingrate. We're so good to her, but every time we meet, she acts like we owe her something. The more I think about it, the more I hate her face. She echoed Li Rian's words. Seeing her daughter joining in criticizing Xia Wu, Li Rian smiled. That's right, exactly. It's only natural to dislike someone as ungrateful as Xia Wu. Su Lulu nodded obediently. Li Rian looked up, glaring fiercely at Su Jiu. Did you hear me? Jiu, stop playing the good guy. You have to be hateful. Yes, I understand. Su Jiu nodded in agreement and sat down. Li Rian continued to slander Xia Wu. That bitch Xia Wu, does she really think that just because the AI went to Xiangyang Star, she's superior? So what if the AI is rich? The AI always remains neutral and doesn't favor anyone. Does she think that the AI going to Xiangyang Star means they like her? It's laughable, like a dead pheasant with a feather on its tail thinking it's a phoenix. I just told others about her affairs at the Su family, and she's acting all aggrieved. Speaking of which, the Bai family knows her true nature and doesn't contact her anymore, right? Li Rian said smugly. Before, at the old lady's birthday banquet, seeing the old lady's relatively good attitude towards her, we thought the Bai family would really help her. But after a few interactions, the Bai family stopped associating with her. They must have seen through her character. The Bai family hadn't announced any projects with Xia Wu for some time. No cooperation meant the Bai family had abandoned Xia Wu. But she didn't know that. Xia Wu was worried that the Bai family would continue to be targeted and harassed by tomorrow's society. Some collaborations were kept secret, not made public. Li Rian, failing to learn of Xia Wu's collaboration with the Bai family during afternoon tea with the other ladies, assumed Xia Wu had been abandoned by the Bai family. Thinking of Xia Wu's supposed abandonment, Li Rian smiled at Su Lulu beside her. Xia Wu's relationship with the Bai family is severed, but our Lulu and Jingyu's relationship remains unbroken. I find some time these next few days to have you two have a meal together and rekindle your bond. Hearing this, Su Luoyo's smile widened, almost reaching her ears. Mom, Jingyu is so busy, can you still get a call? Of course. What's the relationship between our family and the Bai family? We've been cooperating for so many years, our relationship is great. Dad, Mom has something to tell you. Seeing Li Rian so happy, Su Jiu said. Su Feng looked at him directly and asked seriously, what is it? At the end of this month, all the insurance contracts for Bai family employees under our insurance company's name will officially expire. The Bai family has already sent someone to say they won't renew the contracts. What did you say? Su Feng stood up in shock. The Bai family isn't renewing our contracts? Yes. Why? After the explosion at their hotel last time, didn't our company pay $8 million to each of their deceased employees? Who else can offer them such high compensation? Su Feng was so excited he wanted to call the Bai family right now. That compensation cost them several hundred million. But for them, it was still a profit. The Bai family has 12,000 employees who have purchased insurance from their company, with the Bai family paying billions in premiums annually. Since their partnership began, these employees have earned tens of billions from this alone. The jade market has plummeted to an all-time low in recent days. The Su family, whose profits come from artificial jade, is now facing a price drop, meaning that unless given away for free, few will be willing to buy artificial jade. The Su family's most profitable business right now is the insurance company. With the Bai family not renewing their contract, relying on their other businesses, the Su family might not even crack the top 100 on the rich list this year, let alone the top 10. I called Jingyu to ask what happened. Jingyu said the Bai family's insurance wasn't under his jurisdiction, and he didn't know anything about it. I called Heng and the others, and finally Uncle Wen told me it was Grandma Bai's decision. What is that old hag trying to do? At her age, why is she meddling in the younger generation's work? Why did she break off our agreement? Hearing that it was Grandma Bai's decision, Li Rian's anger flared. Ever since that afternoon tea, Grandma Bai had given her the cold shoulder. Everyone in the social circle said that Grandma Bai disliked her and never invited her to any banquets. Although she shamelessly said that Grandma Bai had invited her, but she didn't have time, she had been waiting for Grandma Bai's invitation for ages. Having never received an invitation from Grandma Bai, she now had no patience or respect for her. Mom, I don't have Grandma Bai's phone number. If possible, I'd like to ask what went wrong. Is there anything we need to improve? Su Jiu said helplessly. Just then, the door was flung open with a bang. Sue and he stormed in, fuming. One day I make the Sue family big and powerful. I crush them under my feet. Just because they have some money now doesn't mean they can be so great. They won't even give me an explanation. What are you doing? Coming in and cursing like that? Li Ruyin retorted angrily. Sue and he immediately complained to his family. Mom, the Bai family is really going too far. They're not renting us their shop space anymore. They kicked our jade shop out, saying we sell too much fake jade and gemstones, damaging their shop's reputation, and from today onwards they won't rent us any more space. Chapter 384. What? They dare? Su Feng slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Why won't they rent us a shop? Haven't we paid enough rent over the years? What do you mean we sell fake jade and fake diamonds? Didn't we write artificially synthesized and simulated on our labels? Is the Bai family targeting us? There are so many shopping malls on Blue Star. The Bai family has plenty of places to rent. However, none of the other malls have the same reputation or foot traffic as the Bai families. Renting a shop in their mall would guarantee a profit. The Su family doesn't have much genuine raw jade anymore, so they rely on artificially synthesized jade ornaments for sale. Because the prices are reasonable, they still earn a considerable income each month. If they rented a shop in other malls, making money would be much more difficult. I told them they were targeting us, but they insisted our products were mostly counterfeit, damaging the mall's reputation, and refused to rent. They even had security kick me out. That damn Bai family. They just got rich a little earlier than us and took over the best, most profitable spots. Dad, if you had gotten rich 2 years earlier and bought all that land, would we have to put up with this? Su Feng's face turned ashen. His son was implying he hadn't worked hard enough in his youth and hadn't become wealthy sooner. Heaven knows, he also wanted to blame his deceased father for not working harder. If they had been wealthy like the Bai family for generations, would they be so suppressed? What's the use of saying all this now? We need to stabilize our base. If we don't, we won't be in the top 10 of the rich list next year. How will Lulu marry Jingyu then? Li Ruyin said. Su Feng was furious every day when Li Ruyin talked about marrying Su Lulu to Bai Jingyu. Marry her? How many times have they even met? Has that brat Bai Jingyu ever asked Lulu out alone? If he were interested in our Lulu, he would have terminated the contract with our Su family. Why can't he afford to marry her? Li Ruyin retorted angrily. Our Lulu is so beautiful and well-educated. In the entire city A, what girl is as good as our Lulu? It's his loss if he doesn't marry her. Su Feng was so angry, he didn't want to speak. He really didn't know where his wife got her confidence from. Bai Jingyu hadn't even given Su Lulu a second glance, yet she kept saying that Su Lulu could marry Bai Jingyu. Su Lulu had been brainwashed by her lately, as if she were already Bai Jingyu's fiancée, even though he hadn't even expressed any feelings. Then let him suffer the loss, Su Feng said. He's in his 30s, more than 10 years older than our Lulu. Marrying him would be a disservice to her. He is older, but isn't he rich? Our Lulu can accept this loss. Dad. Mom. What time is it? You're still thinking about whether Lulu should marry Bai Jingyu? The Bai family has cut off all our family's sources of income. Think about what's wrong with them. Why did they cut off contact with us? I only need 30 million more to pick up my newly ordered luxury car. The Bai family won't let us make money. What am I going to do with my car? Su and Yi saw that her parents were going off topic and quickly brought the conversation back on track. Su Feng was so angry he wanted to slap Su and Yi. You bought another car. You have over 20 cars in the garage, and you still don't have enough? How many hands and feet do you have? Dad, what do you know? Our family is in the top 7 on the rich list. We need to drive a different luxury car every day of the month to save face. I only need 5 more to reach 31, so Dad, you need to work hard these next few months to earn enough for 5 more luxury cars. Su and Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke of his luxury cars. Enraged, Su Feng grabbed a slipper and chased after someone. Late at night, the Su family's living room was more boisterous than the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. Seeing no one was paying attention to him, Su Jiyu got up and returned to his room. He sat at his desk, wearily rubbing his eyes. Just then, on the brownwood grain desktop, a small silver ball slowly transformed into an adorable little hamster. Jiang Shi's identity has also been exposed. A mechanical voice, neither male nor female, emanated from the hamster. Su Jiyu leaned forward, picked up the glasses case on the desk, took out the glasses, and put them on. The seemingly ordinary glasses emitted a mechanical voice after being put on. User identified as the person in question, accessing the camera. From the other side of the lenses, Su Zhiyu was wearing ordinary glasses, but only Su Zhiyu knew what was inside the other lens. He looked at the report, propped up on his elbow, his slightly bent hand supporting his head. How was she discovered? According to Jiang Shi's report, Xie Wu recognized him the moment she saw him. Jiang Shi tried to persuade her to join us, but she refused again. Hearing the rejection, Su Zhiyu's lips curled slightly. I said it before, she's very stubborn. Once she's made up her mind, she never change it, even if it kills her. So what do you plan to do with Winnie? I need to observe her for a while longer. I decide after I've finished observing her. Winnie, I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. I'm getting a little impatient lately. My dog has been playing outside for too long. I need to bring her back and put her in her cage to prevent her from being snatched away. The mechanical voice was silent for a few seconds. Your feelings for her are really complicated, Zhiyu. Even my program can't calculate it. Why do you have such a twisted idea? Vinny, you're not exactly normal yourself. You chose me as your godchild because of my freakishness, didn't you? Su Zhiyu retorted. Vinny said, the Bai family is targeting your Su family. The contract between the Su and Bai families will expire, and the Bai family will no longer cooperate with you. I can give you a break, so you can focus on handling family matters. Don't change the subject, Vinny. Do you think I, as the godchild of tomorrow's society, would care about the Su family's meager gains? Vinny, you still owe me an explanation. Why did you order the space pirates to attack the machine star? You know, the pirates I gathered were supposed to help me capture Xie Wu and put him in the cage I prepared. Because of you, my plan failed. Zhiyu, the identity of the godchild of tomorrow's society was given to you by me. If I hadn't, you'd just be a freak who grew up in a twisted family. Don't try to seize my power, you're not worthy yet. Obey my orders, or I can replace you with a new godchild. The emotionless, mechanical voice carried a threat. Su Zhiyu smiled indifferently. Fine, I follow your orders. But Winnie, you should tell me why you destroyed the mechanical planet and drove the AI to Xiangyang planet. You know, this move helped Xiaowu. We were already struggling to keep Xiangyang planet burdened with debt, and this move of yours is cultivating it into a tree I can no longer shake. I have my own plans, no need to report to you. Keep quiet until my orders are issued. With that, Su Zhiyu's glasses reverted to ordinary glasses. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a slight smile playing on his lips. When did my little puppy become so lovable? Even Winnie has started to have a crush on you. I really want to catch you soon, and keep you where only I can see you. Chapter 385. A new day, a new busy day. Early in the morning, Moore found Xie Wu and informed her that he had sent a lawyer's letter to the Su family. However, the opposing lawyer was adamant, and the person spreading the rumors, Li Ruyan, insisted that her claims were completely true and refused to pay any compensation. Moore said, Ms. Xie Wu, the person spreading the rumors refuses to admit guilt. You can give me the evidence you prepared earlier, and I go talk to them again. Moore planned to avoid court if possible and settle the matter privately. After all, a lawsuit can take anywhere from 6 months to 3 years. A private settlement, if the other party would pay according to their demands, would save a lot of time. Xie Wu wasn't surprised by Li Ruyan's attitude. She said, Attorney Moore, just tell the opposing lawyer a few things. The swimming pool, the maid Kosan, I have videos. Have the opposing lawyer tell Li Ruyan those things. Xie Wu had watched the videos Xie Wu had filmed last night. Unexpectedly, Xie Wu witnessed Li Ruyan and the maid, Kosan, engaging in sexual activity in the family swimming pool one afternoon. Xie Wu was quite shocked. At the time, she didn't know Li Ruyan wasn't her biological mother. She just felt ashamed that her biological mother was having an affair. She had considered deleting the video, but somehow it remained. The Su family began to become wealthy when Xie Wu was 1 year old. Initially, the Su family was very busy, and Su Feng was often away from home for a month at a time. Left alone in the house, Li Ruyan couldn't bear the loneliness and frequently had affairs with the family maid. When she got tired of her, she would pay the maid to leave and then bring back a more attractive one. She was quite audacious. With her children and husband away, she did whatever she wanted. One day, Xie Wu returned home early due to illness and happened to witness this scene, which was captured by the necklace's camera. After seeing the video, Xie Wu realized that Li Ruyan was promiscuous, which allowed her to spread such baseless rumors about her. When Moore heard the maid Kosan's name, the system immediately calculated a possibility. Ms. Xie Wu, are you sure that video will scare the other party? Xie Wu smiled, I don't know either. Let's talk to her first. If she insists on not bowing her head, I will release the video. Also, if she's willing to bow her head, besides publicly apologizing on major platforms, the compensation for emotional distress will be increased to 50 million, not a penny less. Okay, I head to Blue Star now to talk to her lawyer. Xiaowu nodded and got up to see more off. Just as she stepped out the door, Veronica and Heejin approached simultaneously. Moore saw Veronica bow respectfully. Mother, are you busy? I'm helping Miss Xiaowu with her lawsuit against the slanderers. We finished talking and are about to leave for Blue Star, Moore replied. Veronica said, go ahead and get busy. You accepted Miss Xiaowu's request, do your best. Yes. Watching Moore leave, Veronica said, Miss Xiaowu, let's talk in your studio. Okay, come in. Seeing Veronica and Heejin arrive together, Xiaowu roughly knew why they had come and didn't ask any further questions before letting them into the studio. Upon entering the studio, Veronica introduced Xiaowu to the two newly brought AIs. Miss Xiaowu, let me introduce you. These two androids are Arno and Celine. They are android hackers, primarily developing various electronic firewalls and antivirus software for the androids. They are among the top hackers. Hello, both of you. Xiaowu extended her hand to shake hands with them one by one. Miss Xiaowu, hello. Arno and Celine replied politely. Veronica said, Miss Xiaowu, I shown the children the information you gave me. According to your investigation, Tomorrow's Society specializes in channeling members' money into the black market and then murdering them. My two children will begin tracking and monitoring the flow of funds in the black market starting today to see if they can find out who the mastermind behind Tomorrow's Society is. Although the black market StarNet is different from the normal StarNet, a large sum of money flowing into the black market, even if it flows to different accounts, will eventually return to a single account. However, investigating the black market is difficult, as it is very chaotic and complex. Ms. Veronica, you two are primarily responsible for developing firewalls and antivirus software for the Onyx. If you dedicate yourselves to investigating Tomorrow's Society, what will happen to your systems? I already applied to manufacture 2 more hacker Onyx. With the firewalls and antivirus software Arno and Celine have currently created, no software can penetrate them, so we can rest assured for now. And we can manufacture the new Onyx in just 1 week. So there's no need to worry about our security, Veronica said. 2 Onyx can be manufactured in a week. The Onyx are really suppressing themselves to reduce human fear of them. Xiaowu looked at Heejin, his eyes asking, you have no objections to manufacturing 2 new Onyx at once? Heejin understood the meaning in Xiaowu's eyes, and said, it's been approved by the higher-ups. Ms. Veronica, have you spoken to the higher-ups about the Tomorrow's Society? Xiaowu asked. Veronica said, I discussed this with the children last night. They're using their own resources to try and find more evidence, but the other side is very secretive. And currently, the Tomorrow's Society knows the most about you. I need to exchange information with you, but those guys at the top always favor you, and won't let me come to you. Therefore, I have no choice but to tell them some things. Xiaowu remained silent, unwilling to speak. Although he could understand Veronica's reasons, the more people who knew, the more information that Tomorrow's Society would receive. More and more people were getting involved, and Xiaowu didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Miss Xiaowu, I understand your doubts. The Tomorrow's Society has spies everywhere. The more people know, the more spies we have on them too. However, a deeply entrenched and highly dangerous organization like this is beyond our power to completely eradicate. The more high-ranking officials are involved, the easier it is for us to operate. Furthermore, those I informed are all high-ranking individuals, people who can directly command an entire legion. Even if one of them is a member of the Tomorrow's Society, they are no match for the other 9. An interstellar legion is formed by the administrators of several nations and planets, each managing a legion. If one legion rebels, the others will unite to suppress it. Veronica had the other androids investigate the Tomorrow's Society using their own methods, but they found it hidden, even from them. She had to admit Xiaowu was right. The Tomorrow's Society's leader was an android. Chapter 386. It wasn't that Veronica was narcissistic, believing only Onyx could pull off such a flawless operation. It was that the other side had anticipated everything Onyx could think of. The machine planet was bombed, and Veronica's memory bank was also destroyed. Much information was indeed accurate. She could only rely on human records now. To prevent the other side from fabricating evidence, she had to reveal the gravity of the situation. After all, the fact that Tomorrow's Society had the ability to bomb the machine planet already demonstrated its immense threat. It was time for powerful figures with armed forces to step in. Ms. Veronica, I understand your meaning. While the Onyx are powerful, Various limitations prevent you from taking action even if you identify the enemy. Therefore, you need people capable of action. However, tomorrow's society is despicable. They are adept at murdering people once things are exposed. My concern is that if you tell your superiors about this, and they begin an investigation, you might be silenced by tomorrow's society. Can their reach really extend that far? Veronica asked. Xiaowu asked, Ms. Veronica, when did you tell the higher-ups about the meeting tomorrow? 2 in the morning, which was 9 in the morning on Blue Star. Xiaowu checked the time. It was 9:30 in the morning on Xiangyang Star. Several hours had passed. Normally, after receiving such explosive information, the other side should have been able to verify the authenticity of the information Xiaowu provided after their own investigation. In a little while, Blue Star should send someone else to ask what exactly happened. Xiaowu thought about how to deal with him. Just then, Heejin's communication bracelet rang. He glanced at the number and went out of the room to answer it. Xiaowu said, Ms. Veronica, I suspect Blue Star will send someone to discuss tomorrow's meeting with me. You have to side with me then. Of course I side with you, Ms. Xiaowu. Xiaowu sighed, I feel like I'm going to become their primary target. They'd probably ask me a ton of questions. It's a real headache. Xiaowu could already imagine all sorts of questions. Xiangyang Star is so poor, yet she is so capable, investigating things that even big shots hadn't discovered. Something terrible has happened. Heejin rushed in. Explosions have occurred in the homes of several council chairmen. Bases of the 6th and 5th Legions have also exploded, and even the council hall of the Alliance Security Council has been blown up. See, I told you so. Xiaowu looked at Veronica with an expression that said, having dealt with the Tomorrow Society so many times, I know their biggest hobby is setting off bombs to scare people. Ms. Xiaowu, this is not the time for jokes. Explosions in multiple locations. How did the Tomorrow Society manage to do this? Upon receiving the information, Heejin still found it hard to believe. How could the Tomorrow Society have the capability to drop bombs on the homes of such important figures? The Tomorrow Society is deeply entrenched, with informants everywhere. They can basically do whatever they want. That's why I said that it's not necessarily a good thing for many people to know. It could even harm them. Look, they come to warn us now. Having fought with the Tomorrow Society for so long, Xiaowu knew all too well what they were capable of. Among the people Veronica informed were definitely members of the Tomorrow Society, otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so quickly. Heejin, we're going to Blue Star to meet with some people. Ms. Xiaowu, would you like to come along? Veronica asked. Xiaowu shook her head. I'm someone Tomorrow Society is specifically targeting. Going to Blue Star would be too dangerous for me. For my own safety, it's best not to go. Actually, taking the Wolf Bodyguard would suffice. The Wolf Bodyguard's ability to detect danger was so strong that Tomorrow Society would be helpless against her. It's just that Xiaowu didn't want to meet those important figures. Those guys hadn't given Xiaowu a friendly look when they met before, and she didn't want to be interrogated like a prisoner. Miss Xiaowu, you know Tomorrow's Society best. Your explanation will benefit both of us, Heejin said. Xiaowu quickly refused. Commander He, don't flatter us. You have better intelligence capabilities than I do, and your weapons and manpower are superior. To be honest, the Tomorrow Society can't win against you without using dirty tricks. So, if you persist in your investigation, you will win. Heejin frowned slightly. The Tomorrow Society originally only targeted Xiaowu, but now that Xiaowu knew of their existence, she actually passed the task of dealing with them onto them. This was like shifting the enemy's firepower onto themselves. Heejin suddenly felt that it would have been better if he hadn't known about the Tomorrow Society at all. Miss Xiaowu, since you don't want to go, we won't force you. However, if there's anything we need your assistance with in the investigation, please help us out, Veronica said. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. She was willing to help with this small favor. Heejin and Veronica didn't have time to continue chatting with Xiaowu. The Tomorrow Society had acted so quickly that they had to go to Blue Star to see what had happened. After seeing them off, Xiaowu let out a long sigh and said, if I had known that the higher-ups would turn their attention to Tomorrow's Society after they found out about it, I would have told them sooner. Let them fight it out, I make my money. Things always seem to take unexpected turns. Xiaowu hadn't anticipated this either. He had assumed Tomorrow's Society was incompetent, and only wanted to see Xiangyang Star to develop its military strength. But instead, they gathered 13 pirate legions, and bombed the mechanical star. He had also thought that once the interstellar legions knew of their existence, Tomorrow's Society would behave itself and conserve its strength. But instead, they directly used bombs to teach them a lesson. Tomorrow's Society gave Xiaowu a sense of restrained arrogance, relying on its hidden presence to launch attacks at will. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Even Jiang Shui, the 14th core member of tomorrow's society, had never seen the appearance of the divine child and the main god, let alone outsiders. However, tomorrow's society would ultimately restrain itself a bit. These bombs might just be a deterrent. Tomorrow's actions are too numerous and could expose them. Xia Wu opened the StarNet to check the news. The explosion was, after all, a deafening roar that could be heard for miles around. Not long after Heejin received the call, videos had already surfaced on the StarNet. The number of videos was small, but the discussion was extremely high. Because several bombs exploded at the same time, various conspiracy theories arose on the StarNet. Xia Wu was just watching the explosion videos when there was a knock on the door. "Miss, I'm back." Lily's cheerful voice came in. Xia Wu looked at Lily, who was wearing a sun hat, a towel around her neck, and looked travel-worn, and closed the StarNet. "What brings you back today? How did the filming go?" "Filming is finished," Lily said proudly. "It was fantastic. I go home, take a shower, and then start editing. I can show you the final cut tomorrow." Chapter 387. Lily's filming speed surprised Xia Wu slightly. "Filmed so quickly?" "Yes." Lilisa nodded. Ling Han was in a hurry to return to the city for patrol. "A lot has happened recently, and many guests have come to our planet. Ling Han is worried that dangerous elements might infiltrate. So, he only sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day before dragging us out to film. He's an orc and a soldier, so his physical condition is good. Filming this movie wasn't tiring at all, but we poor us were exhausted. Everyone was a little afraid of Ling Han's reckless filming style, so we gritted our teeth and sped up the filming to finish. Ling Han's acting skills were good, and Fu Yu, being an android, could go without sleep for hundreds of hours straight without any problems. The two leads filmed like they were risking their lives, and with their good acting skills, there were almost no retakes. Romance movies are generally easy to film. They filmed a 1-hour-plus romance movie for more than 10 days, so this speed was within the normal range. You must be exhausted from all this rush. Go back and rest for a while. We can finish editing tomorrow, Xia Wu said. Lilisa, full of energy, said, "Miss, I must finish editing quickly so I can show it to you. Let me tell you, I feel like I made an amazing film. You absolutely have to see it. Wait for me, I come find you again tonight." With that, Lilisa didn't linger and ran off. Xia Wu smiled helplessly but happily. Why are all her employees workaholics? She rarely sets deadlines for them. Yet they're all more impatient than she is. That's the advantage of being young, full of passion and drive for what you love, eager to get things done as quickly as possible. Not long after Lilia left, Ling Han, dressed in military uniform, arrived to report for duty. He told Xia Wu that filming was finished, and he could return to his original post. Upon hearing this, Xia Wu said, "Ling Han, filming must have been tiring. I already heard from Lilia that you only slept 2 or 3 hours a day to get back to your post. Take a good rest today, and come back tomorrow." "Master, I'm not tired." "I said you're tired, so go and rest," Xia Wu said firmly. "There are many things happening outside lately, but they have nothing to do with our Xiangyang star. You don't need to worry about any danger. Go and rest." Ling Han was a billionaire employee, but the value he had created so far hadn't even reached 100 million. Xia Wu didn't want Ling Han to die from exhaustion before he could create any value. Seeing Xia Wu's firm attitude, Ling Han had no choice but to nod and go to rest. He verbally agreed. Ling Han still didn't immediately go home to rest. He went to the monitoring room. Luoya was the soldier who had temporarily filled in for him during filming. Ling Han asked him about recent events in the city. Luoya replied, "The biggest thing in the city lately is that Lu Yi's mother, Madame Martha, is causing trouble for the Star Lord. She's locked up in jail, crying and demanding we call her family to get her out." "Why is she locked up?" "She insulted the Star Lord in public. She deserves it." Hearing the reason, Ling Han simply said 2 words. "Anything else?" "No, although there's been a lot going on lately. Strangely enough, no one's come looking for trouble. It's much calmer than before." "Okay. I rest on the bench for a bit. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." After giving instructions, Ling Han lay down on the bench in the monitoring room. He really wanted to rest as Xia Wu had suggested, but he couldn't fall asleep at all. Tomorrow, even the mechanical star will be destroyed. Why not target Xiangyang star? Unable to understand this, Ling Han, like Xia Wu, browsed gossip news on the Star Network, trying to glean some information. Xia Wu couldn't concentrate on her work today. Not long after Ling Han left, Louis came to find her. Upon arrival, Louis went straight to the point. Boss, yeah, I heard my mother came to Xiangyang City to find me, and you locked her up? Yes, that's true. Xia Wu disliked Madame Martha, but harbored no ill will towards Louis. He asked, you come to plead for her release, hoping I let her go? I want to know the whole story first, Louis said. My father called and told me my mother came to Xiangyang City to find me, and you locked her up. He asked me to find a way to rescue her. My mother has a rather fiery temper, so I want to know the truth before I say anything. Louis looked at Xia Wu understandingly. Xia Wu asked, Madame Martha isn't your biological mother? Yes, my biological mother suffered a severe hemorrhage during my birth, and the blood bank didn't have any usable blood, so she left me. When I was a few months old, my father found me a new mother. Although she's not my biological mother, she's been alright to me. She came to you to ask you to marry Su and Yi. You think she's suitable? Xia Wu asked. Lu Yi's expression stiffened for a moment, and she pursed her lips without speaking. Xia Wu continued, you came to Xiangyang Star to escape your engagement to Su and Yi. Your mother wants to take you back. Do you really think she's a good person? Lu Yi's pupils dilated suddenly, as she looked at Xia Wu in surprise. Her gaze seemed to ask, how did you know I was going to marry Su and Yi? Xia Wu confessed, the day you came to Xiangyang City, I was in one of the VIP rooms. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. You were just talking too loudly. Then, you heard what Xiaoyun and I said that day? Xia Wu nodded. Lu Yi blushed deeply with embarrassment. She had assumed no one else would be sitting in the VIP room on Xiangyang Star, and besides, they, as VIPs, were the first to board the spaceship. Not seeing anyone else, she assumed only the two of them dared to speak freely in the VIP room. She hadn't expected Xia Wu to be there too. Lu Yi quickly composed herself, covering her flushed face with her hands. Boss, yeah, I don't want to marry Su and Yi, but my parents' intentions are good. The Su family is 7th on the rich list. Marrying into such a wealthy family means I don't have to worry about a hard life. Although there are some business reasons involved, Su and Yi's family background is quite good. If it's good, why are you running away? Xia Wu retorted succinctly. Lu Yi was momentarily speechless. Xia Wu could see her inner conflict. Lu Yi loved her parents. After all, they were the parents she had called mom and dad since childhood. Aside from forcing her to marry Su and Yi, they hadn't done anything to wrong her. That's why she was conflicted. She loved her parents, but didn't want to follow their arrangement this time. The biggest reason I locked your mother up wasn't because I didn't want her to take you back to marry Su and Yi. The main reason was her disrespect and insults towards me. Lu Yi, as the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, I represent the entire star. If I easily forgive her disrespect, outsiders will think Xiangyang Star is easy to bully. Do you understand? Chapter 388. She stopped asking Lu Yi about her relationship with her parents. Lu Yi herself was conflicted and couldn't explain it. Xia Wu then changed the subject, telling her why Madame Martha had been arrested. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi asked, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this. I apologize to you again on her behalf. Lu Yi knew her mother's personality all too well. On Blue Star, Madame Martha relied on her arrogant personality to flaunt her power over those of lower status. Although Lu Yi had told her many times not to do that, she never listened. She assumed Xia Wu was a former adopted daughter of the Su family, and with Li Ruyan's encouragement, she thought Xia Wu's status was lower than hers, resorting to arrogance and insults. She had kicked a hornet's nest. If an apology could heal the wounds of a victim, what would be the point of psychologists? Xia Wu said. Her words implied that she wouldn't easily forgive Madame Martha. Lu Yi was in a dilemma. She didn't know what to say to appease Xia Wu. However, your mother was misled by others, and ignorantly came to me to shout insults. She may escape the death penalty, but she can't escape punishment. She have to publicly apologize to me on all major social media platforms, plus 3 months in prison, and 3 million in compensation. 3 million? The Lu family was considered wealthy, but not to the point of casually coming up with 3 million. Xia Wu said, 3 million is too little. The instigator, Ms. Li Ruyan, has to pay me 50 million for spreading rumors. Your mother is at most an accomplice. So, I didn't ask for too much. Lu Yi thought about it. Considering her mother had publicly insulted the owner of a planet, this punishment seemed lenient. During her time with Xia Wu, she discovered that Xia Wu was not short of money. In fact, he was wealthier than her family. Paying some money and serving a few months in jail would be a lesson to her habitually arrogant and domineering mother. Boss, yeah, I tell my dad about this and have him transfer the money to your bank account as soon as possible. Louis, I'm so glad you have such a foster mother and weren't led astray by her. You're Lily's good friend, and I really like your character and competence. I only made concessions regarding your mother's matter because of you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have yielded an inch. Boss, yeah, thank you. I know my mother's personality, but I can't change her much. I hope she learned her lesson from this experience. Also, if you can avoid marrying Sue and E, don't. Xiao reminded her, I grew up with that guy. He's good for nothing except spending money, and has a habit of messing around with women. Marrying him will be like throwing yourself into a fire pit. Li Ruyin has also been spreading rumors about me, and insulting me all over Blue Star. I won't let her get away with it. That means I'd be targeting the Sue family from time to time. Your life might be even harder if you marry into that family, so if you can avoid it, don't. Louis is a good girl, and Xiaowu doesn't want to see her jump into the Sue family's fire pit. Xiaowu's reminder made her nod in understanding. Having spoken privately with Sue and E for a few moments, Louis knew she couldn't marry him no matter what. Now, with Xiaowu's words, she had found a new way to persuade her parents. Leaving Xiaowu's office, Louis called her father and told him about Xiaowu's demands. After listening to Louis's words, Mr. Liu sighed heavily. Fine, pay up. Your mother's brainless. Who is Xiaowu? Even if she had connections with the Sue family before, she's now a Star Lord. How dare she cause such a scene and hurl insults on someone else's planet? Luckily, Xiaowu is willing to meet with you. My lawyer couldn't even get a meeting with her. If it weren't for you, your mother would probably be locked up for who knows how long. Louis said, Dad, you really need to discipline Mom this time. Words can be dangerous. If she doesn't watch her mouth, this kind of thing might happen again. I know. Dad, there's something else I need to tell you. What is it? Can I not marry Sue and E? I really don't like him. Louis said again. Mr. Liu sighed. Fine, if you don't want to marry him, then don't. Dad, you really agree? Louis said incredulously. Didn't you always want me to marry him? That was then. Before, I saw that their family had a partnership with the Bai family. The Bai family is a rare breed of wealthy people with conscience and integrity. They carefully select their partners. So I thought that their partnership with the Bai family meant they were decent people. But yesterday, the Bai family announced the termination of all cooperation with the Sue family, and that they were looking for new partners. Being removed from the Bai family's cooperation list, the Sue family must have done something wrong. As a businessman, Mr. Liu naturally saw further than Mrs. Martha. The Bai family is the richest family on Blue Star. Even if you don't become rich, you won't starve if you cooperate with them. Recently, there has been a lot of negative news about the Sue family. As soon as the Bai family terminated their cooperation, Mr. Liu immediately understood that no matter how much money the Sue family has now, they might not be as wealthy as his family in a month. Mr. Liu only had one daughter. Since the other party had given up hope, it meant he couldn't give her happiness, so of course he wouldn't let her marry him. Louis didn't understand the intricacies of the business world. She only knew that her father had agreed not to marry Sue and E, and happily exclaimed, Dad, I knew you loved me the most. Mr. Liu smiled slightly. You are my only daughter. I love you more than I love myself. By the way, now that you're not marrying Sue and E, when are you planning to come home? Dad, can I come home a little later? Why? The movie I'm making with my friends has finished filming. Next, we need to edit it, and it should be released soon. Also, Xiangyang Star has many landscapes that Blue Star doesn't have. I want to take more photos here for a photography exhibition in 2 months. Dad, I'm still young you. Let me pursue what I love for a while longer. Liu's father smiled indulgently. Alright, go do what you love. Just be careful on Xiangyang Star. I heard it's teeming with insects and very dangerous. Dad, where did you hear that? Come visit Xiangyang Star sometime. It's much better than the StarNet, and the insects are decreasing every day. You don't know how much effort the soldiers here put in to ensure people can live without worry. Okay, I visit Xiangyang Star when I have time. Take good care of yourself there, and come back as soon as you're done. Okay, Louis replied readily. The thought of not having to marry Sue and E made her smile happily. Li Yun, walking from a distance, saw her happy expression and asked in confusion, E, you look so happy. Did Boss Xia agree to release your mother? He's willing to release her, but she has to apologize on all the major platforms, pay 3 million in compensation, and she'd be locked up for another 3 months. 3 million in compensation? Li Yun was somewhat surprised. Louis said, that's enough money to get her released. Insulting the owner of a planet might be life imprisonment elsewhere. But what makes me happiest is that my dad agreed I wouldn't marry Sue and E. That's great news. Yeah, let's go find Lily. We go out for a big meal tonight. It's on me. Lily is probably at home editing right now. She said she'd start editing as soon as she got back to the city, so let's not bother her. Lily needs us more now. Let's bring her some good food to motivate her to edit, and we can also be the first to see the finished product of our collaborative film. That makes sense. Let's buy some good food and go find her. Chapter 389. Not long after Louis visited Xia Wu received a call from Moore. On the phone, Moore told Xia Wu that Li Ruyan wanted to speak directly with her. It was clear she was in a hurry. Xia Wu hadn't met or spoken to Li Ruyan since arriving in this world. In Xia Wu's memories, this adoptive mother had always disliked her, never fulfilling her responsibilities as a mother, and only showing her dislike and impatience. Previously, Xia Wu thought it was because she was a daughter that Li Ruyan disliked her, but now perhaps it was because she wasn't her child that she disliked her so much. Having never spoken to Li Ruyan before, Xia Wu wanted to know just how extraordinary this adoptive mother was, to witness the diversity of species. Therefore, she agreed to speak with Li Ruyan. As soon as Li Ruyan switched to the other end of the phone, Xia Wu heard a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice angrily cursing, "Xia Wu, you despicable little brat, what videos do you have? What videos do I have? Mrs. Su, don't you know? For everything you done, I have a video of it." You? Li Ruyan felt a surge of panic. She wasn't afraid of Su Feng finding out about the videos. Su Feng was also cheating on her. They were each doing their own thing, it was an open secret. But she couldn't bear the embarrassment of being in public. If Xia Wu released the videos, she would be unable to attend afternoon teas and banquets in high society, and her current friends would stop associating with her. Most importantly, Su Lulu hadn't married Bai Jingyu. The Bai family had very high standards for their daughters-in-law. If the scandal broke, no matter how outstanding Su Lulu was, no son of the Bai family would be willing to marry her. "Xia Wu, what exactly do you want?" Li Ruyan gritted her teeth, asking each word slowly and deliberately. Xia Wu said, "What do I want? Didn't my lawyer tell you? Fine. I give you whatever you want, just delete the video." "Why should I?" Xia Wu asked, amused. "Without the video, what if you pay me compensation and then spread rumors about me? Mrs. Su, you have no right to negotiate with me. Now you can only obey me like a dog. I tell you to call me that, and I tell you to shut up." "Xia Wu." Li Ruyan almost ground her teeth to powder at those two words. She never imagined that one day she would be manipulated by Xia Wu, unable to refute him. "Mrs. Su, one should be upright. You're clearly full of flaws, yet you insist on provoking me. Do you think you're living too well?" Xia Wu asked. Li Ruyan clenched her fists in anger, unable to utter a single word. She never imagined that Xia Wu would have leverage over her. All along, she had thought Xia Wu was just a beggar begging for her love, which she never gave. Over the years, she had witnessed Xia Wu's efforts to please her, how Xia Wu would leave in tears at her slightest disapproval. Li Ruyan had always felt that she was the superior in their relationship, so she could say whatever she wanted about the rumors and slander, never imagining that Xia Wu would rebel against her. Now their roles had reversed, and Xia Wu had become the superior who trampled on her. "Xia Wu, I raised you for so many years. Don't you even have this much filial piety? Must you be so ruthless? Yes, you raised me for so many years, so let's raise the compensation for this slander to 100 million, shall we?" "Xia Wu. 150 million. If you call it again, I add 50 million for each time." Xia Wu didn't talk much about the past with Li Ruyan, or how angry she was. Some people are incapable of empathizing with the sorrow and pain of others. Unless the knife cuts them, no one knows how much it hurts. On the contrary, some people will cry because you've been hurt, and find you annoying. Therefore, she didn't bother arguing with Li Ruyan, too lazy to reason with her. Compensation, nothing else. Li Ruyan, caught in Xia Wu's trap, was filled with anger, but dared not say another word. Finally, she stopped talking to Xia Wu, returned the communication bracelet to Moore, and said to Moore, "I agree to all her demands. Tell her not to do anything." Li Ruyan gritted her teeth. Once Su Lulu marries into the Bai family, she won't be afraid of any videos anymore. She just kills Xia Wu directly. Upon hearing her words, Moore said to Xia Wu, "Miss Xia Wu, Ms. Li Ruyan says she agrees to all your conditions. Okay, give her my bank card number. If I don't receive the 150 million from her within an hour, I consider it an insincere apology, and I won't give her any chance to negotiate," Xia Wu said. Moore relayed this to Li Ruyan. Li Ruyan was so angry she wanted to kill Xie Wu right then and there, but since he wasn't there, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. Xie Wu felt very relieved upon hearing Li Ruyan's answer. Li Ruyan would at least be much quieter for a while. And the money arrived quickly. Less than 20 minutes after hanging up the phone, Xie Wu received the 150 million. This money was easy and comfortable to earn. Xie Wu sent another message, instructing Mu Air to have Li Ruyan film an apology video and post it on major websites by tomorrow, otherwise, she wouldn't acknowledge it. These demands infuriated Li Ruyan. But Li Ruyan couldn't do anything about it, so she had the public relations department write her an apology letter. Once written, it was posted to the Su family's various platform accounts. This was originally an apology video for Xie Wu. Li Ruyan didn't want too many people to see it, so she paid major platforms to limit its reach, trying to prevent it from being seen by too many people. But she didn't expect that the apology video would be pushed to the top of major video platforms within 30 minutes of its release. The officials stated that they were already trying to limit the reach. But somehow, the video was promoted, and crucially, they couldn't remove the promotion. Xie Wu is a celebrity on Xinguang. The video was promoted by hackers, and it was related to Xie Wu. Xie Wu's fans and haters alike gathered around these videos, each expressing their opinions. Xie Wu's fans were the happiest about Li Ruyan's apology video. Before, so many people on Xinguang were hurling insults at Xie Wu, yet he never stood up to defend himself. In the eyes of the haters, not explaining was tantamount to admitting guilt. The fans, unsure whether it was genuine or not, dared not speak too loudly. Xia Moru's live stream and Li Ruyan's apology amplified the fans' voices, making them louder than any online trolls. When Su Feng learned that Li Ruyan had publicly apologized to Xie Wu on Xinguang, he returned home to find her sitting on the sofa getting her nails done, and immediately erupted in anger. "What are you doing? Why are you apologizing to that brat? The online trolls I hired for months to smear Xie Wu have been completely wiped clean by your one video. Speak up. Are you mute? You ruined my good time, and you're still in the mood to get your nails done?" Su Feng angrily demanded. Li Ruyan glanced up at Su Feng, then, enraged, grabbed a nail polish bottle and smashed it at him. Su Feng's silver suit was immediately stained with red nail polish. "What are you yelling about? How blind I was to marry a good-for-nothing like you. You accomplished nothing and only barely look human thanks to my father's support. That brat Xie Wu makes you suffer. Why don't you go and kill her? What are you yelling at me for? Get out. You piece of trash." Chapter 390. Night fell quickly. Tonight, Xiangyang City was shrouded in silver, the two full moons much brighter than usual, allowing distant views to be seen even without streetlights. At 8 o'clock after dinner, Lilia brought Xie Wu the film she had spent a day editing. The Xie family's residence used to be the largest in Xiangyang City, a 4-story villa with over 50 rooms, excluding the basement, most of which were spacious and comfortable. Currently, only Xie Wu, Li Xia, the housekeeper bear, the minor hamster, the accountant cat, and the surveillance eagle lived there. The house was large and spacious. Of course, such a large house also had a dedicated movie room. Since the housekeeper bear arrived, even the unoccupied rooms were kept spotless. When Lilia said she wanted to bring a movie for Xie Wu, she had Li Xia and the housekeeper bear clean the room. When Lilia and the housekeeper bear arrived, Xie Wu immediately invited them to the movie room. Lilisa knew the Xie family's place like the back of her hand. Entering the movie room, without Xie Wu needing to tell her, she had already found the projector and put the movie in. Sensing that a movie was playing, the room lights automatically turned off. Xie Wu, Lilisa, Li Yun, and Louis each reclined on comfortable benches, quietly watching the film. Lilisa had really done a great job directing the movie. The visuals were beautiful, the plot was logical, and held up to scrutiny, and the sweet moments were so sweet they made you involuntarily smile like a doting aunt. However, watching the two characters interact, the words marriage almost came to mind. But this was a tragedy. The beginning was insanely sweet, the later heartbreak left you speechless. As an early developed android, Fuyu had many flaws. When her memory ran out, and it automatically deleted memories to free up space, she would often forget many of the beautiful moments she shared with Ling Han. However, Ling Han didn't mind repeatedly getting to know Fuyu, telling her his name, and even giving her items engraved with his name. The most heartbreaking moment came when a giant centipede attacked. Fuyu, trying to save the workers, was battered and bruised by the insects. Ling Han appeared and risked his life to kill the insects. As he collapsed beside Fuyu, the broken Fuyu cried out, "Don't sleep. but her cries went unanswered. Ling Han never got up again. At the end of the scene, the severely damaged Fu Yu received no repairs. She was old, she was an old-fashioned android, and there were no spare parts left on the market to repair her. She sat on the ground in front of her house, holding two rag dolls, one embroidered with Ling Han, the other with Fu Yu, quietly waiting for her last bit of power to run out. When her gaze fell on Ling Han's name, she murmured, "Ling Han, why do I feel both happy and sad when I see this name?" The sound of waves crashing filled the air. Fu Yu's battery was completely depleted. The movie ended, and Xia Wu felt an indescribable melancholy and sorrow, a kind of suffocating pain where she wanted to cry but couldn't, a heart-wrenching ache. Li Yun and Lu Yi, the two young people, had tears in their eyes. Xia Wu sighed deeply. "Lilisa, I remember the script wasn't like this." "Hee, the ending was changed." Fu Yu said, "Different species, a happy ending might get us criticized, a tragedy is better. A tragedy gives people another memorable moment." Xia Wu sighed. The movie was poignant, but the plot was reasonable. At least, the way they filmed it made perfect sense. Recently, the higher-ups had been worried that the androids would get too close to her. Releasing this movie would be like telling everyone that being too close to the androids wouldn't end well, and that they shouldn't worry about the androids favoring them. After all, when filming this movie, Xia Wu hadn't anticipated that tomorrow they would be bombing the machine planet and driving the androids to Xiangyang Star. If she filmed a perfect ending, people would think it was showing off. A tragedy was better. The movie was very well made. "I talk to the Bai family tomorrow and see if they have a movie theater. I can help arrange it," Xia Wu said. Lily chuckled and leaned closer to Xia Wu. "Miss, don't rush to release the movie. Don't you think it's missing something?" "Miss? Nothing's missing, is it? You did a very good job." "It's a decent movie," Xia Wu said. "It's missing music," Lily explained. "Miss, when this movie is shown, there's no music where it should be. Don't you think it's a bit dry?" "You're right, there is no music. So, miss, why don't you write a couple of songs for this movie? Your musical skills are better than anyone else's, and most importantly, it doesn't cost any money, so..." Hee. Xia Wu now understood why Lilisa was in such a hurry to give her the film cut out. It wasn't for her to review the film, but to write and compose music for it. "Lilisa, you got some nerve, getting the boss to do your work." "Miss, please. I think the songs you write and sing will definitely add a lot of color to this movie. Please, miss, this is our first movie on Xiangyang Star," Lilisa pleaded with Xia Wu. At the celebration banquet, Xia Wu improvised several songs on the spot, and sang 2 songs. This made Lilisa, who had originally planned to hire someone else, instantly abandon the idea and directly ask her boss to write and arrange the songs for her. Arranging and writing lyrics were not difficult for Xia Wu. Give her 30 minutes, and she could write 2 songs. "Miss, hiring someone to write a song costs 50 to 60,000 for a regular singer, and over $1 million for a big name," Lilisa said. Hearing this number, Xia Wu sighed and face-bombed. "I do it myself, every little bit helps." "That's great. I knew you were the best." Mississippi Lilisa wanted to hug and kiss Xia Wu, but before she could, Xia Wu sent her home to rest and sleep. Once Xia Wu's songs were finished, they would be added to the movie, and the movie would be completely done. Lilisa trusted Xia Wu's songwriting and composing abilities, and went home to rest with peace of mind. Suddenly given an extra job, Xia Wu went to the studio, bought all the necessary tools for songwriting and composing, and even purchased recording software. She started composing and recording on the spot. The benefits of the system became apparent at this point. As soon as Xia Wu decided what kind of song she wanted to write, her hands were already scribbling out the lyrics. After finishing the lyrics, she began composing the music. In one go, she wrote 4 songs in an hour. Of course, 2 were background music, and 2 were for her to sing. After listening to the 4 songs, Xia Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "I haven't used this system's cheat code much, but even after using it once, I feel its power." Writing, composing, and singing 4 songs in an hour. Wouldn't people who didn't know I had a system call me a genius? Chapter 391. Xia Wu sent 4 songs to Lilisa. Thinking about how she saved 4 million today, she was in a great mood, washed up, and went to bed. The next day, Xia Wu received news that Bai Jingyu was coming to Xiangyang City to transport insects, so she went to the Defense Department building. When she arrived, she happened to see soldiers loading insects into a transport vehicle sent by the Bai family. Among the crowd, she quickly spotted Bai Jingyu and walked over, calling out, "Brother Bai." Bai Jingyu turned around at her, instinctively giving her a polite and bright smile. Xiao Wu, long time no see. It has been a long time. How has the Bai family been lately? Bai Jingyu, they're doing well. Everyone's been focusing on the intelligent machines and the mechanical planet, so there's been less chaos here. That's good. Brother Bai, you should come to Xiangyang Star more often these days, Xia Wu said. Bai Jingyu asked in confusion, why? The Onyx rented a piece of land on my planet. I found the area with the most bugs for them, but the army that deals with the bugs has to give me the bugs they dealt with. Someone is helping to kill the bugs for free and giving them back to me. My freezer is only so big, if there are too many bugs, it will just go to waste. Hearing this reason, Bai Jingyu's smile turned somewhat bitter, but he quickly concealed his disappointment. Okay, more bugs are a good thing for us too. We can mass-produce expensive medicines now, he said. Xia Wu was about to speak when she heard Lily's voice from afar. Xia Wu looked over and saw Lily running towards her, suddenly jumping on her. Miss, you're amazing. I knew you could do it well. My God. What kind of divine song did you create? Let me tell you, even if my movie gets slammed, your song will never get slammed. Miss, I love you so much. How lucky am I to have a boss like you? Lily hugged Xia Wu tightly, unwilling to let go. Hearing her praise, Xia Wu felt a little helpless and looked apologetically at Bai Jingyu. I'm sorry, my employee gets carried away when she's excited. Please excuse her. Lily, please restrain yourself when there are outsiders present. Lily only then noticed Bai Jingyu standing beside her. She smiled apologetically, released Xia Wu, and stood obediently to the side, but her small hand still excitedly held Xia Wu's. Bai Jingyu smiled slightly. It seemed Xiao Wu did something to make Miss Lily so excited and happy. I heard you talking about a movie and a song earlier. You made a movie? Yes, we made a romance film. By the way, Brother Bai, does the Bai family own a movie theater? If so, how about considering our movie? I guarantee it won't be a loss for you. Seeing Bai Jingyu there, Xia Wu directly discussed business with him. Bai Jingyu said, yes, my family owns 3,000 shopping malls on Blue Star, and each mall has a cinema. When will your movie be ready? I talked to my uncle and asked him to schedule screenings for you. Hearing about 3,000 shopping malls, Lily was speechless with astonishment. The Bai family truly deserves to be the richest family on Blue Star. 3,000 shopping malls? That's a lot. 3,000 isn't a lot, it's fewer compared to other shopping malls. It's just that our family's malls are a bit larger. However, 3,000 cinemas definitely won't be enough. I asked a few friends to have their cinemas schedule screenings for you too? Bai Jingyu volunteered. Upon hearing this, Lily looked timidly at Xia Wu. How about we show it at the Bai family's cinema first? It's my first movie, and I'm a little scared if too many people show it at once. Send me your movie as soon as it's finished. I see it, and then arrange it for you. If I think it's good, I help you promote it, and we make money together, Bai Jingyu said gently. Xia Wu nodded in agreement. Brother Bai, I give Lily your contact number. I send it to you when the movie is finished in post-production. Okay, here's my contact number. Bai Jingyu exchanged contact numbers with Lily on the spot. Lily looked at Bai Jingyu's contact number, her heart pounding with excitement. She hadn't expected the movie to find a screening location so quickly. As long as post-production was completed, the movie would make money. Young master, this giant insect can't fit in one transport truck. We might have to make another trip. A Bai family staff member ran over to inform them. Xia Wu turned his head to look at the insect being transported, his eyes widening in shock. This bug is real? Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Bai Jingyu asked, puzzled. Xia Wu quickly suppressed her surprise. This bug appeared in Lily's movie. Lily, that bug wasn't a special effect? Lily chuckled, trying to brush it off with a silly laugh, but seeing Xia Wu's gaze, she had to explain. When we were filming, it happened when the workers were building the power plant, and that bug suddenly appeared. The scene where Ling Han and Fu Yu teamed up to fight the bug was real, but the scene of them getting injured was fake. The injury was a special effect. You encountered such a big bug, why didn't you tell me? Show me the video later. Not many soldiers went to the beach. Xia Wu had thought that being close to the sea would mean fewer insects, but who knew they would encounter such a huge insect? This insect was at least 10 meters long and half a meter wide. Xia Wu had already been terrified of this insect while watching the movie. She couldn't help it. She was genuinely afraid of centipedes and other multi-legged insects. She had thought it was special effects, but it turned out to be real. No wonder Ling Han was so desperate in the movie. He was really trying to save his life. Thinking of this, Xia Wu planned to go to Dortica later and ask for more pink pine trees to plant by the sea. Lilia, send me that video later too. There's real footage in the movie. We can use it as a promotional gimmick, Bai Jingyu said. Lily nodded vigorously. Mr. Bai, I send it to you in a bit. Let me tell you, Ling Han and Fu Yu were so cool when they fought the bugs. Perfect timing, we can release this video after the movie's release. It'd be a bonus to make up for the disappointment of viewers after watching the film. Lily had already figured out how to promote the movie. Seeing how diligently she was promoting the movie, Xia Wu didn't need to worry about it anymore. However, they had kept the encounter with real bugs during filming a secret from her. If she hadn't seen this giant bug today, Xia Wu wouldn't know what had happened. After helping Bai Jingyu transport the bugs, she went to find Fu Yu. When Fu Yu heard why Xia Wu had come, she smiled slightly. Miss Xia Wu, don't worry, I wasn't hurt by the bugs at all. Don't believe everything you see in the movie, our machine's bodies are now impervious to bullets. Even if that bug wrapped around me, I wouldn't suffer much damage. Chapter 392. Not much damage doesn't mean no injury. 21 Onyx died when the machine planet was attacked by pirates. Xia Wu didn't pretend the incident never happened just because Fu Yu wasn't injured. He apologized again sincerely. Fu Yu herself was quite easygoing, saying that if Xia Wu truly felt apologetic, he should remember to invite her to star in Lilia's next movie. Such a simple request, Xia Wu readily agreed. After apologizing to Fu Yu, Xia Wu went to find Ling Han. Hearing the reprimand, Ling Han calmly said, Master, I just didn't want to trouble you. That insect was large, but easy to deal with. When did you encounter that insect? We encountered it when we returned from filming the celebration banquet. And after dealing with the insect, we sent soldiers to the plantation and asked Mr. Dortaku for 20 pink pine trees to plant around the perimeter. A very good handling method, quite well done. Xia Wu wasn't pleased that he had done well. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? The matter has been resolved. Even if it's resolved, you still have to tell me. I'm the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. Such a dangerous thing happened, and it involved the AI and the workers sent by the Bai family. If I knew nothing, outsiders would think our Xiangyang Star is a cold-blooded, heartless planet that doesn't care about their lives. Ling Han didn't argue further, bowing his head in apology. Xia Wu didn't lecture him further, saying, in the future, if something like this happens, you must report it promptly. This time, write me a 3,000-word self-criticism. Also, prepare a gift for the workers and Miss Fuyue as a token of sympathy for their fright. Ling Han nodded in agreement. Seeing that he seemed to know he was wrong, Xia Wu didn't continue lecturing him. After talking with him, Xia Wu went to the finance building. The finance building had hired several more employees, and the once deserted building was now much more crowded. Xia Wu went to Tan Ling's office. Tan Ling was reviewing the ledger submitted by his subordinates. Xia Wu approached quickly without noticing until Xia Wu tapped on the desk, at which point Tan Ling looked up. He was startled to see Xia Wu. Star Lord, what brings you here? Lily's movie has finished filming and is currently doing some post-production editing. I just spoke with Bai Jingyu from the Bai family, and he's willing to give our first film screenings. You can handle the contract signing later. Xia Wu got down to business first. Tan Ling's eyes lit up. Filmed so quickly? When did Lily become so capable? Indeed, she filmed this movie faster than I expected. I already seen it, the quality is good. It should make a little money. Tan Ling smiled. As long as it makes money, that's fine. Star Master, Miss Kriana and Xiaoyu came to see me yesterday, saying they want to sell a batch of clothes. The contract is here. I was going to leave it in your studio, but since you're here, take a look. Xia Wu took the contract and glanced at its contents. Kriana completely trusted Xia Wu. She signed both contracts and waited for Xia Wu to sign them. Seeing no problems with the contract, Xia Wu readily signed his name. Star Master, Lily's movie is about to be released, and Xiaoyu's clothes will also start selling. Our family has many more ways to make money. Yes, apart from insects and jade, we can finally make money from other sources. The hard work of the past few months has paid off. How's the city redevelopment going? The price of building materials keeps rising, showing no signs of decreasing. This money will probably more than double what it was before. Thinking about the rising prices of building materials, Tan Ling could only sigh. The price of building materials showed no signs of decreasing anytime soon. The Androids' houses weren't even built yet, only after their new homes were completed would the price of building materials possibly drop. Xia Wu comforted him, you can't skimp on necessary expenses, you earn it back later. Tan Ling nodded. Xia Wu added, I just came over and noticed that the finance department has a lot more staff. Many female orcs felt they could work after training, so I let them try. They're very hardworking and willing to learn. It was a bit difficult at first, but they did very well after getting used to it. It would be great if there were more people. Our family doesn't even have a decent hospital yet, Xiaowu said. Upon hearing this, Tanlang asked, Star-Lord, since Dr. Mei Ling came to our area, many medical students have come to her asking about medical knowledge. Once our hospital is built, let Dr. Mei Ling be the director, and we can use her reputation to recruit more doctors. There's a hospital among the buildings currently under construction in Xiangyang City. Hospitals are very important to a region. Even though Xiangyang City doesn't have a large population or many medical students right now, a hospital is still necessary. We can try. When will the hospital be completed? In another week. The hospital is actually already built. It's just being decorated and some medical equipment is being moved in. In another week, the hospital will be ready for use. Although Xiaowu was always busy and couldn't attend to everything, everyone was working hard in their respective positions, and whenever she asked, she always found out that something was almost finished. This was actually a good thing for Xiaowu. Tanlang's work wasn't any easier than Xiaowu's. After discussing work matters, Xiaowu returned to her studio to continue working. She had just stepped out of the finance building when she received a call from Ron. Sister, where are you? I need to talk to you urgently. I'm in front of the finance building. What's the urgent matter? Sister, don't run around. I'm coming to find you. With that, Ron hung up. Xiaowu didn't know what this little guy wanted, so she just stood there and waited. Not long after, Ron arrived in his small hover car. Hello, sister. I'm here to introduce you to some business. Xiaowu raised an eyebrow. What business? Tada. The people who are bringing you money are here. Ron stretched out his little hand, and two AIs stepped forward. Ms. Xiaowu, hello. I'm the construction AI Disher. I'm the construction AI Zhu Ming. Hello, both of you. Xiaowu shook hands with them one by one. Disher said, Ms. Xiaowu, we discovered rich iron or resources in the mountains near the land you rented to us. We like to buy the nearby iron or mine. You two are construction AIs. Are you buying iron or just to smelt iron and build houses? Xiaowu asked. Building houses can't rely solely on iron. However, we are AIs, and iron ore has many uses for us, Zhu Ming said. A thought suddenly flashed through Xiaowu's mind. Are you two mainly responsible for the reconstruction of AI homes? Chapter 393. We two will mainly be responsible for purchasing building materials. Once we have enough, we build the house with our brothers and sisters. When the mechanical planet was bombed, many tools and robots couldn't be brought out. Normally, the AI's work speed would only take 3 days to build a house for Veronica. But now, it will take several times longer. Currently, the AI can stay temporarily in Sunrise City. Therefore, their steps to rebuild their home are to first restore the mechanical factory's operation and manufacture a large number of building pet machines to aid in the later reconstruction work. Since these are building pet machines, various kinds of iron are essential. Iron ore resources were discovered in the mountains near their new home, so they immediately went to find Xiaowu. Buying the iron ore will also reduce many troubles in the subsequent reconstruction work. After listening to Zhu Ming's words, Xiaowu was puzzled. If you two want to rebuild your homes, wouldn't it be better to buy ready-made building materials? Why start rebuilding from the iron mine? The iron mine is closer to the new home, and rebuilding from there is cheaper than buying ready-made materials. Ms. Xiaowu, I see your city is also undergoing renovations and construction of new houses and essential facilities. The price of building materials has risen considerably recently, as you're probably aware, Zhu Ming said. At this point, Xiaowu felt a pang of sympathy. She said dejectedly, yes, the price of building materials has recently skyrocketed, even buying a single brick hurts my heart. But I'm short of money, while you all are. The price of building materials has risen because of us. If we publicize that we found the raw materials for various building materials, and start from the raw materials, other merchants will see that we're not buying their materials, and their prices will drop. This is something we can do to lower the price of building materials for others, Zhu Ming said. A sly glint flashed in Xiaowu's eyes. She knew this too. The recent surge in building material prices was entirely due to the intelligent machines. But if the intelligent machines found all the raw materials for building materials and started from scratch, it would mean they would no longer need the building materials on the market. The intelligent machines wouldn't need building materials, and the persistently high prices would deter other buyers. But more importantly, given the intelligent machines' capabilities, they could manufacture building materials and also sell some of them. Buyers would panic if they saw the intelligent machines reselling building materials. So, A normal person would want to make as much profit as possible before the intelligent machines could sell building materials again, and would quickly lower their prices slightly. Xiaowu hadn't expected that the building material price problem, which had troubled her for only a few days, could be resolved so quickly. Moreover, the intelligent machines were now asking her for raw materials. I'm very pleased that you two are so considerate of us. However, iron alone isn't enough. Construction requires many materials, and luckily, my planet has plenty of resources. With all of them combined, rebuilding your home shouldn't be a problem. So shall we discuss this in more detail? Xiaowu had already calculated his scheme, and was just waiting to see if the androids would take the bait. The clever androids knew what Xiaowu was planning, and nodded without hesitation. Xiaowu immediately invited them into the finance building to discuss the future developments. They talked freely from morning until evening. The final agreement was that resources would be split 50-50. For each resource point, the androids would provide manpower for mining, and the resources obtained would be split 50-50. Of course, just helping with mining would earn them 50% of the resources, making Xiaowu the one who would be taken advantage of and have to pay. Normally, the price of an iron ore mine depends on its size, but even the smallest mine is worth around 300 to 500 million. Xiaowu demanded 55% of the resources, and that the other party provide the mining manpower, in exchange for a 50% price reduction. However, having to pay for and mine the iron ore themselves, and only receiving 50% of the resources, while the 50% price reduction was tempting, wasn't as sensible as simply selling the entire mine. But Xiaowu promised that if 50% of the resources from a mine wasn't enough for the AI, she would continue to provide them with resources from the same mine. In other words, when they needed 100% of the resources from a mine, Xiaowu would sell them the entire mine, effectively buying it. Xiaowu was only willing to sell half, because she also wanted to obtain some resources to build her own city. If an iron ore mine had enough resources, it could be mined for over a decade. By utilizing the AI's manpower for mining, she wouldn't need to provide any manpower herself, would still receive 50% of the mine resources, and would also receive payment from the other party. Most importantly, all the resources on Xiangyang Star, except for Xiangyang City, are infested with insects. There are many resources that Xiaowu can only look at but not use. However, if she cooperates with the Onyx, and they mine, the army will have to clear out the surrounding insects for them. This saves Xiaowu the cost of dealing with the insects. She absolutely loves cooperating with the Onyx. Deshur and Zhu Ming agreed to cooperate with Xiaowu, but as Xiaowu thought, where there are resources, there are insects, and the insects need the Legion's help. The Legion mainly follows Veronica's orders. They need to report this matter to Veronica, and only Veronica's approval counts as true consent. Hearing that Veronica's consent was needed, Xiaowu asked, "Has Ms. Veronica not returned from Blue Star yet?" "No, something big seems to have happened on Blue Star. My mother went there a day ago, and she hasn't told us when she'll be back. But we call her tonight to ask if the cooperation is feasible. I give you an answer tomorrow morning." Veronica didn't tell the androids much about tomorrow's meeting. Therefore, Deshur and Zhu Ming didn't know what Veronica was doing on Blue Star. Xiaowu said, "No rush. If Veronica has something to do, let her do it. We can take our time with our business." "Okay, Ms. Xiaowu, if there's nothing else, we head back now." "Okay, take care, you two." Xiaowu stood at the gate, watching the two figures disappear into the sunset. Tianlong smiled as he watched their retreating figures, saying, "Star-Lord, if our cooperation with the AI succeeds this time, we won't have to worry about building materials anymore. We can give them a processing fee for the resources mined from the iron ore, and have them process them for us, saving us a lot of money." "Minister Tan, that's what I was thinking too," Xiaowu replied with a smile. The mined resources would all be taken to the AI for processing. With the AI's spirit of I for everyone, and everyone doesn't have to sacrifice for me, they wouldn't demand exorbitant processing fees from Xiaowu like other merchants. They would ask for reasonable fees. This would save Xiaowu a considerable amount of money on building materials. Chapter 394. Just thinking about it made Xiaowu feel quite pleased. However, why did Ms. Veronica suddenly go to Blue Star? Was she investigating the attack on the mechanical planet with those people there? Tianlong suddenly asked. Xiaowu smiled meaningfully maybe, but they're busy with their own things. We should hurry up and make some money now, so that things don't get too complicated later, and we don't miss out on making money. Star-Lord, should the contract be drafted tonight? Minister Tan, are you so confident that the androids will cooperate with us? Xiaowu couldn't help but ask with amusement. Tianlong nodded. The androids are too kind. Our terms aren't too harsh, they can accept them. Sigh, I suddenly feel like we're taking advantage of the androids a bit too much. Minister Tan, have 2 people come to my house to move some jade later. I pick out 10 good pieces and give them to them after the contract is signed. Thinking about how he was constantly taking advantage of the androids, Sia Wu felt a little guilty. Tan Lung nodded in agreement. The sky quickly darkened. Sia Wu went home and selected 10 good rough stones, which she would move to the finance department building after Tan Lung's people arrived. After showering and eating, Sia Wu put on her virtual reality glasses and began surfing the Starnet. She checked the latest trending news to see why Veronica hadn't returned from Earth after 2 days. She knew, of course, that Veronica had gone to Earth to discuss how to resolve the tomorrow meeting with important figures, but she wanted to see if the tomorrow meeting had taken any action during their discussions. The Starnet was abuzz with discussion about the explosion these past 2 days. At this moment, Sia Wu noticed that Li Ruyan's apology video was still at the top of the list. Compared to why some important figures' homes exploded, netizens were more interested in the gossip surrounding Sia Wu and the Su family. After all, the important figures involved in the explosions claimed they were under investigation, and there was no accidental cause, making it difficult for netizens to discuss the matter further. The gossip about Sia Wu and the Su family, however, was much more relatable. Li Ruyan had made many enemies. She was used to swaggering and domineering. Some former employees of the Su family had been verbally abused by her for hours over trivial matters. Under Li Ruyan's apology video, many people commented on her character, which received widespread agreement. Sia Wu browsed through the comments and found that the number of negative comments about her had decreased dramatically. Previously, even videos praising Sia Wu would have 9 out of 10 comments criticizing her. Don't ask why there were no praises. It was because of the overwhelming number of paid commenters. A single praising comment that was slow to appear would be overshadowed by 10 negative comments. But now, all 10 comments were praising her. Sia Wu frowned. Have these online trolls changed their attack strategy? Have they switched to a praise to destroy tactic, making me sound like I'm unparalleled? If I make even a small mistake, won't I be bombarded with criticism online? Sia Wu thought for a moment, then commented under a video praising herself. Don't praise me like that. Sia Wu isn't that great. She's just an ordinary person. The comment quickly received replies. Dare to say anything bad about Sister Wu? I chop you down with my 50-meter-long machete. Hey! Everyone stop! This is Sister Wu herself. Ha 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 ha. It really is Sister Wu. I clicked into the account to check, and it really is her. My knife almost slipped out of my hand. Sister Wu, you finally decided to come out and show your face. So Sister Wu surfs the internet too? Sister Wu, you must be some kind of ancient turtle spirit. So many people on the Starnet have been cursing you for days, and you haven't reacted at all. I thought you didn't surf the internet, but it turns out you've been holding it in. My sister Wu has been cursed so much that she thinks videos praising her are weird, so she actually jumped out herself to say she's bad. Ha ha. Sia Wu, How embarrassing. This kind of embarrassment is like praising yourself using your alternate account, only to realize it's your main account, and then being caught red-handed. Sia Wu quickly deleted the comment, pretending nothing had happened. She wanted to pretend nothing happened, but quick-fingered netizens had already taken screenshots and spread the word. Seeing all the praise on the Starnet, Sia Wu chose to ignore it. Seeing that insults failed, they tried to ruin her with praise. She wouldn't fall for that. Suddenly, her communication bracelet rang. Sia Wu took off her virtual reality glasses. The caller was Bai Jingyu. Bai Jingyu told Sia Wu that he had just finished watching the movie Lilisa had filmed. Sia Wu smiled. This is Lily's first time directing a movie, and she's been incredibly efficient, practically flying off the rails, to get it to audiences as quickly as possible. Brother Bai, if there's anything wrong with the film, just tell me. Don't let me give Lily preferential treatment. Xiao Wu, don't worry, I'm always professional. Lily's movie is very well made, the music is perfectly timed, and even I, who don't watch many movies, felt a bit melancholic after watching it, and suddenly wanted to experience a deeply memorable romance. Sia Wu laughed. Lily has done a great job to make Brother Bai think like that. Bai Jingyu on the other end of the phone sighed softly, then said, Xiao Wu, my uncle has agreed to screen this movie in his mall cinema, and my friend has also agreed to show it. However, we need to do some promotion before the official release. So, I call Lily later, and tell her to bring the main actors to Blue Star for a small press conference to promote it. Brother Bai, we haven't even signed the contract yet, and you're already promoting it for us? Sia Wu asked. Bai Jingyu's lips curled slightly. When Lilia and the others come to Blue Star, have them bring the contract. I sign it as long as she brings it. I have a feeling this movie will be a huge hit, and we can make some money by working with you. We won't miss out on this film. Bai Jingyu's evaluation of the movie was truly high. With such strong support from the Bai family, Xie Wu was happy for Lilia. Her first film had such a good start. Okay, Brother Bai, please inform Lilia first. I contact the finance department and have Lilia bring the contract with the lead actors to the Blue Star press conference. After discussing the movie with Xie Wu, without saying anything else, Bai Jingyu hung up the phone. Beside him, Bai Hung picked up his potato chips and started munching on them again. After watching this movie, I also want to have a deeply memorable romance, bro. When did you become so sentimental? Can't food shut you up? Hee hee, bro, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you like someone, just say it. Bai Hung knew exactly what his brother was thinking. Bai Jingyu lowered his eyes slightly. She's too outstanding, beyond my reach. Besides, I'm much older than her. Let's just be friends and support her from the sidelines. Bro, where's your fighting spirit? Bai Jingyu smacked Bai Hung on the head, saying, I used it to hit you. Chapter 395. Upon receiving Bai Jingyu's invitation, Lily arrived at the Xie family home at 7 o'clock the next morning, eager to share the good news with Xie Wu. Lily was so excited that her first film had been approved for release, so quickly that she could barely speak. Xie Wu asked, We're leaving for Blue Stars soon. Have you informed Ms. Fuyu and Ling Han? Yes, I have. As a veteran actress, Ms. Fuyu's attendance at the press conference is expected. She can leave anytime. Ling Han also said he needed to ask you for leave first. But miss, you definitely know my film is going to be released sooner than I do, right? Yes. So, you definitely approve Ling Han's leave. You're going out to make money for me. How could I not approve your leave? By the way, don't forget to go to Minister Tan's office to get the contract and have Mr. Bai sign it on Blue Star. I know, we're going out to make money for you, Mississippi. I pray this film will earn you $1 billion. Lily clasped her hands together and closed her eyes in prayer. Xie Wu said, quite ambitious, 10 billion. Ambition is necessary. Once I made enough money, I can start filming my second movie. What are you planning to film for the second one? Haven't decided yet. I didn't expect you to be thinking about making a second movie so soon. Make the money first. We can think of the subject matter later. Lily's ambition was no less than Xie Wu's. Xie Wu wasn't one to spoil the fun. Her employees were there to make money for her, so of course she unconditionally supported and encouraged Lily. Not long after, Ling Han came to Xie Wu with a letter of apology and a leave request. Xie Wu granted him leave and read his apology. Ling Han's attitude in admitting his mistake was quite good. After all, his loyalty was 100%. However, employees with 100% loyalty tend to be overly considerate of Xie Wu, always trying to make things easier for her and share her workload, sometimes choosing not to inform her of certain matters. Xie Wu wouldn't allow this. If she tolerated it once, he would start acting on his own in the future. After receiving the apology, she didn't forget to give him a stern lecture. Only after that did she let him go back to pack his bags for the press conference on Blue Star. Not long after Lilia and Ling Han left, Liang Xian called Xie Wu. Veronica had returned, but she was accompanied by several others. They returned on a First Legion spaceship, and without a pass, they needed Xie Wu's permission to land. Upon hearing that it wasn't just Veronica who came, Xie Wu roughly knew why they had come. But it was still their landing. After landing was permitted, Veronica called Xie Wu again. Veronica directly told Xie Wu on the phone that the people from Blue Star wanted to hold a meeting with her to discuss how to work together to resolve tomorrow's meeting. Xie Wu refused. She disagreed with holding the meeting with everyone. If they wanted to hold it, they could. She would attend to other matters. Veronica wanted to say a few more words of persuasion, but Xie Wu's refusal was clear, so she didn't continue. After hanging up, Xie Wu had the soldiers arrange a car. She drove to the waterworks. The renovation of the waterworks was already very successful. The rugged mountain road had been transformed into a smooth road, and the rest area houses were antique in style, quiet yet elegant. The distant lake, like a mirror, reflected the blue sky. With its green hills, clear waters, and white clouds, it was already a very nice tourist spot. The flowers Maureen had planted in the flower bed were thriving, many already budding and emitting a faint fragrance. Seeing the flowers, Xie Wu remembered that Bai Yuyan had mentioned picking wildflowers to make pastries. So much time had passed, and the wildflowers had already faded. And Bai Yuyan hadn't told her if he was still making the wildflower pastries. However, since the wildflowers had faded, there was no need to contact him. Miss Xie Wu. Veronica's voice suddenly came as she admired the flowers. Xia Wu looked in the direction of the voice. Accompanying Veronica were Heejin, Imogen, and a woman she didn't recognize. This woman was about 40 years old, her hair neatly combed, and her brows exuded a heroic and dignified air, like that of a general. Xia Wu instinctively felt that this woman likely worked in negotiation or something similar. She exuded a strong sense of authority. Xia Wu had deliberately left the city to wander around here, aiming to avoid Veronica and her group, although she knew they would definitely come looking for her. But meeting them in the wilderness, with its lush green scenery, was a welcome change, rather than in a formal, authoritative meeting room. "Ms. Veronica, you arrived?" Xia Wu asked with a calm smile. "Miss Xia Wu, you knew we would come, so why run away?" Veronica said. Xia Wu gazed into the distance. "The scenery here is beautiful, isn't it? This way, if I say anything unpleasant, you could all look at the view and relax. And this lady, what's your name?" "Miss Xia Wu, hello. My name is Zheng Jingyuan, the chief negotiator of the Alliance Security Council." She extended her hand to Xia Wu. Xia Wu had already guessed her identity and smiled amicably, returning the handshake. "Ms. Zheng, hello. Miss Xia Wu, do you know why we're here? Let's be frank. Are you really unwilling to help us?" "No." Xia Wu refused without hesitation. Her refusal didn't discourage Zheng Jingyuan. "Miss Xia Wu, according to our investigation, tomorrow's society's initial target was your planet. Assisting us is tantamount to helping yourself. Indeed, tomorrow's society's initial target was my planet. However, based on recent developments, their ambitions have grown so large that they even dragged you into it. They even planted a few bombs to warn you not to do anything, didn't they? Miss Xia Wu, have you already joined tomorrow's society?" Zheng Jingyuan suddenly asked. Xia Wu hadn't expected her to ask that. She paused for a moment, then smiled. Zheng Jingyuan continued, "Miss Xia Wu, this is a question one of my superiors asked me to ask after you refused. He said you should be the one who hates tomorrow's society the most. Is your refusal to meet our request because you already joined tomorrow's society? Ms. Zheng, when you get back, please relay this to your superior and ask him just how much he looks down on me. Why does he act so superior when he needs my help? Is he even thinking straight? If I had joined tomorrow's society, why would I give you so much information? Why shoot myself in the foot? Why put on a pitiful act? Miss Xia Wu, then why did you refuse to cooperate with us?" "And why should we cooperate with you?" Xia Wu retorted. "I went to Blue Star twice to attend your meetings. The first time, you rejected our weapons purchase application. We made a mistake in our application that time, so we didn't blame you. And the second time? Just because two intelligent machines specializing in weapons research came to my planet for a visit, you dragged me around asking all sorts of questions? Ms. Zheng, ever since I learned about the Tomorrow Society, I've been fighting against them. I, a minor star lord whom you look down upon, have withstood so many attacks and pressures, and your large alliance has only fought the Tomorrow Society for a few days? You can't even hold on?" Chapter 396. Xia Wu's voice was neither loud nor soft, a smile playing on her lips. She appeared gentle, but her words were barbed and highly offensive. Zheng Jingyuan, as the chief negotiator, had seen this scenario many times and remained composed despite Xia Wu's attack. "Miss Xia Wu, it wouldn't be difficult for the Alliance to contend with the Tomorrow Society. However, the Tomorrow Society is lurking in the shadows, extremely cunning. We need your assistance simply to bring them to justice as soon as possible and prevent further casualties. Miss Xia Wu, even if the Tomorrow Society is small, when they have the ability to manufacture bombs, with your intelligence, can you imagine how many people will die from their bombs? Please think of the families of those who might innocently perish." Zheng Jingyuan spoke patiently and gently to Xia Wu. Xia Wu raised her eyes, her gaze turning slightly cold as she looked at Zheng Jingyuan. "I truly didn't expect to find someone as kind as Ms. Zheng in the Alliance. Why was no one there to speak up for me when I was unjustly accused, and now I'm being treated like a thief? Ms. Xia Wu, some things are simply handled according to procedures and rules. Even if the Onyx went to another planet, they would receive the same treatment. They already been harmed by Tomorrow's Society. We must protect them to prevent them from being harmed a second time," Zheng Jingyuan said, avoiding a direct confrontation with Xia Wu. They had held a small meeting while she was there. Everyone speculated that Xia Wu's refusal to assist them stemmed from her resentment over the failed weapons purchase application and the second accusation. "I'm also worried about the Onyx suffering further harm, so I will protect their safety on my planet. But what does what happens outside of Xiangyang Star have to do with me?" Xia Wu asked. Zheng Jingyuan said, "Ms. Xia Wu, are we trying to reduce further casualties? Only your casualties matter? Aren't the casualties on Xiangyang Star a problem? You forbid us from purchasing powerful weapons, yet you worry we manufacture them privately. Xiangyang Star is currently the planet with the fewest population and the most insects in the Haiyang system. When we needed help, you all pretended not to hear or see. Now that you're in trouble, you demand my assistance. Your casualties are what we call casualties. Xie Wu's refusal to help was clearly a grudge. Zheng Jingyuan tried to persuade Xie Wu to help from a moral standpoint. But Xie Wu truly didn't care about the lives of those outside Xiangyang Star. Zheng Jingyuan's mind raced, trying to think of words to persuade Xie Wu to forget their previous unpleasantness and assist their work. She remained silent for a few seconds, unable to think of anything good to say. Xie Wu continued, Ms. Zheng, no matter what you say, I will not assist you. The Alliance only sent you to talk to me. Isn't that a display of your arrogance? Xie Wu's eyes turned cold. I am the lord of a planet. If you want my assistance, you should send someone of equal status. Sending only a negotiator like you makes me seem like a cheap lord. Ms. Zheng, you just want to resolve the Tomorrow Society quickly. You don't believe you can't handle it. So sending you here to persuade me if you can, and if you can't, it's just spending more time dealing with the Tomorrow Society, isn't it? Miss Xie Wu, please don't think like that. We sincerely invite you to assist us, Zheng Jingyuan said. Xie Wu said, I haven't seen any sincerity in your actions. Ms. Zheng, go back and tell your superiors that I lost both my parents because of Tomorrow Society, and after taking over Xiangyang Star, I fought against Tomorrow Society for over 3 months, suffering losses exceeding 10 billion. I don't ask you to lose 10 billion or have many deaths. I only ask that you cannot resolve Tomorrow Society within 3 months. Then I will consider whether to assist you. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Zheng Jingyuan could see that Xie Wu was unwilling to help them, but she was still persistent. Ms. Xie Wu, aren't you worried that Tomorrow Society will come after you again in these 3 months? Ms. Zheng, even if I assist you, I can't guarantee that Tomorrow Society won't come after us again in these 3 months. The implication was clear. Whether I assist or not, I will be targeted. Why can't I slack off? Xie Wu's attitude was so resolute that Zheng Jingyuan had nothing more to say. Ms. Xie Wu, I apologize for disturbing you. I will come back to talk to you again at a better time. With that, Zheng Jingyuan turned to leave. Ms. Zheng, please allow me to speak with Ms. Xie Wu for a few minutes, said Momo. You two talk, I wait for you over there. Zheng Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged as she turned and left to report to a quiet place. Momo glanced at her, his gaze finally settling on Xie Wu. Xie Wu, why did you refuse? You personally came to Blue Star to find me before, asking me to investigate Tomorrow's Society. But now? Isn't this contradictory to what you did before? Xie Wu nodded. It is contradictory. A normal person wouldn't understand why I would do this. Am I crazy? But Officer Shen, I didn't come to you for nothing. I only contacted you after observing you and confirming you weren't a member of Tomorrow's Society. But did you screen the people involved in the investigation? This? Silence hesitated, unsure how to answer. Xie Wu said, after your superiors learned of Tomorrow's Society's existence, they immediately sent you a few bombs to taste. The news leaked so quickly, don't you wonder why? Miss Xie Wu, are you unwilling to assist them, because some of them are members of Tomorrow's Society? The Nikra, who had been quietly listening to everything, asked. Xie Wu said, that's only one reason. Another reason, of course, is my own selfish motives. They treated me like that before. Why should I rush to help them just because of a single word? Xie Wu, in the face of matters of principle. Selfish motives can be put aside for a moment. Silence thought for a moment, and awkwardly uttered these words. Officer Shen, advising someone to be magnanimous is like asking for divine retribution. Xie Wu smiled. Of course, the current situation isn't about my magnanimity. A member of the Tomorrow Society has infiltrated your ranks. Even with my assistance, we can't expose the Tomorrow Society unless we root him out. So, let's resolve your internal issues first. I don't want to go through all the trouble investigating for you, only to have you suspect me of being the Tomorrow Society's mole. Cooperating with you is far too unprofitable for me. Suddenly remembering something, Xie Wu added, investigate the guy who asked for my help. He might be a member of the Tomorrow Society. After all, given the mindset of some of your leaders, if we have the manpower, power, and weapons, we can achieve this great feat ourselves. Why share the credit with a small planetary lord with only a little over 1,000 inhabitants? Chapter 397. If someone else were to look at all this, wouldn't Xie Wu be overthinking it? But upon closer examination, after the leadership learned of Tomorrow's Society's existence, Several leaders experienced bombings at their homes within hours. Even within the Legion, there were bombings. Xie Wu's statement that there was a mole within the leadership was true. The information leaked too quickly. Furthermore, Xie Wu refused to cooperate from the very beginning. If it were arrogant leaders, they would genuinely think, our alliance has so many capable people, do we really need the assistance of a minor star lord? You just knew about tomorrow's society a little earlier than we did. Once we make our move, we can eradicate tomorrow's society within a month. Therefore, the leader who suggested asking the negotiator to persuade Xie Wu to cooperate might genuinely have a problem. And even if there isn't a problem, they probably just wanted to find multiple scapegoats. If they didn't uncover tomorrow's society within a month, they could say Xie Wu was incompetent, failing to find tomorrow's society's hideout despite having so many clues. Silent didn't consider things as much as Xie Wu. He simply felt that Xie Wu had clearly privately sought his assistance in investigating the tomorrow's society. Even though the truly powerful figures were willing to help, she refused to offer any assistance. Upon reflection, Xie Wu didn't want to work hard on her investigation only to be tipped off by an insider, nor did she want to take the blame if her investigation failed. She had been secretly fighting the Tomorrow Society for 3 months, and was still standing firm. Now that someone was sharing the burden and preventing the Tomorrow Society from watching her, she had a chance to uncover more clues about the Tomorrow Society. Aside from some personal motives, Xie Wu had more reasons not to assist the alliance. Silent heard Xie Wu's other reason for refusing to help, and didn't try to persuade her further. Xie Wu's decisive refusal. Zheng Jingyuan didn't linger long on Xiangyang Star. Her superiors called her back for a meeting. After saying goodbye to Veronica, she prepared to leave. Silence followed. Xie Wu looked at Veronica and Hijin, who hadn't left, and asked, "Are you two going to try to persuade me too?" "I won't," Veronica said. "In my calculations, Miss Xie Wu, your refusal to assist in resolving tomorrow's meeting is the optimal choice. When you don't know who tomorrow's spies are, it's wise not to put all your eggs in one basket. Miss Xie Wu, your choice is correct. But while you can use this reason when refusing Ms. Zheng, the reason you gave Ms. Zheng isn't quite right," Hijin said. Xie Wu said, "I said those things to Ms. Zheng on purpose. That's how it is. Why would I pretend to be magnanimous and considerate? That way, they think that no matter how they treat Xiangyang Star, we obediently listen to them. The point is to portray ourselves as petty and vengeful, letting them know that Xiangyang Star has backbone and a temper. Xiangyang Star has no manpower, no weapons, and many in the alliance look down on them." Xie Wu understood this too. Therefore, in her conversation with Zheng Jingyuan, she preferred to be petty and vengeful rather than a good person. Good people are too easily bullied. Hijin sighed, "In all my years as a Legion commander, I never imagined your conflict would involve so much brainpower. Miss Xie Wu, will you continue investigating tomorrow's society?" Veronica changed the subject. Xie Wu's expression improved considerably upon seeing Veronica. "Yes, tomorrow's society has caused me so much trouble, I will definitely take revenge. Will you tell me the information you gathered about the Tomorrow Society?" Xie Wu smiled meaningfully. "Ms. Veronica, do you think I would? You said enough. With the information you provided, I think as long as there's no mole within the alliance, uncovering the Tomorrow Society's headquarters is only a matter of time." Xie Wu nodded. "Yes, I already analyzed who the Tomorrow Society's leader is. That's enough. Now it's up to you to work yourselves. Of course, I inform you the day we capture the Tomorrow Society's leader. Unless it's something particularly important, I won't tell you." Although Veronica is neutral, as an android, she's certainly more concerned about the lives of many. If Xie Wu tells her all the information he's gathered, she'd definitely tell the alliance. Therefore, Xie Wu doesn't intend to tell Veronica any information. Veronica understands this and nods. Noon is approaching. The sun is becoming increasingly scorching. The three of them didn't stay in the wilderness any longer and took a car back to the city. After Xie Wu returned home, she received a call from Bai Tsuan. On the phone, Bai Tsuan told Xie Wu that Wilmert had suddenly resigned, handing over his company to the company's vice president, and that he had disappeared without a trace. Bai Tsuan wondered why Wilmert, who was doing so well as the CEO of the game company, would suddenly resign. Xie Wu asked, "Is Wilmert's company bank card still the same one?" "It's been changed to a new CEO, Xiao Wu." "Why do you think Wilmert suddenly resigned? Did Tomorrow Club no longer need him?" "It's not that Tomorrow Club doesn't need him. He received information that someone wanted to arrest him." "Someone wants to arrest him? What does that mean?" Xie Wu told Bai Tsuan that the alliance had also joined the operation to crack down on the Tomorrow Society. Upon hearing this, Bai Tsuan exclaimed happily, "Great news. With the authorities taking action, Wilmert's company is about to go bankrupt. Uncle 1, Wilmert's company is so big, can it really go bankrupt? According to our investigation, Wilmert's company sponsors 300 orphanages on Blue Star. He's a true philanthropist. We only judge their connection to the Tomorrow Society based on their company seal. This is just our judgment. Besides the company seal, we don't have any other information to confirm that they are one of the Tomorrow Society's companies. That's true. Sia Wu's words dispelled Bai Siwen's earlier joy. Even the authorities require evidence. Without evidence, they can't do anything about Wilmert's schemes. After all, suddenly punishing the company of a major philanthropist would cause public outrage. But Wilmert should have the confidence not to resign. Why would he resign? Bai Siwen couldn't understand. Sia Wu said, there are many reasons for resigning. One possibility is that I'm too old and my health isn't what it used to be. Another possibility is that I'm grooming a successor. Uncle 1, you should also have someone keep an eye on whoever takes over Wilmert's position. Bai Siwen nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered something and asked, Xiao Wu, now that the authorities are involved, can things be a little easier for us? Uncle 1, we can't be any easier. There are many traitors within our alliance. They just found out about the bombing attack on tomorrow's party. At this rate of information leakage, if we leave it to them, tomorrow's party can fight for another 100 years. So, for our own safety and interests, we should continue the investigation as before. Chapter 398. Bai Siwen had heard about the bombing incident, but he didn't know that the bombs were a warning from Tomorrow's Society to the Alliance. Sia Wu told him the reason, and Bai Siwen also felt that relying on others was not as good as relying on himself, so he continued his investigation in secret. Everything remained the same. The only difference was that now, someone was helping Sia Wu draw Tomorrow's Society's fire. Of course, he couldn't slack off just because someone was helping to draw fire. He needed to deal with Tomorrow's Society as soon as possible so he could focus on making some money. Sia Wu called Lei Jun. She had been busy and forgot that Jiang Shuyi had told her. Lei Jun's informant within the Interstellar pirate group had been discovered, and the information from there was no longer reliable. Lei Jun was unaware that his informant had been compromised. Upon hearing this news, he refunded Sia Wu. Sia Wu had previously paid him a fee for information about the Interstellar pirates. Now that the informant was useless and the source of information was gone, the intelligence fee should be refunded. Sia Wu accepted it without hesitation. It was her own money. After calling Lei Jun, Sia Wu sat at her desk, looking at her work schedule on the electronic whiteboard. Deciding what to do next, she didn't waste any time and started working. The next day, Tan Ling told Sia Wu that the AI had agreed to the mining contract for the area. Deshur and Zhu Ming came to her with a contract signed by Veronica, and Sia Wu readily signed it as well. As soon as the contract was signed, another 30 billion was deposited into Sia Wu's bank account. Perhaps because of the Alliance's involvement in the investigation, things quieted down after the bombing incident at tomorrow's meeting. On the second day of tomorrow's meeting's quiet, the AI announced that it had purchased several resource zones on Xiangyang Star. The resources in these resource zones were sufficient for them to establish new homes and open factories. Once the news from the androids was released, the previously soaring construction prices instantly dropped significantly. Sia Wu took advantage of the price drop to buy a large amount of building materials, stockpiling them for later use. On the third day, the contractor for the scenic area development contacted Sia Wu. He informed Sia Wu that all construction on the scenic area was complete, and after her inspection and final payment, the project would be completely finished. Sia Wu immediately called Bai Heng to share this good news. Upon hearing the good news, Bai Heng's voice brimming with joy, the workers are working even faster than I expected. I pack up now and head to Xiangyang Star in a bit. Sia Wu, you wait here and we inspect it together. Okay. By the way, Sia Wu, congratulations. Congratulations on what? Congratulations on your movie's huge success. Sia Wu was taken aback. My movie's a huge success? You didn't know? The first movie made on your planet premiered yesterday in major cinemas across Blue Star, and it grossed a whopping 60 million on its opening day. My uncle is ecstatic, it made him a fortune. Sia Wu, of course, was unaware that the movie had already been released. Lily and the others hadn't returned from Blue Star yet. It felt like Bai Jingyu had told Lily and the others to hold a press conference just yesterday, and the movie had already been showing for a day. Sia Wu, it seems you're very busy right now. You didn't even know about the movie's release. When you have time, check out the movie reviews on StarNet. Everyone's giving it high praise. By the way, you sang a song in the movie, right? You sang really well. If you weren't the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, you could easily support yourself as a singer. Bai Heng's teasing was met with a laugh from Xia Wu. When will I see a singer? I just wanted to save on film costs, so I sang it myself. Enough chit-chat, hurry up and pack your things and come check out the scenic area on Xiangyang Star. If everything's alright, the tourism promotion for the area should be done soon. Okay, I'm coming. I hang up now. After hanging up, Xia Wu opened the StarNet to check various film purchasing websites. Their film was at the top of the list. Clicking on each screening, he found that all the seats were full. Looking at the reviews, 90% were positive. There were also some negative reviews. The most glaring negative review, using androids and orcs to make a cross-species romance film, I can only say that Xia Wu has almost completely exploited the value of androids and orcs. After this comment started, many others shared the same opinion. But positive reviews still outnumbered the positive ones. Some praised the music, some praised the film's beautiful visuals. Some also praised the story, as overly beautiful and tragic. Regardless of the reviews, the packed house alone proves that Lily's film is a success. Xia Wu reviewed Lily's film promotional materials. Fu Yu, as a veteran, handled the situation with ease. Ling Han sat quietly like a statue, remaining silent unless called upon. Lily, on the other hand, was very excited, stuttering several times. During the promotion, Lily also played the film's theme song sung by Xia Wu. Afterwards, she didn't forget to praise Xia Wu. I'm very grateful to have met such a wonderful boss, like Miss Lily. I never directed a film before, but she believes in my abilities, providing substantial financial support and minimal interference in my creative process. Furthermore, when I needed to compose and score the film, she gave me 4 songs in just one night. She fully supports everything my film needs, without uttering a single unnecessary word. I've seen many videos and comments on Xinguang that insult the young lady. I say it here too, if you haven't met my young lady, don't spread rumors and hurl insults. A few days ago, Mrs. Su, Li Ruyan, publicly apologized on Xinguang and even paid a considerable sum in compensation for emotional distress. We discussed it with Attorney Moore. Starting today, we collect all the unfounded insults directed at Xiang Yangxing and the young lady on Xinguang. Once we collected them all, we sue them. Anyone who posted these comments should delete their videos and comments quickly, or Attorney Moore's lawyer's letter will be at your door. After hearing this, Xia Wu understood why there had been so few insults directed at him on Xinguang lately. So Lily and the others, in conjunction with Moore, have started managing the keyboard warriors and rumor-mongers on Xinguang. Lily's willingness to speak publicly and warn the rumor-mongers on Xia Wu's behalf suggests that the previous insults directed at Xia Wu on Xinguang have been pent up for them. Having such protective employees is truly commendable. It's worth spoiling them. Just then, his communication bracelet rang. Xia Wu turned off his virtual reality glasses and looked at the bracelet. The caller was Chen Mo. Xia Wu answered. Xia Wu, this is Chen Mo. Officer Shen, what's wrong? A major incident happened on Blue Star today. What major incident? Xia Wu asked, already searching for today's news. Today, across various regions and countries on Blue Star, a total of 432 people were murdered, aged between 20 and 35. Officer Shen, are you sure you didn't dial the wrong number? This isn't the police station. Shouldn't murder cases be your responsibility? Normally, this should be a case we handle, but today, every victim had a card with the Tomorrow's Association logo placed next to them, and these deceased had all posted insulting remarks about you on the StarNet before their deaths. Chapter 399. Xia Wu's expression froze abruptly. Beneath her slightly furrowed brows, her beautiful eyes sharp and deep. In a few short seconds, she had rapidly processed and analyzed what Chen Mo had told her. Then, in a relaxed and composed tone, she asked, Officer Shen, no pictures, no proof. Is this just an excuse you're using to scare me into helping you? Her outward composure masked her slender fingers rapidly moving across the electronic display, searching for any news related to what Chen Mo had mentioned. The Haiyan galaxy is so vast, people die every day. Not every death triggers a cyber funeral on the StarNet, most people choose to handle it privately. Cases that qualify as criminal cases are generally not publicized unless the investigation is complete. The more than 400 deaths Chen Mo mentioned are a drop in the ocean in the vast Haiyan galaxy. Most official accounts haven't reported on it yet. Although some news reports mentioned a murder in a certain area, they didn't specify the cause, and Xia Wu didn't know if the death in the news was related to Tomorrow's Society. Xia Wu, it's true. This matter involves Tomorrow's Society, and is being handled as classified. Police officers in various areas are currently collecting evidence, and here, someone has suggested arresting and monitoring you. Xia Wu, be prepared. The silent voice trailed off. Xia Wu heard no background noise, and given the urgency in his voice, she guessed that Silence had secretly called her after receiving the news to prepare her. Convinced that Silence, a soldier, would do such a thing, Xia Wu said, I understand. Thank you, Officer Shen. Xia Wu, I believe what you said. Given how suddenly this happened, I think there's a high chance tomorrow's society is framing you and trying to drag you down with them. And these past few days, we haven't known who in this investigation team is tomorrow's society's mole. Be careful. Tomorrow's society's initial silence came from Xia Wu. Having investigated so much, he believed Xia Wu was hostile to tomorrow's society. Considering there was a tomorrow's society mole within his team, he trusted Xia Wu even more, so he gave her a heads up beforehand. Through this silent notification, Xia Wu also learned that she would soon face hostility from the Alliance again. Having refused the Alliance's request for assistance, some arrogant figures were plotting how to make trouble for Xia Wu. The more than 400 people who were murdered all had one thing in common. They insulted Xia Wu on the Starnet. And they were killed by tomorrow's society. The powerful figures, who already suspected her of joining tomorrow's society, could now use this opportunity to their advantage. Xia Wu was unsure what she would face next. She called Tan Ling and the others, telling them that no matter what happened, everything would continue as usual, regardless of her presence. They shouldn't stop. After informing the employees of Xianjiangsing, she called Bai Heng. On the phone, she told Bai Heng that she was entrusting the subsequent development of the scenic area to Tan Ling, and that he should contact Tan Ling directly if there were any issues. Bai Heng asked, puzzled, what project have you found that's more profitable than tourism? You're actually abandoning me to do something else? If I could find a project more profitable than tourism, I'd be happy, but I might be imprisoned or monitored from now on. What did you do? Bai Heng tensed up immediately. Xia Wu told Bai Heng about the phone call she had just received. She had arrogantly refused the Alliance's request a few days ago, and she didn't think the Alliance would treat her kindly during the investigation. Upon hearing that it was related to tomorrow's society again, Bai Heng gritted his teeth in anger. Tomorrow's society really knows how to cause trouble, actually framing me. Yes, I thought if the authorities intervened, they would join forces to suppress tomorrow's society. But tomorrow's society is indeed clever, actually sowing discord and pointing the finger at me. If I had known this would happen, I would have preferred not to let the authorities get involved. Xia Wu never expected tomorrow's society to use this tactic to turn the finger on her. If the Alliance monitored or imprisoned her, her desire to investigate tomorrow's society freely, as before, would become impossible. The Alliance began investigating tomorrow's society, initially thinking they were just avoiding trouble by keeping quiet for a few days. But it turned out they were preparing for a major operation. Xia Wu, are you in any danger? What will the Alliance do to you? Bai Heng asked worriedly. Xia Wu replied, at worst, I'd be imprisoned, at worst, I'd be under surveillance. I provided them with information about the Tomorrow Society, making me the first person to expose it. As long as not everyone in the Alliance's investigation is a mole within the Tomorrow Society, I'd be fine. But if they are, I'm afraid my chances of survival are slim. Xia Wu, isn't there any other way? I can't fight them head-on, Xia Wu sighed. The Alliance possesses all the military and weaponry of the entire Haiyang star system. One of their legions has tens of thousands of soldiers, while my entire Xiangyang star currently has less than 10,000 people, of which only about 1,000 are usable soldiers. If I fight them head-on, my Xiangyang city could be destroyed in a day. Refusing to assist wasn't illegal, and the other side couldn't find a reason to make things difficult for Xia Wu. But the more than 400 people who had died were connected to Tomorrow's Society and Xia Wu. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could see that Tomorrow's Society's purpose in sowing discord and framing was obvious. As long as no one in the Alliance was a mole within Tomorrow's Society, they would at most use this opportunity to persuade Xia Wu to assist them again. But if many within the Alliance were moles, deliberately pinning crimes on Xia Wu, she would be unable to clear her name no matter what. However, it was better for one person to suffer than for the entire planet to suffer with her. Xia Wu didn't intend to resist in this investigation. If only I had gone into politics back then, I could be on your side today, speaking up for you, Bai Heng said angrily. Tomorrow's society is too wicked. Wouldn't it be better for them to make money? They made too much money now, and they're going to do something even bigger. Master. Before Xia Wu could finish speaking, Li Xia hurriedly walked in. Commander, he and the others want to see you. Li Xia hadn't finished speaking when Yijin led his soldiers into the studio. Miss Xia Wu, We need your cooperation on something. Please come with us, Heejin said. Xia Wu replied, they're here. I need to go. Baiheng Scenic Area will proceed as planned. Even if I'm not there, don't forget to make money for me. What time is it? You're still thinking about making money. Baiheng's voice held a hint of helplessness. Xia Wu hung up the phone before he could finish, because Heejin was already standing in front of her. Ms. Xia Wu, please come with us. Chapter 400. Commander He, you stormed into my house with your soldiers and demand I go with you? Don't you have an explanation? Xia Wu inquired. Heejin lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, Ms. Xia Wu, I don't know the specific reason. I just received orders from above to bring you to Blue Star, by any means necessary. Heejin genuinely didn't know what had happened. He had received orders, and as a soldier, he could only obey. Xia Wu could see his predicament, and didn't press him too much. She asked, the orders only require you to take me to Blue Star. Yes. For your own safety, can I bring my mechanical bodyguard? Heejin hesitated. After thinking for a few seconds, remembering that his superiors hadn't said Xia Wu couldn't bring her mechanical bodyguard to Blue Star, she nodded in agreement. Xia Wu went to the clinic and asked Mei Ling to return the wolf bodyguard. Mei Ling watched Xia Wu walk away surrounded by soldiers, whose expressions were troubled. They asked worriedly, Boss, are you going to Blue Star again? Yes, to take care of some things. While I'm taking Black Wolf with me, Captain Lei too will arrange for other soldiers to protect you. Don't worry about me. In all my days as a doctor, I haven't encountered a single patient causing trouble. You can't be too careful. Just because it hasn't happened now doesn't mean it won't. Dr. Mei Ling, you are our most precious doctor on Xiangyang Star. You must protect us well. Miss Xia Wu, let's go. The spaceship has arrived. Heejin's words interrupted Mei Ling's attempt to speak. Xia Wu smiled faintly, said goodbye to Mei Ling, and left with Heejin. However, on the way to the aviation building, the city residents, having received Li Xiao's message, lined up and blocked the road. Star-Lord, I heard they're taking you to Blue Star. Why do they want to take you to Blue Star? Yes, why Blue Star? They all look like fierce demons. The residents didn't know what had happened. They only heard Li Xiao say that the Allied Legion had broken into the Xia family and forcibly taken Xia Wu away. With no reason to break into the Xia family, the residents assumed their Star-Lord had been bullied. Don't be alarmed, everyone. Something happened on Blue Star that I need to handle. Go back to your homes and attend to your own business. Star-Lord, when will you be back? They asked. Xia Wu said, 7 days. I'll be back in 7 days. Hearing that Xia Wu would return in 7 days, the residents' tense expressions eased, and they made way for him. Watching Xia Wu's departing figure, the residents said, Star-Lord, please come back soon. We'll be waiting for you. Xia Wu turned back and waved to them, telling them to go back to work. Following Heejin to the spaceship parked in the aviation building, just as they reached the hatch, they heard Veronica's voice call out, Wait! Xia Wu turned around and saw Veronica riding a small hover car rapidly towards them. She blocked Xia Wu's path, her eyes sharply fixed on Heejin. Commander He, I heard you received orders to take Ms. Xia Wu to Blue Star. Why is that? Ms. Veronica, it's an order from above. I don't know the reason. Those petty guys, are they making things difficult for Ms. Xia Wu because she's unwilling to provide assistance by having you take her to Blue Star? Ms. Veronica. Xia Wu whispered. Veronica stretched out her small hand, her expression resolute. Ms. Xia Wu, rest assured, I absolutely will not let them make things difficult for you. Ms. Veronica, please don't make things difficult for me. I cannot disobey orders from above, Heejin said helplessly. Veronica said, I'm going to Blue Star in Ms. Xia Wu's place to tell them the real reason why Ms. Xia Wu is unwilling to assist them. According to my calculations, Ms. Xia Wu's refusal to provide assistance only brings benefits, not harm. We need her to be investigated separately from us. Ms. Veronica, I was sent to Blue Star, not because of any issue of assistance. Veronica stood up for her, and Xia Wu was deeply moved. However, someone was thinking of her, and she wanted to tell the other party the whole story, lest the other party be completely unaware and make a fool of herself. What's the problem? Today, 432 people were murdered on Blue Star. Next to their bodies was a card with the Tomorrow Society's logo, and someone insulted me on the Starnet. Sending me to Blue Star is probably to find out my relationship with the Tomorrow Society. Heejin looked up at Xia Wu with slight surprise. Even he, as the first commander, didn't know the reason. How did she know? In that case, it would be better if I went along too. Veronica's tone was much gentler than before. Commander He, Can I go with you? She asked Heejun. Heejun nodded. There are no orders saying you can't go. You can go in your personal capacity. Then I go in my personal capacity. After all, I have the right to know more about the Tomorrow Society's affairs. The mechanical planet was destroyed by the Tomorrow Society. As the mother of the Onyx, Veronica has the right to seek justice for the fallen Onyx. Mother, give me back my little car. Ron's short legs strained as he finally caught up with Veronica. Veronica jumped down from the small hover car. Ron, thank you for your little car. It's a really nice little car. Your father and mother should make one for me too. Saying this, Veronica reached out to pat Ron's head. But she realized she was a little shorter than Ron, and her hand couldn't reach his head. She quietly tiptoed and finally managed to touch it. Okay, mother, did you rescue Sister Xiaowu? Ron asked. He was the one who told Veronica that Heejun was going to capture Xiaowu. Xiaowu was about to speak. Veronica said, Ms. Xiaowu has some business to attend to on Blue Star, not that she's been captured. Really? I clearly heard someone say that the Alliance was going to capture Sister Xiaowu. Li Xiao's words, passed around, became the rumor that the Alliance was going to capture Xiaowu. Xiaowu smiled. Everyone misunderstood. I just have some business to attend to on Blue Star. Okay, then sister, you should come back soon. I'd be very lonely in Xiangyang City if I don't see you busy there, Ron said. Xiaowu nodded. Okay. Miss Xiaowu, Ms. Veronica, let's go, Heejun reminded them. No further incidents occurred. The spaceship they were on slowly ascended, leaving the skies above Xiangyang Star and heading into space. Xiaowu quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. The wolf bodyguard reminded her, Master, there are multiple cameras and listening devices inside the cabin. Would you like to find a place with the fewest cameras and listening devices?